Chapter 199. 5 system hours later. Elio collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving violently. Every cell in his body felt tired. The transport robot could carry things, but it couldn't pack them. Kafka and Luing repeatedly urged them to pack their belongings properly to avoid any accidents caused by bumps and bruises along the way. Elio rested for a while, lying in the empty base. Elio looked around. It was eerily quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Elio sat down on the sofa and turned on the TV. But Elio still felt bored, as if something was missing. Elio pondered for a moment and realized what was missing. Gold Wolf, Luing, Kafka, and Blade were missing. Every night, everyone would gather in the living room to play. Luing and Yin Lang would sit on the sofa playing games, Kafka would hold him in her arms and browse shopping apps, and Ren would sit quietly nearby. So what? Elio turned off the TV, walked to the base entrance, and stepped into his own little cat-shaped spaceship. The spaceship swayed slowly towards the star field where Pinocchio was located. On the train, Yiyun and the others had a quick meal together. The train wasn't crowded at the moment. Liyue, Xianzhou, and Mon had all returned. After a quick bite, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Xing and Sanueki happily moved into their new home. Xing placed the cave heaven compass on the ground next to Yiyun's shop entrance, next to the baseball bat. Next to the entrance was the crack leading to the cave heaven. After several hours of hard work, Xing and Sanueki finally finished decorating their rooms. The two of them used Topa's connections to order a batch of furniture from the Interstellar Peace Company. Topa symbolically accepted a few credit points from the two of them. The furniture was worth very little. After dinner, Xing returned to her room. She stood by the window. She had dug through the trees that her room was leaning against, creating a floor-to-ceiling window. She pulled a bottle of ice cola from the refrigerator and placed it on the small table. Then she plopped down on the carpet and took a long sip. The bubbles swirled in her mouth, making her feel incredibly refreshed. She looked out the window, feeling the world outside a bit too quiet, just trees and grass. Let's go get Yiyun some animals tomorrow to bring in. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit dead in here. Xing took out her phone and played with it for a while, then returned to bed to rest. After all this time, Xing finally found her bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Over on Yiyun's side, he and GZ quietly opened the door to the 6 little one's room. A dim, humming nightlight sat on the center table, illuminating the entire room. On the right-hand side of the entrance was Chi-Chi's bed. Chi-Chi slept soundly in her bed, still struggling to break her old habit of kicking the covers off at night. Yiyun smiled fondly and tucked the covers in for Chi-Chi. Just as she was done, Chi-Chi kicked them off again. Yiyun smiled, shook his head, and tucked them in again. GZ walked over to Hook, who noticed someone approaching and groggily opened his eyes. Sister GZ, why aren't you asleep yet? GZ smiled and patted Hook's head. It's okay. Yiyun and I came to see you. Go to bed. Don't you have to go to Bellberg tomorrow? Hook yawned and lay down again obediently, smacking his lips a few times before falling asleep again. Yiyun and GZ checked on the other 4 little ones, making sure they were all covered and asleep, then left the 6 little ones' room. Every night, Yiyun and GZ would check on the 6 little ones to see how they slept. The next day arrived. After breakfast, Yiyun and the others entered the portal to Bellowberg. Today, Yiyun planned to take the 6 little ones to the ice deer farm. Yesterday, Star Rail's Bronya sent a message saying the first batch of ice deer had grown and asked them to try some ice deer meat. On this trip, only Yiyun, GZ, Walter, Topa, Jing Yuan, and the 6 little ones were there. Xing, Amber, and Eula had a reconnaissance mission today, heading to the snowy mountains. Ing and Paimon planned to leave Liyue for Inazuma today. Xing and Sanueki decided to spruce up the cave and introduce some small animals. Dan Heng was retained by the two as a consultant. Yiyun and his companions arrived in the lower part of Bellowberg. Upon arrival, they spotted Clara experimenting with the Gundam. Swarovski helped Clara capture a few rift monsters for her to practice with. Clara leaped to her feet and drew her great sword. Ha! It was clearly a very handsome and imposing mecha, but the sound it made was indeed Clara's soft, feeble voice. With a sweep of the great sword, it instantly destroyed several flame shadows. Clara danced with joy and ran to Swarovski's side. Mr. Swarovski, Clara succeeded. Swarovski's face lit up red. Congratulations, Clara. Clara is the best. Clara scratched her head shyly at Swarovski's compliment. This scene seemed strange to Yiyun and the others. A handsome, cool mech acting like a little girl. Yiyun waved. Clara, Swarovski. When they were called, The two turned to look at Yi Yun. Clara was surprised to see it was Yi Yun. Clara took off her family number 2 and trotted over to Yi Yun. Brother Yi Yun, why are you here today? Yi Yun glanced at Clara's feet. She was shoeless again. Before, Yi Yun had bought Clara a lot of shoes and jade. Clara, why aren't you wearing the shoes I bought you? Clara looked at her feet and stuck out her tongue, trying to get away with it. Clara was so anxious to test family number 2 that she forgot. Yi Yun bought a pair of snow boots from the system and handed them to Clara. Come on, put your shoes on. How can you possibly clean up on such icy ground? Clara chuckled, scratched her head, and put her shoes on. By the way, Brother Yi Yun, you still haven't told Clara why you came to Bellowberg. Yi Yun smiled and rubbed Clara's head. We received an invitation from Bronya. She said the first batch of ice deer have grown up, and we wanted to come and see them. Topa chimed in. Yes, I'm here to pick them up. I ordered one before. Clara was surprised. I see. Clara will take you there. Sister Bronya should be over there now. Yi Yun heard. Oh! How did you know? Clara was a little shy. Because the ice deer are giving birth these days. Yi Yun coughed twice. Swarovski, get a robot to take us there. It's not nice for Clara to see this. Chapter 200. Swarovski summoned a robot, which led Yi Yun and the others toward the ice deer ranch. The group soon arrived at the ranch. Inside, 2-meter-tall adult ice deer leisurely strolled through the pasture. Topa was curious. Don't these ice deer take at least a month to grow? Walter explained. That's because Bronya has buried many spirit stones in the ranch. These spirit stones promote the growth of the ice deer. Topa was surprised to hear this. She knew about spirit stones. They were high-level energies from the world of immortals, with many uses. The group entered the ranch and saw Bronya busy with her workers. Yi Yun and the others approached and saw Bronya and 2 veterinarians examining a female ice deer. After a while, one of the veterinarians suddenly laughed happily. Great Guardian, it's a success. This ice deer is pregnant. Bronya breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. With this, the ice deer ranch was finally revitalized. After discussing with Topa and Emerald, Bronya finally priced the ice deer at 200,000 credits each. Only 50 will be sold in the first batch, all males. As for the doe, Bronya couldn't bear to part with it. She needed to keep it for breeding. Bronya noticed someone approaching. Yi Yun, you're here. Bronya greeted them with a smile, seeing that it was Yi Yun and the others. Topa nodded at Bronya. Well, Bronya, I come to pick up the ice deer I reserved. Bronya smiled and said, don't worry, the one you ordered has already been reserved for you. Bronya looked at Yi Yun and the others. I invited you all here today to taste the flavor of a glacial deer. Topa, hearing this, thought of the glacial deer meat Yi Yun had prepared once before. She still remembered the taste vividly. Then I won't hold you back. I've been craving it for a long time. Led by Bronya, they arrived at the ranch's hut. Inside, a copper stove, burning charcoal, sat on a round table. Next to the stove lay sliced venison. Bronya invited everyone to sit down. The 6 little ones, attracted by the aroma, climbed onto the stools one by one, their eyes wide open, fixed on the stove. Klee sniffed deeply. Wow, it smells so good, Bronya-san. Bronya smiled gently and rubbed Klee's head. This soup base was given to me by your sister Xiangling a while ago. Klee heard this. Ah, Sister Xiangling's cooking is delicious. Bronya then looked at Yi Yun and the others. Feel free to eat. Everyone, please take your seats. Everyone took their seats, raised their glasses and drank together, then began to dig into the meat. Since everyone was familiar with each other, there was no need for formalities. Topa picked up a piece of venison with chopsticks and placed it in the pot to blanch. After 20 seconds, he lifted it up, dipped it in the seasoning and took a bite, his face full of enjoyment. That's exactly what it tastes like. So delicious. Walter, Yi Yun, and the others also devoured it with gusto. Jing Yuan, who had never eaten venison before, was curious. Was venison really that delicious? Jing Yuan picked up a piece, blanched it, and popped it into his mouth. He was instantly captivated by the delicious flavor of the venison. The venison was incredibly tender, melting in his mouth, and without a trace of fishy smell. It was obvious that the venison hadn't been marinated, it was pure, unadulterated flavor. Now, Jing Yuan finally understood why Bronya was charging such a high price. The venison was worth the price. Only 200,000 per piece, it was a steal. Everyone devoured the food, clinking glasses and enjoying the delicious food. Jing Yuan looked at Bronya. Bronya, How many ice deer are you planning to sell in this first batch? Bronya asked. 50. The rest will be kept for breeding. Jing Yuan heard this. Can you give me a share of 10? Bronya agreed immediately. She had invited Jing Yuan here today precisely to promote ice deer meat. Sure. Jing Yuan smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this, and took out his phone to transfer 2 million credits to Bronya on the spot. Bronya saw the transfer and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, General Jing Yuan, for your support. Jing Yuan smiled. You're welcome. This icefield venison is truly delicious. Then everyone continued chatting and eating. Bronya heard about the lucrative fortunes made by everyone at Pinocchio, and felt a surge of envy. She had been busy rebuilding Bellberg during this time. Thanks to their efforts, a new city district had been built. Except for a few residential areas, all other areas had been reclaimed for crop cultivation. Teyvat, Liyue Harbor, inside the Wangshengtang Internet Cafe building. Asmodeus returned to his esports room, looking exhausted. The renovation began yesterday, and it's only just now been completed. Asmodeus was fully revived upon entering the gaming room. He turned on his computer and sat in his chair, waiting for the boot up to complete. Asmodeus bent his legs, squatted on the gaming chair, and spun it around. At that moment, she noticed Nashida, who looked worried. Nashida, what's wrong with you? You look so worried? Nashida sighed. I'm thinking about the relocation of Shumi. Asmodeus suddenly understood. There's nothing to worry about. Those who want to leave can leave, and those who don't can stay here and die. Nashida, the god's duty is to guide. We only point out the right path. As for the choice, it's up to humans themselves. Nashida nodded. During her time in Liyue, she had learned a great deal about being a god from Zhongli, Venti, and Asmodeus. This also stopped Nashida from being as overly merciful and indulgent as before. I'm worried that the people of Shumi will believe the slander of the Ordovician Council. The great sages of all generations have been deliberately erasing my existence. If I were to show up on Shumi, they would undoubtedly target me fiercely. Asmodeus waved his hand nonchalantly upon hearing this. I thought it was something serious, that's all. At worst, I go with you. Wouldn't hammering a nail solve the problem? Nashida fell silent upon hearing Asmodeus's thoughts. Hanging a nail? That thing can destroy an entire nation. Can you just hammer it in? At this point, the computer had already booted up. Asmodeus skillfully opened Audition and said to Nashida, I have someone accompany you. Asmodeus waved his hand. Sora, dressed in the uniform of a milk tea shop clerk, appeared in the room. Kong, go with Nashida and talk some sense into the people at the order. Kong was stunned. During this time, he'd been stuck in Liyue, and with nothing better to do, he opened a milk tea shop, which was doing pretty well. Chapter 201. Kong was stunned. During this time, he'd been abandoned in Liyue, and with nothing better to do, he opened a milk tea shop, which was doing quite well. It was still early, and Kong was leisurely humming a tune while making milk tea when he was suddenly dragged here. Asmodeus, seeing Kong's bewilderment, explained the details of what had happened. Kong accepted the task. Okay, when do we leave? Nashida pondered. No rush. We still have to terraform the planet. Let's talk about it after we're done. Kong was puzzled. Didn't you go there yesterday? And you haven't finished yet? Kong subconsciously glanced at Asmodeus and scoffed. You can't do this, Asmodeus. Asmodeus's veins bulged at Kong's taunting, and his fists clenched and cracked. No! You soon find out if I can do it. That day, people walking on the street outside the Wangshengtang Internet Cafe heard someone screaming. The sound was so miserable and tragic that it was unimaginable. In the kitchen of a shop called Konga Milk Tea Shop in Liuhuyan. A bruised Kong stirred the large pot of milk tea with a spoon, tears streaming down his face. Why was he so mean? Back then, he was just subconsciously trying to taunt Asmodeus. It was a habit he developed when he was still being corrupted by the Abyss. The Abyss does a lot of harm. In the Black Tower space station, Dahida and Ruanne arrived. Esta and Alan had been waiting on the platform for a long time. Esta knew Black Tower's personality well. She didn't like so many people coming to greet her, it annoyed her. Therefore, Esther only brought Alan with her. Ms. Haida, welcome back to the space station, Esther said with a welcoming smile. Haida glanced at her ATM with satisfaction. Haida, is the meal ready? I'm starving. Esther smiled. It's ready. The company has a new product called Ice Deer. I bought one to try. Director Topa said it's delicious. Haida piqued his interest. If he remembered correctly, was this the thing the girl on Bellabird bought from Yi Yun and raised? Oh! Ice Deer? I know that. Let's go try it. Haida walked towards his laboratory. Esther looked at Ruan Mei. Ms. Ruan Mei, welcome to the space station. Ruan Mei nodded slightly. Well, long time no see, Esther. Esther extended her hand in a gesture of invitation. Ms. Ruan Mei, let's go eat first. I prepared your favorite osmanthus cake. Ruan Mei was delighted to hear about osmanthus cake. Okay, thank you. Esther smiled and took Ruan Mei with him to follow Black Tower. Beside Black Tower, Idiot 1 followed Black Tower in a daze. Black Tower stopped and wanted to turn around to chat with Ruan Mei. Idiot 1 didn't have time to brake and bumped into Black Tower's foot, staggering him. Black Tower noticed Idiot 1, and then remembered the gift he had brought for Esther. Oh Esther, I brought you a gift. Idiot 1 warped to the aircraft carrier. Idiot 1 was still dazed. Seeing this, Haita kicked Idiot number 1. Hurry up. Idiot number 1 cried out in grievance, ran to the platform, and shot out a warp beam. In the eyes of the four, a starship the size of a space station slowly transformed from virtual to real. Esther stared at the starship with stars in her eyes. Haita explained. These are the blueprints that came with Idiot number 1 when it was shipped from the factory. As long as enough materials are scrapped, it can be warped out. Hearing this, Ruan Mei looked at Idiot number 1 with a hint of interest. So Idiot number 1 is a machine. If it were a living thing, Ruan Mei would probably want to dismantle Idiot number 1 right now. A little over 10 minutes later, Idiot number 1 warped out the aircraft carrier. Esther was thrilled to see the technologically advanced aircraft carrier before her. Thank you, Ms. Haita. Haita waved his hand nonchalantly. It's a small matter. Haita recently read a book titled How to Control Your Wallet. After reading it, Haida was deeply moved, leading to the scene before him. There's a good saying in it. Don't just ask for things, give them something sweet. Haida said. Come on, take me to dinner. Esther heard this. Even though she was thinking about boarding the aircraft carrier right now, she had to put that thought aside for now. She had to accompany Ms. Haida to dinner first. Arriving at the table, Haida and Ruan Mei tasted the iced ear. Haida took a big bite. This venison is quite delicious, Esther. Do you have any more? I packed some for when I leave. Esther shook her head in embarrassment. I only bought one. Only 40 were sold this time. I bought it for me because I'm familiar with Director Topa. Haida heard it, okay. Okay, you buy one, right? I be eating this for the next few days. Esther agreed. Haida swallowed another large mouthful of venison. It's Yi Yun's, it must be top-notch. I heard the Gai Xing say how delicious this meat is. And it's rare that that idiot and I agree on something. Ruan Mei heard it. Yi Yun? Haida saw Ruan Mei's puzzled expression and told her about Yi Yun. After hearing this, Ruan Mei wanted to visit Yi Yun's shop. Haida, can you take me to Yi Yun's shop? Haida heard it. Sure, wait until we finish debugging the simulated universe. Ruan Mei agreed, and the three of them continued eating and chatting. Mondstadt, at the entrance of the Angel's Gift. Wendy and Feishu stood in the crowd, listening to Dialec's explanation. The brewing recipe Qin had previously purchased from Yi Yun had already produced wine. With Tonacita's help, the price of raw materials for brewing wine rose rapidly. Dialec bought the entire first batch of wine directly from Qin, then sold it to other kingdoms himself. The wine was purchased at the original price in Mondstadt, but outside of Mondstadt, a markup was added. Dialec also wanted to make money. Dialec opened the vat of wine, and instantly the aroma of wine filled the entire square. Dialec said, this wine is called spirit wine. A glass costs 888 mora. Those who want to try it can come to Angel's Gift to buy it. The drinkers present thought it a bit expensive. 888 mora for just one glass. Dialec continued, this wine is of high quality and difficult to brew. This price isn't too high. You understand once you try it. With that, Dialec turned and walked into Angel's Gift. Deluxe men were distributing sample drinks at the door, one small cup per person, which was also considered a form of promotion. Chapter 202. Wendy and Feishu received their own sample of the spirit wine. After one drink, they were hooked. It was smooth, yet strong, with a lasting aftertaste that left them feeling incredibly passionate. Wendy felt in her trouser pocket and pulled out a few mora. Wendy counted them and found only 2,000 mora, enough for another drink each. This put Wendy in a dilemma. She had promised to treat Feishu to a drink. She had originally planned to sing yesterday to earn some money, but she drunk too much the day before and slept all day. When she woke up, she planned to sing at the bar again. The aroma of alcohol captivated her as soon as she arrived. Wendy thought for a moment and decided to go inside first. Wendy walked into the bar and took Feishu to sit down in front of Dialec. Grandpa Lou, give us each a glass of spirit wine. Wendy placed the mora on the bar in front of Deluc. Deluc put away the mora and soon returned with 3 drinks. 1 to Fei Xiao, 2 to Wendy. This one is for General Fei Xiao. General Fei Xiao has arrived, and we in Mondstadt cannot be rude. Wendy was shocked. They already invited Fei Xiao, but why not me? Grandpa Lou, you can't be so partial. Deluc saw through Wendy's subtle thoughts. How dare you let me buy you a drink? Bartender, bring me Wendy's bill. The bartender handed Deluc a thick notebook. Deluc picked it up and opened the first page. On XXX/XXX/XXX/XXX, Wendy owed 53,200 more on credit. XXX/XXX/XXX. Deluc read the list one by one, and Wendy quickly silenced him. Grandpa Lou, stop reading. I pay for this drink myself. Deluc closed the ledger and handed it to the bartender. Keep it safe. This is a valuable asset in our tavern. Wendy fell silent. Such an important financial item. Did he really owe Mora so much? Wendy felt in his pocket, thinking for a moment. Grandpa Lou, let's do a deal. I pay for this drink with star coins. How's that? Deluc looked at his wind god speechlessly. Star coins are such a rare currency, and you're using them to buy wine? You're quite the man, Wendy. Very stylish. Since money is a good thing, Deluc agreed. Okay, 1 star coin a glass. First come, first served. Wendy generously offered 100 star coins. Give me 100 cups first. Would it be too much to add some snacks? Deluc collected the 100 star coins and had the bartender serve the food and drinks. Inside the night's order, Jean and Lisa chatted. Now that Mondstadt is peaceful and at peace, Jean has fewer tasks to attend to. Now, Jean has time to sit down with Lisa and chat quietly over tea. Lisa asked, Jean, what are you planning to do with the 350,000 star coins we harvested this time? Jean said, I'm planning to buy a technique more advanced than the wind spirit art. The remaining knights in the knight's order, after our selection, have all cultivated the wind spirit art to its highest level. We need new techniques to further enhance our strength. Lisa agreed with Jin's words. Yes, that's true. For now, let's buy the techniques first. We save some star coins for emergency funds while we shop and move to the new world. Jean nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Liyue Harbor. Ing drove Paimon and her RV onto a ferry. This ferry would take the RV to the Dark Star. That's right. Ing planned to visit Inazuma. Firstly, to travel and see the world. Secondly, she could make some money. Asmodeus had appointed her as an inspector, responsible for overseeing the improvement of people's livelihoods in various countries. A monthly salary of 100 primo gems would be given to Ing. Ing immediately agreed. That's 100 primo gems. Getting on the ferry, Ing drove the RV to the Dark Star. Thankfully, the Dark Star's deck was of good quality, otherwise Ying's RV wouldn't have been able to make it. Beidou approached the RV. This massive thing was truly novel. He had never seen one before. Ing opened the door and stepped out with Paimon. Big sister Beidou. Ing greeted happily. Ing and Beidou met through Ningguang's introduction. News arrived from Inazuma that the country would be lifting its isolationist policy. Ningguang asked Beidou to retrieve the merchants detained in Liyue. Naturally, Beidou agreed immediately. So, Ing heard that Beidou was going to Inazuma, so she stopped by to take a ride. Beidou looked at Ying's RV curiously. Ing, you're quite impressive. This big thing of yours can actually run on its own, Ing said. This is an RV. It can be used for transportation and as a place to live. Big sister Beidou, would you like to come up and take a look? Beidou heard. Can we go up? Let's go and take a look. Ing and Beidou returned to the RV. The RV's facilities were becoming increasingly complete, with Ing having installed everything, including a television and a computer. Beidou curiously surveyed every corner of the RV. Ing pulled a bottle of orange juice from the refrigerator, poured 2 glasses, and sat down with Beidou in the small booth to chat. Seeing this, the first mate, Commander Ju, arranged for the crew to set sail. The Death Star slowly began to move, heading towards Inazuma. Night. Ing stood on the deck, feeling a little hungry. Usually, Yiyun and Xiangling would have already prepared dinner by this time of day. Ing pondered for a moment and grabbed Paimon, who had just finished a bag of chips, and was about to return to the RV to get some. Paimon! Where's the pickup card I used to open the golden trash can last time? Paimon pulled out 9 pickup cards. Here they are. You were so focused on your title last time, so I put them away for you. Ing flipped through the cards, and found one for 100 tons of beef. Ing glanced at the busy crowd on the boat and thought, I treat everyone to something delicious. No one charged me for my ride, and everyone was so welcoming. Ing took out 100 kilograms of beef and called Beidou over. Big sister Beidou, I treat everyone to beef. Beidou glanced at the beef lying nearby. Ing, where did you get so much beef? It's so fresh. Ing took out a delivery card. Here, this is the delivery card. I still have nearly 100 tons. Feel free to eat as much as you can. Beidou was puzzled. How could such a small card hold so much beef? Could it be a treasure from the immortals? Ing saw Beidou's confusion and finally realized what was happening. It looked like Ning Wang hadn't told Beidou about Yi Yun's shop. Beidou called the ship's chef and told him to take the 100 kilograms of beef down to cook. Beidou shouted from the bow. Brothers, tonight's extra meal. Ying's treating us to fresh beef. The sailors were delighted to hear this. Fresh beef was a rare commodity on board. Chapter 203. Soon, 100 kilograms of beef were served on the table. Ing, Beidou, Minnie, and the sailors gathered on the deck, devouring the meat and sipping wine. We still had to sail, so a little drinking would be enough. If we drank too much, the ship wouldn't be sailed. Minnie sat at the table, looking at Ing curiously. Ing, why do you want to go to Inazuma? Ing spread her hands helplessly. I don't want to either. It's all about work. Paimon, standing nearby, added, holding a stake. Ing accepted a commission from Asmodeus and is now the prosecutor of Teyvat. She's responsible for helping Asmodeus conduct surprise inspections of the people's livelihoods in various countries. Minnie was confused. He understood the words, but why didn't he understand them together? There's a prosecutor in Teyvat? When did that happen? If such a position existed, why didn't he come to Inazuma before? Ing asked. You don't know, but your gods have already held a meeting. Asmodeus is your immediate superior. She instructed your gods to improve people's livelihoods. My position was only recently created. Ing thought of herself struggling to run around helping Asmodeus inspect, while Asmodeus sat comfortably in the sports room playing games. This made Ing suspect that Asmodeus had assigned her this role simply to be lazy and play games. After hearing Ying's words, Minnie and Beidou realized that some even more powerful being had intervened to improve the lives of the people of Teyvat. Beidou took a sip of his wine. This is good news. I was wondering why Inazuma had suddenly lifted her isolation. Beidou looked at Minnie. Now you can go back. No longer have to wander around with the brothers. Minnie bowed his head in thought for a moment. I think I stay on the ship. I really enjoy this kind of life, traveling and broadening my horizons. Big sister, you won't kick me off, will you? Beidou laughed heartily. I wish you wouldn't leave. You're quite the talent. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, the Death Star arrived at the outlying island. On the shore, a large number of merchants gathered. Look! It's our Liyue ship. We can go home. Lord Yin bless us. We can finally go home. I don't want to stay in this damn Inazuma anymore. I haven't been back for so many years. I wonder if my little kid still recognizes me. The merchants chatted, seeing the light of return. Just then, a group of warriors approached. What are you all doing here? Are you trying to cause trouble? Also, I don't care if you go home, but you can't take our Inazuma supplies. Come, seize all our supplies. A group of warriors rushed out and plundered the merchants' goods. This scene was witnessed by Beidou and Ing, who had just disembarked. The Liyue merchants were overjoyed to see Beidou, as if he had found a savior. As seafaring merchants, they were all familiar with his name. Captain Beidou. Please help us. These warriors are taking our supplies without any reason. Yes. Captain Beidou, please help us. The leading warrior said to Beidou with disdain. I don't care if you're Beidou or Nandu. This is Inazuma, and you have to follow our rules. Ing angrily summoned the Sword of the Advent. The leading warrior waved his hand. You dare to attack? Brothers? Surround them. A large group of warriors rushed over to Ing and Beidou, surrounding them. Beidou snorted coldly and shouted at the captain aboard the Death Star. Captain? Where have you been? Didn't you see your boss is surrounded? On the ship, the captain laughed heartily. Right now. Brothers? Let's go! The crew of the Death Star leaped from the deck and, upon landing, charged at the surrounding warriors. The Death Star was considered an official Liyue ship, and naturally, it had also practiced the Vidra body tempering technique. As soon as their hands met, the warriors realized something was amiss. Their weapons were powerless to penetrate the men's defenses. Under the attack of the Dark Star's crew, the warriors were quickly driven into a panic. This was because the Dark Star's crew held back. A lesson would have been enough. If someone had died, the situation would have been far more awful. The warrior captain was right. This is Inazuma, not Liyue. Beidou looked at the fleeing warriors with disdain. Is that all you're capable of? Trash. After complaining, Beidou looked at the Liyue merchant standing there in a daze. What are you all standing there for? Loading your things onto the ship? Don't you want to go back? The Liyue merchant finally came to his senses and hurriedly began loading supplies. At this moment, a Mondstadt merchant approached. Hello, Captain Beidou. I'm Visser, a merchant from Mondstadt. Can we board your ship to leave Inazuma? Of course, we can pay for the boat fare. Beidou glanced at Visser, his whole body exuding a strong air of desolation. Beidou then glanced at Visser, not far behind him. A group of Mondstadt merchants were looking at him expectantly. Beidou thought for a moment. The boat fare is waived. My Emperor and Lord Wind God are good friends, and as their subjects, we should follow their example. Come aboard, I take you to Liyue, and then you can return to Mondstadt by land. The Mondstadt merchants, upon hearing this, burst into tears of gratitude. Beidou observed the merchants' progress. These people had been oppressed for so long, their diet was poor, and naturally, their health was in poor condition. Commander Chung, tell the brothers to help move the goods. We finish quickly and return home soon. Shigezo followed his orders, and called on the sailors from the Death Star to help carry the supplies. Ing then drove her RV down from the Death Star. Ing drove the RV up to Beidou's side, opened the window, and peeked out. Big Sister Beidou, I'm leaving now. I wish you a safe journey home. Beidou smiled. Okay, I take your words. We come back in a week. If you want to go back then, you can meet us here. Ing agreed. Then, Ing drove the RV toward the inner part of the outlying island. As for the fleeing warriors, they returned to camp, cursing profusely. I hadn't expected these Liyue men to be so formidable. These bastards are so ruthless. The samurai captain sat on a tree stump, rubbing his reddened cheeks. Just then, Kujo-sera entered with a group of shogunate samurai. Kujo-sera frowned as he looked at the wounded scattered throughout the camp. What's going on? The samurai captain, upon seeing Kujo-sera arrive, hurried forward to complain. Kujo-sera angrily led a group of shogunate samurai to the dock. As they left camp, they saw Ing, arriving in the RV from the outlying island. Chapter 204. Kujo-sera frowned at the strange object before him. Ing, sitting in the driver's seat, honked her horn when she saw someone blocking the road ahead. Beep! Beep! The RV roared loudly, startling the surrounding shogunate samurai, who drew their weapons and pointed them at the RV. Seeing they weren't moving away, Ing opened the window and leaned out. Hey, everyone, make way. I'm trying to get through. Didn't you hear me honking? Ing thought for a moment. Oh right, you haven't seen any cars here. Never mind. Anyway, can you please make way? Kujo-sera looked at Ing. Who are you? Ing said. Me? I'm a friend of your general. Get out of the way. I need to go find your general. Kujo-sera drew his bow and arrow. Who are you anyway? The general has been staying in the castle tower and hasn't left. How could he have a friend like you? Ing was speechless. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, go ask your general. I wait here. Once you asked and confirmed, I go over, okay? Kujo-sera, seeing Ying's assurance, hesitated. Could this man truly be the shogun's friend? Then, why had he never heard of him before? Kujo-sera pondered for a moment, then lowered his bow and arrow. Rest here for a while. I report to the shogun. Shing, Ing reluctantly turned off the engine and ran to the back to rest. The surrounding shogunate warriors sheathed their weapons and surrounded the RV. Over 2 hours later. Borrowed, Ing stood at the RV door, a lollipop in her mouth, bored. Kujo-sera had been gone for hours, but hadn't returned. At this moment, Paimon flew over. Ing, I'm hungry. Let's get something to eat first. Ing spread her hands. There's nothing we can do. The stove's out of gas, and these guys won't budge. Just eat a snack. Paimon pouted unhappily. No. I'm hungry. Paimon flew over to a samurai. Sir, can we go to the village ahead? We like to cook something. The shogunate samurai, after a moment's thought, agreed. They were on the beach connecting Konda village to the outlying islands. The humidity made cooking difficult. All right, we just have to go to the village ahead. Paimon happily agreed and flew over to Ing to inform her. Ing started the RV and headed towards Konda village. Arriving at the village gate, Ing parked the RV. The samurai behind them took a while to catch up. The leading shogunate samurai panted and demanded, Are you trying to run away so fast? Ing turned off the engine, pulled out the key, and glanced at the shogunate samurai as if they were idiots. If I tried to run, would you catch me? Okay, You guys stay put while I get some firewood nearby. Ing and Paimon headed into the nearby woods, searching for dry firewood. Soon, Ing and Paimon each emerged, carrying a bundle of firewood. Paimon, you start the fire. I get the pot. Paimon flew into the RV, pulled out a lighter, and lit the firewood. Ing quickly produced a large pot and placed it on the firewood. Paimon urged. Ing, get the delivery card. Let's see what we're eating. Ing took out 9 pickup cards and looked at them. We had beef yesterday. How about a change today? Let me see if there are any potatoes on the vegetable pickup card. Ing picked up the vegetable pickup card, and with a flick of her finger, several large potatoes appeared before her. The pickup cards from this golden trash can be used repeatedly until the limit is reached. No longer having to withdraw all at once like before, you can take them bit by bit. Ing tossed a few potatoes to Paimon. Paimon, go peel them. Ing then took out the chicken pickup card and withdrew 10 pounds of chicken. Since her resources were limited, she forgot about stir-frying and instead make some braised chicken. She had never made this dish before, except for one she seen Yun make once before. It's all about simmering it over low heat, slowly bringing out the flavor. Soon, the chicken and potatoes were in the pot and simmering. Bored, Ing pulled out her phone and started watching TV shows, all downloaded in advance. Paimon, holding a basin, stared intently at the pot. The aroma from the pot quickly spread, and the surrounding shogunate warriors swallowed involuntarily at the unprecedented fragrance. Just then, a noise came from the bushes in the distance, and 2 children poked their heads out. The samurai noticed the movement and drew their swords. Who's there? The 2 children, startled, ran out of the bushes. Sorry, we smelled the aroma and came to check. We be leaving soon. Ing saw this and said, Wait a minute, little one. Ing rolled her eyes at the samurai. You're so grown up, and you're still mean to children? Ing walked over to the brother and sister. The sister was staring intently at the pot, her stomach rumbling loudly. Seeing this, Ing patted the siblings' heads. Are you hungry? I made some extra. Come and eat some. The older brother shook his head. No need. The village elders say food is hard to come by. Sister, keep it for yourself. I go find some wild fruits. Hearing this, Ing pulled the siblings aside. It's okay. Come and eat. Your sister and I have plenty of food. Ing forced the siblings over to the pot. She opened the lid and looked at the braised chicken inside. It was cooked, but not very flavorful. It needed to be simmered a little longer. Paimon, get 2 small bowls. Paimon put down his rice bowl and ran to get a bowl. Ing poured a bowl for each of the siblings and handed it to the 2 little ones. Come eat. The little girl happily accepted the bowl and thanked him. Thank you, sister. Ing smiled. You're welcome. Take it back and eat. If it's not enough, come back and get more. The little girl happily accepted the bowl of braised chicken from Ing. Thank you, sister. The 2 siblings thanked Ing profusely and ran home with the braised chicken. A moment later, the 2 siblings were brought back by an elderly woman. The elderly woman walked over to Ing. Miss, thank you for giving me food for my 2 grandchildren. I thank you. The elderly woman began to bow. Ing was startled. Unable to accept such a gesture, she quickly supported the elderly woman. It's okay, old lady. It's just a bowl of food. There's no need for such a grand gesture. The elderly woman shook her head. This bowl of food is life-saving food. To be honest, my 2 grandchildren and I haven't eaten in days. This meal of yours has saved the lives of the 3 of us. Ing frowned at this. She had heard in Liyue that the people of Inazuma lived in poverty, but she had never imagined it to be so miserable, to the point of starvation. Chapter 205. Ing walked toward the village, and the shogunate samurai hurriedly tried to stop her. Miss. Before the shogunate could finish his words, Ing confronted him. I'm just going to see how the people in this village are doing. Is that not okay? The shogunate samurai hesitated, but Ing, seeing this, took out her delivery card. I still have a lot of food here, and I want to donate it to the villagers here. With that, Ing directly took out a ton of rice and placed it on the open ground. The shogunate samurai saw this and realized it was his duty to let Ing run away. But the shogunate samurai glanced at the piles of rice nearby. As a native of Inazuma, he was naturally well aware of Inazuma's plight. This grain could truly save lives, the kind that could save lives. In the end, the shogunate samurai chose to let Ing pass. Ing walked into the village. It was clearly cooking time, but only a few wisps of smoke rose from the hundreds of homes in the village. The villagers on the road were all emaciated, their eyes devoid of energy. Ing said to the shogunate samurai following behind him, Go, gather everyone in the village to collect the food. The samurai were shocked. In this day and age, were they really willing to provide food aid to the common people? Ing took out a delivery card and placed 100 tons of rice, 10 tons of vegetables, 1 ton of chicken, and 1 ton of beef on the ground. The samurai saw this, and quickly ordered his men to gather the villagers. Team 1. Team 2. Listen up. Gather all the villagers in this village to collect the food. Team 3. Team 4. Stand guard. Protect the food supply. As expected of Kujosera's direct subordinates, the castle tower's elite troops, they immediately went about their business without a second thought. Soon, the villagers were summoned to the square by the samurai. The villagers gathered, gazing at the surrounding samurai in horror. After all, the samurai who had come to pay their taxes were none other than the samurai of Inazuma. For so long, the people of Inazuma had been deeply afraid of the samurai. The chief of the shogunate samurai sighed, and shook his head upon seeing this. He too wanted to change the situation, but his power was so small and insignificant that he could do nothing. If he did, he might even bring disaster upon his family. Ing and Paimon stood before the grain pile. Ing held up a megaphone and announced, "Don't be afraid, everyone. My name is Ing. The grain behind me will be donated free of charge. Everyone line up, and come one by one to claim it." After saying this, Ing lowered the megaphone, and gave the chief of the shogunate samurai a look. The chief of the shogunate samurai, observing this, ordered his samurai to begin distributing the grain. At first, the villagers, fearing a conspiracy orchestrated by Sierra samurai, were hesitant to claim it. Until, a brother and sister, who had just finished enjoying Ying's braised chicken, stepped forward to claim their own rations. Each person received 100 jin, 100 caddies of rice, 1 jin, 100 caddies of vegetables, 1 jin, 100 kilograms of chicken, and 1 jin, 100 caddies of beef, distributed on a per-person basis. The others, seeing that the rations were indeed being distributed, rushed to the collection point. Fortunately, the shogunate samurai maintained order, preventing any accidents. Ing pulled out her phone to record the scene. Ing wasn't used to this kind of scene, but she was a kind-hearted person after all. She decided to return and report to Asmodeus. The people of Inazuma were living in extreme hardship. Seeing that the villagers had almost received their rations, Ing addressed the shogunate samurai leader. "You should cook and eat something too. It's been so long, you must be hungry." Upon seeing this, the shogunate samurai leader expressed his gratitude and led his men to set up a boiler in the square to cook food. Ing and Paimon then remembered the braised chicken in the pot. "Oh no! My braised chicken! It's been so long," Ing thought it must be burnt black. When Ing arrived, she saw Shinzi squatting beside his pot, enjoying his braised chicken with his bowl and chopsticks. Shinzi smiled at Ing. "Ah! Isn't this our kind-hearted man, Ing?" Ing was stunned. "When did Shinzi arrive?" "Shinzi? When did you arrive?" "And? Let go of my braised chicken. That's my lunch." Ing rushed to the boiler, grabbed Paimon's rice bowl, and filled it up. Shinzi wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. "Ing, this rice you made is delicious, especially with the fried tofu. The fried tofu soaks up the broth and is absolutely delicious." Ing rolled her eyes at Shinzi. "You're still thinking about eating here? You'd be better off doing something else with that time. Look at the living conditions of you Inazuma people. I'm telling you, I already recorded a video. This inspector will file a complaint against you when I get back." "Humph." Shinzi heard this, looking aggrieved. "Then you're blaming me wrongly, little fox. I only been in charge for a few days, and I already cleaned up a lot. Who else do you think lifted the isolation?" Ing, that guy, ran back to her pure land of one heart upon returning. Ing heard this. "I don't care. Anyway, this inspector has the evidence, and I file a complaint against you when I get back." "Humph. Unless..." Shinzi heard this. "Unless what?" Ing twirled her fingers. "Unless you give me hush money. 1,000 primo gems, and I delete the video." Ing looked at Shinzi with a sly grin. Shinzi smiled. "Okay, I ask Ing to pay me when I see her." Ing agreed with a chuckle, then sat down next to Shinzi and ate a bowl of braised chicken. "By the way, Shinzi, when did you come here?" "I didn't notice until now," Shinzi said. "When you were distributing the rations, Ing, can you show me your card?" Ing took out the delivery card. "This?" Shinzi nodded. Kanda village was at the foot of Narukami Taisha's shrine, so she was naturally aware of the commotion there. When she arrived, she saw Ing using the delivery card to collect the rations. Ing said, "This is an add-on product for a product in Yiyun store. It's a pickup card, which allows you to redeem the corresponding supplies. For example, look at this rice pickup card. I just picked up 100 tons, and now I have 900 tons left. Do you see that? Shinzi took a look and understood. Is that so? I guess I need to find time to visit Yiyun's store soon. Shinzi sighed, then looked at the 9 pickup cards in Ying's hand. Ying, can you sell me these cards? As you can see, Inazuma is in dire need of food right now. Ying said, hearing this. My cost price for these supplies is 90,000 star coins, or 9,000 primo gems. However, since we're friends, I give you less. Just bring 5,000 primo gems. Shinzi felt embarrassed. You're putting me in a difficult position. I had people collecting primo gems these past few days, and I only managed to gather a little over 5,000. Ying said with a grin upon hearing this. Don't worry, there's another way. Shinzi asked curiously. What's that? Ying looked behind Shinzi. Let me touch your tail. Hee hee. Well, what hasn't let me touch it? I'm curious about fox people's tails. Chapter 206. Shinko looked at Ying with annoyance. Ying, you're being a little naughty. Ying ignored him, hands on her hips. Just tell me whether you let me touch you or not. If you do, I give you all 9 pickup cards. At that moment, a commotion erupted from Kanda village. Ying and Shinko looked over and saw that Kujo-sera, who had gone to report to Ying, had finally returned. Kujo-sera was puzzled by the piles of supplies in the village square. Where did these supplies come from? Kujo-sera asked the shogunate samurai leader. The shogunate samurai leader replied, General, these supplies were given to us by the young lady earlier, and they were distributed to the villagers. Kujo-sera understood. So, have all the supplies been distributed? The shogunate samurai leader reported. It's already been distributed. There's still some left. I was just about to ask Missing what to do with it when you came back. Kujo-sera looked over at the words and saw Ying, Shinzi, and Paimon sitting by the pot, holding bowls. Kujo-sera approached the 3 of them, Ying chewing on her braised chicken. Have you finished your questions? What did Ying say? Kujo-sera was furious when Ying dared to address the general by his name. How dare you? How dare you address the general by his name? Ying threw up her hands. Ying and I are friends. What's wrong with that? Shinzi, standing beside her, echoed. General Kujo, Ying and Ying have a good relationship. It's okay. Kujo-sera, seeing Shinzi had spoken, snorted coldly and dropped the subject. There's still some leftover food in the square. You can take it back. Ying was puzzled upon hearing this. Take it back? I have nowhere to store it. You and your men can distribute it along the way. The situation in your Inazuma is truly dire. Kujo-sera heard this, and pulled out a bag of mora. We Inazuma aren't taking this food for free. I bought it personally. This is a deposit. I pay you back the full amount later. Ying took the bag, opened it, and rummaged through it, pulling out a few golden mora. Mora? I don't want this stuff. It's worthless. Ying was immediately disappointed to see it was mora and tossed the bag back to Kujo-sera. Ying glanced at Kujo-sera. Don't worry, I'm not giving you food out of pity. Strictly speaking, I'm your superior, right? I can't ignore the lives of my subordinates. Kujo-sera frowned. Superior? Shinzi saw Kujo-sera's puzzled expression. This person, under the orders of His Majesty the ruler of the sky, is an inspector overseeing the livelihoods of the 7 kingdoms. Logically, she's on the same level as Ying. Although Kujo-sera didn't know who Asmodeus was, she heard the latter part of the sentence. This girl was actually on the same level as her own shogun. Ying waved her hand. Go ahead and distribute your provisions. Shinzi and I will go visit Ying. I brought her some flour cakes from far away. Shinzi also said, General Kujo, please deliver these supplies to the people first. Ying and I will go discuss something with Ying. Kujo-sera was relieved to hear that Shinzi would be accompanying him. I understand. With that, Kujo-sera turned and left, leading the shogunate samurai and the provisions. Ying and Shinzi had just finished their meal, and rested for a while to digest it before getting into Ying's RV. Ying stepped on the accelerator, and drove the RV towards Inazuma City. Shinzi sat in the RV, feeling quite curious. Paimon brought 2 bags of potato chips. Shinzi, would you like cucumber or tomato flavor? Shinzi looked at the chips in Paimon's hand. What are these? Paimon explained. These are potato chips, snacks, from Yiyun and his friend's world. Shinzi thought for a moment. I want to try both. Paimon opened both bags of chips, and placed them on the table to eat with Shinzi. In the cab, Ying was startled to hear Paimon sharing snacks with Shinzi. Ying slammed on the brakes. Who are you? Get off Paimon. I'm telling you. I know several ghost hunters. Paimon would never share snacks. Paimon looked at Ing speechlessly. Am I that stingy? It's just a bag of chips. In reality, Paimon felt stingy too. The only reason she was willing to share the chips with Shinzi was simply because she overbought them. She bought all those chips from Tappa, a whole truckload for 10 star coins. Paimon also had a storage ring, stuffed with snacks, including chips. Paimon earned some star coins running errands for Yiyun, and with that money, she went to Tappa to buy snacks. To that end, Paimon even acted cute with GZ and managed to secure a freight car specifically for her snacks. Paimon glared at Ing angrily. Shinzi, let's get on with eating. Ignore her. Shinzi smiled, and then continued to eat the chips. They tasted really good. I'm sure Ing would enjoy them. Shinzi asked. Paimon, do you have any extra chips? Sell me some. Paimon waved his hand, his face full of affluence. The next second, 20 bags of chips, each with a different flavor, appeared on the table. Eat. Eat as much as you want. I have plenty. Shinzi smiled. Then I won't hold you back. The three of them arrived in the RV in just over half an hour, arriving at an Azuma castle. An Azuma castle, from bottom to top, is a trapezoidal structure. At its highest point, stands the castle tower, where the deity of an Azuma resides. Ing turned off the engine and parked the car in the village at the bottom. Ing called out to Shinzi behind him. Shinzi, get someone to watch my car. Shinzi said, chewing on some chips. Drive a little further ahead. There's Yato, my shop. Ing stepped on the accelerator, and the RV continued along the main road. All the way. Shortly after Ing left, a bandaged girl poked her head out of a nearby house, curiously watching the RV's departure. What is this? The girl's name was Xiaogong, possessor of the fire god's eye and the most skilled fireworks maker in all of Inazuma. Dad, I'm going out for a while. Inazuma Shinri replied. What? What did you say? Xiaogong repeated. I said, I'm going out for a while. This time, Xiaogong's father understood. Okay, go ahead. Xiaogong glanced off into the distance. Ying's RV was still struggling to climb this slope. Inazuma City had too many steep slopes and twists and turns. Xiaogong saw this and quickly ran after them. Inside Shimi City, the great sage, enraged, threw a report at a mercenary from the 30-man group. Utter idiots. You're all idiots. It's been so long, and we haven't found a single person. What good are you? The 30-man group could only bow their heads in silence, allowing the great sage to vent his anger. After a moment of venting, the great sage regained his composure. What are you standing here for? Keep looking. Chapter 207. The 30 soldiers retreated. The great sage took a deep breath and sat down. At this moment, a mysterious masked figure emerged from a nearby room. Has your men yet to find the little grass god? The great sage glanced at the mysterious figure. Not yet. It's as if she vanished suddenly, leaving no trace. The mysterious figure glanced at the great sage. Increase your efforts. Don't let it affect our subsequent plans. The mysterious figure was none other than the doctor, the second in command of the Fatui. The doctor and the great sage had reached a collaboration to create a god on Mount Sumeru. The great sage looked at the doctor, his face dark. You Fatui, are you really unable to help? The Fatui have spies all over Teyvat. With your help, we can quickly find that damn god. The doctor shook his head slightly. The queen has already ordered the Fatui activities to cease. I can't get them to help you. The great sage slammed the table in frustration. I'm not talking about those normal people. Your creations. Can't we just transfer them out and find someone? The doctor glared at the great sage. Don't you understand your position? We're just partners, and I can end this relationship at any time. The great sage was speechless for a moment, frightened by the murderous intent emanating from the doctor. The great sage snorted coldly and slammed the door before leaving. Just wait. Once the creation of the deity is successful, we settle accounts one by one, the doctor muttered disdainfully as the great sage walked away. Foolish man. The doctor also left the great sage's office and headed for the underground factory. Bellowberg. Bronya was thrilled to see the extra 10 million credits in her account. 50 ice deer were sold within a system. Bronya thanked Yiyun, who was standing beside her. Yiyun, thank you for selling me the ice deer. Yiyun smiled. You're welcome. Money and goods. Well, it's getting late, we have to go back. As he spoke, Yiyun carried the sleeping Klee on his back. Bronya looked at the sleeping Klee on Yiyun's back and smiled tenderly. Jing Yuan carried by Lu and Chi Chi. Jizi carried Hook. Walter carried Diana and Yao Yao. The 6 little ones had played all day in the ice deer ranch, running around with the ice deer, and were so tired they fell asleep. Okay, I see you off. After seeing Yiyun and the others off, Bronya strolled around the administrative district. As they walked, Bronya arrived at the commercial street. After a period of reconstruction, the commercial street has reopened, and many businesses have reopened. There are vendors selling snacks, clothes, and appliances. Although the street still looks shabby and worn, it is filled with warmth. Bronya walked among the bustling crowd, observing everything around her. Everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. The family of 3 she had eavesdropped on now owns a bakery. Bronya arrived at the bakery and observed the scene inside. The husband was kneading dough and making bread. The wife was at the cashier and packing the goods, while the child sat on a small stool nearby, doing homework. In Belloberg, all children over the age of 6 are required to attend school, and tuition is fully covered by the government. The little boy seemed to sense someone was watching him. He looked around and saw Bronya outside the window. Bronya smiled at the little boy and left the bakery. After strolling around the commercial street, Bronya boarded a bus bound for the new district of Belloberg. While strolling, she saw Linka and Para eating noodles at a noodle shop. Bronya initially considered going over to say hello, until she saw Linka pull out a can of herring. Inside the new district of Belloberg, aside from a small village-sized residential area, the rest of the area was farmland. In the farmland, a variety of crops grew. The windbreak Zhongli had casually built still stood, shielding against the wind and snow, allowing these plants to thrive. During a meeting, someone suggested erecting a statue of Zhongli in the new district for people to admire. Bronya agreed, but Zhongli somehow learned of the situation and halted the project. Zhongli believed that if he accepted this offer and allowed Belloberg's people to erect a statue and worship it, it would mean that he would have to divert his attention to protecting Belloberg's people. Zhongli's idea was simple: to protect the people of Liyue. Recalling the Demon War, Zhongli had not initially initiated the war. His only concern was to protect the people of Liyue. However, things went against his will. Instead of seeking help, the surrounding demons coveted Liyue's land and launched a war. Zhongli was forced to join the war, slaying the demons to protect the people of Liyue. Bronya strolled through the fields, watching the crops grow beautifully. Once these crops were grown, Belloberg would be completely self-sufficient in food. Bronya strolled around the new area for a while before returning. Meanwhile, near Luofu prison, a group of Buli people disguised as Xianzhou people appeared nearby. The Buli people lowered their heads and discussed something, acting stealthily. Have the other brothers arrived? Modu asked the remaining Buli people. The Buli people nodded in agreement. They're all on their way and should be arriving soon. Modu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The prophet was truly foresight. Taking advantage of the Luofu martial arts ceremony, we successfully infiltrated Luofu. Next, all we have to do is rescue the war chief and revive our great Buli wolf clan. Several Buli people were also inspired by Modu's sentiments, lost in a rosy fantasy of the future. In this fantasy, they rescued Hulei war chief, and under his leadership, they defeated Xianzhou and restored their glory. As the ones who rescued Hulei Zhanshou, they would be honored and blessed with wealth and glory. Modu instructed them. Be sure to proceed with caution, and do not reveal your whereabouts. Several Buli people responded in unison. Modu looked around. Disperse. I contact you when the time comes. The Buli people obeyed his orders and left. Little did they know that everything they had just said and done was recorded by a nearby surveillance camera. The surveillance video was quickly placed on Jing Yuan's desk. Jing Yuan, who had just returned, watched the video and fell into deep thought. After a moment, Jing Yuan raised his head. Don't stop them from doing what they want. Everything will proceed as usual. The martial arts ceremony will continue. Jing Yuan's confidants complied. Yes, General. Jing Yuan looked at Modu and the others in the video, his lips curled slightly. I hope these people will not let me down. Waiting for Hulei to escape from prison will be an opportunity. The cells in Yocho prison are not enough. Chapter 208. Inside the castle tower. Ing, Paimon, and Shinzi arrived at the main hall. Ing sat in the center of the hall, looking exceptionally aloof, his features brimming with majesty. Shinzi knew instantly that the person before him was not Ing, but the general. Ing, unaware of this, had mistaken it for Ing. So, Ing casually walked over to the general and sat down, handing him a flower cake. Come here, Ing, you see, I'm being nice to you. I even brought you your favorite flower cake. The general glanced at the flower cake indifferently. I don't like this. Ing glanced at Ing suspiciously. What? You don't like it? I wonder who showed off 20 kilograms of flour cakes during the Lantern Festival? Even with Ying's teasing, the general remained composed and calm. Shenzi, standing nearby, chuckled softly. All right, Ing, this is the general, a puppet created by my Ing. She's the one who usually manages the kingdom. Come on, I take you to meeting. With that, the Son of God activated his secret technique, leading himself, Ing, and Paimon into the pure land of one heart. Ying's vision went dark, and when she regained her vision, she found herself in a mysterious space. There was a huge stone platform. In its center, Ing lay disfigured, reading a novel in one hand and slurping a piece of osmanthus cake in the other. Ing took a closer look. Hey! That's right. This is the Ing she knew. Ing waved and greeted Ing. Ing! Long time no see. Ing looked up and saw Ing jogging towards her, with Paimon and the Son of God following behind her. Ing sat up straight. Ing? You're in Inazuma? When did you get here? Ing took out a flour cake and placed it in front of Ing. Ing, try some. I brought you some flour cake. Ying's eyes lit up at the sight of the flour cake. With lightning speed, he reached out to grab a piece and gulped it down. Ying's mouth chuckled frantically, his face brimming with enjoyment. In just 10 seconds, Ing had finished one flour cake and reached for the second. Ing, watching Ing frantically displaying her cakes, finally felt the taste was right. Ing, what's going on with that one out there? Ing informed Ing of the general situation. Ing finally understood. So that was it. At that moment, Shenzi looked at Ying's back and smirked. Ing, you don't know? Ing said she was going to sue us. Ing paused for a moment, reaching for the flour cake, then returned to her usual calm and composed position. Complain? Go ahead, the flour cakes are more important. Oh, and then what? Shenzi almost gasped, utterly enraged by Ing. Ing, someone's going to complain about you. Are you still so calm? Ing, you might not have heard clearly. Ing, she's going to complain about you to His Majesty Asmodeus. Ing, still incredibly calm, devoured the flour cake in one gulp. Go ahead, complain. Ing brought me so many flour cakes. I forgive her. Shenzi fainted from anger upon hearing Ying's words, his whole body falling to the ground. Ing glanced at Shenzi and continued to eat the flour cake. Paimon glanced at Shenzi with concern. Is she okay? Ing shook her head. She's fine. She's in good health. She won't die from anger. Paimon felt relieved upon hearing this, flew over to Ing, picked up a piece of flour cake, and began to eat. While eating, Paimon choked and pounded his chest frantically. Ing saw this and quickly pulled out a bottle of ice cola, opened it, and handed it to Paimon. Paimon gulped down the ice cola, finally recovering. Huh? I almost choked. Luckily, I had the ice cola. After saying this, Paimon reached for the flour cake. Ing immediately lost interest in talking. Paimon's foodie nature was completely ecstatic. Ing stared at the ice cola next to Paimon, curious. Why was the water black? Ing, noticing Ing staring at the ice cola, explained. This is Yi-Yun's drink. It's called ice cola. It's delicious. Would you like to try it? Ing then pulled out another bottle of ice cola and handed it to Ing. Ing took it, opened the lid, and took a sip. The moment the ice cola entered her mouth, Ing felt as if a new world had opened up, a truly astonishing experience. This ice cola was so delicious, Ing took the ice cola and guzzled it, finishing the entire bottle in one gulp. She even burped several times afterward. Ing looked at Ing expectantly, her eyes fixed on her. Ing understood Ying's intention and took out another bottle of ice cola. Drink slowly. I didn't bring much this time. Ing, having initially intended to gulp it down, slowed down, savoring it like Shonli sipping tea. And so, the three of them sat in the pure land of one heart, eating flour cakes and chatting, with the fainted Son of God nearby. Not long after, the Son of God awoke, half-grown. By then, Ing, Paimon, and Ing had already gorged themselves and were resting on the ground. Shenzi shook his head and stood up. How long have I slept? Ing heard this and took out her phone. Not long, only 3 hours. It's already dark outside. Shenzi was stunned. He had slept that long? Shenzi rolled his eyes. Ing was now resting comfortably on the ground. Forget it, Ing has always been like this. Let's get down to business first. Shenzi looked at Ing. Ing, I have an order for you to sign. Shenzi handed Ing an official document. Ing took it and signed without even glancing. This scene made Ing understand why Inazuma had become like this. Shenzi put the document away and continued. So, on to the second matter, Ing, we and Inazuma are very short of supplies. I plan to confiscate the 2 previous families. Ing frowned slightly. They used to follow me and Makoto. Shinzi sighed. That can't be helped. I already convinced the Kamisato family, and they're willing to pay for the supplies. But just one family isn't enough. Inazuma's wealth is essentially held by the 3 major families. At this point, Ing asked, "Do you need a large amount of supplies?" Shinzi nodded. "Indeed, the pickup cards you have are useless. The quantity is still too small. At most, they keep Inazuma going for a few more days. You don't think Inazuma has only the few places you saw on the road, do you?" Ing shook her head. "Of course not. I don't have any, but I know someone who does." Shinzi was a little surprised. "Oh, who?" Ing chuckled. "Of course it's Xing. You met her at the Lantern Festival before." Shinzi thought back and remembered. "Oh, it's her." Ing nodded. "Yes, she has a whole box full of pickup cards sitting in a corner, gathering dust. You can buy them from her. Since we know each other, I should be able to give you a discount." Shinzi was delighted to hear this. Inazuma was desperate for more right now. As for Primo Gems, there were some. "Ing, can you get her over for me?" Ing spread her hands and pointed at her phone. "I don't have a signal here." Shinzi heard this. "Signal? Where?" Ing said. "Liyue right now is the only place in Teyvat with a signal." At this moment, Paimon suddenly interrupted. "We can ask Venti. Isn't he always available in Teyvat?" Ing slapped her head. "Yeah, how could she have forgotten Venti?" Without hesitation, Ing asked Shinzi to take her away from the land of One Heart. Ing followed suit. Without a word, Ing shouted into the air, "Wendy!" An order has arrived. Over 2 hours later, Wendy arrived at the castle tower. Chapter 209. Wendy landed, his face stained with alcohol, completely tipsy. He had just finished drinking with Fatio. "Ing, you called me?" Hiccup. Ing pinched her nose and looked at Wendy with disdain. "Wendy, can't you just drink all day?" Wendy chuckled. "Wine is the essence of grain. Tell me, what are you trying to teach me?" Ing said. "Go get Xing here for me. There's no internet or portal in Inazuma." Shinzi heard Ing mention the portal, and remembered the one Yiyun had given him and Ing. "Wait, there seems to be a portal." Ing turned to look at Shinzi. "I'm talking about the portal that leads to Yiyun's shop." Shinzi nodded. "Yes, Yiyun gave it to Ing and me. I forgot about it when I got back. It's at my Naruto shrine." Ing heard. "That's easy." Ing looked at Wendy. "Go back to where you came from. You're no longer needed here." Wendy glared at Ing with a look of annoyance, as if Ing were a heartless person. Seeing this, Ing took a flour cake and pressed it into Wendy's hand. "Here, take it. This is your compensation." Then Ing, Shinzi, and Ing headed towards Narukami Taisha's shrine. Wendy sighed silently at the flour cake in her hand, then ate while flying towards Ming. Inside Fontaine Court, Fernina hummed a light tune at her dressing table as she adjusted her collar. After finishing, she called out to the door, "Lancelot." A moment later, Lancelot pushed open the door and walked in. "Good morning, my lord. What can I do for you?" Fernina asked. "Lancelot, where are the Primo Gems I asked you to collect last night?" Lancelot waved at the door, and a knight entered, carrying an exquisite little wooden box. Lancelot took the box. "My lord, please allow me to go with you." Fernina patted Lancelot's shoulder. "Don't worry, it's okay, I'll be back soon." With that, Fernina took the box containing the Primo Gems and ran through the portal. Fernina had been having people collect Primo Gems for the past few days. Through the portal, Fernina arrived at Yiyun's shop. Fernina looked around curiously. The room looked quite nice, very refined and cozy. And on the dining table in front of them, Xing, March 7th, and the other train crew members, along with Firefly, Kafka, several Star Corps hunters Yiyun, and the 6 children, were eating breakfast. Fernina waved. "Hi. Good morning, everyone. Long time no see." Xing, who was shoveling rice from his bowl, turned around and saw it was Fernina, a moment's surprise. "Oh, Fernina, you're finally here. Long time no see." March 7 echoed. "Yes, Fernina, you finally come after all these days. I was just chatting with Xing last night, wondering why you hadn't come yet." Fernina smiled. "I've been collecting Primo Gems these days." Fernina shook the small wooden box in her hand. Jeezy stood up. "Fernina, have you had breakfast? If not, come and have some with us." Fernina smiled. "I eaten, and I was thinking of buying something. By the way, why don't I see any shelves?" Xing stood up, ate the rice in his bowl in 2 mouthfuls, and swallowed it. Come on, over here, I teach you how to buy. Xing led Fanina to a high stool by the small bar, and sat down. Come on, Fanina, start like this, exchange star coins. Then, do you see this golden trash can? Click it. That's right. Click here, select 10, and then click here to buy. That's right. Before March 7 could stop her, Fanina bought all 10 golden trash cans. March 7 looked at Xing speechlessly. Xing! How could you lead others into this trap? Xing was shocked. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? How did I lead Fanina into this trap? How did I lead Fanina into this trap? March 7 pointed at the golden trash can next to Fanina. Isn't this golden trash can a scam? March 7 had just finished speaking when 10 dazzling golden lights illuminated the entire store. 8 pickup cards. A wooden plaque with a title. A heart, shimmering and azure blue, surrounded by flowing water. March 7 fell silent. Well, it shipped, so I didn't stumble into a trap. March 7 returned to his seat in silence. Seeing this, Xing glanced at March 7 with a smug look. Then Xing said to Fanina, Fanina, look what you found. Fanina picked up everything. What are these? Yi Yun looked at them and said, These 8 cards are dessert pickup cards. Each card is for 100,000 boxes, which means you now have 800,000 boxes of various desserts. Upon hearing this, Fanina's eyes lit up with worry. Wow! 800,000 boxes. Oh my goodness! How long will it take me to finish all this? Fanina carefully placed the 8 pickup cards into the small box she had brought. Next, Yi Yun picked up the wooden plaque. This is the title. Look at Xing and Sanyua's heads. Fanina glanced at Xing's head and saw a few large characters floating above her. King of Trash Can? Xing even took a few steps in agreement, and the characters followed her. Fanina understood and shuddered. I don't want that. I don't want to have the words King of Trash Can slapped over my head. Yi Yun smiled. That's not it. Your title is Water Elemental Master. It increases your control over water by 50% and your water-based attack power by 300%. Fanina stroked her chin and thought for a moment. Water Elemental Master? That seems pretty good. Fanina finally decided to take on this title, even though she was just an ordinary person and couldn't use the water element. But it certainly allowed her to show off her power. Under Yi Yun's guidance, Fanina used all her might to snap the wooden plaque in half. The next second, the words Water Elemental Master appeared above Fanina's head, glittering in golden glory. Fanina was very pleased. Yi Yun looked solemnly at the last item. This last one is the real deal. Everyone present cast curious glances. Yi Yun said, This item is called the Water Magic Heart. Its effect is to allow the user to access the complete magical memories of a top water magic master. Furthermore, it will directly grant the user magical power equivalent to that of a high-level Destiny Walker. If one can then integrate all the magic in this memory, they can rival a commander. Xing gasped. What? This thing is so powerful. Sanyueki was also shocked. I thought Xing's heavenly fire judgment was already abnormal enough, but how could there be something even more abnormal? Straight to the level of a commander? Chapter 210. GZ shook her head. Not really. Power alone is useless if you don't know how to use it. To reach the level of a commander, you must master all the magic in your memory. Everyone agreed with GZ's statement. Yi Yun returned the water magic heart to Fanina. Fanina, crush it. Once you do, you gain power and the memories of the magic master. Fanina was a little bewildered by the sudden surge of power. I just gained power like that. Isn't this too easy? Fanina reached out and, under everyone's gaze, grasped the magic heart. Everyone was ready to see how this object would grant Fanina power. At that moment, Fanina's face suddenly changed, and her grip on the magic heart loosened. Hiss! It hurts! It hurts! It's so hard! And it pricks! Fanina's face was bruised, and she shook her hand rapidly. Everyone was stunned by this, a bead of sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Ah, my hopes were in vain. Finally, Fanina pounded on it with her fists for over 10 minutes before breaking it open. The price she paid was that her hand became swollen. Fanina sat crying in a chair while Bailu prepared to grind the ointment beside her. Bailu first massaged Fanina's hand, then applied the ointment. Alright, wait an hour or two. Be careful not to get it wet, and don't expose it to high temperatures, or the ointment will be less effective. Fanina nodded and followed the doctor's instructions. Bailu put away her medicine box and followed Jinglu out to play. Jinglu was free today, and planned to take Bailu, and the other 5 little ones out to play. Rios and Duda followed. When the 6 little ones were away, they served as bodyguards in Yi Yun's absence. Xing, Sanyueki, and Luing sat down next to Funina. "Are you okay, Funina?" Sanyueki asked worriedly. Funina's eyes were filled with tears. "It doesn't hurt as much as before. As expected, gaining power comes at a price." "Whoa." Xing glanced at Funina. "Funina, come on, I take you somewhere fun." Funina wiped the tears from her eyes. "Where?" Xing said. "Just follow me, Sanwe, Luing, let's go." Xing led Sanyueki, Luing, and Funina into the cave. After a busy day yesterday, Xing and Sanyueki had renovated the cave and built a large swimming pool on the lawn. Near the swimming pool, there were several amusement rides: a carousel, a roller coaster, a pendulum, a pirate ship, a rapids ride, a bungee jump, and the like. Half of the amusement park's area was occupied by lawn. Dan Heng had cleared the remaining area and planted many fruit trees. The 4 of them entered the amusement park. Xing found a switch near the main gate and flipped it. The next second, the entire amusement park's equipment sprang to life, and cheerful music filled the air. Funina looked around curiously. Everything here was new to her. Funina spotted the carousel. "I want to ride that." Xing patted his chest. "Okay, no problem. Let's go!" For the rest of the day, Xing, Sanyueki, Luing, and Funina played in the amusement park. The construction of this amusement park cost nearly 20,000 star coins. All the equipment was purchased from Topa, with the exception of the power supply system, which was purchased from Yi Yun's shop. The power supply system is crucial. If it fails, it could be disastrous. At this moment, inside the shop, Ing, along with Shenzi and Ing, entered through the portal. Ing glanced around. "Yes, this is it." Shenzi and Ing also looked around curiously. Jeezy took Clara to the second-floor laboratory. Kafka took Ren to Pinocchio to buy some coats. Ren was in charge of driving and carrying the bags. Dan Heng and Walter also went to the cave to see how the fruit trees were doing. So, at this moment, only Yun and Noelle were in the shop. Noelle greeted Ing politely upon seeing her. "Ing, welcome." Ing raised her chin. "Noelle, where are the others? The shop seems a bit quiet today." Noelle smiled. "Everyone was busy and didn't come today." Yi Yun saw Shenzi and Ing following behind Ing. "Shenzi? Ing? You two finally made it. It's been ages since the Lantern Festival," Ing said from the side. "Yi Yun, you don't know. If I hadn't reminded them today, they wouldn't have remembered about the portal." Shenzi waved his fan slightly. "Oh, I was busy reforming in Azuma after I got home, so I didn't think about it." Yi Yun smiled. "What are you guys up to?" Shenzi said. "We're here to see Xing. We want to buy the delivery card she has." Yi Yun pointed to the spatial crack next to the gate. "Over there, Xing built an amusement park in the cave. By the way, Bunina was here today too, playing there now." The Son of God was a little surprised. "His Majesty Fukuros is here too?" Yi Yun nodded. "Yes, she just came here to buy something. Xing tricked her into buying a product where the outcome depends on luck. But she was lucky. She got something good." The Son of God piqued his interest. "Luck?" Yi Yun explained. "It's like the red envelope I gave you last Lantern Festival." "Got it?" The Son of God understood. "Is that so? I'd like to try it too." Yi Yun smiled and held out his hand. 10,000 star coins. The Son of God pouted. "Can't you just give me one?" Yi Yun raised a finger and waved it. "No, I'm running a small business." Seeing he couldn't get it for free, Shenzi could only spend 1,000 primo gems to buy a golden trash can. "Then give me one." Yi Yun helped Shenzi buy a golden trash can. Shenzi took it and asked, "Yi Yun, how do you use this thing?" Yi Yun said, "Just open the lid." Hearing this, Shenzi opened the lid. After a flash of golden light, a pickup card appeared. Shenzi picked it up and saw that it was the same pickup card Ing had in her hand. Shenzi carefully examined the words on it. "Tuanzi milk pickup card, 100,000 bottles?" Ing, standing by, suddenly had a bright look in his eyes and took the pickup card and tucked it into his pocket. Shenzi stared at his empty hand in confusion, mumbling something. "Don't be angry. It's just Tuanzi milk. What's so good about it? Let's get down to business." Shenzi, Ing, and Ing walked towards the spatial rift. Arriving in the cave, the three heard Fanina's screams from a distance. "Oh my god! That Violet! Save me! Lancelot! Save me!" The three looked over and saw Fanina, Xing, Luing, and Sanyueki riding a roller coaster. Chapter 211. Ing and the other two arrived at the roller coaster entrance and waited for Xing and the others to finish their ride. As for Paimon, he went to his snack compartment to inspect his territory. He could also restock his storage ring while he was there. Paimon looked around his territory, grabbing some chips and spicy strips. In the amusement park, the roller coaster that Xing, Sanyueki, Luing, and Funingna were riding returned to the platform. Xing and Luing were fine. They just had a lot of fun and wanted to do it again. Sanyueki leaned over the railing and vomited. He wasn't dizzy, but he felt a little nauseous. The roller coaster was 3 kilometers long and featured many 360-degree turns. Xing patted Sanyueki and teased. March, you can't do this. Didn't you say yesterday you wanted to play 3 times? You can't do it after just one? Look at that other person, Funina. No one has ever heard of it before. It's your first time, and you look so calm and composed. Look at yourself, TSK. March 7 felt something was wrong. It was Funina who was screaming the loudest up there just now, wasn't it? What's going on? March 7 looked at Funina, only to see her pupils dilated and her entire body, as if she had lost its soul. Funina? Funina? March 7 tried to call out twice, but there was no response. Oh no! Help! March 7 rushed towards Funina and shook her. This shake finally brought Funina back to life. Funina burst into tears. Wow! I'm never going to do this again. It scared me to death. March 7 and Luing helped Funina off the ride. Funina's legs were so weak she couldn't even stand. March 7 and Luing helped Funina sit down on a nearby bench, comforting her constantly. At this moment, Xing noticed Ing, Shenzi, and Ing. Hey. Ing, when did you get here? Shenzi, Ing, you're here too. Ing looked at Xing. It's only been 2 days, and you already built an amusement park. Amazing. Ing gave Xing a thumbs up. Xing chuckled. I played it once at Pinocchio last time, but it wasn't enough. Now, I got this huge cave with this much land. It's sitting there anyway, so I can build an amusement park. We can come anytime, right? Ing looked at the coaster and chuckled. One more round. Ing said this with a slight purr at Shenzi and Ing. Xing understood and returned a mysterious smile. Ing was trying to play a prank on Shenzi and Ing. Shenzi and Ing had come from Teyvat, just like Funina. Xing looked at Shenzi and Ing. Shenzi, Ing, do you want him to try it? I'm telling you, it's super fun. Shenzi smiled. I won't go. I wait here. Shenzi couldn't help but see that this was a prank on him and Ing. He's seen Funina's plight. I'm the wise and beautiful palace master. Seeing that Shenzi wasn't taking the bait, Ing took out her phone and sent Xing a message. Ing, Shenzi and Ing want to buy the delivery card you have. Got it? Xing heard her phone ring, took it out, and replied instantly. Xing, I get it. Xing called Xiaomi and Charmeleon over. A short distance away, near the bungee jumping machine, Xiaomi's small watch rang. Xiaomi checked the message, called Charmeleon, and ran towards the treehouse. This little watch was a company product. Topa had bought one for Zhang Zhang. Xing and the others saw it, and bought one for their Pokemons. Not long after, Xiaomi and Charmeleon arrived at the roller coaster station, one after the other, carrying a large box. Mika! Mika! Roar! Roar! Xiaomi put her hands on her hips, as if to ask if I was any good. Charmeleon followed suit. Xing gave Xiaomi and Charmeleon a thumbs up. Xiaomi and Charmeleon are awesome. Go play. I have things to do here. Xiaomi, delighted by the praise, swaggered out of the roller coaster station with her little brother, Charmeleon. Shenzi saw the box of pickup cards and thought to himself, oh no! It's over. Looks like I'm definitely going to have to ride this roller coaster today. Xing pulled out a pickup card. Shenzi, let's play a game. If you ride a roller coaster, I let you choose 3 pickup cards. How about that? Shenzi was hesitant. Should he ride? While Shenzi was brooding, Ing suddenly asked, can I join in? Xing immediately agreed. Yes, of course. Shenzi, look, Ying's already joined. How can you not? Shenzi sighed inwardly. Sigh. I can't avoid this today. So, Xing, Luing, Shenzi, Ing, and Ing boarded the roller coaster, and Sanyuchi helped press the start button. As the roller coaster began to climb, Shenzi sensed something was amiss. Is this slope really that steep? A few seconds later, Shenzi's screams echoed throughout the amusement park. The entire roller coaster track was designed to essentially circle the entire park, with sections in the air, underwater, and underground. Put me down. I don't want to ride anymore, Shinzi cried, tears welling in his eyes. March 7 helped Funina, who had recovered after a sip of water, to rest near a fountain. Just then, as the roller coaster roared past the fountain, Funina heard Shinzi's screams. Funina felt strangely refreshed, a sense of fun. Funina smacked her lips. TSK, that's tragic. March 7 saw that Funina had suddenly perked up. Are you okay? Funina stood up and pulled March 7 towards the roller coaster station. Alright. Come on. I want to see their plight. Hee hee. March 7 was speechless. What's that saying? Oh, I remember. Watching others experience similar pain as yourself is a joyful experience. Funina dragged March 7 to the platform, just as the roller coaster was returning. Shinzi was shaking with fear, and only with Ying's help did he get off the roller coaster. Funina's mood instantly brightened when she saw this. So cool. It turns out that seeing an old man get humiliated is so fun. After this trip, Xing sold a box of pickup cards to Shinzi and Ying for 1,000 primo gems. Xing and Ying were just having fun, so they naturally wouldn't give Shinzi any trouble. Shinzi, clutching the box of pickup cards, looked aggrieved. Ying, you must remember my contributions. I sold my soul and body to buy these supplies. Ying said calmly. Let's try this again. I think it's really fun. Shinzi gasped. It was as if he heard the whispers of a demon. Xing, upon hearing this, thought, oh, there's more fun to come, and pulled Shinzi onto the roller coaster. Funina excitedly ran to the start button. Roller coaster. Start. Chapter 212. The roller coaster started up again. As it climbed, Shinzi's face was filled with tragedy, like a prisoner on his way to execution. What if he never returned? Shinzi, then he never returned. Help! The screams of a certain scumbag fox echoed throughout the amusement park again. After playing for a while, the group returned to the train. Funina was delighted. She discovered she enjoyed watching others suffer. Shinzi had also recovered by now. The scene just now was still fresh in her mind. Yiyun couldn't help but burst out laughing at Shinzi's miserable state. Ha ha. Shinzi rolled his eyes at Yiyun in annoyance. You're still looking for it? I'm already in such a state. Yiyun looked innocent. You can't blame me for this. You wanted to go on it yourself. Shinzi felt wronged at the thought. Fortunately, he had the pickup card. There are indeed plenty of pickup cards here on Star. The ones Shinzi takes back are enough to sustain the entire Inazuma for a year. Use this year wisely to cultivate the land, grow crops, and develop animal husbandry. Next year, Inazuma will be back to normal, and its people won't have to worry about where to find their next meal every day, freeing up energy to pursue other pursuits. Shinzi felt his bag. There were still 30,000 star coins left. He spent 10,000 on the golden trash can, and another 10,000 on the star pickup cards. Looking back, I should have known better than to buy the golden trash can. I lost a fortune. Here on Star, over 100 pickup cards cost only 10,000 star coins. And for the golden trash can, he spent 10,000 star coins on just one. Now that he was here, the Son of God planned to spend his remaining star coins on some shopping. Yiyun, how do you buy things here? I remember you said you own a shop? Yiyun pointed to the touch screen on the small bar. Shop over there. Once you made your selection, insert your star coins, and you receive the goods. I have everything here. Artifacts, techniques, treasures that enhance strength, and even crops with special properties. And even things that can resurrect people. I have them all. As long as you have enough star coins, you can buy anything you want from me. The Son of God looked at Yiyun suspiciously. Is it as far-fetched as you say? Xing raised his hand. Although Yiyun's words were exaggerated, they were true. As Xing finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed in front of Yiyun. It was Ying. Ying looked at Yiyun seriously. Do you have anything to resurrect people? Yiyun smiled. Of course, I have plenty here. As he spoke, Yiyun walked over to the touch screen and pulled up items that could resurrect people, clicking on one at random for Ying and Shinzi to see. Here, take a look at this, Angel Spirit Feather. Priced at 880,000 star coins, it can unconditionally resurrect a two-winged angel, essentially a demon god-level figure. Ying's eyes were fixed on the Angel Spirit Feather on the screen. Ying stared at the touch screen for several minutes. Shinzi saw what Ying was thinking. Ying came to his senses and turned to walk towards the portal. Son of Shin, let's go back. Without a word, Ying walked into the portal. Son of Shinzi saw this, said goodbye to Yiyun and the others, and followed. After Ying returned to Inazuma, she appeared directly above Inazuma Castle. A primogem hunting order is hereby issued. All citizens of Inazuma are to gather primogems with all their might and deliver them to the castle tower. Ying's face was dignified, lightning swirling around her. Her voice, channeled through divine power, spread throughout Inazuma, including Umajai Island. Shangri-Gunia Shinkai and Goro were discussing the recent unusual behavior of the shogunate army. For the past few days, the shogunate army had been holed up in its camp, showing no signs of attacking. At this moment, Ying's voice reached them, and their expressions changed drastically. The general has appeared. Shangri-Gunia Shinkai was well aware of the Thunder God's power. It was beyond the reach of mortals. Even if they launched a war against the shogunate army, they would do so under the pretext of meeting the Thunder God and explaining Inazuma's current situation. Shangri-Gunia Shinkai immediately sent Goro to the front lines to control the soldiers. Goro, leave for the front lines immediately. Remember not to initiate a war with the shogunate army until the situation becomes clear. Goro obeyed the order and rushed to the front. Coral Palace's heart was deep in thought when a sudden light flashed in his eyes. The shogun was collecting primogems and had specifically sent them to the castle tower. This seemed like a good way to meet the shogun. Come! Have everyone collect the primogems and send them here. In Inazuma Castle, the people of Inazuma were startled when they heard of another hunting order. They thought the shogun was reinstating the Eye Hunt order. The Eye Hunt order had deprived Inazuma of many powerful individuals, causing the monsters in the wild to become more rampant and reducing the safe range for people to move around. Naturally, farmland and other things would also become less plentiful. After hearing this, the people breathed a sigh of relief. Primogems? They're worthless. I won't interfere with their livelihoods. So, those who had primogems took them and headed towards the castle tower. Thanks to the manipulations of Miko and Kamisato Ayato, the two family heads had been saddled with the blame. The people of Inazuma only knew that the two family heads had deceived the emperor and misreported, leading to the shogun's misjudgment. Miko watched the shadows in the sky. This time, she didn't intervene. It was just a primogem hunting order. It wouldn't affect Inazuma's overall situation. Besides, this was a good thing. If Sister Shin could revive her little fox, she wouldn't have to worry so much. Just then, a Miko approached. Your Excellency, Miss Kamisato Ayaka requests an audience. Miko was slightly surprised. But she quickly understood that they must have come to inquire about the primogem hunting order. Please ask her to go to the reception room. I'd be there in a minute. The Miko retreated upon hearing this. The son walked to the foot of a cherry tree and looked up at Zayo, who was secretly sleeping there. He smiled slightly. So the little raccoon cat is hiding here. I had such a hard time finding her. The son took out a chicken feather and tickled Zayo's nose. Zayo's nose twitched a few times, and she sneezed. Aku. Zayo opened her eyes angrily. Who disturbed my sleep? As she spoke, Zayo began to doze off again. The son smiled. Look who I am. Zayo struggled to open her eyes. When she saw it was the son, her eyes widened, her face filled with fear. Mayami-sama. The son smiled and carried Zayo down. Let's go. You haven't done your training for the day yet. Zayo looked reluctant at the word training. However, due to the authority of the Son of God, she could only follow obediently. As for Kamisato Ayaka, she followed the Miko into the reception room and sat down. She had just followed after hearing the shogun's order for the primogems hunt. Chapter 213. Soon, Shinsi, who had arranged for Zayo to practice, arrived in the reception room. Little Linghua, how come you have time to come to me? Haven't you been helping your brother lately? Are you feeling tired? Want to come and laze around? Hee. Shinri Linghua chuckled and shook her head. No, I wanted to ask the chief priest about the primogems hunting order. Why does the general want to collect primogems? Shinzi smiled faintly at this. Your brother asked you to ask, didn't he? Shinri Linghua didn't deny it, but simply admitted it. Yes, my brother wants to understand the general's intentions so that he can carry out the next step more efficiently. Shinzi stood up, shaking his head inwardly. This little Linghua, she just has too many things on her mind, but it's not a big deal. This matter is of great importance. Just have your brother push it forward with all his might. As for the rest, I can't tell you. After all, this concerns herself. Kamisato Ayaka understood what Shinzi meant. I see. I understand. Excuse me, Lord Palace Administrator. Kamisato Ayaka stood up to say goodbye to Shinzi. Just as she was about to leave the reception room, Shinzi suddenly stopped her. Little Ayaka, come to my place tomorrow. I take you to meet some friends. Kamisato Ayaka heard this. Meet some friends? Shinsi saw that Kamisato Ayaka was a little confused. You heard me right. I mean, I'm taking you to meet some friends. Shinsi planned to have Ayaka play with Shing, Sanueki, and the others, and get to know them. He and Shing and the others had different personalities, so it would be difficult for them to truly get along. Linghua is different. She has a similar temperament and a very good personality. I believe Linghua should be able to get along with Shing and the others. She noticed during the last Lantern Festival that there are people in both Liyue and Mondstadt who are very close to Shing and the others. Furthermore, according to intelligence, Hu Tao, Amber, Eula, and the others have all experienced a qualitative leap in strength after interacting with Shing and the others. I just arrived at Yiyun's shop today, and don't understand many things. Letting Linghua in might help me get some information. Kamiri Linghua nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll be there tomorrow morning. Elsewhere, Vanina returned to Fontaine Court. Vanina happily sat on the sofa. After a day of fun, she felt very happy. Also, the mental stress that had been accumulating for years had been greatly relieved. Vanina picked up the teapot on the coffee table and poured herself a pot of black tea. Ever since the Knights of Lancelot followed her back to Fontaine, the red teapot in her room never got cold. Every once in a while, a knight would come and replace it with a hot pot. Vanina picked up her teacup and took a sip with relish. Ah, so comfortable. Vanina pulled out a delivery card and took out a piece of strawberry cake. Let me try this little cake and see how it tastes. Vanina picked up a small spoon and scooped a spoonful into her mouth. This strawberry cake is quite delicious. The cake base is fluffy, and the cream isn't too sweet or greasy. Delicious. As she ate, Vanina noticed the delivery card on the table. After some thought, Vanina decided to treat everyone at Momong Palace to some cake. So, Vanina called Lancelot and set up a large table at the entrance of the Momong Palace. Vanina had Melissan call all the Momong Palace staff members to line up and receive their mini cakes. This excited the staff members. This was a mini cake bestowed by the Lord Water God. What was this? This was recognition of their work. One after another, the staff members lined up to receive their mini cakes. No one ate them immediately, intending to enjoy them later. Some even planned to take them home and preserve them for later use. Some people also noticed the title above Vanina's head. Water Elemental Master. Everyone felt that this title was very fitting, considering their own deity was the water god, who controlled the water element. Besides, these words sounded very prestigious. Vanina looked for a long time and realized someone was missing. Why isn't Violet here? Lancelot, who was guarding nearby, asked. He's on official business. Vanina heard this, grabbed a piece of blueberry cake, and headed for Navalot's office. Arriving at Navalot's office door, she kicked it open. Navalot. Navalot. Are you plotting a rebellion? I told you to come get the cake, but you didn't even come? And you even want me to personally deliver it to you. At his desk, Navalot, working on his business, sighed as he watched Navalot force her way in. Alas! Ms. Navalot, please knock before entering my office. Vanina waved her hand. Don't worry about the details. Come, try this little cake. I personally picked it for you. Vanina placed the cake on Navalot's desk. When she put it down, Vanina accidentally stained her hands with cream. Vanina casually picked up the document Violet had been reading on the table, tore off a page, and wiped her hands with it. Seeing her hands clean again, Vanina smiled with satisfaction. As for the torn document, Vanina casually tossed it aside. Violet looked at the cream-stained document on the ground with a frown. Violet's heart was in turmoil, about to explode, but suddenly calmed down. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. This is my own god. I can't be angry. The world is so beautiful, and yet I'm so irritable. This is not good, not good. Violet quickly picked up the small cake and took a bite. Delicious, thank you, please go back. Violet uttered 6 words quickly. Vanina saw this, a little confused about Violet's behavior. It seemed strange. But it didn't matter. I went out for a walk. After Vanina and Lancelot left, Violet placed the cake back on the table, sighed deeply, and returned to his official duties. Vanina sighed. After leaving Momong Palace, she led the Lancelot Knights out of the city. That's right, Vanina is seeking revenge. Local legend. I, Vanina, am back. Heading north, Vanina arrived at the local legend hidden deep beneath the sea. Vivian. The one that Vanina needed for her breakthrough. Vivian, upon seeing someone enter her cave, attacked without a word, launching several massive water balls at Vanina. Vanina panicked. A flash of silver light flashed, and several sword marks appeared in midair, slicing down the water balls. Lancelot stood before Fianina, sword in hand. "Monster! You dare to attack my lord? You're courting death." Lancelot was about to strike, but Fianina, having recovered, stopped him. "Lancelot, I handle it." Lancelot looked at Fianina, and after confirming her strength had indeed greatly increased, he stepped aside. However, the entire order of knights surrounded Vivienne, their gazes fixed on her. Chapter 214. As soon as Fianina was in danger, these knights would strike without hesitation and kill Viviana. Fianina faced Viviana, pointing her finger to embolden herself. "Come on! I'm not afraid of you anymore. I'm very powerful now." Viviana, upon seeing this, summoned several water balls and hurled them at Fianina. Fianina forced herself to calm down and mobilized her magic power. Water Blade. Go! A water blade, approximately 20 meters long, hurtled towards Viviana. The water blade shattered a water ball and headed straight for Viviana. However, the water blade didn't strike Viviana. Viviana was puzzled for a moment. How could such a long water blade miss? What she didn't expect was that Fianina's goal wasn't to attack her, but to neutralize the water ball she had thrown. Fianina summoned several more water blades, blocking all the water balls thrown by Vivienne. Fianina wiped the sweat from her forehead and placed her hands on her hips, feeling a sense of accomplishment. "Great! I successfully completed my first round." Vivienne fell into deep thought again. This shouldn't be possible. This really shouldn't be possible. How could such a large water blade, and several times, have missed the target? This place is a cave. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Fianina gloated for a moment, and looked at Vivienne. "Your attack round is over. It's my turn next." Fianina snapped her fingers, and several water spears over 30 meters long appeared around her. Fianina aimed carefully along her lips. "Hold on. Hold on. Let me aim better." At this moment, Vivienne sensed Fianina's intention and launched herself, hurling several more water balls at her before charging forward. Fianina was stunned. "You have no martial ethics. Shouldn't we attack each person at a time?" Fianina quickly launched several water spears, 6 of which shattered the 6 water balls. The remaining one pierced Vivienne's chest, sending her flying. After landing, Vivienne reached out and pulled the water spears from her body. This was reality. There was no elemental immunity, only damage reduction. Vivienne, struck by the water spear, was noticeably weakened. Vivienne, enraged, charged her ultimate attack, sending the surrounding water rushing towards her. At that moment, a cough was heard. Vivienne looked in the direction of the sound and saw Lancelot, his eyes filled with menace. Vivienne glanced at the silver flash from Lancelot's sword and paused. The seawater that had just gathered dispersed again. Fianina saw this. Downpour. In an instant, dozens of water bolts appeared above Vivienne's head and shot straight at her. Vivienne took all the damage from this wave and could no longer hold back. "Today, I must teach this little girl a lesson." Vivienne began to gather power again, and the seawater surged in from all around. Just then, a cough echoed from the surroundings. Vivienne looked over and saw that the 32 knights around him seemed to have sore throats, each coughing, their eyes fixed on her. Vivienne, feeling a sense of dread, swallowed hard, and subconsciously dispersed the gathering seawater. Fianina saw this. Another chance. "Take my spear." Fianina condensed several water spears and attacked Vivienne. Vivienne was knocked back again, lying motionless on the ground. This turbid water spirit was completely paralyzed. "I didn't want to fight anymore. How could I fight like this? If I really started to fight, these knights would definitely chop me up. Might as well just lie down and admit defeat, at least I could save my life." So, Vivienne lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. Fianina saw that Vivienne didn't get up for a long time, and she cheered. "Great! I win! Hee hee! Revenge!" Lancelot came to Fianina and bowed. "Congratulations, my lord, on winning this duel." The other knights congratulated him. "Congratulations, my lord, on winning." Fianina was very satisfied. "All right. Let's go back." Fianina led the Lancelot knights back the long way. As they walked, Fianina asked Lancelot. "Lancelot, weren't those water blades I just cast awesome?" Lancelot replied. "Awesome." Fianina continued. "And those water spears of mine were so long." Lancelot responded again. "That's the most powerful magic I ever seen." Fianina asked again. And Fianina walked away, recounting to Lancelot how impressive she had been. Only after Fianina and her group left the cave did Vivienne, who had pretended to be dead, get up. Vivienne sighed. Being a human, being a waterman is not easy. If I hadn't been able to read people's expressions, I'm afraid I'd be dead today. In St. Freya's Academy. After returning from Yi Yun's place, Jizi and Fu Hua helped Kiana familiarize herself with the Athena Valkyrie armor. After 2 days of practice, Kiana had achieved a basic grasp of the Athena Valkyrie armor. At least, she was no longer as unstable as before. Now, Kiana could control the Athena Valkyrie armor to perform some simple combat moves. However, Jizi and Fu Hua were not in a hurry and were taking their time. As sparring partners, they were well aware of the power of the Athena Valkyrie armor. Yesterday, Teresa captured a temple-level Honkai beast for Kiana to practice with. Kiana didn't even use a weapon. A single punch destroyed the temple-level Honkai beast. You have to remember that a B-level Valkyrie squad or a single A-level Valkyrie could only handle a temple-level Honkai beast. And Kiana only used one punch. The Athena Valkyrie armor comes with a built-in spear. If a weapon is used, TSK. After another round of punches, Himiko said, Kiana, let's stop here for today. Kiana heard this, and touched the Athena Valkyrie armor. Kiana was delighted. This Athena Valkyrie armor was incredible. Now, she was one step closer to her dream. Kiana took the ice cola Himiko handed her, and drank it all in one gulp. The refreshing and stimulating taste made Kiana feel refreshed, and all her fatigue was swept away. Ah, this ice cola is delicious. I want to go visit Xing and Sanhua later. I bring some back then. Himiko smiled at this. Then you have to come back early. Mei learned a few dishes from Xiangling today. She invited us over to try them later. Kiana immediately agreed. Okay. I'll be back as soon as possible. Fu Hua looked at Kiana. She had been wavering for the past 2 days, but ultimately, after confirming the power of the Athena Valkyrie armor, she chose to keep it a secret from Otto. Chapter 215. Compared to Otto and Destiny, Fu Hua trusted Kiana more. Kiana drained her ice cola and tossed the empty bottle into a nearby trash can. Himiko, squad leader, I'm going to play with Xing. Kiana said goodbye to the two and was about to leave. Just then, a shrill warning blared, and Teresa's voice came over the radio. Hokai City has erupted. Kiana, Himiko, Fu Hua, quickly gather at the square and depart. Kiana, Himiko, and Fu Hua hurried to the square upon hearing this. When they arrived, Teresa, Mei, and Bronya were already waiting. Kiana waved and greeted them from a distance. Auntie! Mei! We're here! Teresa said anxiously upon seeing Kiana and the others arrive. We need to support Songhai City. A high concentration of Honkai reaction has been detected there. Let's go! With that, Teresa headed towards the battleship. At that moment, a voice rang out. Mei, are you guys leaving? Teresa, Mei, and the others looked over and saw Xiangling and Guobao walking towards them. Guobao was holding a casserole. Teresa was confused. Xiangling? Why are you here? Xiangling approached, smiling. I made too much fish soup and thought I'd bring some over. Are you leaving? Mei said. There's a disaster here, and we need to go provide support. Xiangling recalled. Disaster? I remember you told me about Honkai, right? Mei nodded. Yes, Xiangling, thank you for the fish soup. You go back first, we're going to fight. Xiangling heard this, and looked at the others worriedly. Do you need my help? My marksmanship is amazing. Beside him, Guobao also joined in, hands on his hips, and barked a few times, implying that he was also very capable, and could help. Mei shook her head. Thank you, Xiangling, but it's okay. Honkai beasts are dangerous. It would be bad if you got hurt. Xiangling had no choice but to give up the idea. Okay. Then I go back first. When you get back, remember to take the train. I saved this fish soup for you. Teresa and the others smiled and agreed. Then, Teresa and the others boarded the warship and headed for Songhai City. In Yi Yun's restaurant. The only people dining were the train crew, the Starcore Hunter, the 6 little ones Yi Yun, Topaz Jade, and Clara. Xiangling and Guobao walked out from the other side of the portal. Yi Yun noticed the casserole in Guobao's hand. Didn't you go bring fish soup to Mei and the others? What's this? Xiangling explained. Mei and the others had a Honkai outbreak, and they didn't have time to eat, so I brought it back. Xing was surprised. Honkai? The one with all the monsters Kiana was talking about? Xiangling nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? Xing put down her bowl and chopsticks without a word and took out the Skyfire Judge. Of course I'm going to help. Follow me, Luing Sanhua. Sanueki took out the Hoi Bao and rushed into the portal with Xing. Luing also took out her transformation device and followed. Jizi, Walter, and Donhung all stood up upon seeing this. Kafka put down her bowl and chopsticks. Ren nodded slightly. Yeah. Kafka and Ren followed, and Silver Wolf followed reluctantly. She had originally wanted to play games for a while. Yiyun called Rios over. Rios, let's go over and see what's going on. You keep an eye on Klee and the others. Yiyun, Rios, and the 6 other little ones followed into the portal. Topa saw this and looked at Emerald. Emerald pondered for a moment. Let's go too. As for Gold Sand, send him a message and ask him to come back tomorrow. Topa took out his phone and sent Gold Sand a message, quickly receiving a reply from him. Done. Emerald nodded. Let's go, Lilialina. Let's go help our friends. In less than a minute, the entire store was empty, leaving only Xiangling and Guoba. Xiangling, seeing this, thought for a moment, and decided to leave Liyue to call for help. Soon, they found the cashier Zhongli, the monitoring room staff Nashida, the idler Asmodeus, the owner Hu Tao, the employee Huahua, and the outsourced maintenance worker Lu Yun in the internet cafe. Xiangling was panting from running so fast. Zhongli saw this and asked, Xiangling, what are you doing? Xiangling paused. Hurry! Kiana and the others are in trouble. Go help. I'm here to get help. Yiyun and the others are already there. Zhongli immediately stood up and used his divine power to lead everyone to Wanmin Hall. After passing through 2 portals, Zhongli and the others arrived at St. Freya's Academy. At this moment, Yiyun and his group, who had arrived earlier, had found a warship and were preparing to depart. Hu Tao jumped up and waved, attracting the attention of Yiyun and the others. Wait for me, Hall Master. I'm going too. Silver Wolf, the pilot, quickly stopped the engine. Zhongli said, looking at the stopped warship. Luckily we arrived quickly. Let's go and reunite with everyone. Zhongli led the Liyue group aboard the warship. Zhongli stood over to Yiyun. What's going on? Yiyun asked, noticing Zhongli's nervous expression. Relax, it's nothing serious. It's just a disaster here. Just some small monsters. Zhongli looked at Walter, who nodded, and Zhongli finally felt relieved. Yiyun poured Zhongli a cup of tea. Come on, have some tea first, relax. Walter stood by the window, quietly gazing down at St. Freya's Academy below. Everything seemed so familiar. Xing, Hu Tao, March 7, Firefly, and Xiangling gathered together, sharing interesting stories from the past few days. The 6 little ones were running around inside the battleship. Klee and the others were quite curious about this kind of warship. Until Klee saw the ammunition bay, her eyes lit up, and she touched the storage ring on her index finger. Songhai City. Kiana and the others had already arrived above Songhai City. The fighting in Songhai City was fierce, the entire city filled with smoke, and traces of battle were visible everywhere. Kiana asked impatiently, Andy, can I leave now? I'm ready to show my might. Teresa looked at Kiana. Kiana, remember, don't be reckless. Don't be reckless. Don't be reckless. Important things should be said 3 times. Kiana saluted. Roger. Teresa confirmed with the others that the combat headsets were working properly, and then sent them off. Beside the hatch, Kiana held onto it with one hand, her face filled with excitement as she gazed down at the city below. Kiana leaped down upon reaching her designated location. From midair, she shouted, Athena Valkyrie Armor. Armor! Kiana! Attack! Chapter 216. Kiana completed the Athena Valkyrie armor in midair. The moment she landed, the powerful impact created a massive crater in the surrounding ground. The surrounding Honkai beasts lost their footing and fell into the crater. Kiana summoned her spear and spun it in a 360-degree sweep. A holy white light emanated from Kiana, purifying all the Honkai beasts caught in its path and dissipating into thin air. Kiana was delighted by her devastating performance. Kiana charged through the city streets with her spear in hand. Encountering Honkai beasts, she charged, regardless of whether she was a death soldier or a temple-level Honkai beast. No one could survive a single round against her. Aboard the battleship, Teresa constantly observed Kiana's combat progress, collecting data to inform her subsequent training plans. Jeezy smiled knowingly as she watched Kiana slaughtering her enemies on the screen. Kiana has truly put in a lot of effort in her training these past 2 days. Teresa nodded in agreement. That's true. Our world finally sees hope. However, Kiana's abilities aren't quite up to par right now. She still needs training. Jeezy glanced at the screen and nodded. Even with Kiana joining the battle, she could only defeat a small fraction of the Honkai beasts. And these Hokai beasts were a mere drop in the bucket compared to the vast Hokai beast army in this battle. Over 2 hours later, the battle between the human forces and the Hokai beasts reached a fever pitch, a stalemate. In the combat command room, Teresa busily directed the Valkyrie troops. At that moment, something unusual appeared on the nearby screen. Teresa checked the system and saw a warship had entered the battlefield. Just as Teresa was about to investigate the warship's data, her ship's system was hacked, and the screens in the operations room flashed with light. The next moment, Silver Wolf, piloting the warship, appeared on the screen, looking listless. "Long time no see, Teresa Jeezy." Teresa was surprised to see Silver Wolf. "Silver Wolf? Why are you here?" Silver Wolf explained. "Not just me, but almost everyone else is here. What's the situation on the battlefield? Where can we help?" Teresa heard this. "There are still many people in the city who haven't had time to evacuate. If you can, please help us rescue them." Silver Wolf nodded. "Anything else?" Teresa thought for a moment. "Nothing else. Thank you," Silver Wolf said nonchalantly. "It's okay. Like Ian said, we're all friends. When friends are in trouble, we must help." With that, Silver Wolf hung up. Yun and the others. Silver Wolf turned on the radio and informed everyone about the rescue mission. Everyone set off to board the landing craft. Hu Tao and Xing were excited. As soon as the battleship entered the battlefield, they saw countless Honkai beasts and dead soldiers. They couldn't wait to deal with these Honkai beasts. Kafka sat in the landing craft, full of anticipation for the upcoming battle. The reason was simple. This was a rescue operation, and the targets were civilians, something she had never done before. The Star Corps Hunter's previous operations had always been to annihilate a single individual or a whole force with the force of wind and thunder. As the Silver Wolf's countdown ended, the landing craft they were aboard ejected from the warship and sped toward the surface. Train Jeezy arrived on deck, her briefcase expanding and launching into Earth-Moon orbit, transforming into a railgun. Luing slowly walked to the edge of the deck, watching the sky filled with Hokai beasts. Past scenes flashed before her eyes. It was a swarm of insects. In that battle, she had lost everything, her companions, her country, and Grammar was left alone. The scene then resembled this one so closely that Luing couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness. A flash of light flashed in Luing's hand, and a transformation device appeared. I dreamed of a scorched earth, a new bud emerging from the ground. It bloomed in the morning sun, whispering to me. Flying firefly embraces fire, living in death. Luing quickly rushed off the deck and leaped down. Transformed into Sam, she headed towards the swarm of Hokai beasts dancing across the horizon. I will ignite the sea of stars. Under Luing's carefully controlled attack, the swarm of Hokai beasts in the sky suffered a severe blow, plummeting to the ground. The entire city's sky also turned a crimson red from Luing's attack, as if it were the end of the world, a blazing flame burning in the sky. At the same time, Xing, Hu Tao, and the others arrived at their respective battlefields. Xing's Skyfire Sacred Judgment transformed into a great sword. Holding the swords with both hands, Xing slashed through the Hokai beasts, clearing an area of Hokai beasts with each strike. Even then, Xing was holding back. Had he used all his strength, unleashing a devastating annihilation mode, Songhai City would have been reduced to ruins. There was no other choice. There were still civilians in the city, so he had to hold back. Xing, Sandueki, and Danheng alone secured control of a large area and rescued the survivors of a large refugee camp. On the US side, Zhongli sat calmly at the entrance of a department store. Behind him, many survivors gathered in the building. At the entrance, Hu Tao, Xiangling, and the others were engaged in a fierce battle with Honkai beasts. With the shield Zhongli had provided, the Honkai beasts were completely invulnerable to Hu Tao and the others. This provided a perfect opportunity for Hu Tao, Xiangling, and the others to hone their martial arts skills. Zhongli had no intention of offering any assistance. At most, he would dispatch any Honkai beasts that crossed Hu Tao and the others' defenses, training them. On Walter's side, he held his cane and located the strongest Honkai beast unit in this battle, the Emperor-class Honkai beast. Walter, watching the Emperor-class Honkai beast bearing its fangs and claws before him, felt an inexplicable surge of nostalgia. He too had faced such an enemy once before. Walter finally uttered those words. In the name of the world. The Star of Eden in Walter's hand erupted with full force, a black hole devouring the Emperor-class Honkai beast. Walter waved the Star of Eden gently, splitting the black hole in two, along with the Emperor-class Honkai beast. The black hole vanished, and so did the Emperor-class Honkai beast. Walter, holding the Star of Eden, stood atop the building, adjusting his glasses with his hand as he gazed silently at the battlefield below. On the battleship, Yi-Yun had Silver Wolf steered the battleship to a completely destroyed area, devoid of any living creatures except the Honkai beast. Yi-Yun and Rios led the 6 little creatures to the deck. Klee took out all the shells she had just found in the ammunition bay and placed them on the ground. "Everyone, let's blow up the monsters!" The other 5 little creatures shouted, and the 6 stood in a row, picking up the shells on the ground and throwing them at the battlefield below. Hey hey! Hey hey! Klee wants to be a hero and fight monsters. Chapter 217. The 6 little ones continuously dropped shells, transforming the warship into a bomber, pounding the Honkai beasts below. The warship shells were specifically designed to deal with Honkai beasts, and they were highly effective. The Honkai beasts below were annihilated in droves. On Kiana's side, just as she speared a temple-level Honkai beast, Teresa's voice rang through her tactical headset. "Kiana, don't worry about the ground battlefield. The fighter plane that's coming to pick you up has already departed. Go deal with that warship in the sky." Kiana was puzzled. "Why?" Teresa explained. "Yi-Yun and the others are here to help. They've taken over the ground battlefield. We go deal with the final target." Kiana was pleasantly surprised to hear Yi-Yun and the others had arrived. "Really? Yi-Yun and the others are here? Where are Xing and the others? I'm going to find them." Teresa was speechless. "Well," Kiana was confused again. "Wait until we've taken care of the Moonlight Throne before we go. We're at war." Kiana snapped back to her senses. "Oh. Okay. Forget the fighter planes, I just fly over there. Woohoo. Take off." Kiana piloted the Athena Valkyrie armor, launching itself from the ground and swiftly heading towards the Moonlight Throne in the sky. Inside the Moonlight Throne, Kiana kicked through the Moonlight Throne's outer shell and burst into the interior. This left Mei, who had been waiting outside for a long time, speechless. Her wait had been in vain. So, Mei, Bronya, and the other 2 reunited inside the Moonlight Throne. As soon as Kiana saw Mei, she leaped over and hugged her. "Mei, did you see me just now? Am I really that powerful?" Mei smiled and stroked Kiana's hair. "Amazing. Kiana is the best," Bronya said then. "Stop talking, idiot Kiana. Let's go take care of the Moonlight Throne first." Kiana, hearing Bronya call her an idiot again, immediately retorted, "You're the idiot. I'm Athena, the Valkyrie, the symbol of wisdom. Look at my head." Bronya glanced at Kiana. "It's Athena who's wise, not you, idiot Kiana." As she spoke, Bronya cracked the code to the door before her. Kiana went berserk at Bronya's taunt. "Bronya, you little dwarf." Just then, Bronya successfully hacked in, unlocked the door, and walked right in. Kiana felt completely irritated and frustrated. Mei smiled and consoled her. All right, Kiana, let's get on with the mission." Kiana heard this, and reluctantly walked into the Moonlight Throne. The 3 of them easily eliminated the Honkai beasts within the Moonlight Throne and reached its control core, successfully shutting down its engines and recovering them. On the ground, with the help of Xing and the others, the battleground was almost complete. The survivors in the city had all been evacuated. Yi-Yun and the others also reached Teresa's warship. Teresa scanned Songhai City again, and after confirming there were no survivors, she breathed a sigh of relief. "It's done. Thank you all for your help. Otherwise, these survivors would be in grave danger." Yi-Yun smiled and shook his head. "You're welcome," Xing suddenly asked. "So now the only ones in the city are Honkai beasts, right?" Teresa nodded. "Yes, what's wrong?" Xing chuckled and took out the Skyfire Judgment. "I finish." Xing arrived on the deck, the Skyfire Judgment in his hand operating at full power. Teresa saw this, and knew exactly what Xing was thinking. No one present knew the power of the Skyfire Judgment more than she did. "No! Xing! Stop!" But it was too late. Xing shouted. "Unsheath the Skyfire." Destruction. Xing slashed with his sword, and the entire Songhai City was engulfed in raging flames. At the Sky Management headquarters, Otto was watching the battle from the monitoring room. In his view, after Xing's strike, all the cameras in the monitoring room covering Songhai City were destroyed. When the raging flames dissipated, the entire Songhai City was razed to the ground, and ash fell from the sky from time to time. Teresa's hand froze in midair. "Are all of you who wield the Holy Fire Judgment so clueless?" Siegfried acted like that. "And you, Xing, too," Teresa sighed as she gazed down at the razed Songhai City below. Forget it. At worst, she could just rebuild the city. This way, Tearing it all down would make it easier to rebuild, saving the effort of demolishing the ruins. As Xing struck with her sword, she felt instantly relieved, her mind clearing. Just now, she had been hesitant and frustrated while rescuing survivors in the city. This strike released all her frustration. Satisfied, Xing returned to the cabin, took a seat, and took a long swig from a bottle of iced wine. Teresa piloted the battleship and led everyone to the Moonlight Throne. Teresa knew the reason for the Moonlight Throne's presence there. It was part of her and Tesla's plan. When they arrived at the Moonlight Throne, Kiana, Bronya, and May were already waiting on the deck. "Aunt, you're finally here." Kiana happily waved and jumped. Kiana also spotted the others. "Xing! Sanwe!" Kiana sprinted over to Xing and Sanwe. Xing raised an eyebrow. "Long time no see, Kiana. I heard you've been training these days. How's it going?" Kiana patted her chest. "Of course it's great. Didn't you see my impressive display just now? Wasn't it impressive?" Xing shook her head. "I don't know. I didn't see you. Come on, did you see that sword strike I just made?" Kiana nodded. "I saw it. What's wrong?" Xing chuckled. "How's it? Cool, isn't it?" Kiana nodded emphatically. "Cool." Xing patted Kiana's shoulder. "Do you want to learn?" Kiana knew what she was thinking. Of course she wanted to learn. "Yes." Xing took out the Skyfire Judgment. "First, you need to get a Skyfire Judgment." Kiana pointed at Yiyun. "Does Yiyun sell one?" Xing nodded. "Yes, go get one from Yiyun later, and I teach you how to use a great sword." Kiana was thrilled at the thought of unleashing a powerful attack with the Skyfire Judgment. Playing with a great sword would be so cool. Afterward, Teresa took over the Moonlight Throne and piloted it towards St. Freya's Academy. Teresa called everyone over and announced she was treating them to a celebratory meal to celebrate their victory. In this battle, they had completely annihilated all the Honkai beasts in Songhai City. Yiyun and the others had nothing else to do, so they simply agreed. Asmodeus and Kiana stared at each other. Chapter 218. Kiana and Asmodeus were stunned. The other person looked exactly like them. Asmodeus looked as if he had seen a ghost. "How come you look exactly like me?" Kiana asked back. "I was just about to ask you, why do you look exactly like me?" Yiyun said from the side. "You must be in the same situation as the two Himiko, isomorphs from different worlds." Asmodeus and Kiana looked as if they had realized what was going on. Then, Asmodeus and Kiana walked off to the side, arm in arm, whispering to each other. Bronya was chatting with Silver Wolf nearby. Silver Wolf said, "I recently found a virtual online game. Would you like to try it? It's set in a punk mecha world, and you can race motorcycles on the main road." Bronya, upon hearing that she could race motorcycles, agreed without hesitation. "Let's go!" Silver Wolf pulled out two brain computers. "This is a brain-computer interface. It can connect to your neurons." Bronya took it and put it on. However, the brain-computer interface suddenly lit up red, unable to connect to Bronya's neurons. Silver Wolf noticed this. "What's going on?" "Bronya, do you mind if I scan your body?" Bronya shook her head. "I don't mind." Silver Wolf lightly pressed the earpiece, and a pair of tactical goggles appeared, scanning Bronya's entire body. Soon, Silver Wolf found the problem. "Interesting, Bronya. There's a chip in your brain, connected to your neurons. No wonder you can't use the brain-computer interface. Do you want me to remove it for you?" "It's not a good thing." Bronya looked at Silver Wolf excitedly. "Really?" Silver Wolf nodded. "It's a piece of cake. This technique is simple, and can be done in a few minutes. So how about I help you?" Bronya nodded excitedly. "Thank you." Finally, she could break free from her mother's control. Now, she no longer had to do things she didn't want to do. Silver Wolf had Bronya lie on a table. He summoned the etheric keyboard, scanned Bronya's body, and began to operate. This scene caught the attention of the others, who gathered around. Silver Wolf glanced at them. "He's currently being treated. Stay away. Keep the air flowing." May saw this and looked at Bronya, lying on the table with concern. "Silver Wolf, what's wrong with Bronya?" Silver Wolf asked casually. "It's nothing serious. There's just a biochip in Bronya's brain that controls her movements. I remove it for her. Don't talk to me anymore. I'd be right here. If you have any questions, please ask Bronya herself." Everyone fell silent upon hearing this, watching Silver Wolf anxiously as he treated Bronya. With a few subtle manipulations, Silver Wolf quickly removed the biochip from Bronya's brain. Silver Wolf stood up and stretched. "Done! Get up, Bronya." Bronya stood up, feeling the change in herself, and gave Silver Wolf a grateful look. "Thank you, Silver Wolf." Silver Wolf waved his hand. "It's okay. I go play for a while. Come find me later." Silver Wolf shook the brain computer in his hand. Bronya nodded in agreement. At this time, May and the others asked Bronya, "Bronya, why do you have a biochip in your brain?" Bronya, upon hearing this, told everyone about her past experiences, including the incident with the third Honkai impact and seal. Kiana was furious after hearing this. "This whole Cocolia thing is too bad. I can't stand it. I'm going to deal with her," Asmodeus said from the side. "I help you," Teresa said. "There's no rush. Let's go back first. We have a celebration banquet tonight in St. Freya Academy." Everyone stepped down from the Moonlight Throne. Teresa called in a large group of Valkyries to begin setting up the scene, moving tables, arranging decorations, and so on. Hoshi, Kiana, and the others gathered together to chat. Hoshi said, "Tomorrow we're taking the train back to Rofu to participate in the martial arts ceremony. Kiana, do you want to go and have some fun?" Kiana asked curiously. "Martial arts ceremony? What's that?" Xing asked. "It's the martial arts tournament held by Luofu. Do you want to go?" Kiana thought for a moment and agreed. "Okay. I go to the train tomorrow morning." After that, Kiana looked at May. "May, let's go together tomorrow." May smiled and nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's go to the martial arts ceremony tomorrow." Sentiment headquarters. Otto sat in the monitoring room, his chin resting on one hand, lost in thought. Interesting, truly interesting. Where did these people come from? Guess I have to go see my wonderful granddaughter. Rita, go to St. Freya's College and help me see what my wonderful granddaughter has been up to lately. Upon hearing this, Rita accepted the mission. "Yes, Archbishop." Rita left Otto's office and boarded the warship bound for St. Freya's Academy. The warship sped along, arriving over St. Freya's Academy in just 2 hours. The people celebrating at their meal looked up at the warship in the sky. Teresa looked puzzled. "This is the Destiny's warship?" The warship slowly descended, and Rita emerged with a team of Valkyries. Teresa saw Rita and stepped forward. "Rita, it's you." Rita bowed slightly. "Miss Teresa, it's been a long time since we last met. I come here on the Archbishop's orders to test the students' abilities." Otto had already figured out a way for Rita to come to St. Freya's Academy to test their performance, a pretext that wouldn't arouse suspicion from Teresa and the others. Teresa heard this. "Of course, the day after tomorrow. I gather all the Valkyries from the Academy for a competition. How's that?" Rita agreed with a smile. "Sure," Teresa said. "We're having a celebration party. Rita, would you like to come?" A glint of cunning flashed in Rita's eyes. This was a perfect opportunity for her to approach these people openly without them noticing anything unusual. "Okay." Teresa led Rita to the main table and introduced her to Yiyun and the others. Rita politely greeted everyone. Just as she was looking for someone to chat with and gather information, she suddenly spotted Klee, Bailu, Chi-Chi, Yao Yao, Hook, and Diana, happily eating in a circle around the children's table. In an instant, Rita forgot her mission and came over to Klee. "Dear little ones, would you like me to feed you?" Klee turned and looked up at Rita. "Hello, big sister. Klee can eat on her own, so there's no need to bother you. Captain Jean said good children should learn to eat on their own, hee." Klee smiled brightly, and Rita's heart melted. Oh my goodness! How could there be such a cute little girl in this world? Chapter 219. Rita was completely captivated by Klee. "So your name is Klee?" "Mine is Rita. You can call me Sister Rita." Klee laughed at her. "Sister Rita." Rita was completely captivated by the word sister. She felt completely lost in the ecstasy, almost ecstasy, and completely lost in it. Teresa had originally said she would take Rita to her table. Looking back, she saw Rita had pulled a small stool and sat next to Klee, smiling as she listened to the 6 little ones talk and watched them eat. Teresa saw this, and didn't know what to say, so she let her be. In a village not far away, Otto quietly arrived with a team of Valkyries. "Set up the equipment quickly," Otto commanded, then walked into a house. Inside, several Valkyries had already cleaned up the house. Otto sat down at a desk, opened his laptop, put on headphones, and monitored the celebratory banquet. Otto quietly watched the screen as everyone happily enjoyed the feast. As he watched, Otto felt thirsty. "Someone, give me a glass of water." Otto called out to the door, but no one responded for a long moment. Otto removed his headphones and turned to look outside. As he turned, he saw a fist the size of a sandbag. Otto was sent flying by the punch, slamming hard against the wall and sliding down. Otto looked up at the attacker, his eyes widening. Walter? Yes, it was Walter. The moment the surveillance cameras entered St. Freya's college, Walter had noticed them. Walter followed them. I never expected it. I really never expected it. I actually caught a big fish. Walter's usual solemn demeanor was gone, his face filled with madness. A flash of red flashed in Walter's eyes. Otto! Ha ha ha! Otto! You're finally in my hands, Star of Eden. Zero power. Walter was about to kill Otto outright. But then he realized that letting Otto die outright would be too easy for him. So Walter put away the Star of Eden, brushed his hair back with one hand, adjusted his sleeves, and walked towards Otto. Otto's screams echoed throughout the room. Over an hour later, Walter dragged Otto, a lifeless corpse, back to the celebration party. Seeing Otto's miserable state, Rita immediately drew her weapon and attacked Walter. Star was swift-witted and swift-handed. Holding the holy judge of heavenly fire, she stood in front of Rita and slashed at her with her sword. Rita had no choice but to retreat. Rita pointed her side directly at Xing. Get out of the way! Hu Tao, March 7, and the others surrounded Rita. Xing held the heavenly fire judge horizontally, aiming at Rita. Don't even think about it. If you want to touch Uncle Yang, you have to get past me first. Rita closed her eyes slightly, then opened them again. All Valkyries, listen. Rescue the Archbishop. The Valkyries who had followed Rita attacked Xing and the others. Seeing this, Teresa stopped pretending and went straight for the fight. Grandpa's been captured. Kiana! Attack! Bronya launched into the air, pointing at the Valkyrie troops below. Fire! Several energy blasts fired, instantly knocking down several Valkyries, leaving them powerless to resist. Mei drew her katana and met the Valkyrie troops, but Mei still couldn't bring herself to strike. Every strike avoided vital points, aiming only to weaken the enemy's fighting power. Kiana summoned the Athena Valkyrie armor, each strike capable of knocking down numerous Valkyries. At Teresa's instruction, everyone held back, aiming only to neutralize the Valkyrie's resistance. Rita spun her side in a circle and charged at Xing. Seeing this, Xing no longer held back, preparing to instantly finish Rita off. At that moment, Fu Hua appeared between them and, with a Tai Chi push, repelled Rita. Xing, leave her to me. Xing agreed, and went to help the others clear out the Valkyrie troops. Fu Hua breathed a sigh of relief when Xing walked away. She had taken the initiative to confront Rita not to help Xing, but to protect her. It had only been a short time since Xing's sword strike in Songhai City. If Rita had truly faced Xing, her fate was unimaginable. If she did it herself, at least she could guarantee Rita would not be hurt. Rita looked at Fu Hua. Miss Fu Hua, I don't want to be your enemy. Please move aside. I need to rescue the Archbishop. Fu Hua sighed. Rita, I can't let you through. You're no match for Xing and the others. Rita bowed slightly. I'm sorry, Miss Fu Hua. Rita, side in hand, quickly rushed towards Fu Hua. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Yi Yun and Zhongli continued to leisurely sip their tea. The 6 little ones stood beside Yi Yun, waving flags and cheering for the crowd. Rios and Deduko protected the 6 little ones. Kelly took out a small flag and waved it back and forth. Go Sister Xing. Go Sister Sanueki. Kelly is rooting for you. Bai Lu, Huku, Diana, Chi-Chi, and Yao also waved flags and cheered. Bai Lu shouted the loudest. Go Hu Tao. You're so cool. Hook was cheering on GZ. Go GZ, sister. Yao Yao pulled Chi-Chi. Go Kiana, sister. Go Kiana, go. After Xing and the others joined the battlefield, they quickly overwhelmed the Valkyrie troops. In the end, only Rita and Fu Hua were left fighting. Rita looked around and realized she was the only one left standing. She immediately thought to herself, this is bad. Seeing Rita looking at her, Xing waved. You guys keep going. Ignore us. Just pretend we don't exist. Go on, go on. With that, Xing, Sanueki, Hu Tao, and the others sat down in a row by a flower bed, excitedly preparing to watch the battle between Rita and Fu Hua. Xing pulled out a large bag of sunflower seeds and distributed them to Sanueki and the others. Come on, eat some sunflower seeds. Such a great fight scene. What's the point without some? And so, the scene unfolded. Xing, Sanueki, and the others sat in a row, cracking sunflower seeds as they watched Rita and Fu Hua battle. When they saw the exciting parts, everyone would applaud. Kiana's voice was the loudest. especially when she saw Fu Hua gaining the upper hand. Good. Go, squad leader. Squad leader is the best. Rita felt annoyed by the shouting. Did these people have any sense of danger? She was an S-rank Valkyrie. But then, the next voice suddenly broke Rita's heart. The 6 little ones lined up in a neat row, waving small flags to cheer Fu Hua on. Go, Sister Fu Hua! Go, Sister Fu Hua! Rita suddenly clutched her chest, and everyone thought they could hear glass breaking. Fu Hua seized the opportunity and grabbed Rita, capturing her. At this moment, Rita's mind only had the image of the 6 little ones cheering for Fu Hua. It hurt. Where did it hurt? It hurt. It hurt everywhere. Chapter 220. A dozen minutes later, Rita and the surviving Valkyrie were imprisoned together, with Xing sitting nearby as a guard. Next to them lay the holy judge of heavenly fire. Otto, meanwhile, was tied to a tree by Walter. Walter, Yiyun, and Zhongli sat beneath the tree, drinking tea and chatting. From time to time, Walter would kick Otto. Did I make you faint? Wake up! Otto awoke from the attack and opened his eyes. Walter saw this. Did I make you open your eyes? Close them. Otto closed his eyes helplessly again. However, severely wounded, the moment he closed his eyes, sleepiness overwhelmed him. Seeing Otto dozing off again, Walter poked Otto's stomach with the Star of Eden, waking him with the pain. March 7th observed Walter's expression in amazement. This is the first time I've seen Uncle Yang like this. Hu Tao, standing nearby, echoed. Mr. Walter usually looks solemn, but this is the first time I've seen him like this. Who is that blonde man? Mr. Walter actually treated him like this. March 7 thought for a moment and asked Kiana, who was munching on sunflower seeds. Kiana, do you know that man? Kiana was now addicted to sunflower seeds, unable to stop. The more she ate, the more delicious it became. Ah? You mean Archbishop Otto? He's our Archbishop. March 7 heard this. Archbishop? May added. We belong to an organization called Destiny, and the Archbishop is the head of Destiny. We all obey his orders. Hu Tao, after hearing May's explanation, became even more confused. Then why didn't you save him just now? Kiana and May said they didn't know. They basically followed Teresa's lead. Whoever Teresa said to kill, they would kill. Yiyun glanced at the miserable Otto, and a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Yiyun looked at Zhongli. Zhongli, your neighbor Ying is pooling money to buy a resurrection item. What about you? Do you have any ideas? Zhongli frowned slightly. Resurrection item? Yiyun nodded. Yes, a resurrection item can unconditionally resurrect anyone at Ying's level or below. So would you like one? Zhongli nodded slightly. Yes, I want more than one. However, it will take some time. I still have some use for the star coins I have. Yiyun wasn't in a hurry. Indeed, you still need to open up new planets. Otto listened carefully to their conversation, catching every word. Otto's eyes widened, and he looked at Yiyun anxiously. Sir, do you really have resurrection items for sale? Seeing Otto still had the strength to speak, Walter walked over and kicked him. Shut up your filthy mouth. You're polluting the air around you. Walter finished, fanning himself with a fan, a look of disdain on his face. Yiyun didn't answer Otto's question, but walked away with Zhongli. Yiyun had deliberately brought up the idea of resurrection in front of Otto, just to whet his appetite. Otto paused, then looked up at Walter. You're not the Walter I know. Who are you? Tell me. Does that guy just now really have something that can resurrect people? Walter adjusted his glasses. Indeed, I'm not the Walter you know. I'm from a parallel world. But that doesn't stop me from taking my anger out on you. Yiyun does have something that can resurrect people. Yes, the resurrection range Yiyun just mentioned includes Colin. I'm a little tired after beating you for so long. I let you go for a while. You can rest, and I can rest too. After saying that, Walter straightened his messy clothes and walked towards Yiyun and Zhongli, leaving Otto tied to the tree. Otto's head drooped, his thoughts unseen. After a short rest, Yiyun and the others went their separate ways. Zhongli and his group returned to Liyue Harbor. As soon as Asmodeus returned, he rushed to the Wangsheng Hall Internet Cafe. Asmodeus pulled Hu Tao over to Hu Tao's Hellfire motorcycle. Master, hurry! Take me back. Hu Tao climbed onto the Hellfire motorcycle and shouted to Zhongli. Guest, what are you standing there for? Get on board. Let's go back together. Zhongli glanced at Asmodeus. Asmodeus said urgently. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. I need to get back online. Zhongli then boarded the Hellfire motorcycle. Hu Tao stepped on the throttle and sped off towards the Internet Cafe. A little over 10 minutes later, the three of them returned to the internet cafe. Asmodeus jumped off the motorcycle and ran into the building, heading straight for the third floor. Zhongli said goodbye to Hu Tao and returned to his own courtyard. Hu Tao checked the time. It was still early. After a moment's thought, he parked the motorcycle and prepared to go for a stroll. Hu Tao walked along the street, the lights of Liyue ablaze at night. Along the way, many people who knew Hu Tao greeted her. Wang Xingtang is now more famous for its internet cafe than its funerals, and the people of Liyue are no longer so wary of Hu Tao. When she met Hu Tao before, she was afraid she'd be dragged into selling her Wang Xingtang set meals. While strolling, Hu Tao unknowingly arrived at Kong's milk tea shop. It was the first time for the people of Liyue to have seen milk tea, and since it tasted so good, Kong's business was booming. It started as a small shop, about 10 square meters, but now it has its own standalone space. Kong has also hired a few employees, making things much easier for him. Hu Tao walked into the milk tea shop. "Kong, give me 1 or 3 cups of milk tea." Hu Tao had originally only wanted 1 cup, but after thinking about it, she decided to bring 1 for Asmodeus and the guest. After placing her order, Kong looked up and saw it was Hu Tao. "Master Hu, it's you. These 3 cups are on me." Hu Tao shook her head. "No, no." Hu Tao took out 3,000 mora and handed it to Kong. Kong, seeing this, had no choice but to take the mora. Kong then asked, "Master Hu, is Asmodeus at the internet cafe? I just went to discuss something with her, and she wasn't there." Hu Tao said, Yes, I just got back." "What did you want?" Kong smiled. "I got a commission from her." Hu Tao understood. "I see. Go see her later. From what I know about her, she's definitely going to be partying all night tonight. Speaking of which, the guests at my Wansheng Hall are all big shots." "I didn't realize it at the time." Kong smiled wryly, his lips twitching. "So you know who your Wansheng Hall's guests are? I thought you didn't." "Okay, I'll be there when I'm done. Come, Master Hu, your milk tea is ready." Hu Tao accepted the milk tea, thanked him, and continued strolling while sipping it. Chapter 221. 10 p.m. After cleaning up the place with the employees, Kong held a meeting. "I'm going to be out for a while. During this time, everyone will operate as normal. Everyone, please follow Ada's instructions. Do you understand?" Ada was Kong's first employee. He was diligent and honest. "Don't worry, boss. I take care of the store," Ada said, patting his chest. Kong nodded in confidence. "Well, thank you all for your hard work. I bring you gifts when I get back." Kong closed the shop door, handed the key to Ada, and headed towards the internet cafe. Kong arrived at the internet cafe and went straight to the 3rd floor. The staff at the 3rd floor door blocked Kong's way. "Hello, sir. Please show me your ID," Kong said. "I'm here to see someone. Could you please add Asmodeus?" The staff member, upon hearing this, knew Asmodeus well. He was their guest. "Okay, wait a moment. I report for you." A few minutes later, the staff and Nashida emerged. Nashida smiled and greeted Sora. "Good evening, Sora." Sora nodded with a smile. "Good evening, Nashida. Is Asmodeus in there?" Nashida nodded. "Yes, come on, I take you inside." Sora followed Nashida into Asmodeus's room. As soon as Sora entered, a keyboard cap flew towards him and hit him in the face. The next second, Asmodeus swiftly flew over, retrieved the keyboard cap, and resumed his work. Sora was speechless. Those who play Audition are all keyboard destroyers. During this period, many keyboards at Hu Tao Internet Cafe had broken, unsurprisingly, all caused by Audition patrons. Every time they finished a round, they would press the spacebar with all their might. They looked like they were about to smash the keyboard. After Asmodeus finished his round, he turned around and looked at Sora. "Tell me, what brings you to me?" Sora said. "I plan to leave for Shumi tomorrow." Asmodeus thought for a moment, then pulled out an eye of the extinguished Earth God and tossed it to Sora. "What they say online is true. Whitewashed creatures are 3 points weaker. With your strength, I'm afraid you can't handle it. Take this thing. At the crucial moment, smash it, and I come." Song listened to Asmodeus' taunt and was about to retort, but then thought, Asmodeus seemed to be right. Whitewashed creatures are 3 points weaker. Sombra could only silently accept the eye of the god that Asmodeus offered him. Afterwards, Sora and Nashida agreed on a time to leave for Shumi tomorrow at noon. In Azuma Castle, inside the castle tower. Ing, Paimon, and Shinzi were enjoying hot pot. Ing asked, "Ing, how many Primogems have you collected? I heard you got a Primogem hunting order." Ing looked at Shinzi. Shinzi said. Good progress. We collected over 20,000 Primo Gems so far. Ing heard this. It's only you in power who can easily get a ton of Primo Gems. I, for one, have to earn star coins myself. Sigh. Shinzi chuckled. I envy you. You can do what you love without any worries. Ing thought about it, and realized that she herself was quite free. Shinzi asked again. Are you busy tomorrow? Ing looked at Shinzi, asking suspiciously. What's wrong? Shinzi said. Tomorrow I want you to accompany me to Heike Island to meet Zayak Sinhai. Ing shook her head. I'm busy. I'm going to Luofu to participate in the martial arts ceremony. Shinzi's interest piqued. A martial arts ceremony? What's that? Ing explained. Luofu is a faction affiliated with Yi Yuan and his group. They're holding a competition, with generous rewards for the winners. Xing and the others signed up to go, and have some fun. Ing looked at Shinzi. I think you could send a few people to check it out. Luofu is incredibly powerful, both in terms of individual strength and advanced technology. Shinzi looked at Ing. Ing, what do you think? Ing didn't care. Whatever, as long as it doesn't affect my collection of Primo Gems. Shinzi smiled. That won't happen. Then the four of them continued eating. After dinner, Shinzi arrived on the main street of Inazuma Castle. She had come to find a certain rogue ghost. Soon, she found Ichido in an open space, playing rock-paper-scissors with a child. Shinzi watched from the sidelines. Soon, Ichido had lost all his snacks. Ah! I actually lost. You little brats, do you dare to play again tomorrow? I win back. The children readily agreed. Come on, do you think we're afraid of you? After the children left, Shinzi called out to Ichido. Arataki Ichido. Ito turned around when someone called him. It's you? Trashy fox. Shinzi, upon hearing Ito's address, lost his voice. Ito asked. Why are you here? Shinzi smiled. Do me a favor, how about that? Ito agreed immediately. Sure, tell me what it is, and I do my best to help you. Shinzi said. Tomorrow, you come with me to a place and have a match. For every win, I give you 100 kilograms of food. How's that? Ito waved his hand nonchalantly. Fine, even if there's no reward. I value loyalty. I find you tomorrow. Shinzi smiled. Meet me at Naruto Shrine. Tomorrow, Shinzi planned to take Linghua and Ito to the competition. Those two should be enough. As for Ing, she returned to the RV with Paimon. As she approached, she saw a girl in bandages skulking around her RV. Ing stepped forward. Who are you? What are you doing sneaking around my car? The girl turned. Is this big thing yours? Hello, my name is Xiaogong. Ing introduced herself. Hello, my name is Ing. Xiaogong, are you from here? Xiaogong nodded. Yes, my family sells fireworks in Inazuma City. I was curious about your giant thing, so I came to take a look. Ing understood. Is that so? Let's go. I take you inside. Xiaogong was surprised. Really? Ing said. Of course. Come on, move aside. I opened the door. Xiaolong only realized she was blocking the door after Ing reminded her, and quickly moved aside. Ing took out her keys, opened the car door, and invited Xiaolong inside. Xiaolong entered the RV, just like Amber at the time, like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. Everything she saw was new and exciting. Ing poured Xiaolong a glass of orange juice. Xiaogong thanked her, and took a sip of her orange juice. Ing, are you from outside Inazuma? Ing replied. Yes, I'm starting to regret coming here. The weather in Inazuma is terrible. Paimon said grumblingly. Yeah, that's not all, but we had to sacrifice so much food. How could Paimon not be resentful? Those rations Ing donated were her own. Ing rolled her eyes at Paimon. Why are you so resentful? I don't have any resentment at all. Those supplies are mine. Xiaogong was completely confused. Supplies? Did you donate supplies? Paimon said. We distributed a lot of food in one village. Xiaogong looked at Ing, and then at Paimon in disbelief. Are you the kind-hearted people? The kind-hearted people who distributed food in Konda village? Chapter 222. Ing was a bit confused. A great philanthropist? Did the news spread so quickly? A great philanthropist? Xiaogong nodded slightly. Yes, you donated so much food. If you're not great philanthropists, what are you? You don't know how much your food has saved countless lives. Ing pondered over this, her thoughts returning to her time in Konda village. Back then, everyone in Konda village was truly pale and emaciated. Xiaogong continued. Today, on my way here, I heard a lot of people talking about building a statue for you. Ing smiled awkwardly, a drop of sweat running down her forehead. Hee. I appreciate the thanks, but forget about the statue. Xiao Gong felt these people weren't exaggerating. Given Inazuma's situation and Ying's behavior, it seemed likely someone would actually want to do the same. You don't know, Inazuma was in dire straits before. The isolationist policies and the eye-hunting orders each made life even more difficult for us common people. After saying this, Xiao Gong took out his god's eye. Look at my god's eye. I never dared wear it before. The people on Yumajai Island even revolted and fought against the shogunate because of these decrees. Hearing this, Ing remembered that the Son of God had just asked her to accompany him to Yumajai Island the next day. Yumajai Island? I heard of you. Aren't you from the same country? Why are you fighting? Xiao Gong helplessly spread his hands. What else could it be? It's because of the former head of the Kuzhou family and the former head of the Tong family. They deceived the emperor, reported false information, and led the general to make the wrong decision. The isolationist policy has led to a shortage of supplies on Haigi Island. Haigi Island originally relied on maritime trade for its food supply. This interruption would effectively cut off their livelihood. By the way, Ing, are you a merchant? How could you possibly come up with so much food at once, merchant? Ing shook her head, indicating she wasn't. No, I'm a traveler. Pa, not a traveler, I'm being frivolous again. I'm an inspector, here to monitor the people's livelihood. Xiao Gong didn't understand what she said, but she felt quite impressive. Ing, noticing Xiao Gong didn't understand, didn't elaborate further. Don't worry about that. I just came here for work. Xiao Gong understood. Is that so? I thought you were a merchant, and I was thinking of introducing you to some business. I know a few people on Haigi Island, and if you were a merchant, I could introduce you to some business. Ing heard this, and a light bulb went off in her head. Wait a minute. This seems like a business opportunity, and Azuma's primo gems, Ing, and the others need them, but it's not easy for her to take them. But Umajima is a rebel. I can always take the rebel's primo gems, by then, Shensi and Ing won't say anything. Because Umajima is a rebel, the only downside is that she's supporting their enemies. These are minor matters. At worst, she can just give Inazuma some supplies. Ing plans to buy food from Tapa. It only costs a few star coins to buy a whole bunch. Ing looked at Xiaolong, as if she saw a hungry wolf and a fat sheep. Xiaolong. Actually, I'm a businessman too. I have a lot of food here. Why don't you contact your friends? Xiao Gong was a bit confused. Huh? Didn't you say you weren't a merchant? Why are you one now? Ing waved her hand. That's not important. What's important is that I can provide food. Can you help me contact them? Xiao Gong heard this. Okay, I make the call for you. Have you been in Inazuma these days? Ing nodded. Yes, this car is my residence. I be parked here for the next few days. You can come find me here. Xiao Gong understood. Then, with Ing and Paimon eagerly watching, Xiao Gong returned home. After Xiao Gong left, Ing grabbed Paimon and headed straight for Naruto Taisha's shrine. Train Cave Heaven, Tree House. It was already night. Although the Cave Heaven didn't have a real sun and moon cycle, it simulated a false one. The door of the tree house was flung open, and Ing rushed in, grabbing the motion-sick Paimon. Topa? Are you there? I have a big deal to do with you. Ying shouted startled Xing, Sanueki, Luing, and Kafka. They all left their rooms and descended into the first-floor lobby. Sanueki was wearing pink pajamas. Ing, it's so late. What brings you here? Xing, wearing her brown bear pajamas, yawned nearby. Yes, Ing, aren't you going to sleep? Ing excitedly approached Topa. Topa, do you have any food for sale? Topa said. Yes, how much do you want? 1 star coin per ton. Ing pondered for a moment. Give me 500 star coins first. Topa looked at Ing, a little puzzled. Ing, why are you buying so much food? Ing chuckled. Of course, business. I found a way to make a fortune, hee. Topa was puzzled. Business? Ing nodded slightly. Yeah, business. Don't ask so many questions. Just expedite the shipment for me. I need it now. Topa took the 500 star coins Ing handed him, and made a phone call to the company to have 500 tons of food delivered. Okay, I had them shipped to the Black Tower space station. For something as large as yours that needs expedited delivery, the fastest way is to have it delivered there. Ing gave an okay sign and hurried off. Sanueki was curious. Why is Ing thinking about business? Xing yawned, her eyes barely open. I don't know. Who cares? Let's go to sleep. We have to go to Luofu tomorrow. With that, Xing returned to her room, closed the door, and fell asleep. Sanueki, Luing, and the others saw this, and went back to their rooms to sleep. In the Black Tower space station, in the Black Tower laboratory, Wanmei, Screwgumu, Black Tower, and Esther were chatting. After a few days of hard work, the simulated universe had been repaired. Black Tower pulled out his phone. I sent a message to Little White Mouse, asking her to come back for testing. Hey, Tower said, and sent a message to Xing. After waiting for a while, she received no reply, so she simply put her phone away. Wanmei looked at Screwgumu. Screwgumu, you promised to take me to that magical shop. When are you going to take me there? Hey, Tower, hearing Wanmei's reminder, remembered his promise to take Wanmei to Yiyun's shop. Wait until the test is over. The shop is on the train. We go together after Xing finishes the test. Screwgumu, hearing the conversation, became curious. Ms. Black Tower, why is the magical shop you're talking about called magical? Hey, Tower asked. That's because, in Yiyun's store, as long as you have star coins, you can buy anything you want. Chapter 223. Esther echoed. Yes, Yiyun's shop is just that magical. Haida kicked idiot number 1, who was fiddling with a can nearby. I bought idiot number 1 from Yiyun. Screwgum, weren't you curious about idiot number 1 before? You can buy one yourself later. Screwgum pondered for a moment. Logic, the law of conservation of energy. To gain something, you must lose something. What's the price? Haida produced a $100 star coin. This is the currency in Yiyun's shop. It's called a star coin, and it can be exchanged for stellar jade. Wanmei examined the star coin in Haida's hand. Stellar jade? No wonder Haida had made such a fuss about collecting stellar jade before. So that's how it was. At that moment, the portal behind Haida flickered, and Ing ran out. Hey, Esther, you haven't rested yet? Ing greeted Esther, then looked at the others. Who are these people? Black Tower folded his arms, looking at Ing as if she were an idiot. Don't recognize me? Ing looked the large Black Tower up and down. You're the Black Tower? Is this your real form? Black Tower nodded slightly. Yes. What are you doing here at the space station? Ing said. I'm here to pick up a package. I bought something from Tapa. Ing looked at Wanmei and Screwgum. My name is Ing, a traveler. What are your names? Screwgum replied. Nice to meet you, Miss Ing. My name is Screwgum, and the person next to you is Ms. Wanmei. We're both members of the Genius Club. Ing let out an exaggerated "oh." Genius Club? What? Why is it so childish? Haida spread his hands. That guy Xander came up with the name. Okay, go get your package first. Asta, show her the way. Asta smiled. Ing, let's go. I take you to your package. Ing was filled with gratitude. That's great. This is my first time here. It'd be much easier with you leading the way. Then Ing followed Asta out of the lab and headed to the platform scenic area to pick up the package. The whole way, Ing was astonished. It was a space station, utterly high-tech, inside the lab. Screwgum and Wanmei both shot Haida a puzzled look. Wanmei asked pointedly. This Ing? Haida nodded slightly, noncommittally. She's from another world. It's normal she doesn't know the name of the Genius Club. Wanmei found it quite true. Being able to reach the Black Tower space station proves Ing isn't from some backward civilization cut off from information. So, Wanmei thought of what Esther had said when they'd been eating Icefield deer hot pot. Yiyun's shop has many visitors from other worlds. Screwgum was surprised. Visitors from other worlds? Wanmei explained. Esther told me before that magical little shop has many visitors from other worlds. Screwgum lowered his head in thought after hearing this explanation. After a moment, he looked up. I have a suggestion. Let Missing help us test the simulated universe. I think we get some unexpected results. Haida heard this. You mean to ask a visitor from another world to help test the simulated universe? That's a novel idea. Let's wait for her to come back. Ing followed Esther to the platform. The 500 tons of food that Topa had helped buy had already been delivered. A large wooden box, 25 meters long, wide, and high, was placed on the platform. Ing was troubled by the sight of such a large box. Oh no! How am I going to move so many? Esther asked, noticing Ying's distress. Ing, what's wrong with you? Ing sighed. How am I supposed to move such a large box? Esther smiled. It's not a big deal. I call someone to help you. Esther called in a team of robots, and had them begin disassembling the box. The result was 625 small, 1 cubic meter boxes. Esther had the robots drive a cargo truck and load the boxes. Come on, Ing. I have them delivered to the lab when the time comes. Ing took Esther's hand, gratefully. Thank you, Esther. The two then returned to the lab. As soon as Ing returned, before she could react, Haida dragged her off to test the simulated universe. Ing was shocked to hear she was being used as a guinea pig. Ing clutched tightly at an iron bar. Don't pull me. I don't want to be a guinea pig. Ing clung to the bar tightly, refusing to let go. Haida released Ying's hand, thought for a moment, and pulled out 1,000 star coins. 1,000 star coins. Help me test the simulated universe. Ing immediately let go of the iron bar. Sure. Why didn't you tell me you had star coins? Come on, I help you test it. Haida glanced at Ing. This guy looked just like Xing. Come on, follow me. Ing followed Haida to an instrument, and Haida pointed. Stand up. Ing stepped on it without a word. Haida had given her star coins, so she had to serve her financial sponsor well. Ruan Mei and Luosu Aguma watched Ing intently, eager to see what would happen when Ing tested the simulated universe. As Haida pressed the start button, Ing instantly passed out. When she regained consciousness, she found herself on the platform where she had just picked up her package. Ing was about to move around when she suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power. The objects around her shifted and vanished, replaced by a dazzling starry sky. Ing looked up and saw numerous masks with varying emotions hanging high in the sky. Ing recognized one of them. Isn't that Aha? Who are the others? Crying? Sad? Angry? At this moment, Smiley Aha spoke. Ha ha ha. Visitors from another world. The aura of pioneering. Akavali. I knew you weren't dead. Ha ha ha. In a sense, what Ing did in the Genshin Impact world was very similar to pioneering. Under the influence of the powerful energy wave, Ing passed out. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on a hospital bed. Paimon and Esther looked at her worriedly. Haida, Ruan Mei, and Screw Guma were discussing something nearby. Ing sat up drowsily. Paimon saw Ing awake and burst into tears. Ing! You're finally awake. I was so scared. Ing ruffled Paimon's hair. It's okay, Paimon. I just fainted for a moment. I feel fine now. Haida asked sternly when the other two saw Ing awake. Ing, what did you just do in the simulation? Ying's face was full of innocence. I didn't do anything. I just met Aha and passed out. Chapter 224. Black Tower, Ruan Mei, and Snail Gum were stunned after hearing Ying's description. The moment Ing entered, the simulated universe suddenly went haywire, leaving them completely unaware of what was happening inside. Black Tower rubbed his chin, his head bowed in thought. It's incredible. You were able to lure out Aha the moment you entered. Did he say anything to you? Ing recalled. What did he say? He actually said something about Akavori, saying you're not dead, blah blah blah. Who is Akavori? Snail Gum replied. Akavori, the pioneering star god, rumored to have fallen. Ing rubbed her chin, understanding dawning. Oh! I see. He's the leader of Xing and the others, Black Tower said. So, I didn't expect you to attract Aha's attention the moment you entered. How about you come back after I fix the simulated universe? Ing raised an eyebrow slyly. Do you have any star coins? If not, I'm afraid I don't have any time. Haida had finally found a qualified guinea pig, and of course, he wasn't going to let it go, so he naturally went along with Ying's request. Yes, 1,000 per session. Ing was very pleased with this. That made things easier. Ing glanced at the smoke-belching instrument, suddenly curious. What are you planning to do with this thing? Ruan Mei replied. We want to use this simulated universe to study the star gods. Ing said instinctively. Study the star gods? Aha, aren't they on the train? Ying's words stirred 1,000 waves, instantly throwing Haida, Screwgumu, and Ruan Mei into a frenzy. Ruan Mei, in particular, hadn't known the last time she felt such shock. Haida grabbed Ying's shoulders. What did you just say? Say it again. Ing felt as if she had revealed something truly remarkable. I said, Aha is on the train. I seen him several times. Haida, Ruan Mei, and Screwgumu exchanged glances, confirming their thoughts. Haida waved his hand. Let's go! Ruan Mei and Screwgumu followed Haida into the portal. Ing, bewildered, looked at Esther and asked, Did I say something wrong? Why is Haida so excited? Esther forced a stiff smile. I guess so. Let's get your supplies over first. Ing heard this. Oh right, let's move the goods first. Business is the priority. Ing didn't think twice and began moving the goods. Selling this grain would be a huge profit. Inside the train, Walter dragged Otto back inside and threw him to the ground. This scene happened to be witnessed by Hanabi and Aha, who had just boarded the train. Hanabi trotted over. Wow! Who's this? Why is he so miserable? Hanabi squatted down and poked Otto, whose soul was exposed after being beaten by Walter. Yiyun hadn't expected Hanabi to be in the store. Hanabi? When did you get here? Hanabi saw Yiyun and trotted towards him. Hey, of course Aha brought me here. Where were you guys going? They've been waiting for you for ages, Yiyun said. We went to help someone fight. Hanabi was surprised. Wow. Fighting? Why didn't you wait for me to join you for such a fun event? Master Hanabi will be mad. Yiyun was speechless. Why would I wait for you for something like this? What are you doing on the train? Hanaho took out the 1 million star coins Aha had given her earlier. Hanaho-sama, of course you're here to buy something. Come on. Little Leaf. Show me some. Hanaho pulled Yiyun towards the bar, hoping he'd recommend some fun things. Yiyun opened the touch screen and asked, What kind of things do you want to buy? Hanaho leaned over Yiyun's shoulder, browsing the items. After a long glance, nothing caught her eye. These aren't fun. I want something fun. Hanaho leaned over. Hanaho-sama. Aha recommends buying the Destiny coin. It's really fun, hee. Hanaho shook her head. No, yours isn't fun. Little Leaf. Help me keep turning the pages. Yiyun heard this and continued to help Hanaho turn the pages. After more than half an hour, Hanaho suddenly stopped Yiyun. Little Yi. Stop. What was that just now? Yiyun flipped back. Which one? Hua pointed to something that looked like a castle. Product, Grand Theater Prison. Description, a unique prison built in a fantasy world. The prison features a large stage for prisoners, where the warden can choose a script for the prisoners to perform. During the performance, the prisoners will lose control of their bodies. Price, 1 million star coins. After reading the details, Hua excitedly clapped Yiyun's shoulder. Great. Great. I want to open a prison, hee. Hua took out 1 million star coins and handed them to Yiyun. Yiyun took them and helped Hua purchase the Grand Theater Prison. A bubble-wrapped model of the Grand Theater appeared in Yiyun's hands. Here, this is the Grand Theater Prison you've been looking for. Once you find the spot, just crush the bubbles. Hanabi happily took the Grand Theater model and spun around. Hanabi spun around a few times, then looked at Aha. Aha. Come work for me. I want you to write a script for me. I want to make the Grand Theater Prison famous throughout the universe. Aha agreed immediately. This was a lot of fun, creating the fun himself. Yes, Master, Hanabi, please call me Aha, screenwriter. As he spoke, Aha pulled out a rather artistic hat and put it on his head, then pulled out a pen and a small notebook. Walter looked at Hanabi and Aha, then at Otto, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. Walter's lips curled slightly. Hanabi, to celebrate the opening of your Grand Theater Prison, I'm giving you a prisoner. Come, take a look at this guy. He looked very handsome after some work. Hanabi's brows lit up at this. Great, great. Thank you, Mr. Walter. Hanabi skipped over to Otto, squatted down, and looked at her first prisoner. Little golden retriever. From now on, you're welcome to join my Grand Theater Prison. Aha. Why don't you come and take our first prisoner away? Aha ran over and carried Otto. Hanabi made a face at everyone. Goodbye. Everyone, I hope you can come to the Grand Theater Prison's opening. Goodbye. Aha opened the portal, and Hanabi came over and kicked Aha in, then jumped in after him. The portal closed, and Yiyun shook his head slightly. Otto, you'd probably be in great danger if you fall into Hanabi's hands. Walter was quite pleased with this. Professionals should do their job. Besides beating up Otto, he couldn't do any more serious harm. Leaving it to Aha and Hanabi, Walter expressed complete confidence and said he would definitely attend the opening ceremony. Chapter 225. Hanabi and Aha brought Otto to a planet teeming with life. Everything on this planet flourished, and many small animals lived there. Hanabi stood on the edge of a cliff, overlooking the vast plain below. The plain was covered in green grass, and a large lotus flower twisted its way across the plain. Hanabi patted Aha with the models of the Grand Theater and Prison. Let's go to the river. It's quite nice there. Aha led Hanabi to the river. Hanabi threw the models in her hands, and a prison shaped like a Grand Theater, covering over 5 square kilometers, appeared by the river. Hanabi stood at the entrance of the Grand Theater, the entire scene of the Grand Theater emerging in her mind. Hanabi felt as if she could control the entire Grand Theater and prison with a single thought, as if she were the master of this place. Hanabi glanced at Otto on Aha's back. Aha! Put him down. Aha threw Otto to the ground, and with a thought, Hanabi vanished from the spot where he had been. Ahab was delighted by this scene, and clapped his hands non-stop. Oh! Little golden retriever is gone. Fun! Fun! Hanabi grabbed Ahab and instantly landed in a cell. The cell was decorated exquisitely, reminiscent of a grand theater. Otto looked up at Hanabi. How about we make a deal? Hanabi glanced at Otto with disdain. Little golden retriever, put away your cunning thoughts. What qualifies you to make a deal with me? Or, what can you offer that would interest me? You haven't, little golden retriever. Perhaps you haven't fully grasped your situation. You are now just a prisoner, or perhaps an actor. Just stay here quietly. When screenwriter Aha finishes writing the script, I give you a copy. Memorize your lines well. I don't want to force you. You know, if I were to control your body, you'd be in a terrible state. Little golden retriever. With that, Hanabi skipped off to inspect her territory. Otto was in the cell, feeling extremely anxious. He wasn't worried about escaping, but about finding Yun to buy the resurrection item and revive Colin. But now he was imprisoned, trapped in this theater, unable to escape. The next day arrived. Aboard the Luofu immortal boat, the martial arts ceremony was in full swing. Unlike usual, the preliminary auditions had concluded, and the elimination rounds were now underway. Yi Yun and the others were all arranged in a separate stand. Lu Yun sat, constantly cheering Shinhee on, and pointing out some important points to keep in mind. Yes, Shinhee was scheduled for the first match. His opponent was a warrior from a world renowned for its advanced martial arts. My dear disciple, don't be nervous, absolutely don't be nervous. Just fight the way your master taught you, understand? And Lu Yun chattered on, and Ning Guang, beside him, was momentarily confused as to whether it was Lu Yun or Shinhee who was competing. Lu Yun looked even more nervous than Shinhee. Shinhee replied coldly. Yes, master, Guan Yu said with concern. Don't try too hard. Just do your best. Soon, the announcement sounded, reminding Shinhee to take the stage for the competition. Shinhee stood up and headed towards the contestants' aisle. A few minutes later, Shinhee emerged from the contestant tunnel. Xing, Sanyueki, Hu Tao, and the others immediately stood up to cheer Shinhee. Go Shinhee. You're the best. Shinhee. Show them how powerful we Liyue people are. Shinhee. Go. Shinhee stepped onto the arena and drew his Zai Shi. The opponent was a man, brimming with fat, like a mountain of flesh. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to meet a little girl. This round, I advance. The man swung his sledgehammer and charged at Shinhee. Shinhee, his expression impassive, pulled out a celestial talisman. Ice transformation. A burst of ice erupted, freezing the man in place. Shinhee thrust his spear forward, striking the man between the eyebrows. The audience in the stands were all shocked. Where did this tough guy come from? Why didn't I see him during the auditions? You ask me, who should I ask? Roshan's performance in the auditions was truly impressive. He swung his hammer incredibly well, and yet, he was instantly defeated. Don't you know? There's a group of people who skipped the auditions, and went straight to the knockout rounds. I just saw this woman coming down from that stand over there. I think she's one of them. Now we see. These people are definitely not simple foes. Shinhee instantly defeated his opponent, and walked off the stage. Back in the stands, Lu Yun was very satisfied and took Shinhee's hand and sat down. Well done. Come, sit down and rest for a while. Xing, Ing, and Sanyueki are here. Xing looked at Shinhee, feeling incredibly envious. Sanyueki taunted Xing when he saw her like this. Hee hee, you've been so pushy, okay? You can only watch us compete, hee hee. Xing didn't protest. When they reported, Jing Yuan and Fu Xian personally greeted everyone. They also informed Xing that Lu Ying and the other two couldn't compete. Xing and Lu Ying were immediately banned, leaving them completely stupefied. Especially Xing, she was about to show off her skills. Unexpectedly, Jing Yuan had banned himself. Now, Xing could only sit in the stands and watch the show, occasionally cheering on her own team. Ing taunted him. Xing, remember to speak louder when I go on stage later, you hear me? Xing was suddenly unable to contain herself. You two get out of here. I don't talk to people who can compete, Lu Ying said. Xing, don't worry about them. They're able to compete because their skills are limited. We can't because we're too strong, right? Hearing this, Xing immediately knew how to taunt back. That's right, March, you guys are too bad. This kind of children's competition is not suitable for me, but it is still suitable for you, he. After saying that, Xing looked at the two of them shamelessly, making both of them want to beat Xing up right now. The elimination rounds went quickly. Soon, the first round was over. Unsurprisingly, March 7th and others all advanced. Their strength puts a lot of pressure on other contestants. This group of people is so strong, no wonder they can directly enter the knockout round. At the beginning, some people made a fuss over this matter, saying it was unfair, and how could March 7th and the others be allowed to directly enter the knockout rounds. Now, no one has any objections. It is purely based on strength. Yanqing was also under great pressure, even though he had already learned the sword-controlling skills he had won through a lottery at Yiyun's shop. If nothing else, he is very difficult to deal with just because of him. Ying's physical strength is stronger than him, and her swordsmanship is not bad either. That's right, I like to be tough when fighting, and I don't even know how to use my abilities when I fight. Chapter 226. The first round of the competition ended quickly. Ying and Sanyueki were beaming, having just gotten so excited. The two of them standing there, with their glittering titles above their heads, were quite eye-catching. Sanyueki's sharpshooter, in particular, was truly impressive. Sanyueki happily took a sip of the iced cola beside him, his feet trembling incessantly, quite arrogant. At this moment, Kiana was envious. She hadn't signed up, so she couldn't participate in the competition, which was very frustrating. Oh, why can't I play? My Athena Valkyrie title is so cool. Mei comforted. Kiana, we can just come and take a look. We still have so much to do. Since Otto's capture, the world of Honkai Impact 3rd has been in chaos. Teresa has been traveling with Kiana and the others to quell the riots. Kiana pouted unhappily. Ah, I want to participate in the competition. If not, I can just watch from here. Xing, standing by, felt a little better after hearing this. Look, Kiana can't even watch, and has to go back to her quest with all her might. Now that I think about it, sitting here, drinking iced cola, eating snacks, and watching a competition, it's quite relaxing. Shenzi, Ling Hua, and Ido sat next to Yun. Ido was bold, and didn't feel nervous or uneasy about coming to this other world. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. Just now, on the field, he faced an opponent just as wild as Lu Zi. The two of them clashed with maces, and the fight was quite satisfying. Ling Hua kept glancing around. This place was so bustling, something she had never seen before in Inazuma. Shenzi was also shocked at first, but after all this time, he must have been able to control his emotions. Shenzi looked at Ling Hua. Little Ling Hua, you must work hard from now on and try to advance a few more rounds. Ling Hua came to her senses and nodded slightly. Yes, Lord Palace Master. Shenzi waved his fan. Little Ling Hua, don't be so reserved. Relax. We're here to have fun. Shenzi then picked up an empty plate. Little Ling Hua, give me some sunflower seeds from Xing. Ling Hua was a little shy. She and Xing had only just gotten to know each other briefly. Lord Palace Master, why don't you go over? Shenzi pretended not to hear, and turned to chat with Yiyun. Seeing this, Ling Hua could only muster up her courage and walk towards Xing. Ling Hua reached Xing's side. Xing spat out the sunflower seeds in her mouth, and turned to look at Ling Hua. It's you, Ling Hua? Come on, sit down and chat. Ling Hua sat down next to Xing after hearing this. Xing glanced at the plate in Ling Hua's hand and understood. Without waiting for Ling Hua to speak, Xing grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and placed them on her plate. Here, eat as much as you want. We're all friends, don't be polite. Xing's hospitality made Ling Hua feel much more relaxed. Ling Hua smiled and thanked him. Thank you, Xing. Xing waved. It's okay. Didn't I tell you not to be polite? Look at them, will they be polite to me? I already eaten half of the whole bag of sunflower seeds. Xing bought a 20-jean bag of sunflower seeds. After coming all morning, everyone had already eaten most of them. There was still the afternoon left, so Xing probably had to buy more. Ying grabbed a melon seed and popped it into her mouth. That's right, Ling Hua, don't be polite with her. Just take it if you want it. Xing rolled her eyes at Ying in annoyance. Didn't you make a big deal? How dare you use my melon seeds? Ying said with a grin. Well, it's not done yet, right? I treat you to a meal once the deal is done. Ying hid the supplies in the wilds of Inazuma, and waited for Xiaovong to come find her. Then it's settled. We go to Bellowberg for a meal. I want the iced deer hot pot. Ying gave him an okay sign. No problem, eat. Ying walked away with the melon seeds, and Xing looked at Ling Hua. Ling Hua sat upright, looking like a well-behaved and well-mannered girl. Xing said, munching on a melon seed. Ling Hua, you're so tired doing this. You have a competition soon. Come on, do as I did. Get a stool, put your feet on it, and move to the back. Ling Hua gave an awkward smile and tried to refuse. Before Ling Hua could say anything, Xing came over and brought Ling Hua a stool to rest her feet on. Ling Hua didn't want to turn down Xing's enthusiasm. According to Xing's instructions, she put her feet on the stool, looked back, and laid down on the chair. This one was actually quite comfortable. Xing lay down and handed her a bottle of ice cola. Come on, Ling Hua, try this ice cola. It's super delicious. Ling Hua took it, thanked him, and took a sip. The stimulating bubbles in her mouth made Ling Hua let out a pleasant hum. After swallowing, Ling Hua looked at the ice cola in her hand. This drink, Xing said. Hey, how's it? It's delicious, right? You drink first. If you don't have enough, come to me for more. As she spoke, Xing patted the large box of ice cola at her feet. To keep the ice cola cool, Eula occasionally added a few cubes of ice to keep it cool. Ayaka nodded slightly, then relaxed completely in a chair, eating sunflower seeds. This feeling was something Ayaka had never experienced before. The most embarrassing thing she had ever done was running out late at night to secretly make some rice with tea. This was the first time she had ever lazed around in public like this. But it was indeed very comfortable. The afternoon competition began quickly. Unexpectedly, Ayaka was the first to take the stage. When the host called her name, Ayaka quickly stood up and ran to the arena. This time, Ayaka's opponent was a samurai. Ayaka drew her weapon, bowed slightly, and said very gracefully, "Excuse me, Kamisato Ayaka, the founder of Kamisato tradition, presents me." After the samurai introduced himself, the competition officially began. The warrior leaped forward and charged at Ayaka. The divine eye at Ayaka's waist flashed with light. Kamisato Ryu, Thrust Destroyer. A gusty, icy wheel whirled towards the warrior. The warrior had no time to react and was wounded. Ayaka swiftly approached the warrior, her katana pressed against his neck. Seeing this, the warrior surrendered, the outcome sealed. Kamisato Ryu's attacks were elegant and imposing, and the audience knew at a glance that this was a young lady. Add to that Ayaka's junior high school appearance, and she quickly won the hearts of the audience. Kamisato Ayaka is the best. Kamisato Ayaka, you're so elegant. Kamisato Ayaka, keep going, you must win. Kamisato Ayaka, I'm your dog. Woof woof. Ayaka felt delighted as she listened to the praises from the surrounding spectators. After thanking them, Ayaka returned to the stands. Xing gave Ling Hua a thumbs up. Well done, Ling Hua. Chapter 227. Ling Hua sat next to Xing, her feet naturally resting on the stool. Afterwards, Ling Hua and Xing chatted over sunflower seeds. Not long after, it was March 7's turn to take the stage. March 7 swaggered onto the arena, hands on hips, head held high. Sharpshooter. March 7. Enter! March 7's entrance was greeted by a roar of cheers. March 7 was a vibrant and beautiful young woman, and her considerable talent made her incredibly popular. March 7 listened to the cheers from the crowd, looked at Xing in the stands, and raised her head. Xing was speechless, whispering a teasing chuckle to Ling Hua beside her. Look, this guy's even pretending to be me. Humph, it's only because Jing Yuan didn't let me participate, otherwise who could steal the limelight from me, the Galaxy Skyfire man? Ling Hua smiled, agreeing with Xing. Yes, Xing is the best. On the arena, March 7's opponent stepped out. It was none other than Scott. March 7 looked at Scott, who was standing alone on the arena. Draw out your weapons. Let's finish this quickly. March 7 glared at Scott with disdain. Scott's lips curled slightly. Okay, I get them out. Scott pulled out a walkie-talkie. Come here. The next second, a custom-made mecha descended from the sky, and Scott climbed right in. March 7 was stunned. This is a competition. What's wrong with your mecha? Scott snorted, speaking with immense pride. This is my martial arts. What? It's not okay. What era is this? Isn't martial arts all about fighting? So my mecha can't fight? March 7 was about to refute Scott's twisted logic. Hey! You have a point. March 7 thought, and then realized Scott wasn't wrong. Scott snorted coldly. That's all then? Let's begin now. Scott finished, preparing to control his mech and begin the fight. He looked down and saw several arrows of light piercing his mech. Instantly, The entire mech blared with piercing alarms. Warning! Warning! The mech's limbs were pierced, completely rendering it ineffective. Scott stepped out of the mech and pointed at March 7. You have no moral compass. March 7 pointed speechlessly at the referee. Why would I have no moral compass? The referee has already said, start. Goodbye. March 7 fired another arrow, completely blasting the mech apart. The referee also made his decision. Congratulations, Miss March 7, for advancing to the quarterfinals. The audience cheered for her. Her arrows were so impressive, especially the Xianzhou people. They knew Emperor Bao Siming's weapon was a longbow. March 7 walked off the stage to the cheers of the crowd. The referee then announced the next competitors. Second round of 16, Clara Belloberg versus Luca Belloberg. Clara, who was sitting with Yi-Yun, was stunned. Luca, sitting on the other side, was also stunned. Clara? Really? Is this the one I know? It wasn't until he saw Clara take the stage that he confirmed it was the Clara he knew. Luca was completely bewildered. How could it be Clara? And how did Clara make it to the top 16? At this moment, the chatter around them revealed the truth to Luca. It turned out that Clara had also participated in the competition. Coincidentally, she had taken the stage just as Luca was leaving the arena. Contested Luca. Contested Luca. Get on stage as soon as possible. Hearing the loudspeaker calling him to the stage, Luca came to his senses and stepped onto the arena. Luca was a little bewildered. What should he do? He couldn't attack Clara. Clara, later, you rush over and hit me a few times, and then I trip you. Got it? The opponents behind us are very strong, and I'm afraid you get hurt. Clara smiled slightly. No need, brother Luca. As Clara finished her words, a transformation device appeared in her hands. Family number 2. Come out. In an instant, a suit of armor appeared, enveloping Clara. Clara glanced at Luca's weapon, a pair of fists. Clara simply removed her great sword and thrust it into the ground, assuming a fighting stance. This scene struck Yanqing, who was watching from the sidelines, as if it were somehow familiar. Clara rose and launched a flying kick at Luca, who chose to take it head-on, crossing his fists in front of his chest. Clara's kick landed firmly on Luca's fist. The immense force sent Luca flying backward, and just as he was about to fall off the ring, he stopped. Looking back, Luca broke out in a cold sweat. With this kind of strength, he felt like he was going to be defeated. Luca's heart sank, and he rushed towards Clara. Clara saw this. Family number 2, activate automatic defense mode. The light on family number 2's chest changed, turning red. Automatic defense mode activated. Luca launched punch after punch at Clara, but each was blocked by family number 2's automatic defense. This battle lasted over 100 punches, none of which penetrated family number 2's defenses. Luca used all his strength to deliver one final blow. HA! A burst of flames erupted, and Clara, wearing family number 2, stood intact. Clara's voice rang out. Sorry, brother Luca. Clara controlled family number 2 to fly forward, sending Luca flying backward onto the ring. In the stands nearby, Jizi saw this and asked Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun, did you give Clara the materials for this mecha? Jizi couldn't help but think of family number 1. It was because the materials Yi-Yun had given her were so good that it was so incredibly powerful. Yi-Yun listened, his expression as if it was a matter of course. Of course, it's the best. Jizi was speechless. Sure enough, the materials used for Clara, the second member of the family, weren't simple either. The second member of the family was clearly a bit of a supermodel. Xing, standing by, tugged at Luing. Luing, who's more powerful, Clara, the second member of the family, or your Sam? Luing shook her head. I don't know. I only know after a competition. Xing rubbed her chin. I don't know when I get my own mecha. Luing smiled. You can go buy one from Yi-Yun. He should have it. Walter, who was passing by, suddenly spoke up. Isn't the next lottery draw going to be about armor? Xing remembered after Walter reminded her. Yes, the next draw is about some kind of emperor armor. I go back and buy a few more tickets later. I don't believe I won't win. Luing heard this. I buy a few too. If I win, I can give them to you, Xing. Xing was delighted. Now her chances of winning had increased. Chapter 228. The 16-8 match concluded quickly. The final 8 participants were Clara, March 7th, Ing, Yanqing, Yunli, and 3 strangers. The moment Wendy saw the list of the top 8, she shook her head. Our Teyvat army was completely wiped out. Zhongli remained silent. Teyvat was indeed completely wiped out. You mean Ing? She doesn't count as a Tibet person, okay? Hu Tao, Ling Hua, Yi Do, Shen He, and the others all lost in the 64-32 match, the second match of the afternoon. Hu Tao sat next to Zhongli, pouting unhappily. She had met Yunli in the 64-32 match, and the gap in pure physical strength between the two was too great. Yunli and Yan Qing had both studied swordsmanship with Jing Lu for a while, and their strength had long since improved. Guest, come with me to Yi Yun's shop later. I need to buy some. Zhongli nodded slightly. Okay, I go with you. Hu Tao planned to buy some strength-enhancing items. Now was the time to significantly strengthen her own strength. The top 8 were announced, and the day's competition was over. The final winner would be decided tomorrow. Xing, Sanyueki, Ying, and the others said hello to Yi Yun and went off to play. Hu Tao and Zhongli followed Yi Yun back to the train. Once back on the train, Hu Tao ran to the small bar to shop. After searching for a long time, she couldn't find anything suitable. Hu Tao rested her chin on one hand, pondering what to buy. Hu Tao looked at Noelle. Noelle, do you have any good suggestions? Noelle was suddenly called out, and she hadn't reacted yet. Huh? Hu Tao said again. Do you have any good suggestions? Noelle looked up and thought for a moment. Why don't you open the golden trash can? Xing and the others' increased strength basically comes from there. Hu Tao wasn't interested. What she wanted now was to steadily improve her strength. What if she got unlucky opening the trash can? That's too much of a gamble. I don't want to gamble. Noelle thought for a moment. Or maybe buy a better weapon or some items that can enhance my strength? Hu Tao pursed her lips. That's what I was thinking, but I haven't seen what I want. Noelle poured Hu Tao a glass of water. Don't worry, take your time. There's a lot of stuff in the store. Hu Tao simply continued browsing. While flipping through the items, her eyes fell on an item. Item: Phoenix Spirit description. This Phoenix transformed spirit grants the owner the ability to control fire. By consuming higher level flames, the level of fire control increases. This physique possesses immense lethality against demons and monsters. Price: 880,000 star coins. Hu Tao glanced at the Phoenix Spirit. She greatly admired it. However, she was still short of money. She had exactly 800,000 star coins. 80,000 more. Hu Tao was in a state of distress, racking her brain over how to obtain those 80,000 star coins. After pondering for a moment, Hu Tao saw the late hour and decided to return to Liyue Harbor. Hu Tao walked to the entrance of the internet cafe and saw Asmodeus, who had come down to buy food himself. Asmodeus, why are you buying food yourself today? Don't you usually ask Nishida to bring it for you? Asmodeus sighed helplessly. Nishida and Kong have gone back to Shumi, so I have to buy it myself. Master, have you eaten yet? Would you like to join us? Hu Tao patted her stomach. Let me have some too. I haven't had dinner yet. Seeing this, Asmodeus took out 5,000 mora and asked the waiter to order another serving of seafood fried rice. Asmodeus handed the seafood fried rice to Hu Tao and noticed the worry on her face. Master, you don't look very good. Hu Tao sighed. I want to buy something to enhance my strength, but unfortunately, I don't have enough money. I'm still 80,000 star coins short. Asmodeus thought it was a big deal, but that was it? Asmodeus then reached into a small wooden box, and it appeared in his hand. Here, master, there should be around 100,000 star coins in here. Take them. Hu Tao took it and opened it. It was indeed. Where did you get this? Asmodeus's eyes unconsciously glanced toward the Wangsheng Hall nearby. Don't worry about it, just use it. Go ahead and buy what you want. I go back upstairs and continue surfing the internet. Asmodeus dashed up to the 3rd floor. Hu Tao counted the star coins in the small wooden box. There were 90,000. That's enough, and there's still so much left. Hu Tao happily headed towards the Wanmin Hall. It was midnight. Zhongli returned to his room in the Wansheng Hall. He opened his locker and, as usual, felt around in the secret compartment. As he felt around, Zhongli's eyes suddenly widened. Zhongli felt around again, frowning. Zhongli looked inside. Where's my huge box? Where are my 90,000 star coins? Zhongli sensed a familiar aura. Following the scent, Zhongli arrived at the internet cafe's main entrance. After another search, he found the culprit. Asmodeus. Zhongli took a deep breath and entered the cafe. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Zhongli opened the door and walked over to Asmodeus with a sullen expression. Asmodeus was crouched in a chair, headphones on, hands on the keyboard, his unfinished seafood fried rice in front of him, intently playing a game. Zhongli removed Asmodeus's headphones. Where did you take my star coins? Asmodeus was annoyed by the sudden removal of his headphones. Turning around, he saw it was Zhongli. Star coins? I gave them to the hall master. She needed money for something, and I saw you had some, so I gave them to her. Your food, drinks, and clothes aren't all paid for by the hall master. What's wrong with someone else's hall master taking some of your star coins? Zhongli was speechless. If he really gave it to the hall master, he would feel better. Those 90,000 star coins were all his own personal savings. He planned to keep them, and use them when Liu needed them urgently. I understand. Zhongli sighed, and left Asmodeus's room in a daze. Zhongli returned to the courtyard just as Hu Tao returned. Guest, look at my new purchase. The nutcracker opened its arms, and a pair of wings made of blazing flames appeared behind Hu Tao. With a light jump, Hu Tao took flight. Hu Tao landed beside Zhongli. Guest, I just asked Yun. My phoenix spirit is incredibly powerful. I feel like even if Osel came, I wouldn't be afraid of him. Humph. Guest, if Liu is in danger from now on, let me charge first. If I can't defeat you, then you can attack. You protected Liu for so long. I let you relax. Zhongli smiled with relief at the chattering, cheerful Hu Tao before him. Okay, I count on you from now on. Chapter 229. Hu Tao suddenly asked. Guest, I like to practice. Do you have any recommendations? Zhongli felt Hu Tao's strength. With the help of in-game currency, Hu Tao had reached the level of a demon god, making her quite powerful. Finding an opponent wouldn't be easy. After much deliberation, Zhongli looked towards the South Heaven Gate. Zhongli took out a spirit purification pill. Let's go! I take you to a place where their strength should be sufficient for you to practice. Hu Tao followed Zhongli out of the Hall of Rebirth. Led by Zhongli, the two arrived at Luofu. Hu Tao looked at the bustling crowd in front of her, a little bewildered. Guest, why did you bring me to Luofu? Zhongli said slowly. I just contacted General Jing Yuan and asked him to take us to meet Osel. With your current strength, Osel would be a formidable opponent. Hu Tao was a bit confused. Hadn't I just mentioned Osel? And now he's really asking me to fight him. Suddenly, I felt a little unsure. What was going on? After all, Osel was so big, and I was so small. We didn't seem to be on the same level. Just then, a voice came from the side. Hey, isn't that Zhongli and Hu Tao? Aren't you guys going back? Hu Tao looked over and saw Xing approaching, licking her ice cream. Xing's lips were stained with ice cream. Next to Xing, San Yueki, Luing, Linghua, and Ying were also eating ice cream. Linghua had wanted to go back, but Shinzi kept her there, saying she'd stay in Luofu for the day and watch the game tomorrow before returning. Hu Tao greeted Xing and the others. Yes, I'm back. I bought what I wanted, and I wanted Kuqin to take me to find a similar opponent to practice with. The Kuqin brought me here, and said he was taking me to fight Osel. Xing and the others were intrigued. Oh, a fight. Do you mind if we go and see? Hu Tao said nonchalantly. What's there to worry about? Let's go. Later, Xing, San Yueki, Luing, and the others joined the group, following Hu Tao and Zhongli towards the prison. Inside the prison, Dan Heng, Shui, Jiaoqiu, and Emoze arrived at the prison to search for a permanent cure for Fei Zhao's moon madness. As they walked, they sensed something was amiss. It was too quiet inside, a bit too quiet. Just as they were about to enter the prison, a young girl suddenly ran towards the gate, chasing a Di Ting. Stop right there. Give me back my skewers. The girl was Yunli, who had just bought some skewers, and was walking around eating them. While she was eating, a Di Ting suddenly appeared from nowhere, snatched a handful of her skewers, and ran off. Having her skewers stolen was a terrible thought. Yunli immediately gave chase. The chase brought her to the prison of desolation. Yunli spotted Danheng. Quick! Help me catch that Di Ting. Hearing this, Danheng blocked Di Ting's path and grabbed him. Di Ting struggled in Danheng's grasp, and the skewers in his mouth fell to the ground. Yunli picked up the skewers and wiped the stains off them. Phew, luckily, it's not even 3 seconds since it hit the ground. Danheng and Shui looked at Yunli, and just as they were about to ask why she was there, Xing and the others entered through the main gate. Danheng? What a coincidence tonight, running into familiar faces everywhere I go. Danheng saw Xing and the others. Xing, why are you here in the prison? And you should wipe your mouth, didn't you just have ice cream? Xing wiped the corner of his mouth. Oh, it's you again, Danheng. You're so perceptive. We're here with Hu Tao. She wants to fight Osel for some practice. Danheng heard this, and realized it was so. Xing looked at Dan Heng. What about you? Why are you in this prison? Are you going to fight someone too? Dan Heng shook his head slightly and looked at Jiaoqiu. I was having dinner with Jing Yuan. He said he wanted to talk to me about something. After dinner, I ran into Mr. Jiaoqiu at the restaurant entrance. At Mr. Jiaoqiu's invitation, I accompanied him to the prison to search for a permanent cure for General Fei Zhao's moon madness. Jiaoqiu said with a narrowed eyelid and a smile. The Qingling pill can indeed suppress moon madness, but it's only a suppression. To completely eradicate it, we have to find another method. Xing raised an eyebrow at this. That's perfect, let's go in together. Xing waved his hand and led Hu Tao and the others towards the depths of the prison. Deep within the prison, Xing and the others arrived. San Yueki looked around, feeling something strange. Strange? Why haven't we encountered any jailers along the way? Shui Yi and the others were also puzzled. They had indeed encountered no jailers along the way. Dan Heng took out his strike cloud spear. Everyone, be careful. Something's amiss here. As Dan Heng finished speaking, a group of fox people emerged from the area. Thank you all for leading the way. We finally reached this prison. The leader was none other than Modu. Everyone looked at Modu, and Ing asked, Who are you? Modu sneered. Me? I am the mighty Bewley Wolf clan. Die, you hounds of Wugong. Modu gave the order, and the Bewley Wolf clan all around him charged at Xing and the others. Seeing this, Xing shouted to everyone around him. Don't panic. Watch my show. The pedestrians looked at Xing, who pointed to the sky. Come out. King's Barrel. 10 King's Barrels instantly appeared around Xing, guarding him. Xing pointed with her small hand. Destroy them. The 10 King's Barrels flexed their muscles and charged at the surrounding Bewley werewolves, each punch capable of killing one. Then Xing unleashed the heavenly fire Holy Judgment and opened fire. Even a piece of junk like Xing wouldn't bother using his greatsword form. Mo Zhe and Shui Yi roamed through the enemy lines, each strike instantly dispatching a Bewley werewolf. Zhongli folded his arms, his gaze fixed on the world with a majestic air. Impeccable. A protective shield appeared over the bodies of Xing and the others. Hu Tao took out her Homa and took the opportunity to familiarize herself with the Phoenix Spirit she had purchased. The Phoenix Spirit purchased through the system would initially boost Hu Tao's strength to the level of a commander. Facing this surge in strength, Hu Tao needed to hone her skills in actual combat. From the moment the battle began, the Bewley werewolves were losing ground. Mo Du, observing this, thought to himself, this is bad. How could these people be so powerful? Mo Du glanced at the surrounding cells and came up with a plan. In one cell, Ossel lay leisurely on his bed, watching the spectacular fight outside, occasionally offering his advice. Oh no! There's no way you can win head-on. Can't you just dart in from behind? What a loser. 10 of you against 1? Can't you just attack them all at once? You're just throwing them one at a time. Oh my god, I really want a drink. This is such a great snack. As he watched, Ossel noticed someone approaching his cell, looking as if they were about to open it. Cell open. Wait! Stop it! That little gray-haired guy is right outside. Stop it! I don't want to go out. Don't move. Don't open the door. Close it. Close it. Chapter 230. After a ripping sound, the door to Ossel's cell swung open. Ossel burst into tears. Damn. I don't want to escape. Modu saw Ossel crying and thought he was just too excited. Brother, stop crying. Now's the time. Let's take down those guys together. Then we can escape. Ossel continued to lie there crying, not hearing a word Modu said. He was thinking about how to explain himself later. Modu saw this, patted Ossel's shoulder, and then went to open the next cell door. Modu opened all the cells, and the prisoners rushed out, charging towards Xing and the others. Raksha was among them. He simply glanced at the fierce battle below with a calm expression before returning to his book. With the inmates joining him, Modu found no opportunity to open the cell holding Hu Lei and enter. Hu Lei noticed the commotion and looked up. Modu walked in, bowing excitedly. Zhan Shuhan, we finally rescued you. Don't worry, I untie you right away. When you return to the tribe, we rekindle our glory. Modu rescued Hu Lei. Hu Lei glanced at Modu, feeling deeply disappointed. These little wolf cubs have lost their virility. What he most wanted to see was a descendant of wolf cubs charging into the prison, pulling out the red moon from their chests, and whispering in their ears. Old man, you should have died long ago. I take the red moon. I lead the Bewley Wolf clan back to its peak. Alas, the reality was quite the opposite. Hu Lei rested briefly, the abundant power within him surging out, healing all his injuries. Hu Lei emerged from the cell, his overwhelming presence causing everyone present to pause. The Beauty Wolves' morale soared upon seeing Hu Lei free. Zhan Shou-kan! You're finally back. Brothers? Kill! We must rescue Zhan Shou-kan. Xing and Luing exchanged glances upon seeing this, holding back no longer. Xing addressed the crowd nearby. Everyone stand back. Luing and I will take over. Xing and Luing moved simultaneously. Skyfire. Unsheathe. I will ignite the sea of stars. Xing's Skyfire judgment transformed into a great sword, slashing with a monstrous blaze. Luing, piloting Sam, leaped high and kicked Hu Lei. Hu Lei shielded his chest with his claws, blocking Luing's kick. The powerful attack sent Hu Lei flying backwards. Hu Lei stood up and patted his chest, extinguishing the blazing flames. Luing glared at Hu Lei coldly. Surrender and return home. No one will get hurt. Hu Lei snorted coldly. Fight if you want. The beast will only die in battle. Just then, a strange sound emanated from the surroundings, and a laugh echoed throughout the prison. Ha ha! Aha has found some fun again. Ha ha! Aha's figure appeared in the center of the battlefield. The next moment, Huahua emerged from a portal, a microphone in hand. Hua glanced around at everyone and cleared her throat. Good evening everyone. My name is Huahua, the warden of the Grand Theater Prison. Next, I will be the commentator for the special performance of the martial arts ceremony. Xing, San Yuqi, and the others looked at Huahua speechless. San Yuqi moved closer to Xing. What's this Huahua up to? Xing spread his hands and shrugged. I don't know, let's just wait and see. Changzhong. Huahua continued. Next, let me introduce the two players. Huahua finished, running over to Hu Lei. First, our incredibly powerful and majestic Hu Lei Zhan Shou. Modu was very pleased with Huahua's explanation. You're quite perceptive. Our Hu Lei Zhan Shou is unbeatable. Hu Lei glanced at Huahua. You know me well, don't you? You're right. Huahua saw Hu Lei's cooperation. So, Hu Lei Zhan Shou, are you confident in the upcoming battle? After speaking, Huahua passed the microphone to Hu Lei. Hu Lei radiated confidence. Of course. I approach every battle with the utmost confidence. Huahua feigned surprise and applauded. Wow! As expected of our powerful Hu Lei leader. Well, next, let me introduce the other team's players. Those friends in the sky, you can come down now. Huahua shouted to the heavens, and a star ship, cloaked, appeared before everyone's eyes. On the star ship, Jing Yuan, Fei Xiao, Hua Yin, Yan Qing, and Jing Lu stood at the edge of the ship. Jing Yuan saw Huahua bouncing and waving at him, and shook his head helplessly. Let's go, let's get off. Jing Yuan and the other four jumped down from the star ship. Hu Lei saw Jing Yuan, Fei Xiao, and Hua Yin. As sworn enemies, he naturally recognized their identities at a glance. Hu Lei snorted with disdain. TSK, they're just 3 generals? A piece of cake. Mo Du stood by, admiring them. As expected of the war chief Khan. Huahua glanced at Hu Lei and chuckled. There are also 2 talented swordsmen, Yan Qing and Yunli. Hu Lei glanced at Yan Qing and Yunli. Just 2 little brats, easily dispatched. Huahua continued. And there's also Lord Yinghui Dan Heng. Hu Lei looked at Dan Heng, his gaze lingering for several minutes. Tisk, it's just Lord Yinghui, don't panic. Huahua continued. And there's also the former sword chief, Lord Jing Binghui. Hu Lei felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity when he heard the name Jing Binghui. Jing Binghui? Who? What kind of pond did he come from? Hu Lei looked closely, his hair standing on end, and he froze in his tracks. Jing Lu. Huahua continued, still not shutting up. There's also Hu Tao, the leader of the Wangsheng Hall, Zhongli, the rock demon, Sam, the Star Core hunter, Kamisato Ayaka, the eldest daughter of the Kamisato family, San Yueki, a member of the train crew, and Xing, the Galaxy Skyfire Knight. Hu Lei was stunned. No! Fighting a group alone? Really? Everything's fine, right? It should be fine, right? Moto, standing by, listened to Hanabi's announcement. TSK, a bunch of chickens and dogs. Zhan Shuhan will definitely win. Moto's words made Xing, Jing Lu, and the others' expressions grow even gloomier. Hu Lei really wanted to slap Moto to death. Shut up. You keep praising the opponent's rage. Hu Lei felt like the opponent was about to use his ultimate. Because his rage was almost full, it seemed. The next second. Skyfire. Unsheath. Destruction. Illuminate the rivers. Shake the heavens. A hail of arrows. I will. Ignite the sea of stars. Half an hour later. Peace returned to the prison, and all the Beauty werewolves who came to rescue Hu Lei were suppressed. Hu Lei and Mo2 were bound and thrown to the ground. The remaining prisoners, those still alive, were taken back, and the dead were cremated on the spot. Ossel, seeing the fate of Hu Lei and the others, couldn't help but gloat. I'm so clever. Don't you see who's out there? The god of killing, Xiao Huimao, and the god of war, Zhongli. Just the two I know are incredibly powerful. Not to mention the other people around. How could the friends of these two great gods be easily defeated? Jing Yuan looked at Hu Lei and waved his hand. Lock them up. Several cloud riders obeyed the order and arrested Hu Lei and Mo2. At that moment, Hua Hua and Aha rushed over. Hua Hua slammed the brakes on her feet and stopped in front of Jing Yuan. General Jing Yuan. General Jing Yuan. Let me take care of these two little wolves, okay? I recently opened a theater prison, and I'm in need of actors. Jing Yuan looked at Hua Hua and Aha standing beside him. That won't bother Changle Tianjun and Miss Hua Hua. Hua Hua, seeing this, tried to persuade them again. Don't worry. I promise I won't release him. I just let him be an actor in my grand theater prison. Okay, don't worry. Master Hua Hua means what I say. Aha won't do anything rash. We swear. Aha also held up 4 fingers. Aha also swears. We won't let that little stray get away. Xing then said. General Jing Yuan, I think you can promise. Hua Hua has absolute power in that grand theater. Besides, she promised Yuyun she wouldn't let any of the prisoners escape. Jing Yuan heard Xing say this. In that case, that's fine. You can take them both with you. Hua Hua and Aha were overjoyed upon hearing this. Hua Hua kicked Aha. What are you looking at? Go! Carry those two little wolves back. Aha rubbed his butt. Aha, I'm going. Aha, I'm going. Don't be angry, Master Hanabi. Aha ran over, picked up Hu Lei and Moto, opened the portal, and slipped in. Hanabi waved. Goodbye. Everyone, the grand theater opening ceremony is being prepared. Remember to come and attend. Hanabi said goodbye to everyone and ran through the portal. The portal closed, and Jing Yuan suddenly felt a little inhumane. Hu Lei and Moto fell into the hands of Changle Tianjun and Hanabi. Xing, when does the grand theater prison opening ceremony begin? Xing asked. Hanabi said she would notify the group in advance. Hearing this, Jing Yuan took out his phone and silently turned off the group message Do Not Disturb. Chapter 231. Jiaqiu felt a little regretful. He had originally wanted to use the red moon from Hu Lei to refine medicine. Through an ancient text, Jiaqiu learned of the existence of the red moon, a substance that could cure moon mania. This was why he had gone to the prison. What a pity, Mose consoled him. It's not a big deal. We can go to Yiyun to treat the general. Jiaqiu nodded slightly. This is the only way. Xing, Sanyueki, and the others looked around. The Cloud Cavalry were cleaning up the battlefield. Xing said, Sanwei, let's take a look around. This is my first time in a prison. After that, Xing began to wander around. As she walked, she saw an old acquaintance, Ossel. Ossel was hammering nails, repairing the cell door. Hey! Isn't that Ossel? Oh, by the way, Hu Tao wanted to spar with you. Xing called out to Hu Tao in the hall. Hu Tao! Hu Tao! Ossel's here. Do you still want to fight him? If so, I help you capture him. Hu Tao thought for a moment. Forget it. We just had a fight, and it's almost over. Kuching and I are going back. Xing raised an eyebrow and looked at Ossel. Then just stay put. Hu Tao doesn't want to fight you anymore. She originally wanted you to help her practice. Ossel glanced at Hu Tao. He had seen this little girl before, but how could she suddenly become so powerful after such a short time? Ossel sensed that the energy within Hu Tao surpassed his own. However, it seemed that this little girl hadn't yet mastered the precise control of her power. Ossel glanced at Xing, then at Zhongli below, and let out a long sigh. Luckily, the werewolves had already helped the little girl practice, otherwise. If they really fought, if they hurt the little girl, those two killer gods might just turn on me. If they didn't, the other party was strong enough to beat me, and I'd still be beaten. Afterwards, everyone rested for a while in the prison, then went home to rest. Xing, Sanyueki, and the others returned to the store. Xing felt around in her bag, and pulled out 10,000 star coins. Open one more gold trash can, and then I go to bed. Xing bought a gold trash can and opened it. A flash of golden light flashed, and a pickup card appeared in its place. Xing calmly put the pickup card away. She decided to open one every day instead of hoarding it for a big win. Because she heard that everyone's fortune changed every day. Instead of going all in, it was better to try every day. Seeing this, Hu Tao pondered for a moment, wondering if she should give it a try herself. Hu Tao searched her bag. She had enough star coins left to buy a gold trash can. Seeing this, Xing stopped and prepared to see what Hu Tao could find. Hu Tao, open it quickly. Let me see what you can find. Hu Tao opened the golden trash can directly, just one, without holding out any hope of finding anything good. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened as a red light burst forth, illuminating the entire store. No way. This can even be sold. The first red thing in the golden trash can. Xing felt like she was dreaming. When the red light faded, a spear, a golden ring, and a length of red silk appeared. Xing was puzzled. How could this possibly yield three things at once? Luing asked. Could these three items possibly be part of the same thing? Let's go ask Yiyun. Hu Tao picked up the three items and walked towards Yiyun's room. Hu Tao arrived at Yiyun's door and knocked. Yiyun? Yiyun? Are you asleep? A few minutes later, the door opened. Yiyun yawned and looked at Hu Tao. I was almost asleep. What are you calling me for? Hu Tao raised both hands and showed Yiyun the three items. Yiyun, please help me figure out what these three are. I just found them in the gold trash can. Yiyun rubbed his eyes and took a look. Item, Neza 3-piece set, low-spec version, description, 3 magical treasures belonging to a certain traitorous scoundrel. Price, 5 million star coins. After reading the information about the Neza 3-piece set, Yiyun rubbed his eyes and took another look. His. Yiyun gasped. Seeing Yiyun's expression, Hu Tao realized that she had found something truly remarkable. Hu Tao asked anxiously. Yiyun, what is this? Tell me now, don't keep me in suspense. Yiyun said. Let's put it this way. It costs 5 million star coins. As soon as Yiyun said this, the room suddenly fell silent. The silence lasted for several minutes, until it was broken by the sound of Klee, Hook, and the other 6 children opening the door and running into the shop. Klee, Hook, and the others had just finished washing up and, with GZ's permission, came over to watch some cartoons. Klee noticed the group at Yiyun's door. Brother Yiyun, what's going on with you sisters? Bai Lu spread her hands. I don't know. Don't worry about them. We're watching cartoons. Afterwards, we need to go to bed. We have to make medicine tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Kelly put aside her curiosity and ran to the sofa tea area to sit and watch cartoons. Hu Tao and the others came to their senses. They gasped. 5 million. 5 million. Xing slapped herself. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. It seems I'm dreaming. I go back to dreaming. Goodbye. Xing's face turned red from the slap. She knew she wasn't dreaming, but she didn't want to accept it. I'm not afraid of sister suffering, I'm afraid of sister's driving Land Rover. Hu Tao asked. Yiyun, what exactly is this thing? Yiyun said. These 3 items are the magical weapons of Neza, the 3rd prince. Neza is a great god in the supreme world. The golden ring is called the Windfire Wheel, the long spear is called the Fire-Tip Spear, and the red silk is called the Chaos Heaven Silk. Drip a few drops of blood on them, and they will recognize you as their master. Hu Tao heard this and dripped 3 drops of blood onto the Windfire Wheel, the Fire-Tip Spear, and the Chaos Heaven Silk. The moment the 3 magical weapons were stained with blood, they came to life. The Windfire Wheel rapidly shrank, burrowing beneath Hu Tao's feet and dragging her up. The Chaos Heaven Silk enveloped Hu Tao, ethereal and ethereal. The Fire-Tip Spear flew into Hu Tao's right hand. Hu Tao's power-ups, this time, are a bit outrageous. Phoenix Spirit plus Neza's 3-piece set. TSK. Hu Tao should be the fire god of Teyvat. Mavika probably wouldn't be Hu Tao's match. Ing and Sandueki looked at Hu Tao with envy. Hu Tao looked so cool now. A swirling ring of fire swirled beneath her feet, the tip of her spear spurted flames, and the Han Tian Ling swirled around her. Ing took out all her belongings, and went all in to buy 100 golden trash cans. After opening them, Ing knelt on the ground with a look of despair. Hee. Pickup cards. All pickup cards. Who's actually shipping these golden trash cans? Chapter 232. Inside Liyue Harbor. It was already midnight. The internet cafe was still bustling with activity, with more users online at night than during the day. Because it was cheap to book an overnight stay. Many Liyue residents, who didn't have work the next day would come here to play. Zhongli sat at the front desk, acting as a temporary network administrator. The front desk staff member was feeling unwell and had just gone to the bathroom. Suddenly, Zhongli frowned slightly and looked out at the boundless sea. In the distance, the waves surged, thunder and lightning flashed, as if a ferocious beast was about to burst forth. Zhongli teleported to a cliff overlooking the sea and quietly observed the raging ocean. Not only Zhongli Ning, but also Ningguang, Yilan, Keqing, and the other immortals all sensed this presence. Asmodeus merely glanced at him and returned to his game. He was just a minor character, not one to interfere with his own enjoyment. Ningguang activated the Chuanyu Pavilion and headed towards the Guyun Pavilion. Ningguang stared at the sea beast below. It's finally here. I waited so long for this moment. The sea beast below was none other than Asal's wife, Bak. Bak raised its 3 heads, glaring at the jade pavilion in the sky and roaring. Give me back my husband. She had actually sensed it when Asal was blown free from a seal. The energy was so intense, and her intense need for survival had snapped her out of it. She didn't rush to Asal's rescue. It wasn't until she had observed for so many days, and confirmed that the powerful men had left that she dared to come. Bak unleashed a massive wave, and Ningguang immediately ordered the Thousand Rocks army to activate their return to the end mechanism. However, with the massive wave providing cover, the Thousand Rocks army on the island lost their target, and could only fire indiscriminately. A massive wave crashed toward the Thousand Rocks, threatening to plunging them into the sea. At that moment, a meteor suddenly crashed into the ocean. After a second of shock, a massive concussion spread from the impact point to the surrounding area. The massive wave that Ba Che had previously stirred up collapsed under this force. Keqing looked toward the impact point and saw a familiar figure. Hu Tao. Hu Tao, riding on a windfire wheel, pointed her flaming spear at Ba Che. Who are you, the demon? How dare you invade Liyue Harbor? Give me your life. Hu Tao exerted force on her feet, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Ba Che, stabbing him with her flaming spear. Ba Che had no time to dodge. Only when her head exploded did she realize she was under attack. Bak, staring at Hu Tao, the killer-like figure before him, didn't bother saving Asal and quickly dove into the sea. Hu Tao pointed at Ba Che. Han Tianling. Go! Han Tianling flew out and dove into the sea, binding Ba Che and carrying him out to sea. Ba Che thrashed and struggled frantically. Hu Tao quickly attacked, blasting Ba Che's other head apart with another shot. In less than a few seconds, Ba Che was left with only one head, his life in jeopardy. Rain fell slowly, and the wind fire wheel carried Hu Tao high in the sky. Hu Tao swung the fire spear, intending to kill Ba Che. Just then, Zhongli appeared beside him. Hall Master, wait a minute. Hu Tao, seeing it was Zhongli, temporarily withdrew. Guessed you're still awake? Oh, that's right. You'd definitely be wide awake with such a powerful monster attacking Liyue. Take a look at how powerful these magic weapons of mine are. Hu Tao showed Zhongli the 3-piece Neza set she had just drawn. Zhongli nodded slightly. The Hall Master is naturally incredibly powerful. What are these 3 magic weapons? Hu Tao explained. I drew them from the golden trash can. Didn't I have a little over 10,000 star coins left after buying the Phoenix Spirit? I just bought a golden trash can for fun. I didn't expect to get these 3 treasures. Let me tell you, guest, these 3 treasures are worth 5 million star coins combined. Zhongli was also shocked upon hearing this. 5 million? No wonder the Hall Master's strength increased so dramatically. Zhongli looked at Ba Che. Hall Master, she is a demon god's follower. Her death will pollute the ocean. Although we're moving soon, we haven't completely abandoned this place. Hu Tao heard this, and put away her fire spear. Okay, I leave it to you. I'm going back to sleep. I am so sleepy. With that, Hu Tao rode her windfire wheels towards the Hall of Rebirth. Zhongli looked at Ba Che coldly, stretched out his hand, and summoned a divine power to bind Ba Che to the Hall of all people. Ningguang, Keqing, Yilan, Ganyu, and the other immortals were speechless at the sight. Such a powerful and invincible sea beast was so easily defeated by Hu Tao aside. She returned to the Hall of Rebirth, and was about to rest when a figure suddenly appeared. Master, I want to discuss something with you. Asmodeus appeared out of nowhere, glaring at Hu Tao with a sly look. Hu Tao was startled. It's you, Asmodeus's guest. What's the matter? Asmodeus chuckled. Master, do you want to become the god of fire? Hu Tao was shocked. What the hell? He's asking her to become the god of fire? Really? That? Forget it. I still have to build up my Wanshan Hall. I'm going to bed now. I'm so sleepy. I've been fighting all day. Asmodeus refused to give up. Master, would you reconsider? Hu Tao's waved his hand casually. Okay, I think about it. Then Hu Tao's returned to her room to rest. Asmodeus sincerely wanted Hu Tao to become the god of fire. The position of god of fire was still vacant, so why couldn't the master become one? My master is so powerful, wouldn't becoming the god of fire be a piece of cake? Beating those mortals would be a piece of cake. What a shame. It looked like the master wasn't interested in the position of god of fire. Forget it. Just make do with what's going on. Go back to playing games. Asmodeus teleported back to the esports room and continued playing Audition. Inside the prison, Zhongli brought back here and placed her next to Ossel before leaving. Back lay in bed, recovering her strength. She carefully observed her surroundings, pondering an escape route. At that moment, a very familiar voice rang out from the next room. Back? You been captured here too? I'm Ossel. Back sat up abruptly at Ossel's voice. Husband. You're here too? Husband. I finally remembered you. Don't worry, I just memorized the route we took. When we find an opportunity, we escape together. Ossel sighed. My dear, forget it. This isn't Teyvat, it's another world. Our combined strength won't matter here. Hearing this, Back hadn't expected to find herself in another world. Looking at the surrounding architecture, it certainly didn't resemble Teyvat's. Ossel continued. At least here we have room to move around in one of our cells. We couldn't move when Morix was suppressing us before. Chapter 233. The next day arrived. Ing, Sanyueki, Xing, and the others arrived at the competition. Today, the final winner would be decided. Ing looked at Sanyueki. Sanwei, if we meet later, I won't hold back. Sanyueki snorted. My Hui Bao is no pushover. You better be careful when the time comes, don't get hurt by my arrows. Sanyueki and Ing were trading trash talk. Xing, Luing, and Linghua sat nearby, leisurely munching on peanuts. Yesterday they had sunflower seeds, but today they were boring, so they switched to peanuts. These peanuts were just bought on Xing Road and roasted on the spot. They were incredibly fragrant. Yunli sat at her table, eating skewers. Ever since discovering Yiyun's shop, Yunli had been buying skewers there every day. A different flavor every day, no repetition. Yanqing glanced at Yunli. He already knew his opponent in advance. Yes, it was Yunli. This was something Jing Lu had arranged specifically for Jing Yuan, saying it was for the two to compete and test each other's progress. Jing Lu also set a restriction for the two. This written exam was only for the use of sword control techniques. No other sword techniques allowed. Yanqing had a foundation in sword control, and his learning progress was indeed slightly faster than Yunli's, but only slightly. Yunli, a latecomer, was actually training faster than Yanqing. To put it bluntly, Yanqing now had a demon within him. After battling Dan Heng, Ren, and Jing Lu, he had developed deep doubts about his own sword. This was especially true after the battle with Jing Lu. On the contrary, Yunli's heart was pure, and she was more focused during her training, naturally leading her to practice faster than Yanqing. Soon, the host took the stage and presided over the opening ceremony. The audience cheered loudly, cheering on their favorite contestants. Ing, Sanyueki, Clara, and Yanqing were ready to fight, while Yunli continued to eat skewers. Just then, Xing's phone rang and Xing answered. Hello? Hu Tao, what's up? Hu Tao's voice came from the other end. Xing! Get back to the train. Today's dungeon is awesome. The prize is 100,000 star coins. Hu Tao hadn't planned to come to Luofu to watch the competition, she just came to see what the dungeon was like. The dungeons from the past few days hadn't been very good. Xing immediately hung up the phone, and called Luing and Linghua. Luing, Linghua, pack your things. We're going back. Luing and Linghua looked bewildered. What's wrong, Xing? Luing asked. Xing said. Today's dungeon reward is 100,000 star coins. Luing and Linghua hurriedly got up and packed their things. After 2 days of interaction, Linghua had also learned the value of star coins. Last night, she had even gone to Yiyun's store to browse them all. 100,000 star coins. If I could get them, it would definitely improve Inazuma's situation. Sanyuchi noticed Xing busy packing behind him. Xing, where are you going? Xing put a sack of peanuts into his storage ring and packed up his folding chair. It's okay. Let's go for a walk. You guys can do your thing. After saying that, Xing tugged at Luing and Linghua, urging them to leave quickly. Xing, Luing, and Linghua arrived outside the arena. Luing asked, puzzled. Xing, Why don't we invite Sanwei and the others? Xing said. They have a competition, and besides, there are only 16 spots this time. Let's go! Let's go! Xing quickly left with Luying and Linghua. Seeing Xing's panic, San Yueki immediately guessed that Xing was stirring up trouble. Knowing Xing well, she knew Xing had definitely found an opportunity to make a fortune. Every time Xing acted so hurriedly, it was because she was trying to earn star coins. Just then, the match list was announced. San Yueki's opponent was Clara. San Yueki had an idea and ran to the referee's table to mutter a few words. Several judges looked at him with pity, then shook his hand. San Yueki then ran out of the arena and chased after Xing. The referee's announcement soon came over the radio. Contestant March 7 is feeling unwell. A hidden injury from the last competition has flared up, and he's just decided to withdraw. Therefore, contestant Clara advances directly. This scene left the audience in disbelief. How could he withdraw at this point in the quarterfinals? If he wins this time, he'd be famous. Ying rubbed her chin, thinking. Just now, she witnessed March 7 running to the judges' table, and then out of the competition arena. The more Ying thought about it, the more something felt wrong. Something was wrong. Very wrong. March 7 had instantly killed Scott with a few arrows last time. He wasn't even injured, right? There's definitely something wrong here. Ying looked back, only to find that Xing, Luying, and Linghua were gone too. Now, Ying had finally confirmed her inner thoughts. Ying was also planning to find a reason to withdraw from the competition. Perhaps it was because of the star coins that would force San Yueki to withdraw directly. Just as Ying was about to head to the referee's booth, the announcement blared. Next up is the first match. Contestant Ying versus contestant Wang Er. Seeing this, Ying decided to just go up and perform. Ying stepped onto the ring. Just as her opponent was about to bow, Ying impatiently urged him. Hurry up, don't waste time you. Come here and hit me. Wang Er was momentarily confused. What was this guy so anxious about? He looked like he was about to be reincarnated. Wang Er threw a punch, and Ying pretended to block it with her sword. Wang Er struck again, sending Ying flying backwards. Ying fell directly off the ring, having lost the match instantly. Just as Yan Qing was about to reach out to helping up, Ying simply scrambled to her feet, dusted off her legs, grabbed Paimon, and ran off. Yan Qing frowned slightly. What's going on with Ying and San Yueki? It feels strange. One of them just folded, and the other played a fake card. Why is that? They were so serious yesterday. In Yi Yun's shop, Hu Tao anxiously paced back and forth near the dungeon portal, occasionally pulling out her phone to text Xing to ask where she was. Today's dungeon is called Star Wars, a large-scale dungeon. Today's dungeon, Star Wars. Introduction. All contestants will play a mobile soldier, participating in the base defense battle and killing the invading Zerglings. Reward. Killing Zerglings earns points, each point redeemable for 10 star coins, up to a maximum of 10,000 points. Points can also be used to summon minions. Marauders, wraiths, krakens, siege tanks, and more. Quota, 16 participants finally. Hu Tao waited for Xing, Luying, and Linghua. You're finally here. My guest, General Jing Yuan, Mr. Walter Kafka, and Silver Wolf have already gone in. Hurry, hurry, let's sign up and go in. Chapter 234. Hu Tao finished speaking, pulling Xing towards the dungeon portal. At this moment, San Yuqi and Ying also rushed back. San Yuqi saw that there were indeed star coins to be earned. Great. Xing! You could earn star coins, and you didn't call me. Ying followed suit. That's right. Are we still sisters? Xing spread her hands. Aren't you going to compete? I didn't call you. Ying looked disappointed. Martial arts ceremony? That's a competition. Do star coins matter? San Yuqi agreed. That's right. Star coins are what's most important, okay? Xing shrugged. Yes, let's go. Let's enter the dungeon first. Then, several people signed up to enter the dungeon. Several beams of light flashed, and Xing and the others were teleported into the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, on a desolate planet, a high-tech military base sat on a high ground. All around them, a swarm of Zergs continued to pour in. In the military base, countless fire snakes erupted, slaying the invading enemies. Xing and his companions were teleported to the preparation room. An NPC had been waiting for a long time. You're finally here. Grab your weapons and head to the front lines immediately. Remember, be extremely careful. Death costs 50 points to revive. The NPC pointed to a rifle on the table and told them to take it. Xing and his companions immediately took it, stood straight, and saluted. Yes, sir. Xing and his companions quickly immersed themselves in the action, rifles in hand, and rushed out of the preparation room. The moment they emerged, Xing felt a surge of excitement, his adrenaline rushing. The surrounding artillery fire was incessant, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Xing waved her hand. Go, 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 charge! Xing rushed out, reaching the frontline trench. A springtail suddenly flew in her face. Xing, quick-witted and quick-handed, quickly fired her electromagnetic rifle, killing it. As her bullet struck the springtail, she thought she could see the health bar above its head. Xing fired again, and sure enough, she could see the health bar. With the health bar, it was easy. Go! Xing squeezed the trigger frantically, shooting the springtails. San Yueki, Luing, Linghua, and the others also joined the battle. They fought off the springtail attack in a trench. However, as they fought, they noticed something was amiss. More and more springtails were invading their defenses, and their firepower was severely insufficient. San Yueki asked, "Should we retreat?" Luing shook her head. "We can't retreat. These zerglings are incredibly fast. Our physique has been weakened to that of ordinary people in this dungeon, so we can't outrun them." Xing's heart ached. Fight them. Earn as many points as possible. Xing fired at full force, his electromagnetic rifle emitting a steady stream of flames. The Zerg continued to close in on the trench. Just as Xing and his companions were about to be breached, a teasing voice suddenly rang out from the side. Yo yo yo. Isn't that Xing? It's been so long since we last met, and you're so down? Your Lord Silver Wolf is here to rescue you. Xing turned around and saw Silver Wolf carrying a Gatling gun. Silver Wolf, a cigar dangling from his lips, planted one foot on the stone in front of him, and fired wildly at the Zerg swarm. Ha ha ha. Great. Do-do-do-do-do. Under the Silver Wolf's suppressive firepower, the Zerg swarm was once again driven back. Silver Wolf jumped into the trench and pulled a cigar from his jacket, offering it to Xing. Xing, want one? Xing shook his head in disdain. No, I don't smoke. This smells too bad, Silver Wolf explained. This is a dungeon. This thing is just a decoration. It has no feeling or taste at all. Only then did Xing take the cigar from Silver Wolf and put it in his mouth. You can't say for sure, the feeling of holding the cigar in his mouth was different. He felt so much more awesome. Xing raised his electromagnetic rifle, and, holding the cigar between his teeth, he continuously fired at the Zerglings outside the trench. Ying's eyes lit up at the sight. How cool! Silver Wolf, give me one too. Silver Wolf pulled out a cigar and tossed it to Ying, who followed suit. March 7 was curious about the Gatling gun in Silver Wolf's hand. Silver Wolf, where did you get this weapon? Why do we have small rifles, and you have a massive machine gun? Silver Wolf asked. This one's exchanged for points. It's 100 points each. You can buy it from the NPC in the preparation room. March 7 checked his points. He only had 67, far from enough. Silver Wolf continued. I'm a bit slow. Zhongli's already got his mech, and that howitzer in his hand is killing everyone with one blast. Xing's fighting spirit instantly soared upon hearing this. No! I have to get a powerful weapon myself. Then, the group continued to kill the Zerglings. Silver Wolf handed out a cigar to everyone present, even Linghua. Linghua was initially reluctant, but after Xing and Ying's persuasion, she finally took it in her mouth. Xing and Ying kept saying how cool it was, and only then did Linghua agree to give it a try. Linghua, holding a cigar between her lips, felt a change in her heart. Linghua glanced at Silver Wolf, who was laughing and firing a Gatling gun, and made a decision. Palace Master was right. In Inazuma, she was the eldest daughter of the Kamisato family. But here, she was just an ordinary girl, free to do what she wanted without worrying about others' opinions. Then, Xing, San Yueki, Ying, Luing, Silver Wolf, Linghua, and Kurumi all stood in the trenches, one foot in the cigar, one hand on the gun, shooting Zerglings. Soon, Xing had accumulated enough points and rushed back to the preparation room. Xing found an NPC. I want to spend money. The NPC pressed a button, and a wall fell down, revealing a weapons warehouse. Xing's eyes lit up as she gazed at the dazzling array of goods inside. Wow! These weapons are so cool! Xing, San Yueki, and the others browsed around and bought the same Gatling gun as Silver Wolf. It's truly effective against Zerglings. No matter how fast you run, you're covered in fire. Xing lifted the Gatling gun, feeling invincible. Little Zergling, come and die. Just then, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard. Xing looked back and saw Silver Wolf stepping out in a heavy mech. Silver Wolf approached Xing, beaming with pride. Xing, don't you think my Marauder mech looks cool? Xing's face was filled with envy. This mech is so cool. Look at that gun barrel. Damn. It's as big as my head. The others returned to the front lines, and Silver Wolf fired a grenade into the distance. The instant the grenade landed, it wiped out all the nearby Zerglings. Silver Wolf instantly received over 30 points. Seeing this, Xing made up his mind. It was decided. He'd save up enough to buy this Predator mech. Even if it was just for fun, it was worth it. Xing and the others continued playing in the dungeon. Martial arts ceremony. The finals had arrived, with Yanqing facing Clara. Clara's family member number 2 was too powerful, and the previous contestants had no chance of breaking through her defense. Chapter 235. The battle between Yanqing and Clara ended with Yanqing victorious. Although Clara's family member, number 2, was powerful, she wasn't able to fully utilize her abilities, as her combat experience was limited. Yanqing relied on his extensive combat experience to achieve the ultimate victory. Holding the trophy, Yanqing didn't feel as accomplished as he imagined. Because of Sanueki and Ying. One withdrew directly from the competition, and the other simply cheated. Yanqing felt that his trophy wasn't quite what he deserved. On the train. It was already evening. Today's dungeon had concluded, and everyone who participated had earned 100,000 star coins. Xing and Hutao each opened a gold trash can. Unfortunately, neither of them sold anything, and only received 2 pickup cards. Afterwards, everyone went home to rest. Shinsi took Linghua back to Inazuma, and Ying and Paimon followed. Ying and Paimon still had to return to the RV. Linghua, Ying, and Paimon bid farewell to Shinsi and headed down the mountain. Linghua held a stack of photos, showing her and everyone else's photos from today's dungeon run. The 3 of them soon arrived at the front door of Kamasato's residence, and Ying suddenly had a thought. Oh, by the way, Linghua, remember to go to Yiyun's shop tomorrow. The lottery draw will be held tomorrow. Linghua smiled and nodded in agreement. Okay, I go. Bid goodbye to Ying and Paimon, Linghua returned to the house. As soon as she entered the living room, she noticed Kamasato Aido, who was attending to some official business. Brother? It's so late, why aren't you up yet? Kamasato Linghua asked with concern. Kamasato Aido smiled. I have some unfinished business. So, how was your time at the Palace Masters these past 2 days? Aido had no idea that Ayaka had gone to another world this time. He only knew that Ayaka had spent 2 days at Narukami Taisha Shrine. Aido nodded slightly. Yeah, it was quite fun. The Palace Master introduced me to a lot of new friends. After saying this, Ayaka was about to show Aido the photos she had taken, but thinking of how she looked in them, she decided against it. Aido was a little surprised. Oh, new friends? Why didn't you invite them back? Aido Kamasato said. Next time, brother. You should get some rest. I'm going home now. Ayato Kamasato ran back to her room. Seeing this, Ayato Kamasato quickened his pace, finished his business, and went back to rest. As for Ying and Paimon, when they returned to the RV, they found that Yashimiya had been waiting for them for a long time. Ying! Paimon! You're finally back. Yashimiya greeted Ying and Paimon with delight. Ying nodded slightly. Well, I had to go out for something today. Xiaolong, have you made the arrangements? Xiaolong nodded. Yes, they prepared a boat for Kanjin Island tonight. We can just load the supplies aboard then. Ying heard this. That's great. Have you told them? I only accept primogems. Xiaolong patted his chest. I did? Don't worry. Ying finally felt relieved. Let's go. I take you to pick up the supplies. Ying climbed into the RV and called Xiaolong in. Then, Ying drove the RV towards where she had hidden the supplies. Xiaolong leaned against the window, admiring the surrounding scenery. This was her first time appreciating the scenery of Inazuma Castle from this perspective. Driving. The 3 of them soon arrived at the place where Ying had hidden the supplies, an abandoned ancient temple. Ying walked inside and, after checking everything, felt relieved to confirm that the supplies she had brought were still intact. Xiaogong, go get them over here now, and ask them to help move the supplies. Xiaogong, lost in thought as he gazed at the room full of supplies, came to his senses. Okay, I'd be right there. Xiaogong rushed out. About 10 minutes later, Xiaogong and a group of people sneaked back to the ancient temple. Ying sat on several stacked bags of rice, sizing up the newcomer. It was Goro. This batch of supplies was enormous, and Coral Palace was worried about the others, so he asked Goro to come in person. This mattered to the well-being of Haigi Island for the foreseeable future. Xiao Gong, you're back so soon. Xiao Gong nodded. Yes, Ing, this is Goro, the person in charge of this transaction. Ing glanced at Goro with a money grubber gaze. Oh. Hello Goro, right? The supplies are all here. Would you like to count them? 500 tons in total. Goro responded. Hello Ing. Thank you very much for selling us supplies in this difficult situation. Ing waved. Okay. Did you bring the primo gems? Ing asked, addressing the question most pressing on her mind. Goro waved, and 2 soldiers arrived carrying a large box. Goro opened it. 2,000 primo gems in total. Xiaolong didn't specify the value of the supplies here. Do you think this is enough? Ing licked her lips at the sight of the box full of glittering primo gems. I'm going to make a fortune. This deal is such a steal, Ing said. That's enough, you guys move the supplies. I'm leaving first. With that, Ing picked up the primo gems box and ran back to the RV. Ing climbed directly into the driver's seat and stuck her head out to say goodbye to Xiao Gong. Xiao Gong, I'm leaving first. See you later. With that, Ing quickly slammed the door shut and hit the accelerator, heading for the island. Goro and Xiao Gong didn't say anything. After all, the deal was done. Goro began directing his soldiers to move the supplies. Since they were near an Azuma castle, Goro and the others could only move in small batches to avoid attracting the attention of the shogunate army. In the RV, Paimon was puzzled. Ing, where are we going? Not back to an Azuma castle? Ing shook her head. Why go back? Waiting to be wanted? Waiting to be arrested? We were just doing business with the rebels. Run. Paiying, upon hearing this, understood and hurriedly urged Ing to hurry. Little did he know that the entire transaction was witnessed by the Son of God. The Son of God shook his head. Ah, it's my fault. I've been playing in Luofu for the past few days, and forgot to negotiate with Xiaxinhai. The Son of God called a priestess over. Go, issue a wanted order for the traveler Ing and the emergency food supply Paiming. A large reward is offered. The priestess withdrew. The Son of God didn't really want to capture Ing. He just wanted to tease her. 2,000 primo gems, just 20,000 star coins, nothing to worry about. The Son of God had only earned 100,000 star coins today, so naturally, he didn't care about those 2,000 primo gems. She wanted to see how Ing would escape. Shensi watched Goro and the others below transporting supplies for a moment before returning the way he come. Let Goro carry this batch of supplies back. The situation on Yumajai Island is indeed not optimistic. Offshore Island. Ing and Paimon crouched in the bushes, observing the situation at the port. The Miko was very fast. A wanted poster had already been posted the moment Ing arrived at the offshore island. Thankfully, Ing saw it in advance and hid. Ing planned to remain hidden until Beidou arrived, then drive the RV directly onto the Death Star. Chapter 236. Liyue, Layered Abyss. Kong and Nashida stood at the border between Layered Abyss and Shumi. Passing through the tunnel, they arrived at the Shumi border. As soon as Nashida returned, she felt a connection to this land. Kong, wearing a white hooded windbreaker, looked around. Nashida, we arrived at Wachingu. Nashida nodded slightly. Finally, I returned to this land. I hope everything goes smoothly from now on. Kong said from the side. Don't worry, I help you, Nashida. Nashida smiled in gratitude. Your words put my mind at ease. Thank you, Kong. Kong nodded slightly. Let's go. Let's go to Wachingu ahead and take a look. The two continued on, passing the Seven Heavens statue and arriving at Wachingu. In Wachingu, most of the residents are forest rangers, responsible for patrolling the forest for safety, marking the dead zone and clearing out monsters. Sora and Nashida arrived at the gate of Huacheng, where 2 rangers stopped them. Stop, please show me your ID. Sora took his ID. The ranger took it and looked at it, frowning slightly. He glanced at Sora, then at the ID in his hand. Sir, please return the way you came. Your ID is quite fake. The ranger turned the ID over and pointed to the expiration date column. Sora took a look and held his forehead in frustration. He had forgotten that he hadn't updated his ID since joining the Abyss. The ID he had just taken out was the one he had brought with him when he traveled to Teyvat 500 years ago. As for Nashida, it went without saying she was also undocumented. Poor Nashida, unable to even enter the city she governed because she had no ID. Nashida and Sora stood not far from the city gate, and Nashida said, How about I do it? They're all wearing void systems. Nashida had just observed that the rangers all had void systems attached to their ears. She could use the void system to register false identities for herself and Sora. Given the Shumi people's reliance on the void, they wouldn't notice anything, wouldn't raise any questions. Sora was taken aback. How could that be? He, a distinguished traveler and former prince of the Abyss cult, couldn't even enter a city gate? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Look here, Nishida. I show you the art of human social interaction. Sora felt in his pocket, pulled out a bag of mora, and waited. Kong arrived at the city gate again. Seeing this, 2 forest rangers tried to drive him away. Kong grabbed one of the rangers' wrist. Don't worry, brother. I'm here for a trip to Shumi. I'm a serious person. I forgot to bring my ID this time. Can you please make an exception? As he spoke, Kong quietly placed a bag of mora into the ranger's pocket. The ranger felt his pocket and smiled mysteriously. Kong smiled mysteriously back. Kong looked back at Nishida and raised an eyebrow. As if to say, see? I got it done, haven't I? This is the art of human interaction. You actually dared to bribe a ranger. This is a serious crime. All bribes will be confiscated. Come with us. We take you for tea. Kong's smug expression froze. What the hell? He actually failed. This wasn't what he imagined. Kong quickly let go, scratched the back of his head, and said with a wry smile, What bribe? That's tea money for the 2 brothers. I have things to do, so I be leaving now. Kong fled dejectedly, returning to Nishida's side. Nishida looked up at Kong with wide eyes. So this is what you call the art of human social interaction. It seems. The results aren't quite ideal. Kong couldn't argue. After all, he had failed just now. Nishida sighed. Was His Majesty Asmodeus really trustworthy in sending Kong? He seemed even less reliable than Ing. Let me do it. With that, Nishida was about to log into the void system to register fake identities for herself and Kong. Nishida's hair shone slightly, and divine power slowly rose from beneath her feet. Suddenly, Nishida felt someone pull her body, releasing her from the void. Kong refused to believe it. Wait! I have another plan. The main road won't let us take the small path. Wait here, I explore the path ahead. Kong glanced at the cliff next to Ku and leaped off. More than 10 minutes later, Kong returned to his spot in a state of disgrace, his hat stained with bird droppings and his clothes stained with leaves. That's right. Kong had intended to climb a tree to reach the city walls, but he was discovered by a patrolling forest ranger and thrown into the ravine. Luckily, Kong had chosen a good spot, with bushes below. If he had fallen into the river. Nishida looked at Kong. Do you have another plan? Kong shook his head. Nishida observed this and said, Then don't move. Let me do it. Nishida accessed the void system and registered an identity for herself and Sora. After registering, Nishida picked up 2 leaves from the ground and transformed them into 2 ID cards. Let's go in through the other entrance. Nishida handed Sora's new ID card to him. Sora took it and dejectedly followed Nishida to the other entrance. This time, they entered the city smoothly. Nishida walked slowly through the city walls, curiously observing everything around them. In the past, she could only see the scenery of Shumi by attaching her consciousness to a bird. Now, she could see it with her own eyes, and she was naturally delighted, not wanting to miss any of the scenery. While strolling, Nishida's eyes were caught by a little girl with short green hair. Nishida looked at the girl, a look of sorrow radiating from her brow. The little girl had demon scale disease. The girl was Cole, who had just left her master Tanari's care. At Tanari's, she took a special medicine Tanari had prepared for her. While it couldn't completely cure Cole's demonic scales, it did provide some relief. Song, munching on a skewer of grilled mushrooms, laughed at Nishida's strange behavior. As she spoke, Nishida's eyes fell on Cole. Nishida, what's wrong? Nishida said. That little girl has demonic scales. Song, recalling this, thought again. Oh, that thing about forbidden knowledge? Nishida asked. Kong, you know about forbidden knowledge? Song said matter-of-factly. Have you forgotten what I used to do? I'm a noble prince. Nishida continued. Do you know a cure for demonic scales? Song spread his hands. I don't know. He bit off a grilled mushroom and chewed it. Nishida was speechless. Well, you're a prince for nothing. Better stay the owner of your milk tea shop. Chapter 237. Kong swallowed the grilled mushroom in his mouth. It's okay that I don't know. You can go find Yun. He's sure to have a solution. Nishida thought it made sense, but the back and forth was very troublesome. Maybe later. We're in Shumi now. If we want to see Yun, we have to go to Liyue Harbor. Kong snorted. That's easy. No need to go. Watch me. Hee hee. Wendy! An order has come in. Kong shouted, and everyone around him looked at him with strange eyes. Kong didn't care. His main characteristic was his thick skin. Why bother with so much? Just get the job done. After a while, Wendy transformed into a gust of wind and descended. Kong? What do you want me to do? Kong pointed at Neshida. Neshida wants you to buy something for her. After that, Kong sat down on a nearby wooden ladder and continued eating the grilled mushroom skewers. Neshida said to Wendy, Barbados, I'd like to ask you a favor. Could you please go to Yi Yun's shop and see if they have any medicine that can cure demonic scales? Wendy agreed immediately. Sure. I go check it out for you. See you later. Wendy was about to leave when Kong suddenly grabbed her, gazing at her suspiciously. There's something wrong with you. You're very wrong. Wendy was bewildered by Kong's words. Wendy! What's wrong with me? Kong said. You didn't even ask for a fee. Last time, I asked you to get some Mondstadt sweet flowers to make syrup. You charged me 10,000 mora for it. Wendy was stunned into silence. Was she really that greedy? Neshida heard this. Barbados, thank you for your hard work. I pay you for the errands later. Neshida actually thought Wendy wanted a fee. Wendy waved her hand. Forget it. I was short of money for drinks before, but now I'm not. I won't charge you. Neshida smiled and thanked him. Thank you, Barbados. Sora beside her said this. Does that mean you won't charge me for errands if I ask you to help me with the purchases in the future? Wendy said. She didn't want to talk to Kong anymore and turned into a breeze and flew away. Kong shook his head. Stingy you. It's just some merchandise, isn't it? It's not much. Wendy responded. That's just a little. Last time I bought Mondstadt sweet flowers, I bought every single one in Mondstadt. Wendy had also curiously asked why Kong didn't buy from Liyue. Cora said the Mondstadt sweet flowers were of very high quality. When Wendy asked why it was better, Kong replied that Mondstadt's ecology was more primitive. Wendy was immediately silenced. High EQ, more primitive ecology. Low EQ, Mondstadt is more backward. Wendy arrived at Yi Yun's shop. At that moment, Yi Yun was having breakfast with the 6 children. Each of the 6 children was munching on a milk-soaked steamed bun, taking a bite, and then a sip of soy milk. Chi-Chi sat on a stool, blankly holding a steamed bun in her mouth, not eating. Yao Yao noticed this. Chi-Chi, why aren't you eating? Chi-Chi took the steamed bun from her mouth. Chi-Chi is full, but I'm going to eat this bun after eating it. We can't waste food. Bai Lu, who was standing nearby, heard Chi-Chi's words and took the bun from her. Then let me help you finish it. I'm not full yet. Bai Lu bit down on the steamed bun, chewed it, and took a sip of soy milk. Then, Bai Lu covered her mouth tightly and shook her little head wildly, shaking the steamed bun and soy milk in her mouth before swallowing it. Bai Lu quickly finished the steamed bun in her hand and touched the plate on the table. That's not right. There was clearly another one just now. Bai Lu looked over and saw that the last steamed bun was already in Wendy's mouth. Bai Lu was immediately unhappy. Wendy! Why are you taking my steamed bun? I'm not full yet. Wendy waved her hand casually. As the saying goes, eat well in the morning, eat enough at noon, and eat less at night. You've eaten so much already. Take a break. Don't overeat. I help you with this last steamed bun. Yi Yun cast a disdainful look at Wendy. How dare you steal a child's breakfast? Wendy grumbled. Yi Yun shook his head. Wendy's shamelessness couldn't be thicker. Yi Yun asked. Didn't you say you were going to play with Teverin? Why are you here again? Wendy explained. I'm here to run an errand. Neshida wants to buy medicine to cure demonic scales. Do you have any? Yi Yun pondered this. Demonic scales? If you remembered correctly, this disease was related to the Great Mercy Tree King. The Great Mercy Tree King was contaminated by the forbidden knowledge of the Red King, and demonic scales is a symptom of that forbidden knowledge. If the forbidden knowledge in the Great Mercy Tree King is cured, the demonic scales can be eradicated. However, Yi Yun also has medicine that can directly cure demon scale. Yi Yun flipped through the items, and found a product called Elf Spring Water. This item has the power to cleanse curses and heal injuries. A bottle costs 100 star coins, enough to treat a demon scale patient. Yi Yun bought a few bottles, and was about to give them to Wendy. Just then, Yi Yun noticed Klee Bai Lu, and the other children eating breakfast nearby. Klee Bai Lu, Hook, do you want to go play in the woods? Klee cheered excitedly. Sure, Klee wants to pick mushrooms. The other children quickly agreed. Seeing this, Yi Yun said to Wendy, Wendy, you go back first. I take it to Neshida later. It's a good opportunity to take Klee and the others to Shimi. I was worried I had nowhere to go today. Wendy was delighted to hear that Yi-Yun was willing to help her with the deliveries. Then I leave it to you. I'm going to find Tevrin. Wendy transformed into a breeze and drifted away. After Yi-Yun and the 6 little ones finished breakfast and cleaned up, he led them towards the portal. In the Transformation City. Yi-Yun led the 6 little ones to the Transformation City, and soon found Neshida and Kong. Neshida. Yi-Yun called out to Neshida. Neshida was chatting with Cole. To prevent Cole from running away, Neshida took the initiative to approach him and talk. Kong was still thinking of asking him to come, but Neshida flatly refused. Let you come. I'm afraid you scare him away. Klee, Diana, and the other little ones also called out. Sister Neshida. Klee is here to play with you. Neshida, long time no see. Neshida, let's go mushroom picking later, wanna come? Neshida smiled as Klee and the other little ones ran towards her. Kelly, Diana, Bailu, Hook, Yao Yao, Chi-Chi, long time no see. And Yi-Yun, you too, long time no see. Yi-Yun smiled and handed Neshida some elven spring water. Here, this is the medicine you asked Wendy to buy. Chapter 238. Neshida took the elven spring water. How much is this, Yi-Yun? Yi-Yun held up a finger. 1 bottle is 100 star coins, enough for 1 person. Neshida took out her small wallet, pulled out a few 100 star coins, and handed them to Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun handed the potion to Neshida. Neshida, try it and see if it works. If not, I replace it with another one for free. Neshida smiled and nodded, then handed the bottle of elven spring water to Cole. Cole, this is a cure for demonic scales. Try it. Cole was shocked. Cure for demonic scales? Seriously? Moreover, Cole was puzzled. He had only known Neshida for a short time, yet she was willing to offer such a precious medicine to treat him. This made Cole wonder if Neshida was a bad person. Kong saw Cole looking at him, and Neshida warily, and said, Don't worry, Neshida won't harm you. She's the deity of your Mount Sumeru, the ruling deity, the little auspicious grass king. Cole was even more shocked by what Kong had said. What? Neshida is His Majesty the little auspicious grass king? No way. Cole looked Neshida up and down carefully. She seemed to resemble the deity depicted on the 7 Heaven statue. Cole regularly cleaned the 7 Heaven statue, so she was very familiar with it. Are you really the little auspicious grass king? Neshida smiled and nodded. Yes, Kayle, I remember you once cleaning the 7 Heaven statue in Huacheng and got hungry, so you sat under my statue and ate a pocket bread. While eating, you didn't notice and your pocket biscuit fell. You even cried in grievance at that moment. Cole felt instantly embarrassed when he heard Neshida expose his shortcomings. It was awful. His image in front of the little auspicious grass king was completely ruined. However, Cole also believed Neshida's identity. This matter was known only to him. At the time, he was still young and had just arrived at Huacheng. That day, fearing that his master would say he didn't know etiquette for eating under the 7 Heaven statue, he pretended not to be hungry. He didn't even eat dinner, and was hungry all night. Neshida handed Cole the elf spring water. Cole, try this potion and see if it works. Cole carefully took the spirit spring water, opened the bottle cap, and sniffed it. It smelled like some kind of fruit. Then, Cole drank the entire bottle. After Cole consumed the spirit spring water, Neshida asked anxiously, Cole, are you feeling better? Cole rolled up his sleeves, and saw that the black scales on his arms were disappearing at a visible speed. Cole's face lit up with joy. His demonic scale disease had truly been cured. Cole felt more relaxed than ever before, his spirits radiating. My demonic scale disease is cured. Neshida was also happy for Cole. Congratulations, Cole. You won't have to suffer from demonic scale disease anymore. Cole said gratefully. Thank you, little auspicious grass king, for giving me such a precious medicine to treat my illness. Neshida smiled and shook her head. You're welcome, Cole. I also want to thank you for helping me care for the 7 Heaven statue for so many years. Cole shook his head. That's what I should do. Little auspicious grass king, are you here to inspect Huacheng? Would you like me to show you around? Neshida smiled. Did I trouble you, Kalai? Take me on a good tour of Huacheng. Kalai was delighted, leading Neshida, Yi-Yun, and the other 6 children on a leisurely stroll through Huacheng. Huacheng wasn't very large. After all, it was originally just a stronghold, not a town. While strolling, Yi-Yun and his group met Tinari. After learning Neshida's identity, Tinari led the group to his room. Tinari bowed slightly. Student Tinari, greetings to Little Auspicious Grass King. Nashida helped Tinari to her feet. Don't be so formal. I know you, Tinari, an outstanding student of the Order Academy. Tinari hadn't expected Little Auspicious Grass King to recognize him. Little Auspicious Grass King, you've been visiting Jingshan Palace for a long time. I didn't expect you to even know me. Nashida smiled. I learned about you through the void. Tinari, upon hearing this, suddenly realized. So that's how it is, then it's not surprising. Tinari asked. Little King of Auspicious Grass, what brings you to Huacheng? Feel free to contact me if you need any help. Nashida said. I'm just here for a stroll. After all, this is my first time leaving the Pure Good Palace to properly explore Shimi. Tinari was silent for a moment. Little King of Auspicious Grass, why haven't you appeared in public before? Is it the Council of Orders? Not all the people in the Council of Orders are fools who succumb to authority. There are still those who know how to think, like Tinari and Elhazen. Previously, Tinari had been puzzled by the lack of public visibility for the Little King of Auspicious Grass. There was something illogical about this. Teyvat was a time of divine rule, with gods ruling the lands. Sora, standing nearby, curled his lips. How else could it be? A newborn god was being tricked. Or perhaps he always felt he wasn't a qualified god. Nashida looked at Sora in confusion. Sora, how do you know? Sora raised an eyebrow. I used to be the prince of the Abyss cult. Back then, you were one of my opponents, so I must have sent people to study you. Nashida was stunned. How should I put it? It makes sense, quite reasonable. Tinari immediately became wary when he heard Sora was a member of the Abyss cult. You're a member of the Abyss cult? Sora took a bite of the apple and smacked his lips. Yes, to be more precise, His Royal Highness, the former prince of the Abyss cult. You can now call me Sora, the owner of Sora's Milk Tea Shop, or Sora the Traveler. Don't worry, I'm on your side now. I'm here to help Nashida. Nashida said helpfully. Yes, Sora was previously bewitched by the Abyss, but has now reformed. Tinari finally lowered his guard after hearing Nashida's words. So, Little Auspicious Grass King, do you need me to contact you? Nashida shook her head. No, Tinari, I already made the arrangements. If you really want to help me, then please gather the patients with demonic scale disease in the Hua Castle. Tinari was puzzled. Patients with demonic scale disease? Why? Nashida said. I have medicine to treat demonic scale disease. Nashida's words stirred 1,000 waves, and Tinari was deeply shocked. A cure for demonic scales. Kalai said with a smile. Master, the Little Auspicious Grass King has cured my demonic scales. Chapter 239. Tinari examined Cole and confirmed that his demonic scale disease had truly healed. He was overjoyed. Great. Cole, your demonic scale disease is finally cured. Tinari turned and bowed slightly to Nashida. Little King of Auspicious Grass, thank you for your treatment. Cole is my student, and I've been very worried about her demonic scale disease. Nashida smiled. No need to thank me. Go and help me gather the demonic scale patients. Tinari quickly agreed and ran outside to gather the demonic scale patients in Huacheng. After Tinari left, Nashida looked at Cole. Cole, do you know how many demonic scale patients there are in Huacheng? Cole pondered for a moment. Let me see. The last count was 137. Excluding me, there are still 136. Nashida nodded, took out her small wallet, counted out 13,600 star coins, and handed them to Yiyun. Yiyun, please buy me 136 bottles of Elf Spring water. Yiyun heard this and bought 136 bottles for Nashida. Kong, standing nearby, sidled up to Yiyun stealthily. Are you that magical shop owner? Yiyun looked at Kong. Yes, what's wrong? Kong chuckled. I want to buy something from you. Something to enhance my strength. It doesn't have to be super strong, just strong enough to love my stinky sister. Yiyun was inwardly amazed. Sure enough, siblings, when there's no external danger, are each other's worst enemies. Of course I do. Do you have star coins? Kong was somewhat silent. He knew about star coins, and that they could be exchanged for primo gems. However, the primo gems in Liyue Harbor had long been taken away by Zhongli, Ningguang, and the others. Kong also tried to find primo gems, but found none. Dejectedly, Kong ran off to the side, and continued eating his grilled mushroom skewers. Soon, Tinari returned to the room. Little Auspicious Grass King, the demonic scale patients have been recruited. Nashida smiled faintly. Thank you for your hard work, Tinari. Tinari quickly shook his head. This is what I'm supposed to do. Nishida walked outside. Let's go distribute the medicine. Nishida led Tinari and Cole to a relatively spacious area. The summoned demonic scale patients were extremely confused as to why they had been summoned. Until Tinari reappeared, one demonic scale patient couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, Lord Tinari, I wonder why you gathered us here. Have you developed a cure for demonic scale? As he spoke, the demonic scale sufferer grew agitated. Tinari's research into a cure for demonic scale was known to many in Shumi. That's why these sufferers had gathered in Huacheng. Tinari shook his head. I haven't found it yet, but you're saved. Lord Little Auspicious Grass King brought a cure for demonic scale, and my student, Kalai, has already been cured. After saying this, Tinari made way, allowing everyone to see Nishida and Kalai. Lord Little Auspicious Grass King? Isn't the deity of our Shumi the Great Kindness Tree King? What are you talking about? The Great Kindness Tree King was the former grass god, and Little Auspicious Grass King is the current grass god. Little King of Lucky Grass. Have you truly brought medicine that can cure demon scale? Nishida waved her hand, and several vines sprouted from the ground. Kolai, place the medicine here. Here, Kolai placed the elven spring water in his arms on the vine-woven table. Nishida looked around at the crowd below. Everyone, you all suffered for so long. I brought medicine. This medicine truly can cure demon scale. Line up, don't get confused, and come one by one. The demon scale patients present all lined up, eagerly looking at Nishida. Nishida waved to the first patient in line. Come and receive your medicine. At this, Tinari, standing by, bowed slightly. Little King of Lucky Grass, I handle this. You can rest here. Nishida smiled and shook her head. It's all right. I do it. Nishida picked up a bottle of elven spring water and placed it in the patient's hand. Drink it, and you feel better. The patient, upon hearing this, opened the bottle and gulped it down. As for whether he was worried the medicine was poisonous, he certainly was, but not greatly. Suffering from demonic scale disease is inherently painful. Death would be the end of it all. As the first patient drank the elven spring water, the others cast curious glances. Soon, the demonic scale patient's face turned to shock. He could feel his health improving again. The demonic scale patient was so excited that he ripped open his shirt to see the fading black scales. Ha ha ha. I'm really healed. I'm really healed. Little Auspicious Grass King. Thank you for the miraculous medicine. Nishida helped the patient to his feet. Would you please rest aside and make room for the other patients? Nishida said with a smile. The cured patient looked at Nishida, whose image now filled him with holiness and kindness. Yes, yes, thank you, Master Little Auspicious Grass King. Then Nishida continued distributing medicine. The demonic scale patients present were filled with gratitude to Nishida after being cured. Nishida looked at the now empty vine table in front of her and smiled happily. She had finally done something for the people of Shumi. Just as Nishida was about to put the vine table away, a hand reached out, covered with scales drawn in black pen. Ah, Master Nishida, I too am a demonic scale patient. Please give me a bottle of medicine. Nishida looked up and saw Xing. Next to Xing were Sanueki and Luing. Xing! Sanwe! And this one? Nishida had never met Luing before, so she didn't recognize them. Luing smiled. Hello Nishida, my name is Luing. Nishida smiled back. Hello Luing, nice to meet you. Sanueki rolled her eyes at Xing. Xing, you're having another attack, aren't you? Xing, feigning weakness as she lay sprawled beside the vine-covered table, heard this. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Don't you see all those black scales on my hand? Nishida smiled at this, and with a wave of her hand, the black scales on Xing's arm vanished. All right, patient, I cured you. Xing chuckled and lowered her sleeves. Yi Yun was a little curious about the three of them. Why are you three here in Shumi? Luing said. We got a little bored in the car, so we came here to play. We heard you brought Kelly and the others. Yi Yun heard this. Is that so? Then let's go together. If you three run around, I'm afraid you set this Sumera rainforest on fire. Chapter 240. Over half an hour later. Nishida, Yi Yun, Bailuka Kilyu, Xing, Sanueki, Luing, Tinari, Kalai, and Shukong gathered at Tinari's home to rest. Tinari asked. Little King of the Auspicious Grass, is there anything I can help you with later? Nishida pondered for a moment. Of course not. I plan to go to the desert to improve the lives of the people there. Tinari understood Nishida's intention. Nishida wanted to win back the hearts of the desert people. For so many years, Shumi had been governed by the order of the lords. This had led many Shumi residents to reject Nashida and only recognize the order of the lords. Nashida could indeed suppress the order of the lords with her immense power, but doing so would inevitably lead to more discordant voices among the people. Tighnari pondered for a moment. My lord, if you're heading to the desert, I have someone I can recommend. With her help, your journey will be much easier. Nashida paused in thought. Are you talking about the blazing lion Dishia? Tighnari was slightly surprised. My lord, how did you know who I was thinking of? Nashida asked. In the entire desert, the only person of good character who could help me is the renowned Dishia. I doubt you introduced me to those other, ruthless individuals. Tighnari's admiration for Nashida's analysis deepened. Such logical ability is worthy of the Lord Grass God. Yes, that's her. She's Dina Zed's bodyguard now. The two have a very good relationship. If Little King of Auspicious Grass is willing to provide medicine to treat Dina Zedai, Dishia would certainly be happy to help you. Nashida was stunned when she heard Dina Zedai's name. Dina Zedai. Dina Zedai was considered Nashida's first friend. Nashida said. Tighnari, please contact Dishia and ask her to bring Dina Zedai here. Tighnari nodded and accepted the assignment. Then, Tighnari left the room to contact Dishia. The others rested in the room, and Khalid had lunch prepared. Kong glanced at Nashida and stealthily left the room. Unbeknownst to him, Xing had witnessed his sneaking out the entire time. Xing stealthily followed him. Hey Ying's brother, why did you sneak out? Kong, upon hearing Xing address him, lost interest. Ying's brother? He has a name, all right, Kong sighed. My name is Kong, not Ying's brother. I plan to spread some news to rally the people of Huacheng to Nashida. We distributed so much medicine today. We can't let it go to waste. Xing piqued his interest. Oh, interesting. What are you going to say? Kong spread his hands. What else could it be? Of course, spreading the evil deeds of the Order of the Lords. For example, it's because they imprisoned Nashida that these patients with demonic scales have suffered for so long. Xing heard this. I'm going to. It's just the cricket man behind the scenes that's fun. Sora nodded. Okay, I tell you a few of the evil deeds of the Order, and then we go our separate ways. After Sora told Xing a few of the ecclesiastical order's evil deeds, Xing excitedly ran off to spread rumors about the order. In a small square, several elderly women were gathered chatting. Xing approached and spoke mysteriously. I'm telling you, the ecclesiastical order is conducting diabolical human experiments. You ask how I know this? I tell you. My cousin's third brother-in-law's second cousin's son is with the ecclesiastical order, and he told me. I'm only telling you this, so don't spread it around. This last part was something Sora specifically asked Xing to add. The more you tell them, the more likely they are to spread it. Soon, the news of the ecclesiastical order's evil deeds spread throughout Huacheng, and many people were outraged. This order house is outrageous. Lord Little Auspicious Grass King had already developed a cure for demonic scale disease, yet they wouldn't let him out. Instead, they imprisoned him, and they're even conducting human experiments, especially those suffering from demonic scale disease who were being tourniqueted. Upon hearing the news, they rushed to attack the order house without a second thought. Nashida was their savior, however, all of them were discovered and stopped by Tighnari's rangers. Nashida listened to Cole's report and glanced at Kong and Xing, who had been missing for over an hour. The two were leisurely sipping juice. Nashida knew without a doubt that these two were behind this. But they were also doing this for their own benefit. Back in Liyue, Nashida had heard Zhongli say that this was called a public opinion war. In Shumi City, a messenger sent by Tighnari found Dishia strolling with Dina Zedai. Dina Zedai, we should go back. I'm afraid the master and the others might notice you're not home. Dina Zedai was reluctant to go back. She loved being outside. I want to stroll around a little longer, Dishia. Just a little while. Dishia sighed. Dina Zedai, you're sick. Dina Zedai smiled. I know. It's okay, Dishia. Just a little while. At that moment, the Tighnari messenger approached. Are you Dishia? Dishia turned to look at the messenger. It's me. You? The messenger asked. I've been ordered by Ranger Lord Tighnari to invite you and Miss Dina Zedai to Huacheng. Lord Tighnari also said that if you wish to cure Miss Dina Zedai of her demonic scales, you better go. Dishia initially wanted to refuse. Taking Dina Zedai to Huacheng? She might not be able to handle such a long journey. But after hearing the latter part of the sentence, Dishia hesitated. Cure demonic scales? It's a terminal illness. How could Tighnari cure it? What a joke. The messenger said. I know you might not believe it. You can go and see for yourself. Lord Tanari's student, Kalai, has already been cured. Dishia fell silent upon hearing this. She knew Kalai. He did have demonic scales. In that case, going was not a bad idea. At worst, she could carry Dina Zedai all the way there herself. Dina Zedai, what do you think? Dina Zedai naturally agreed. She knew about the transformation city, but she had never been there. Regardless of whether or not it could cure her demonic scales, she wouldn't miss the chance to visit. Okay, let's go now. Dishia nodded and carried Dina Zedai on her back. Then the three of them headed towards the transformation city. Little did they know, their conversation was overheard by Alhazen, who happened to be passing by. Tanari has developed a cure for demonic scales? Interesting. Alhazen looked in the direction the three had left and followed. Chapter 241. As the sun was about to set, Dishia finally arrived at the transformation city, carrying Dina Zedai on her back. Dishia, put me down. We're already here. Dishia panted slightly, as she lowered Dina Zedai from her back. Dina Zedai had long wanted to get off and walk on her own, but Dishia refused and insisted on carrying her all the way. Dishia took out her water bottle and took a gulp. Let's go, Dina Zedai. Let's go into the city. Led by the messenger, the two entered the transformation city. Unlike Shimi City, the transformation city was less bustling. As the sun was about to set, many people had returned to their homes. Soon, Dishia and Dina Zedai met Tanari. Tanari was writing letters to contact a trusted classmate to come to the transformation city. Nazida had already informed Tanari of the great sage's intention to create a god through the void system. Tanari planned to gather his classmates to the Huacheng castle to collectively remove the void system and free themselves from the great sage's control. Are you Tanari? Do you really have a cure for demonic scale disease? Dishia only remembered asking, carrying Tanari. Tanari nodded slightly. Of course I do. Little Auspicious Grass King has brought us a cure for demonic scale disease. As Tanari finished speaking, Nishida emerged from a small hut nearby. Nishida stared at Dina Zedai without blinking. Dina Zedai, long time no see. Dina Zedai covered her mouth in disbelief at the familiar voice. You are? Dina Zedai's emotions grew increasingly agitated. The figure who existed only in legends had truly appeared before her eyes. Nishida smiled at Dina Zedai. Yes, it's me, Dina Zedai. Dina Zedai's whole body trembled with excitement. It's really you. Little King of Auspicious Grass. Nishida held out a bottle of elven spring water. Dina Zedai, this is the cure for demonic scale disease. Take it first. Dina Zedai took the elven spring water and drank it without hesitation. After consuming the elven spring water, Dina Zedai's body quickly began to recover, and her spirits and appearance became full. I'm really healed. Is this really not a dream? I came to the transformation city, met Little King of Auspicious Grass, and even my illness has been cured. Nishida put her hands behind her back. This is all real. Dishia was happy for Dina Zedai. Congratulations, Dina Zedai. Dina Zedai nodded slightly. Dishia, you promised me that when I recovered, you would accompany me on a tour of Shumi. Dishia patted his chest. Don't worry, I definitely keep my promise. Tanari suddenly said. Dishia, you may have to leave Dina Zedai for a while. Dishia glanced at Tanari with a puzzled look. Tanari said. The little lucky Grass King is going to the desert to improve the lives of the people there, and I want you to be his guide. Dishia immediately agreed. I thought it was something important. It's a small matter. Leave it to me. I will definitely protect the little lucky Grass King. Nazida said. Thank you for your help, Dishia. Dishia asked. When do we leave? Nishida said. Right now. We need to get to the desert as quickly as possible. Dishia was a bit embarrassed. Can tomorrow? I still have to take Dina Zed back. At that moment, the door opened and Alhazen walked in. I suggest that Dina Zed stay in the Huacheng castle. Nishida looked at Alhazen. After eavesdropping for so long, you finally decided to come in. Nishida had noticed Alhazen a long time ago, but she didn't point it out. Alhazen was different from the other members of the order. In Nashida's future plans, Alhazen played a crucial role. Alhazen closed the book in his hands and bowed slightly. Alhazen, greetings to the little Auspicious Grass King, Dishia asked. Why do you say that? Why can't Dina Zed go back? Alhazen explained. Demon scale disease is considered a terminal illness in Shimi. If anyone knew that Dina Zedai had been cured, it would likely cause a lot of trouble. Forget about anything else. The Order of the Lords will definitely take Dina Zedai away for research. Not to mention, what if it affects Lord Little Auspicious Grass King's plans? Shumei City is the domain of the Order of the Lords. Dishia understood and looked at Dina Zedai. Dina Zedai, you have to stay in watching for a while. Dina Zedai smiled and shook her head. Not at all. I'd love to live here too. Dishia nodded. Well, let's set off now, Lord Little Auspicious Grass King. After hearing this, Nishida led a few people out of Tonari's house and to a large tree. Kong and Xing had just returned from a stroll around Huacheng this afternoon, having caught a mushroom pig. They were excitedly lighting a bonfire and roasting the whole pig. Not to mention, after a while, the mushroom pig began to emit a rich aroma of roasted mushrooms, mingled with hints of roasted meat. Next to it was a cage, containing 3 little mushroom pigs. Xing walked over to the cage, squatted down, chuckled, licked his lips, and tossed a cabbage into it. Hee hee. Come on, eat quickly. Eat more, grow some meat, and when you're full, come and eat me, hee hee. The 3 little mushroom pigs were trembling with fear, their bodies trembling with anger. You dare to tell me you want to eat me right in front of me? You devil. The 6 little ones were pestering Sanueki and Luing to tell them adventure stories. Sanueki said, let me tell you, even a doomsday beast that size, a very powerful one, obeyed me. If I told it to come down, it had to. Kelly clapped her hands in admiration. Wow. Sister Sanueki is so amazing. Sanueki grew increasingly excited as the 6 little ones praised her. Yiyun sat aside, quietly watching the scene before him. Nishida, Dishia, and the others approached. Everyone, we're ready to go. Xing turned to look at Nishida. Now? Or maybe wait a little while until I finish grilling this mushroom pig. Nishida looked at the mushroom pig sizzling on the grill. This is called a tan pig, and it's truly delicious. Xing suddenly understood. Oh, a love pig, a pig with feelings. Nishida was speechless. Never mind, she decided not to say anything. Nishida sat down with Dishia and the others. Tonari had assigned Dina Zedai to Cole, who was to take care of her for the next few days. Nishida looked at Alhazen. Will you come with us? Alhazen nodded slightly. Of course. Chapter 242. It wasn't long before the pigs were roasted. After feasting and drinking, everyone set off for the desert. At Dishia's suggestion, they chose to go directly through the rainforest. While it would take a long detour, it was more discreet and would evade detection from the order. Xing swaggered down the path, 3 little mushroom pigs in one hand, devouring a roasted pork chop in the other. The 3 little mushroom pigs, hopeless, lay motionless in their cages, seemingly resigned to their fate. As they walked, they suddenly stopped. Directly ahead, a young girl was surrounded by several hand-fed mushroom beasts in a critical condition. Kong, seeing this, stepped forward, summoned the sword of the Adventure, and slashed at the beasts. Yiyun and the others also approached. The girl stood up and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving me. I'm Lana, trainee forest ranger. Yiyun thought to himself when he heard Lana's name. Lana. Forest book. 76 Linero. His. Yiyun glanced at Kong. Sorry, Kong. Kong, this girl might be a little frightened after the attack. You can take her back. We head to the desert first. Come back to us when you're done. With that, Yiyun dragged Xing and the others on their way, leaving Kong alone, stunned. Are you kidding? If we don't run now, when will we? Xing, Sanueki, Nishida, and the others were puzzled. Yiyun, why are you rushing us so fast? Yiyun turned around and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw they were already far away. You find out later. Let's go. Let's continue on our journey. Yiyun kept the secret, successfully piqued the curiosity of Xing, Sanueki, and Luing. The 3 of them chased Yiyun and repeatedly asked him why. By then, Kong had already arrived at Lana's village. Kong thought the matter was over, but it turned out to be just the beginning. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was already late at night. The 6 little ones were exhausted after a day of play. Yiyun opened the portal and led everyone back to the train to rest, expecting to return early the next morning to continue their journey. Rather than being on a journey, Nishida felt that Yiyun and the others were simply on a trip, and they felt no sense of danger along the way. Especially Xing, Sanueki, and Luing. Sometimes they climbed trees to pick tree king mushrooms, sometimes they ran to the stream to catch fish. From time to time, they would catch a few mushroom beasts to tease. Especially the mushroom beasts that could spit air. Those were relatively small, and the air they emitted wasn't lethal, but rather refreshing on the face. Xing, Sanueki, and Luing each grabbed a celestial being and used it as a small fan. even on the other side, beneath the Jingshan Palace in Xiumi City. It's almost there. It's almost there. Soon, Xiumi will welcome our true god. The great sage Azar gazed at the large mecha below with a frantic expression. Because they hadn't obtained the heart of the thunder god, Azar and the doctor could only use the heart of the grass god. Skimming was inside the mecha, his back covered in thick energy transfer devices. And within his chest, the heart of the grass god radiated a dazzling light. The doctor gazed at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. His plan to create a god was nearing completion. Although Sanbing's deification was only considered relatively weak among demon god level warriors, it was still demon god level strength. At this moment, a Fatui soldier approached. Sir, we received information about the little auspicious grass king from the transformation city. The doctor piqued his interest. Oh! What's going on? The Fatui soldier reported. According to intelligence, the little auspicious grass king and several of her friends appeared in the transformation city and distributed medicine, curing the demonic scale patients there. They have already left the city, but their whereabouts are unknown. The doctor's lips curled slightly upon hearing this. Interesting. The little auspicious grass king has finally appeared. After speaking, the doctor glanced at the frantic Azar and left the underground laboratory. The doctor quietly arrived at the transformation city, where he could sense a powerful grass elemental force. The grass elemental force was particularly strong in the square where Nishida was distributing the medicine. The doctor stood up, glanced in the direction Nishida and the others had left, and followed the elemental trail. On the train, inside Yi Yun's shop. You darn rabbit. Let me go! Where did this stray cat come from? Let me go! Yes, the stray cat was none other than Elio. As soon as Elio boarded the train in his little spaceship, he ran into Pam. Pam, mistaking him for a stray cat, tried to kick Elio out. And so, the scene unfolded. Furious at being mistaken for a stray cat, Elliot and Pam engaged in a cat-and-bun fight. Off to the side, Misha and Kafka cheered Pam and Elliot on, respectively. Pam, the train captain. Yes. That's it. Fight him. Elliot, come on. Don't lose face as a Star Corps hunter. Pam and Elliot wrestled, rabbit and cat fur flying everywhere. Noel stood nearby with a small broom. The two men dropped a handful of dust, and Noel swept it up. Silver Wolf Nashida silently recorded a video on her phone and posted it to the group chat. Silver Wolf, video, shocking. The Star Corps hunter's boss and the train crew boss are fighting. Bronya, this, seal, wow, Xiangling, speaking of which, I recently learned a new dish called hand-shredded rabbit. Let's have hand-shredded rabbit tonight. What do you think, Silver Wolf? Thumbs up, Kafka, thumbs up +1. Ren, thumbs up +1. Jing Yuan, I never expected the bosses of the train crew and the Star Corps hunters to be. Fei Xiao, go for it. Go for it. Why Yen? I go see if anyone's coming with me. Walter, Master Yen is coming to the train? It's perfect. I just bought a can of tea online from the company. Come and taste it. Why Yen? That's great. I be right there. Jing Yuan, count me in. Topa naturally saw the message in the group chat. Topa watched the scene with great interest, never expecting the two most famous bosses in the universe to be a rabbit and a cat. At this moment, the portal flickered, and Yi Yun and the others returned to the train. As soon as Xing landed, he saw Pam and Elio fighting. Oh, Pam's fighting? What's going on? Luing also recognized Elio. Elio, why are you fighting with Pam? Luing stepped forward and separated Pam and Elio. Elio's little cat paws tugged at Luing. Luing, let me go! Today, I'm going to show this damn rabbit how powerful I am. Elsewhere, Pam, held by GZ, refused to be left behind. Come on! Pa! Who's afraid of who? Pa! Dead cat. Pa! Yian heard Pam utter so many paws in succession, which was enough to tell how angry Pam was. GZ said, all right, you two should just be quiet for a while. Chapter 243. GZ and Luing forcibly separated the two, allowing Pam and Elio to calm down. Xiangling noticed the cage Xing was leading and moved closer. Xing, are those mushroom pigs in your cage? Xing nodded. Yes, they are. They're super delicious. I plan to raise these 3 little ones in my cave. When they grow up, hee slurp. Xiangling's mouth watered as she looked at the little mushroom pigs in the cage. She knew these mushroom pigs, she had them once before, and they were indeed delicious, with a strong mushroom flavor. Okay. I help you cook them then. I guarantee they be delicious. Xing patted her chest and pointed at Xiangling. No problem. I still trust your cooking skills. Xiangling smiled happily. Come on, let's put them in your woods. Xing and Xiangling ran into the cave, carrying the little mushroom pig. Topa noticed the mushroom creature March 7 was holding. The little mushroom creature was limp, its entire body drooping with energy. March, what's that thing in your hand? March 7 said. You mean this? We caught it in Teyvat today. I tell you, it's fun. Look, let me show you. If you squeeze it like this, it puff out air. March 7 pressed on the mushroom creature's belly. It was furious and blew a bubble into March 7's face. The bubble was weak, barely enough to make March 7's hair flutter. Topa thought the little creature was quite amusing. It looked adorable, very cute, and its expression was very lively. March, can you help me catch one tomorrow? I'd love to keep one for fun too. Sanyueki agreed immediately. That's easy. We go over there tomorrow and catch one for you. Topa heard this. Thank you so much. When you come back, I treat you to some milk tea. Or anything from the company's website. Sanyueki was surprised. Okay. Dashia and Elhazen looked around curiously. Dashia was shocked. Oh my god, Yiyun, you're from another world. Am I dreaming? Neshida smiled. You're not dreaming, Dashia. This is another world. Elhazen hadn't expected his little lucky grass king to actually know someone from another world. As expected, his choice was the right one. Putting the little lucky grass king in power would make Shumi a better place. Similarly, it would also allow him to gain access to more new knowledge. Jeezy came to Nashida's side. Nashida, are you staying here tonight? Nashida nodded slightly. Yes, thank you. Could you please arrange 3 rooms for us? Jeezy nodded in agreement. Sure. There are plenty of empty rooms in Xingna Cave Heaven. You and Dishia can stay there. As for you, sir, you have to stay in the small room on the train. Elhazen shook his head. That's fine. Having a place to stay is great. Sorry for the inconvenience. The 6 little ones yawned profusely upon their return, looking listless. Yian picked up the sleepy Kelly and scratched her nose. Want to sleep? Kelly nodded softly, slumped over Yian's shoulder, her eyes nearly closed. Yian patted Kelly's back. Kelly, hold on a little longer. You need to shower before you can sleep. Yian took the 6 children back to their room to rest. After huddling in the bathroom, the 6 children showered and put on their pajamas, then climbed into their respective beds. The 6 children had a blast today, but they were also very tired. After all, they had walked all the time. Chi-Chi lay down in her pajamas, with a laurel pattern and quickly fell asleep. When Yian bought pajamas for the 6 children, Chi-Chi didn't know what she liked, so Yian bought her the same pajamas as Yao Yao. Kelly stretched and hugged a Duda doll. Hook! Turn off the light. Hook was sleeping in the bed near the door, perfectly positioned to reach the light switch. After turning off the lights, the 6 children slid into bed and slept soundly. The next day arrived. Yiyun and the others woke up early. After breakfast, they returned to the Sumuru rainforest and continued their journey. As they emerged, they saw the doctor standing not far away. Narsida frowned at the doctor's appearance. It's you? The Fatui executive, doctor. The doctor was surprised by the sudden appearance of Narsida and the others. Oh! Little king of the lucky grass, you finally appeared. Come back with me. Behave yourself, and no one will get hurt. Hearing this, Bailu recalled the time she was captured. Why should I go back with you? You look sinister, and you're obviously not a good person. Go away, or I make you suffer. Klee and Hook echoed. Right. Go away, or Klee will treat you to a bouncing bomb. Go away. A good dog doesn't get in the way. Dark Lord Hook is going to be angry. The doctor noticed Bailu. Interesting. Dragon horns? Dragon tails? Capturing them for research would be quite interesting. Xing smiled mysteriously at this, and quietly took out his phone to start recording. What did you just say? You want to capture Bailu? The doctor glanced at Xing. Of course, if this little girl is willing to go back with me as a test subject, I can let you go. Xing ended the recording and tugged at Yiyun's sleeve. Yiyun opened the door. I'm going back. Yiyun saw Xing's expression and understood her intentions. With a wave of his hand, a portal appeared, and Xing slipped through without a word. Xing returned to the train and, without a word, pulled out her phone to open the group chat. Xing at real name online at cold-faced little azure dragon at demon in body at brother Yin Dao. I show you a video. Video. The 4 people tag quickly clicked on the video Xing had sent. In just a few minutes, Jing Yuan, Jing Lu, Ren, and Inu Jun Dan Hung appeared before Xing. Jinglu asked in a cold tone, "Where is this person?" Xing pointed to a nearby portal and gestured for a visit. "This way, please." "It's just behind the portal." The four of them quickly entered the portal, and Xing quickly followed. Another good show to watch. As soon as Xing entered, Aha followed with Huahua. "Hurry, hurry! Master Huahua. We're getting a new employee." In the rainforest, Jing Yuan, Jing Lu, Ren, Inu Jun Dan Hung arrived at the scene, their eyes locked on the doctor. Xing pulled out her phone, opened the video, and pointed with her little finger. "That's him. He's the one who's going to capture Bai Lu." As Xing thoughtfully paused the video at the moment the doctor's face appeared, making it easier for the four to compare. Before the doctor could react, Jing Lu and Ren attacked him instantly. They leaped high into the air. Illuminate the 10,000 rivers. Funeral on the other shore. Under their attack, the doctor had no chance of escape. The sharp sword light sliced the doctor into rice-sized pieces, scattering them all over the ground. Yi Yun then said, "This guy is different. What you just killed was just a slice of him. He's sliced himself up at every age." Jing Yuan, Jing Lu, Ren, and Dan Hung heard this. "I go north, Jing Lu east, Ren west, and Dan Hung south, each on one side." Jing Yuan gave the order, and the other three nodded and headed off in their respective directions. March 7 looked at the debris strewn across the ground. TSK, why pick on Bai Lu when there are so many other options? Poor thing. Let's go, let's keep going. Dan Hung and the others will take care of this guy. Then, Yi Yun and the others continued on their way, heading towards Aru village. Chapter 244. Winter, in the Queen's Palace. The doctor was in a meeting with Barnabas, the ice god, Harlequin, and the young girl. Barnabas said, "Harlequin, have you contacted the captain? Have he stopped collecting the heart of God?" Harlequin nodded slightly. "I already contacted him, but he has his own plans." Barnabas frowned slightly. "Go there in person. This is a matter of great importance. All factory actions must cease, especially those involving the heart of God." Harlequin nodded slightly. "Yes, I understand." Suddenly, the four present drew their weapons simultaneously and launched an attack at the palace ceiling. At some point, a crescent-shaped sword energy appeared above the palace and descended towards it. The combined attack of the four only managed to change the sword energy's trajectory. The sword energy still landed on the palace, but it missed Barnabas and the others, deflecting slightly. The palace roof was breached, and Jinglio's figure appeared high in the sky. Barnabas frowned. This man was so powerful. Why had he never heard of him before? Jinglu pointed the epithalum sword in his hand directly at the doctor. "I'm here solely to take the doctor's life." With that, Jinglu struck again. This strike was even more powerful than the last, and the doctor was killed instantly before he could resist. Barnabas, Harlequin, and the girl also failed to react. By the time they recovered, the doctor had already been strangled by the sword's energy, transforming into a cloud of blood and slowly drifting to the ground. Having dealt with the doctor, Jinglu turned and left. Barnabas pondered for a moment. "Harlequin, girl, I'm going to Liyue. You should take care of winter solstice in the meantime." The clown and the young girl obeyed the order. Barnabas soared into the sky, heading for Liyue harbor. She wanted to find Asmodeus to inquire about the woman just now. Such a powerful person, Asmodeus couldn't possibly be unaware of her. Yi Yun and the others continued on their journey. After a full day of travel, they arrived at the border between the desert and the rainforest. Xing stood high up, gazing down at the endless desert below. "Wow, is this the desert?" "It looks hot," Dishia said. "The desert is hot during the day, but cold at night." "Let's go down from here and cross a canyon to reach Aru village," Yi Yun suggested. "Would you like to go sandboarding? It's such a great place, it would be awesome." March 7 saw that they were at a high point, and the canyon lay at the bottom. This meant they could sandboard all the way down. "This will do. Yi Yun, quick! Get out the boards." Yi Yun bought several sandboards specifically for sandboarding. These boards resembled small boats, with raised ends at the front and back to help them glide across the sand. Xing took the scraping board and eagerly sat on it, placing her feet on the sandboard, urging everyone to get ready. After buckling the 6 children into safety belts, Yi Yun gave the order. "Go!" At the command to go, Xing pushed off the ground, sending the sandboard soaring into the air. Woohoo! Xing grabbed the sandboard and sped towards the bottom. This was her first time doing this, and it felt incredibly thrilling. Seeing this, Bai Lu quickly maneuvered her sandboard onto the ramp, gripping the front of the board tightly with both hands. "I'm here too." Yi Yun, Nashida, Sanueki, and Elhazen followed suit. Although Elhazen wasn't particularly interested in sandboarding, it was a time-saving and energy-saving way to get around. If there was a more convenient way, why not use it? The group rushed along on their sandboards, kicking up clouds of dust in their wake. Over 20 minutes later, they finally reached the canyon. Xing Xiang contentedly put away her sandboard. This ride had left her feeling incredibly refreshed. The entire journey took over 20 minutes, all the way down. Kelly stood up, ran to Yiyun's feet, and tugged at the corner of his shirt. "Brother Yiyun, Kelly wants to try again." Kelly was still a little unsatisfied and wanted to try again. Yiyun rubbed Kelly's little head. "Kelly, we still have a long way to go. I take you here next time, okay?" Kelly nodded in agreement. "Okay. Let's get going." The group set off again, and soon arrived at their destination, Aru village. Village Chief Candace received the group. At Candace's home, Dixia introduced Yiyun, Neshida, and the others to Candace. After listening, Candace looked at Neshida with a serious expression. "Lord Little Auspicious Grass King?" Village Chief of Aru village, Candace, greetings to Lord Little Auspicious Grass King. Neshida helped Candace to her feet. "Candace, there's no need to be so polite." Candace stood up and asked, "Lord Little Auspicious Grass King, may I know what brings you to Aru village this time?" Neshida said, "I'm here to improve the lives of the desert people." Candace was shocked upon hearing this. Did she hear correctly? Little Auspicious Grass King just said he wanted to improve the lives of the desert people? Was that true? Neshida looked at Yiyun. "Yiyun, is that item I asked you to keep for me still there?" Yiyun thought for a moment. "You asked me to keep it? Let me think. Oh right, that tree of life? I have a whole bunch of them. Do you want to buy one?" Neshida nodded slightly. "I want to plant a tree of life in Aru village." Yiyun glanced at the details of the tree of life with confusion. Item, Tree of Life. Description, a sacred tree of the elves in a certain fantasy plane. Wherever the tree of life exists, there is a forest. The tree of life has the power to improve soil and create forests. Price, 180,000 star coins. After reading the information about the tree of life, Yiyun immediately understood Neshida's intentions. Neshida is planning to transform the desert directly into a forest. If she were to succeed, most of the desert dwellers would follow her. After all, the forest is the land the desert dwellers have always dreamed of, and Neshida can bring it to them. With a wave of her hand, Neshida revealed a bag of primo gems in Yiyun's hand. "Here are exactly 18,000 primo gems. Yiyun, please buy me a tree of life." Yiyun was curious. Where did Neshida get all these primo gems? "Where did you get all these primo gems? Didn't you stay in Liyue?" Neshida smiled. "I collected these from the animals and mushrooms connected to Shumi." Yiyun nodded. "I see. Neshida does indeed possess this power, able to connect to other animals or puppets and possess their bodies." Yiyun accepted the 18,000 primo gems in Neshida's bag and helped her buy a tree of life. Chapter 245. Yiyun purchased the tree of life, which was now a young seedling. The seedling was enveloped in bubbles, and Yiyun handed it to Neshida. Neshida took it, examined it, and then looked at Candace beside her. "Candace, take me to the square." Candace obeyed, leading Neshida and the others to a square. Along the way, many villagers from Aru village noticed Neshida and her group and cast curious glances. Some recognized Dixia and came over. "Dixia, who are these people? What are you doing?" Dixia pointed at Neshida. "That's the Little Auspicious Grass King. She's about to grant us desert dwellers what we longed for. Come up and see. A miracle has finally arrived in the desert." The inquirer was shocked by Dixia's words. This is the Lord God. Although most desert dwellers hated the grass god, they also held him in awe. He was a god after all. The inquiring party quickly spread the news, and villagers and some mercenaries, who had come to rest in the village, gathered in the square. Neshida held the tree of life sapling in her hands and looked up at the sky. Bright sunlight streamed down, illuminating Neshida. Neshida popped the bubble encasing the tree of life, personally scraped away the hard rock, and placed the sapling in a small hole. At the same time, Neshida filled the hole where the tree of life was buried with soil, muttering to herself. Trees are the bridge between earth and sky, witnesses and protectors of life. Trees are the birthplace of life, a gift from nature. It provides the soil for humans to inhabit, bringing shade and fruit to tiny humans. We grow together on this land, and we should share the gift of life. As Neshida finished her words, she slowly extended her tiny hand toward the tree of life sapling, her divine power radiating from her body. As the people of the rainforest do, So too should the people of the desert. I plant the tree of life here today, hoping that from now on, it will be populated solely by the people of Sumeru. The divine power released by Nashida flowed down her body and onto the tree of life sapling. The tree of life sapling radiated a green light, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just over 10 minutes, the originally tiny sapling had grown into a towering tree, estimated to be around 60 or 70 meters tall. Xing was stunned. Oh my god! Is this a miracle? Gui, that's amazing. Xing now understood why those backward civilizations worship such gods. Just looking at this scene, who among those backward civilizations couldn't say it was amazing? The villagers of Aru village, Sha, Mo's mercenaries, Dishia, Elhazen, and the others were all immersed in shock. Nashida slowly ascended into the air, perched on the strongest trunk of the tree of life, and caressed it. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the tree of life. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the tree of life, so intense that everyone present closed their eyes. When their vision returned, a true miracle unfolded before their eyes. At the foot of the tree of life, the once bare rock formation instantly transformed into grassland. The grassland spread rapidly, soon enveloping the entire village of Aru and spreading outwards. Aru village was nestled between 4 towering mountains, and the grassy plain stretched halfway up the mountains before stopping. Then, countless flowers bloomed on the grassy plains, and tall trees rose from the ground. A spring appeared at the foot of the tree of life, its water flowing all the way to form a waterfall in the gorge between Aru village and the 7 heavenly god statue. A desert mercenary crouched down in disbelief and touched the grass beneath his feet. This is real. This is real grass. The desert mercenary's words brought the Aru villagers and other desert mercenaries who had witnessed this miracle to their senses. Water. This is water. So much water. Wonderful. We won't have to worry about running out of water anymore. Mom, this flower is so beautiful. Can I pick some and take it home? No, child, these flowers will wither away from the soil. We leave them here. Come and see them every day, okay? Little king of auspicious grass. Thank you for your gift. The surrounding villagers and mercenaries expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Nashida. Nashida, having exhausted her divine power, fell into a deep sleep on the tree trunk. Seeing this, Kong walked to the foot of the tree of life and shouted, "Everyone! Quiet! Little king of the lucky grass is tired. Please don't disturb her rest." Hearing Kong's words, the villagers and mercenaries immediately fell silent, fearing to disturb Nashida. At this moment, an elderly man asked his inner question. Why? Why didn't little king of the lucky grass come sooner? If she had come sooner, we wouldn't have lost so many companions. Those killed by the wind and sand, by hunger. Upon hearing this, Kong informed everyone of the great sage's imprisonment of Nashida, and explained that Nashida's return this time was intended to regain the divine throne. The mercenaries present were furious. Great. So it was you sages who did this. How dare you imprison such a wonderful little lucky grass king? Kong, seeing the anger among the crowd, continued. Everyone, will you help little lucky grass king ascend to the divine throne? Kong waved his arm, and everyone responded in unison, especially the mercenaries. Go! I go back and get help. Little lucky grass king gave us the soil we need to survive. She's our great benefactor. That's right. We desert people, above all else, repay a favor. Go! I go back and get help too. The mercenaries left Aru village in groups of 2 or 3, heading out to get help. Yi had observed this scene, speechless. Amazing. Kong is worthy of being called an outstanding student of the Abyss cult. His pyramid scheme skills are truly unmatched. With just a few words, he's convinced so many people to risk their lives. Such a shame. The next day arrived. Nashida had awakened from her deep sleep. She slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself still lying on the trunk of the tree of life. Beside her, Klee and the other 6 were playing on the trunk. Xing, Sandueki, and Luing were taking photos with their cameras. Dixia saw Nashida awake. Little king of auspicious grass, you're finally awake. Nashida rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around. Aru village, once sparsely populated, was now teeming with people. The entire village was filled with mercenaries, all of whom had gathered overnight. Kong was leading several mercenary leaders and making arrangements for the defense. Kong had already known the Lanarus and their group of little creatures. He had taken care of all 76 of them. In just one day, he completed the forest book and returned to Aru village. After all, unliking in the original story, he had already known the little creatures. The 30-man regiment at Kawin Station had already learned of the situation yesterday. Azar had naturally received the news as well. He had already assembled most of the 30-man regiment and was heading towards Kawin Station, preparing to attack Aru village and capture Neshida. Chapter 246. Kong looked at Rahman. Rahman was the leader of the largest mercenary group in the desert, and Kong had personally recruited him. Dixia had mentioned last night that Rahman's mercenary group was the largest, and that recruiting him would greatly enhance their own strength. Unfortunately, Rahman deeply believed in the Red King, and had always believed that the Great Compassion Tree King was responsible for his death. After hearing Dixia's story, Kong personally made the trip. King of the Truth, he took Rahman to the High Priest's tomb and showed him the truth. It turned out that the Great Compassion Tree King was not his enemy, but his benefactor. Rahman revealed the truth to everyone in his mercenary group, and to repay the Great Compassion Tree King's kindness, the entire mercenary group decided to come to Nashida's aid. Rahman, I leave the main road to you. You are the strongest. Rahman patted his chest. Leave it to us. If you want to touch Little Auspicious Grass King, you have to step over our corpses first. After saying this, Rahman asked the brothers behind him. Brothers, am I right? Rahman's men shouted in unison. Yes. Kong nodded in relief. Don't worry, I'd be with you then. Rahman was pleasantly surprised. Great, that gives me even more confidence. Kong then assigned defense zones to several other mercenary groups, and they readily agreed. They had arrived here determined to die. The hope they had finally left in the desert couldn't be shattered here. Most of them had become mercenaries out of necessity, living a life of constant danger. They didn't mind, but their next generation couldn't live like this. Even if it meant death. We had to protect Little King of Auspicious Grass and the sacred tree. The sacred tree was what these desert dwellers called the Tree of Life. Yesterday, Kong had already informed the desert dwellers of the Tree of Life's properties. As the Tree of Life grows, the oasis will grow larger and larger, and it's possible that it will eventually cover the entire desert. Neshida looked at the bustling village below, a little bewildered. Why are there so many people? Dixia smiled. Little King of Auspicious Grass, these people are here to support you and help you deal with the great sage. Neshida smiled with relief. Xing, standing nearby, then said, Seriously, Neshida, do you want me to go and kill that great sage? I definitely do it for you, Elhazen said. No, Lord Little Auspicious Grass King needs this war to establish his prestige. Killing Azar directly will be futile. Without Azar, there will be another great sage. Lord Little Auspicious Grass King seeks the support of the people, and a fair and square victory over the great sage's lineage. Xing spread his hands upon hearing this. I don't understand why you're going to all this trouble. If you ask me, I'd rather just strike with my sword. March 7 echoed. That's right, just attack directly. Neshida smiled. Xing March, thank you for your kindness. I definitely call on you if I need your help in a critical moment. Xing nodded. Okay, we all be playing in Shumi for the time being. Just let me know if anything happens. I'd be there at your beck and call. After saying that, Xing pulled Sanwei and Luing. Sanwei, Luing, let's go find those mercenaries and borrow a few pack animals for some fun. How about a pack animal riding race? Sanyueki and Luing thought this was interesting. Let's go and see. Xing, Sanyueki, and Luing jumped off the Tree of Life and headed towards Rahman, who was not far away. Xing, Sanyueki, and Luing found Kong and Rahman. Kong, can you lend me 3 of those pack animals? We want to ride them for fun. Kong was speechless when he saw Xing. These guys had abandoned him and run away yesterday. If he hadn't already known those little Inaros, and had been in those Shumi caves countless times, he'd probably still be helping them find things. You guys are so loyal. You abandoned me and ran away yesterday. Xing chuckled. They already knew the specific reason. Anyway, Kong had done a tough job, exploring practically every cave and tunnel in Shumi. They also understood why Yiyun had told them to flee. Don't blame me. It was Yiyun who ordered us to leave, we knew nothing. Xing pointed directly at Yiyun, shifting the blame. Kong sighed, and said to Rahman beside him, Rahman, lend me 3 pack animals. They're friends of the Little Auspicious Grass King, and are here to help. Rahman readily agreed. No problem. The Little Auspicious Grass King's friends are my friends. I have someone take you to choose. Xing bowed in thanks. Thank you. After Xing and the other 2 each chose a pack animal, they rode off towards the desert outside the village. The pack animal was enormous and heavy, its galloping force was impressive. The 3 of them rode past the 7 Heaven statue and arrived in the desert between Kawin Station and Aru village. Xing pulled the reins vigorously, yanking them. G. Speed up. Speed up. Go! The pack animal under Xing spurred on, quickening its pace. Seeing this, Sanyueki and Luing also sped up to catch up with Xing. The three of them rode their pack animals all the way, unknowingly arriving at Kawin Station. Kawa Station was now under martial law. At the gate, several mercenaries from the 30-man group noticed Xing, Sanyueki, and Luing. Stop! Xing pulled the reins, and the pack animal stopped. Xing asked, What's wrong? The 30-man group mercenary said, Kawin Station is under martial law. No one in the desert is allowed to enter. Xing pursed her lips at this, and turned the pack animal. Okay, let's go back to Aru village. It would have been better if Xing hadn't said anything. The 30 mercenaries immediately called out to their companions upon hearing Xing was from Aru village. From Aru village. Capture them. Xing was bewildered. What the hell? Why are they arresting me? Xing inexplicably remembered what March 7th had said before. Every few worlds, we're wanted. Xing wondered, could this be the reason again? But getting arrested was definitely not an option. Xing wanted to pull out the Skyfire judge. But then he realized these guys were too weak. There was no need. The Skyfire judge was too awesome. Xing jumped off the pack animal and extended a hand to challenge several of the 30 mercenaries. Come on, attack together. The 30 mercenaries rushed forward. In less than 10 seconds, several mercenaries lay on the ground, unable to fight. Xing clapped his hands. We're done, Fireflies. Let's go! At that moment, a voice called out. You can't leave yet. Xing looked over and saw a boy wearing a dog head hat walking out. Chapter 247. The boy was none other than the Grand Disciplinary Officer, Senor. Senor had come here to track down Alhazen. Unexpectedly, upon arriving, he received a notice from the Order of the Holy Orders that Aru village had rebelled, and a large number of desert mercenaries had gathered there, preparing to launch a war. Besides capturing Alhazen, Senor felt it would be better to deal with these mercenaries first. Xing looked at Senor and noticed the dog head hat on his head and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Sanwa, look! Someone's wearing a dog head hat! Ha ha! Sanyueki and Luing were genuinely surprised. Could anyone have such a taste? Senor's ire burned at Xing's mockery. You pay for your words. Senor charged at Xing with all his might. Xing easily blocked Senor's full-strength attack with one hand, holding the Holy Fire Judge. Xing gave a powerful push, sending Zeno flying. He instantly appeared behind Zeno and struck him in the neck with a slashing hand. Hey ha! Take that stun-killing hand. Xing slash set Zeno reeling and blinding him. Xing glanced around, confirming there were no enemies, then sheathed the Skyfire Judge and jumped onto the pack animal. Luing looked at the unconscious Zeno. Let's take him back. He's quite powerful in Teyvat. Handing him over to Nashida might yield some information. Xing agreed, found some hemp rope, and lashed Zeno to the pack animal. In the home of the village chief of Aru village, Zeno was tied to a stool. Across from him, on a chair, Alhazen sat quietly with a book, occasionally turning the pages, making a few noises. Zeno groggily opened his eyes and looked around. Where was this? Why was he here? Alhazen noticed Zeno waking up and closed the book in his hands. Awake. Zeno looked at Alhazen. It's you, Alhazen. Where is this? Alhazen glanced at Zeno. This is Aru village, and you've been captured. Zeno frowned at the word Aru village. Alhazen, are you also involved in the rebellion? Alhazen shook his head. Rebellion? No, I'm restoring order. Zeno snorted coldly, clearly unconvinced. Alhazen untied the ropes around Zeno. Come with me. Take a look at Aru village today, and you know who is on the side of justice. With that, Alhazen pushed open the door and left. Zeno followed him, skeptical. The moment he left the room, Zeno was stunned by the sight before him. A towering tree stood not far from him. It was already night, and some unknown fluorescent plant in the grass emitted a pale blue glow, illuminating the village. Below the tree, many villagers from Aru village and desert mercenaries were carrying buckets to draw water from a spring. The entire village was filled with grass, trees, and flowers, brimming with life. Children's laughter echoed through the village streets. Once bare houses, now covered in greenery, had been transformed from desolate to natural. Zeno also spotted several chefs under a shed, preparing pot after pot of delicious food. The mercenaries lined up with their bowls, each one following the proper order, chatting and laughing. In the group, the 6 little ones also joined in the fun, each holding a small bowl. The chef serving the food naturally knew the 6 little ones. These 6 cuties were all friends of Lord Little Lucky Grass King. The chef gave each of the 6 little ones a bowl full of meat. Eat more meat, kids. Only by eating more meat can you gain strength. The mercenaries lining up behind him didn't object to the chef's actions, asking if it was enough. Alhazen looked at the tree of life. This tree was planted yesterday by Lord Little Lucky Grass King. This tree has transformed Aru village into what it is today. These desert mercenaries gathered here for 2 reasons. One of them is to protect this sacred tree. Sino was puzzled by this. Protect? Aru village has become like this in just one day. The Order of the Lords will definitely not destroy it. They will definitely exclude scholars from studying and maintaining it. It doesn't need the protection of desert mercenaries. Alhazen looked at Sino. Have you been listening carefully? I just said that this tree was planted by Lord Little Lucky Grass King. And for all these years, the great sage's lineage has held Lord Little Lucky Grass King captive. Do you understand what I'm saying? Sino finally understood. He had previously been puzzled by the great sage's lineage's claims about Lord Little Lucky Grass King. Now, considering the fact that the Council of Orders had mobilized a large force to gather at Kawin Station and these desert mercenaries, Alhazen's words were true. The great sage's lineage held Lord Little Lucky Grass King captive. No wonder Alhazen reacted so strongly when he heard that his submission to him was a form of treason. So that's what happened. The Order of the Church is the rebel faction. This side is the orthodox one. Alhazen looked at Sino. Take off the void system. It allows the great sage to control you. Sino, upon hearing this, took off the void system. Alhazen took the Wukong system and threw it to the ground, crushing it. From now on, you can stay or go as you please, just don't side with the Order of the Church. With that, Alhazen walked away. He still had things to do. Right now he, Candace, and Sora are the busiest 3 people in the village. He's in charge of intelligence, Candace is in charge of logistics, and Sora is in charge of military affairs. Nashida is in charge of the overall situation. In Nashida's temporary office, the Lonaros gathered. Tree King. Here's a pen. Sora had brought these little creatures back yesterday. Since their return, they've been with Nashida, protecting her. Nashida took the pen from Lanaro and smiled. Thank you. Lanaro spun happily. You're welcome, you're welcome. That was just empty. I knew these little guys from before. If it were anyone else, they'd probably still be wandering around in the woods. Just then, Xing walked in. Nashida, you looking for me? As Xing walked in, she noticed the room full of Lonaros. Oh. So you're all here. I was wondering why I hadn't seen these little guys all day. Nashida smiled and nodded upon seeing Xing arrive. Well, I need your help with something. Xing sat across from Nashida, grabbed a Lanaro, and tucked it into her arms, squeezing it. What is it? Nashida said. I need your help dealing with that mecha, the one Azar and his men secretly built. That mecha is in Shumi City, and I'm worried that if I can't deal with it quickly, it might harm the people of Shumi City. Xing thought it was some kind of fight. No problem. Okay, it's a small matter. Everything's alright, right? Sandwe, Luing, and I are planning to go to the river valley. I heard it's quite crowded. The waterfall created by the Tree of Life formed a river valley below Aru village. The entire valley was illuminated by mysterious fluorescent plants, a beautiful sight. Many desert mercenaries and Aru villagers were playing there. Xing had just finished her meal and planned to join in the fun. Nashida smiled slightly. It's alright. Thank you for your help, Xing. I definitely satisfy you with the reward. Xing didn't care about the reward. As for the reward, it's up to you to give some or nothing. We're friends, there's no need to be so formal. Xing was greedy, but she certainly wouldn't accept money for doing a favor for a friend. Chapter 248. After Xing left, Nashida called for Alhazen. Alhazen walked into the room. Little king of auspicious grass. Nashida gestured for Alhazen to sit down. Alhazen, after we return to Shumi City and defeat the lineage of the Great Sage, I want you to become the new Great Sage. Alhazen flatly refused. That? Forget it. I prefer to delve into my own studies rather than manage a kingdom. Nashida, having anticipated this situation, pulled out a textbook she had bought from Clara. This textbook, which Clara had studied herself, focused on how to cultivate trees in various extreme environments and create soil that could be inhabited by humans. Take a look at this book. Alhazen took it, opened it, and after just one page, he was captivated by its content. Nashida continued. I'm appointing you as the new Great Sage primarily to help govern the desert and transform it into an oasis. You can then practice the theories in this book while also helping me manage Shumi. What do you think? Alhazen thought for a moment and agreed. It wasn't impossible. Alhazen then left the room. Nashida stood up and stretched herself, then left the room to explore the village. In the Aru village valley, Xing, Sanyueki, and Luing had already arrived. Here on the starway, they saw Huahua chasing a grass elemental crystal butterfly. Huahua! Xing called out to Huahua, who stopped and looked over. Seeing it was Xing, Huahua ran over with joy. Xing! You're here too. Xing nodded. Yeah, come take a look around. What about you? Aren't you going to catch that guy? Luing reminded him. Doctor? Xing remembered after hearing Lu Ying's reminder. Oh yes, doctor, how's it going? Hanabi confidently placed her hands on her hips. I'm the invincible Master Hanabi. I captured 5 slices of him. Boy, teenager, young adult, middle-aged, old age, 5 more actors. I can write a new script. March 7 asked curiously. What about those 2 people? What script did you prepare? Hanabi wiped her nose. Of course, it's already been written. Our Grand Theater Prison's chief screenwriter, Aha, has tailored a play just for them. Aha smiled beside her. Ha ha ha, Aha has already written a script. It's called The Beautiful Love of Little Golden Retriever and Little Wolf, hee. Xing shuddered at the name of the script. 2 grown men acting out a love story. The thought of that scene is a bit unsettling. But Xing inexplicably wanted to see it. It must be fun. Huahua then asked. Xing, where's Yiyun? Where is he? I asked him to open the door and go back. Xing replied. Go to the village above. He's in the village, but I don't know where exactly. Huahua heard this and led Aha towards the village above. Xing, Sanyueki, and Luing exchanged a glance and began to wander through the river valley. The entire valley was illuminated by a pale blue light, the water so clear that Xing could even see small fish swimming in it. Inside Yiyun's shop, a portal flickered, attracting the attention of Jizi, Walter, Clara, and Kafka, who were eating. A moment later, Finina jumped out of the portal. Ding ding. The great lady Finina makes a grand appearance. Finina appeared before everyone, full of energy. Jizi, seeing her, smiled and greeted her. Finina, it's you. Have you eaten yet? Do you want to join us? Finina shook her head and patted her stomach. I just ate. I had tons of little cakes. Thank you for inviting me, Jizi. I'm here to play with Xing and the others. Are they in the car? Walter asked. They're not in the car. They're going to Teyvat. Shumi, do you know? Finina heard this. Shumi? I know. It's right next door to me. What are they doing there? Jizi asked. They're going to help Nashida reclaim what belongs to her. They seem to be in a village across the desert. Fernina's interest piqued. Desert? I see. I go check it out. Good night, everyone. Fernina snorted and jumped back into the portal back to Fontaine. After returning to Fontaine, Fernina shouted directly at the door. Lancelot! Assemble the knights. We're going to the desert to find Nashida. Lancelot opened the door, received the order, and left. Lancelot summoned all the knights to gather at the gates of the Momong Palace. Fernina soon emerged from the palace. Fernina waved her hand. Seahorse carriage. With a spell cast by Fernina, a carriage pulled by 2 seahorses as tall as a man appeared in the square. Lancelot walked over to the carriage, opened the door, and extended a hand. Fernina helped Lancelot climb onto the carriage by the arm. The people of Fontaine watched this scene, and a flurry of discussion ensued. Where is Lady Fernina going so late? How do I know? It's late, isn't it dangerous? That's ridiculous. Lady Fernina is the goddess of water. Besides, do you think those knights are vegetarians? I saw it with my own eyes. A tall hilltop king was instantly defeated by a single strike. Mom, these knights are so handsome. Can I join them someday? Yes, yes. Little one, you need to eat more so you can grow taller and bigger, so you can join the knights and protect Lady Fernina. Yes. I eat well from now on. Fernina rode the seahorse carriage, leading Lancelot and the knights forward. When they first entered the desert, Fernina felt a sense of novelty, leaning against the window, sipping tea and admiring the scenery. They were traveling directly into the sky. The seahorse carriages had the ability to fly. But as time went on, Fernina lost interest. It was all the same, just sand and desert, boring. Fernina and the knights sped along, arriving at Aru village after more than 2 hours. Their arrival naturally attracted the attention of the mercenaries in Aru village. Something's happening. Get your weapons. Fernina and the Knights of Lancelot landed at the foot of the Tree of Life. Fernina hopped off the carriage and looked around. Wow! The scenery here is beautiful. Finina admired the vibrant, peaceful, and harmonious village. A mercenary asked, "Who are you? What are you doing in Aru village?" Before Finina could answer, Nishida emerged from the crowd. "Don't be nervous, everyone. This is my friend." Chapter 249. Only after hearing Nishida's words did the mercenaries lower their weapons. Nishida looked at Finina. "Finina, long time no see." Finina was delighted to see Nishida. "Nishida, long time no see." Finina ran towards Nishida, picked her up, and spun her around. Nishida blushed, her little hands tugging at Finina. "Finina, put me down." Finina spun Nishida around a few times before putting her down. Alhazen glanced at Finina and asked, "Little king of the auspicious grass, who is this?" Nishida introduced. "This is my good friend, the ruler of Fontaine, the demon god Fukuros." Finina, hearing Nishida's introduction, put her hands on her hips and snapped her fingers. "Cheer! Cheer! Be happy to meet me, the demon god Fukuros." Everyone present was stunned. "What? Water god? This girl is the legendary god of justice, Her Majesty Fukuros." "Lord Water God." Finina glanced at the crowd, pleased with their reaction. "Ha ha! I, Finina, am the best. Look! I just announced my name, and everyone is speechless with shock." Nishida asked Finina. "Finina, why are you here?" Finina said, "I'm here to help you. I just went to Yiyun's shop. GZ heard you were going to fight, so I came to lend a hand. Of course, I could also hang out with Xing and the others for a while. I've been so bored in Fontaine." Nishida was delighted to hear that Finina was here to help. "Thank you, Finina." Finina put her arm around Nishida's shoulders and pulled her close. "Hey, you're welcome. We're good friends. Where are Xing and the others?" "I go see them." Nishida smiled. "They're in the river valley. I have someone take you there." Finina agreed and followed a villager from Aru village toward the valley. Nishida glanced at the crowd. "Everyone go home. It's getting late. Get some rest." The surrounding mercenaries dispersed upon hearing this. The mercenaries continued to chatter. "I didn't expect that Lord Little Auspicious Grass King and Lord Water God are so familiar with each other. Yes, yes. Even Lord Water God has come to help personally. We will definitely win this war. That's right. Everyone, keep up the good work. Once Lord Little Auspicious Grass King returns to Shime City, we can live a good life. That's right. It's time for that idiot great sage to come down. It's him who's making our desert people suffer so much." Finina's arrival greatly boosted the morale of the mercenaries. "We have two gods guarding our side. What can you Azar use against us? I smash your head against them." Finina quickly found Xing, Sanyueki, and Luying. The four of them sat on small stools in the river valley. Finina brought out a bunch of snacks and cakes, and the four of them chatted while eating. Lancelot and several knights stood guard not far away. Yiyun and the 6 children were playing in the village. The 6 little ones quickly became friends with the other children in the village. A large group of children were running around the village, having a blast. Yiyun set up a coffee table under a large tree and leisurely sipped tea. At that moment, Yiyun noticed someone approaching and looked up. It was Jing Yuan, Dan Heng, Ren, and Jing Lu. "Oh, you're finally back." Jing Yuan very naturally pulled out a small stool and sat down next to Yiyun, picking up the teapot on the coffee table and pouring himself a cup. "Well, we're done. Except for the 5 taken away by Huahua and Chanlu Tianjun, the others have been humanely destroyed." Jing Yuan sipped the tea from his cup. This tea is better than usual?" Yiyun said. "Of course. This cake of tea cost me a full 10,000 star coins." Jing Yuan was a little surprised. "This tea is so expensive? Give me some later?" Yiyun was speechless. "You, a general, have the nerve to ask me for tea?" Jing Yuan smiled. "You don't know how expensive food and daily necessities are until you manage a household. I wish I could spend these star coins twice as much as I could." Yiyun raised an eyebrow, took out a box, and placed a quarter of the tea cake inside. Here you go. This should last you over half a month." Jing Yuan happily accepted it. A month is definitely enough. Such fine tea, of course, deserves careful savoring. Jing Lu glanced at the two and asked, "Yiyun, is Bai Lu here?" Yiyun nodded. "Yes, she's playing in the square." Jing Lu nodded slightly, and turned to head back towards the square. Dan Heng and Ren thought for a moment, and stayed behind. Each of them brought a stone, and sat by the coffee table to drink tea. The next day arrived. The 30-man mercenary group from Kawin Station swarmed out, and headed towards Aru village. After receiving the news, Kong immediately ordered all the desert mercenaries to assemble outside the village to meet the enemy. The two armies met in the desert, and the leading commander of the 30-man regiment glanced at Kong and his men. As expected, the desert people are untrustworthy. Brothers, charge! Capture them! The 30-man regiment followed the order and charged towards the desert mercenaries. Seeing this, Ramon drew his broadsword, shouldered it, and looked at Kong. Kong, give the orders. Kong looked up. No rush, Ramon said, looking where Kong was looking. Nishida and Fernina were floating high above the battlefield. Nishida did not want to see large-scale casualties on either side. These 30-man regiment mercenaries were merely following orders from Azar. This is it, the Temple of Wisdom. Nishida's divine power erupted, and a temple constructed from grass elementals appeared above the battlefield. Immediately, countless thick vines burst forth from the ground, binding the 30 mercenaries. Fernina swung her staff. Sing for me! Forbidden spell. Deep sea cage. A massive cage, constructed from flowing water, appeared out of thin air, trapping all 30 mercenaries within. Kong observed this. 30 mercenaries. These two are Lord Little Lucky Grass King and Lord Water God Fukuros. Are you still stubborn? Lower your weapons. Lord Little Lucky Grass King will forgive your sins. Upon hearing this, most of the 30 mercenaries dropped their weapons. Faced with this miraculous event, they felt they had no chance of victory. Kong, observing this, addressed the desert mercenaries behind him. Everyone! Lord Little Auspicious Grass King has given them a chance. Everyone who hasn't laid down their weapons. Kill them all, for Lord Little Auspicious Grass King. For Shumi. At Kong's command, the desert mercenaries charged forward, shouting. As Kong had said, Nishida had given the 30 mercenaries a chance. Those who laid down their weapons would naturally be pardoned. As for those who still chose to fight, I apologize. Chapter 250. Under the leadership of Kong, Dishia, and the others, the remaining 30-man mercenaries, who stubbornly resisted, were completely annihilated. At this moment, everyone was cleaning up the battlefield. Fernina, escorted by several knights, approached Xing and the others. Xing! Was I handsome just now? Huh? Xing nodded. Very handsome. However, there are still a few flaws. Come on, let me tell you, since you're already showing off. You should show off as much as possible. Think about your line just now. Doesn't it feel a bit low? If you had changed it to. Xing and Fernina, arm in arm, reviewed the shortcomings of Funina's pretense. Suddenly, a 30-man mercenary behind Fernina charged at her, slashing at her with his broadsword. Just as the mercenary was about to strike, a flash of cold light flashed. A knight's rapier counterattacked, sending the mercenary's broadsword flying. The knight twisted his wrist and thrust forward, piercing the mercenary's heart. He then kicked the mercenary back. At this moment, the other knights had already gathered around Fernina, surrounding her in a protective position. Shocked by this, Kong ordered Ramon beside him. Ramon! Take your men and search again. A thorough search is essential. Ramon was also shocked by what had just happened. These bastards were truly treacherous. Luckily, the Lord Water God was unharmed. If that little had succeeded, things would have been catastrophic. Brothers, everyone lying on the ground. Stab them in the neck. The desert mercenaries responded in unison, once again examining the bodies. Fernina was also startled, and with lingering fear, she glanced at the mercenary's corpse lying on the ground not far away. Lancelot approached. My lord, I failed in my duty and frightened you. Fernina shook her head. It's all right, it's all right. You did a great job. Lancelot summoned all the knights to assemble and form a protective presence around Fernina. Over an hour later, after Kong and the desert mercenaries cleaned up the battlefield, the army set out, heading directly for Shumi City. Fernina summoned the seahorse chariot again, and with Yiyun, the 6 little Nashidas, and the others, she rode on it toward Shumi City. At the same time in Shumi City, in the laboratory beneath the Jingshan Palace, a mercenary rushed into Azar's office. No! This is bad. Azar glanced at the mercenary with annoyance. You're so impatient. You didn't even knock? Get out. Come back in. The mercenary, upon hearing this, sullenly left the office and knocked on the door. The worry between Azar's brows finally eased. Come in. The mercenary entered, bowing. Report. Massive defeat at the front. Kawin Station has fallen. The desert mercenaries are already on their way to Shumi City. Azar sat up in shock, his eyes wide with anger. What? The mercenary repeated. Kawin Station has fallen. Lord Azar. Azar waved his hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have 50,000 soldiers stationed there. 50,000. Even if we slaughtered them like pigs all day, we wouldn't be able to finish them all. Someone dragged this spy who lied about military intelligence away. The soldiers outside the door heard Azar's words and hurried in, carrying 2 mercenaries who had been reporting military intelligence. The mercenary struggled to defend himself. Lord Azar. I'm telling the truth. It won't be long before the desert mercenaries arrive at the gates. Azar waved his sleeve and snorted coldly. What a joke. If the desert mercenaries could truly capture Kawin Station in a single day, they would have been a resounding success all these years. As for Neshida, in Azar's eyes, she was just a child. Neshida had been imprisoned for 500 years, and in those 500 years, no one in Shumi had witnessed a miracle. As a result, the people of Shumi, including Azar, had forgotten one thing, the terror of the demon god. He didn't understand what the demon god represented in Teyvat, representing the power that could sway an entire nation. Even though Neshida wasn't skilled in combat, she possessed the power to overturn a battlefield. After the mercenary was taken away, Azar thought for a moment and decided to visit the factory. As long as the god creation plan was completed, he could lead Shumi back to its peak. By then, even Liua and Jidong would be able to challenge him. Azar left the office and headed straight for the factory. At this moment, Sanbing was only one step away from becoming a god. Sanbing's eyes were filled with sinister intent, and resentment emanated from his body. Balzabul. Wait! I will seek revenge on you immediately. Inside Liua Harbor, Barnabas arrived at the entrance of the Wangxingtang Internet Cafe. At the entrance, the temporary network administrator, Zhongli, leisurely sipped tea. Barnabas entered the Internet Cafe and noticed Zhongli. Zhongli glanced at Barnabas and said, "She's still in the sports room." Barnabas nodded slightly in gratitude and headed straight for the 3rd floor. Barnabas led the young man and the lady to the 3rd floor. Both the lady and the young man were super VIPs at the Internet Cafe, so the staff naturally let them in. Barnabas arrived at Asmodeus's door and said to them, "Wait for me outside. I go in myself." With that, Barnabas pushed the door open and entered. The young man and the lady exchanged a glance. "Madam, what's wrong with the queen? She doesn't look very happy?" The young man asked the lady. The lady nodded. "Indeed, but I don't know why." In the sports room, Barnabas quietly waited for Asmodeus to finish a game. Asmodeus had said that if he wanted to talk to her while she was playing games, he had to wait until she finished her game before speaking to her. Asmodeus won first place in that round and was very happy. Asmodeus turned and looked at Barnabas. "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Barnabas told Asmodeus about Jinglio's forced entry into Solstice and the killing of the doctor. Asmodeus frowned at this. She had no idea what was going on. "I'm not quite sure. I asked someone." Asmodeus pulled out his phone and called Hu Tao. "Hello? Master, where are you?" Hu Tao's voice quickly came over. "Didn't I go to Wawampo last night? I'm just coming back with Huahua. Let me tell you, Huahua is amazing. He captured a lot of little devils this time." Asmodeus heard this. "Let me ask you something. Do you know why Jinglu is going after the doctor?" Hu Tao, of course, knew. Group chatting was her favorite thing to do when she had nothing else to do. "Don't you know? The doctor wanted to capture Bai Lu as a test subject. Then Xing went to report it, and General Jing Yuan, Dan Heng, Dian Dao Ge, and Jing Lu came after the doctor." Asmodeus understood after hearing this. "Okay, I understand. I hang up now. Be safe on your journey." Chapter 251. Just as Asmodeus was about to hang up, Hu Tao suddenly asked, "Asmodeus, don't go downstairs to buy food tonight. Let's eat on the train." Xiangling said, "We're having a feast tonight." Asmodeus agreed immediately. "Great, great. Another feast, perfect. Hanging up, come back soon." Asmodeus poked the hang-up button with his index finger and immediately pocketed the phone. "I already inquired about the situation, Barnabas. Your doctor is truly amazing." Asmodeus chuckled and gave Barnabas a thumbs up. Barnabas was bewildered. "Huh? What's the reason, Your Majesty Asmodeus?" Asmodeus didn't directly answer Barnabas' question, but instead asked a counter-question. "Do you know Bailu?" Barnabas recalled it in his mind. "Yes, the little dragon girl from Luofu." Asmodeus nodded. "It's enough to know her. The doctor under your command wanted to capture her for research, and then General Jingyuan, Danheng, and the others found out. You might not know them, but these guys are all powerful. General Luofu, Luofu Swordmaster, the Star Corps Hunter, and the train crew. And Bailu, she's their Achilles heel, so you get it, right? Barnabas nodded blankly. Although she didn't know General Jingyuan and the others, she knew Luofu, the Star Corps Hunter, and the train crew. These organizations were all incredibly powerful. It seemed His Majesty Asmodeus was right. The doctor was indeed formidable, and he had offended these people. Asmodeus glanced at Barnabas. You should go back and disband the Fatui. They're a nuisance if they stay. Your Fatui are full of incredible individuals. Barnabas pondered for a moment before nodding his agreement. She still vividly remembered the scene of Jinglu swooping down from the sky and easily dispatching the doctor right before her eyes. Asmodeus, seeing that Barnabas had made his decision, began to dismiss them. Okay, anything else? If not, please leave. I'm going to continue playing games. Barnabas left Asmodeus's room. The lady and the young master came up to greet him. The lady asked, Your Majesty, I see you look unwell. Has something happened? Barnabas glanced at the lady and the young master. He thought they were the least troublesome of the Fatui. Take your direct subordinates and begin the process of separating from the Fatui. The Fatui will cease to exist. With that, Barnabas headed towards the internet cafe's exit. Both the lady and the young man were shocked by this. What the hell? Divide the Fatui? While they were puzzled, they still had to carry out the order. In the executive meeting room of the Strategic Investment Department at the Interstellar Peace Company headquarters in Pierpoint, a trial of Sha Jin had begun. The outcome of this trial would determine whether Sha Jin could continue to work in the Strategic Investment Department. Jade and Toppa naturally attended the meeting as well. Toppa sat by the window, glancing at the incredibly calm Sha Jin. Isn't this guy afraid of being kicked out? Believe it or not, I'm voting for him to be kicked out later. Jade smiled. Oh! Lil Yelena, do you hate Sha Jin so much? Toppa nodded. Of course, this guy is so annoying. As he spoke, Toppa looked out the window, his pupils suddenly trembling, as if he'd seen something terrifying. Fei Chui saw this and followed Toppa's gaze. She saw Hanabi and Aha were standing across the street from the Strategic Investment Department building, holding a large wooden sign. Fei Chui took a closer look. Joy Theater is hiring, requirements, former company executive, Stoneheart crushed, socialite, former slave. Hanabi and Aha thought the name Theater Prison was unpleasant, so they changed it to Joy Theater. Even Fei Chui felt a little out of control at this moment. No! Why are you writing so many requirements? You might as well just say you're hiring for gold dust. Besides, is it really okay for you Joy people to openly and brazenly come downstairs to poach employees? Where's the security guard? Oh, Aha had hung him on a telephone pole like clothes. Toppa swallowed hard, turned to look at Gold Dust in the arena, and stood up. I vote Gold Dust not guilty. He must be not guilty. Toppa was paralyzed. It was better for Gold Dust to stay in the Strategic Investment Department than run off to Hanabi. She couldn't imagine Gold Dust joining the Cult of Joy. She didn't want to cause herself such a huge problem later. Not guilty. Must be not guilty, Shuju said. Toppa, the voting hasn't started yet. There's no need to rush. Toppa still raised his hand. No! Gold Dust must be not guilty. Fei Chui saw this and pulled Toppa. Little Yelena, don't be so anxious. Sit down first. Toppa sat down again after hearing this. Then, the trial of Gold Dust began. Gold Dust looked at everyone present. In the plan, Gold Dust's death was inevitable, a must-do. The shattering of the Aventurin Stone brought the company's shares in Pinocchio. A good deal, isn't it? Gold Dust then took out the shattered Aventurin Stone. An Aventurin Stone can be repaired, right? Gold Dust again took out 10 equipment enhancement scrolls, and, without hesitation, slammed them all onto the Aventurin Stone. All, or nothing. A flash of light shone. After the light faded, the Aventurin Stone was perfectly repaired, even more powerful than before. The energy contained within it faintly hinted at a level capable of being manipulated. Toppa observed this. The Aventurin Stone has been repaired. Does this mean this trial is over, everyone? Shuju shook his head. No, the trial must continue. The Aventurin was indeed broken, and even if it has been repaired, breaking it is unforgivable. Emerald smiled. Then let's vote. I vote not guilty. The voting quickly began. 7 votes for not guilty, and 3 votes for the last. Emerald was very pleased with the result. Everyone has cast their votes. Now, I will announce the results. Gold Dust, not guilty. A little over 10 minutes later, Gold Dust, Topaz, and Emerald walked out of the Strategic Investment Department building. Wahua, who had been waiting across the street, was disappointed to see the three of them emerge. Wahua rushed over to the three. Little Peacock, are you really not going to consider joining my joyful theater? Look at you, you risked your life for them, and all you get in return is a trial. It's different here. The treatment is excellent. Gold Dust smiled. No need, fool. Joining is fine, but we can discuss collaboration. For example, helping you with publicity, developing merchandise, or something like that. Hanabi piqued interest. Oh, that's interesting. Let's find a place to talk. Chapter 252. Golden Sand took Hanabi to a cafe for a detailed discussion. Feiyu and Topa followed. Hanabi finally signed a cooperation agreement with Golden Sand. Golden would be responsible for the development of the area surrounding the Joyful Theater. This included hotels, spaceship docking stations, and other tourism-related activities. Hanabi would receive a 30% stake in these properties. A planet this large with only one Joyful Theater would be too monotonous. Hanabi looked at the contract and tucked it into Aha's arms. Although no employees were hired this time, it was still a gain. Hanabi nodded contentedly and kicked Aha. Let's go back. Aha wiped his butt, opened a portal, and led Hanabi through. After Hanabi and Aha left, Topa nudged Golden Sand's kidney with his elbow. Hey, you really want to cooperate with Hanabi? Golden Sand raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. Why not? Let's go on the Starry Sky train. Then, the three boarded the spaceship and headed for Pinocchio. The train now reached Pinocchio. After the martial arts ceremony, Jeezy received an invitation from Robin to go to Pinocchio. Inside Yiyun's shop. Yiyun returned to the shop with the 6 little ones. Sora was on his way with his army of desert mercenaries. At night, they set up camp in a rainforest. The forest at night was beautiful, but Yiyun still felt it would be better to bring the 6 little ones back home and leave tomorrow. Kelly rushed over and hugged Yiyun's thighs, looking at him with wide eyes and anticipation. Brother Yiyun, Kelly wants to watch some cartoons. Yiyun rubbed Kelly's little head and checked the time. Okay, you can watch for an hour today, and then you have to go to bed after that. Got it? Kelly happily ran to the sofa tea area to turn on the TV after Yiyun agreed. Bai Lu and Hook ran to their room, took out a bunch of snacks, and placed them on the carpet. The 6 little ones huddled together, glued to the cartoon. Yiyun smiled at this and said something to Rios, leaving him to watch the little ones. Then he went back to his room to wash up. Over half an hour later, Yiyun walked out of the room, refreshed. Just then, he saw Xing, Sanueki, Luing, and Funina return. Sanueki noticed Yiyun. Hey, not asleep yet, Yiyun? Yiyun said. It's still early. Are you guys coming back tonight? Xing chuckled. I'm leaving my big bed at home and sleeping in a tent? Am I stupid? Xing took Funina's hand. Come on, Funina, stay next door to me tonight. My room next door is empty. The 4 of them rushed into the cave. Yiyun glanced at the 6 little ones, engrossed in watching cartoons on the sofa, and decided to take a stroll inside. It was still early, so he decided to take a stroll. Yiyun entered the cave. The sky inside the cave was the same as outside. A bright moon hung high in the sky, and a multitude of stars illuminated the dark night. As soon as Yiyun entered, he saw Dan Heng sitting in the fields, researching. Dan Heng held a tablet in one hand and caressed a plant with the other. Yiyun waved and greeted him. Dan Heng. Dan Heng heard someone calling him, and looked up to see Yiyun at the cave's gate. Yiyun, it's you. Yiyun approached and, passing a sunset fruit tree, reached out to pluck a sunset fruit and took a couple of bites. Why are you still busy here so late? Dan Heng nodded slightly. Well, there are a lot of new plants here today, and I'm going to mark them. By the way, how do these sunset fruits taste? The one you just picked is from Mon's sunset fruit tree. Tell me about the taste and texture, and I record it. Yiyun took another bite of the fruit, chewed it, and told Dan Heng his feelings. Dan Heng wrote down the details on his tablet. Afterwards, Yiyun and Dan Heng began chatting. As they chatted, Xing, Sanueki, Luing, and Funina, each carrying a small basket, walked towards the farmland. Yiyun was curious. Xing, what's in your baskets? Xing chuckled at this. You're talking about this? The food I prepared for the 3 little pigs. Come on, move aside. Don't block my way. I need to feed the pigs. Yiyun looked around and saw a pigpen not far away. A stone wall surrounded the pigpen. Xing and the other 3 were now standing by the wall, throwing food into the basket. Xing had prepared carrots. The 3 little pigs had spent the day getting used to the pigpen. The 3 little pigs lay on the ground, gnawing on the carrots with great relish. Xing was very pleased. By the way, eat more. Eating more helps you gain weight. After strolling around the cave for a while, Yiyun returned to the train and took the 6 little ones to wash up and sleep. In the rainforest outside Shumi City, Sino stood atop a large tree, quietly gazing at Shumi City in the distance. Tomorrow morning, Kong will lead the desert mercenaries into Shumi City. Shumi City has already sealed off its walls, and Azar has learned of the crushing defeat suffered by the 30-man mercenary group. Azar was urging his researchers to speed up their efforts, striving to complete the God creation project tonight. At that moment, a voice rang out from beneath the tree. What are your plans? Sino looked in the direction of the voice and saw Alhazen. I will personally capture Azar and hand him over to Lord Little Auspicious Grass King for trial. Alhazen glanced up at Seno with a hint of meaning. As long as you made up your mind. With that, Alhazen left the tree and returned to his tent to rest. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Yiyun, along with the 6 little ones and the 4 Xings, returned to the main group. After breakfast in the rainforest, the army marched out and launched an attack on Shumi City. The desert mercenaries quickly entered Shumi City and engaged the 30-man regiment within. The doctor's Fatui soldiers also joined the fray. With the addition of these transformed soldiers, the 30-man regiment managed to hold the city and prevent the desert mercenaries from entering. However, with the arrival of powerful warriors like Kong, Xing, Finina, and the March 7th Knights of Lancelot, the balance of power between the two sides was instantly shattered. Ramon and the desert mercenaries, following Kong's lead, advanced relentlessly, and the 30-man regiment was unable to withstand them. Soon, the 30-man regiment and the doctor's Fatui soldiers were forced back, suffering heavy casualties. Kong repelled a 30-man regiment mercenary with a single strike. Ramon, I go in and capture Azar first. You lead the others and advance slowly. Ramon readily agreed. Chapter 253. All right. Leave this to me. The desert mercenaries were in a strong position at the scene, thanks to the doctor's Fatui joining the fray. Otherwise, the situation would have been lopsided long ago. Sora bent his legs slightly and leaped into the air. Sora summoned wings of light and flew towards the Jingshan Palace. Sora soon arrived at the Jingshan Palace, encountering Azar, who had just emerged from the underground factory. Azar's face wasn't panicked. On the contrary, he was incredibly excited. Because, just now, the god-making project had been completely completed, and the new god was about to appear. He had come out to admire his masterpiece. Sora looked at Azar. Hey, the rat from the sewer has finally emerged? Hearing Kong's words, Azar understood his identity, a subordinate of the little grass god. Go! With a wave of his hand, Azar charged towards Kong. Kong swung his sword, its light devouring several guards. Azar was stunned. He hadn't expected such a powerful figure to be under the command of the little grass god. You're a subordinate of that worthless god, aren't you? What's so worthy of your loyalty to that worthless god? Instead of swearing allegiance to that worthless god, why not serve me? I have led the deification project. The new god is about to ascend, and that worthless god and those desert peasants are about to perish. If you're a smart person, I think you know what to do. As Azar finished his words, the ground rumbled. Kong looked outside the Jingshan Palace. A mecha, over 30 meters tall, burst out of the ground, unleashing an indiscriminate attack on its surroundings. Azar's face was filled with enthusiasm at the sight of his scythe. See, this is the power of a true god. Submit to me. You will have a bright future. Sora looked at Azar as if he were an idiot. Even the massive mecha outside, not to mention Xing and Luing, he alone could easily handle it. He was only at the level of an early-stage demon god. Did he really think he was invincible? Sora couldn't understand where this Azar got his confidence from. On second thought, it made sense. After all, Shumi hadn't seen a miracle in over 500 years. At that moment, Kong noticed 2 flashes of fire in the distance and understood the mecha's fate. Sora instantly moved behind Azar and knocked him unconscious with a chopping blow. Afterwards, Kong found a rope to tie him up. In the center of the battlefield, the skirmisher controlled the massive mecha, destroying everything around it. Ha ha! Is this the power of a god? It's truly powerful, Balzaboul. I've been deified. The soldier laughed with immense pride. The laughter echoed through the mecha far enough that even Xing, Nashida, and the others far behind heard the soldier's laughter. Nashida heard the soldier utter the word Balzaboul. Balzaboul? Does the person operating the mecha knowing? Yiyun nodded. Yes, this person is a puppeting once made. However, he's been tricked, and has been yearning for revenge against Ing. Nashida heard this, and it made her realize it. Nashida looked at Xing. Xing, please help. Xing leaped up, took out the Skyfire Judgment, and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Oh, finally, it's my turn. That big mecha, right? It looks pretty cool. Nashida nodded slightly. Yes, Xing, please save some energy. The person operating the mech inside seems to knowing. Xing nodded in understanding. Alright. Leave it to me. Skyfire. Unsheath. Xing leaped up and rushed towards the distant skirmisher. In a few moments, Xing was at skirmisher's feet. Xing leaped high, the Skyfire Judgment in his hand continuously gathering energy. Skirmisher naturally noticed Xing. He sensed a deadly threat from Xing. Skirmisher was stunned for 2 seconds. How could this be? He had clearly ascended to godhood, so why would he still feel threatened by others? No. This was all an illusion. It must be that his mindset hadn't fully shifted. Skirmisher punched Xing. Xing raised the Skyfire Judgment high and slashed down. The giant mech's fist melted the moment it made contact with the Skyfire Judgment. Sandbing was horrified and dodged. In the end, he couldn't dodge. Xing's sword instantly melted half of the mech's body, causing it to lose balance and fall to the ground. In the cockpit, Sandbing's face was filled with terror. He had been killed instantly by a single sword strike. Xing found the cockpit, and gently swiped the Heavenly Fire Holy Judge across the exterior, finding Sandbing inside. You're here? Come with me. I heard you know Ing. I take you back later. Already desperate, Sandbing's face darkened upon hearing Xing was sending him to see Ing, and he struggled to escape. Xing saw this, grabbed Sandbing's right leg, and pulled. To his surprise, Xing ripped Sandbing's hind leg off. Sandbing, having lost a leg, fell to the ground again. Xing was also stunned, staring blankly at the soldier, then at the right leg he was holding. No! Is your body made of such shoddy material? I just tugged lightly, and it fell straight off? No way. I didn't even use much force. Your quality is so poor. At this moment, Nashida, Luing, and the others arrived. Everyone noticed the leg Xing was holding. Sanyueki was stunned, a bead of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Oh Xing, didn't I tell you to hold back a little? Xing dropped the right leg, and spread his hands innocently. I held back, otherwise it would have collapsed. I didn't know his body was so poor quality. I just tugged lightly, and it fell off. You can't really blame me, that, Nashida said after hearing this. It's okay. He's just a puppet. I find someone to put him back together. Thank you for your hard work, Xing. Xing waved his hand. Not hard, all done? Nashida nodded. Yes, Kong has captured Azar, and Senior is currently guarding him. The Doctor's Fatui soldiers, and the remaining 30-man mercenaries in the city have all been dealt with. Xing heard this. That's fine. If nothing else, we go back. Nashida heard this? Are we going back now? Want to play some more? I was planning to treat you to dinner tonight. Xing shook her head. Don't be so polite, Nashida. The third lottery draw is about to begin, and I'm going to see if I can win. March 7 only remembered after hearing Xing's words. That's right. The lottery draw is about to begin. Yiyun, open the door quickly, we need to go back. Yiyun opened a portal. To be honest, he had forgotten about this matter. Yiyun and the others said goodbye to Nashida and returned to the shop. At this moment, the shop was packed with people. Luo Fu and his group. The Liyue group. The Mon group. The Inazuma group. The Bellowberg group. All gathered here, waiting for the lottery results. Kiana and Asmodeus huddled together on a sofa, each holding a bag of chips, chatting. Chapter 254. Xing saw Kiana walk over. Hey, isn't that Kiana? What have you been up to these days? I haven't seen you in the shop. Kiana, seeing Xing, put her hands on her hips. Hee hee. I've been having a blast these past few days. I'm now the #1 Valkyrie in Destiny. Ha ha. In the past few days, Kiana has been pacifying the Hawkeye and actively working on the front lines. Naturally, this has made her famous in the Valkyrie community. Then, she was approached by Yulindel. Yulindel informed Kiana that she was a clone, K423, a test subject created by combining Yulindel's core with that of the second Hershur's, Surin. At that time, Kiana was unable to accept the news for a moment, and secretly ran to Yiyun's shop in the middle of the night to cry. Yiyun was a light sleeper again, and was awakened by Kiana's sobbing. On inquiry, Yiyun learned that Kiana had learned that she was a clone. Yiyun poured Kiana a glass of water, and the two chatted for a long time. In the end, Kiana regained her vitality. Yiyun comforted her. Whether you're a clone or not, you're an independent individual. Your experiences, your memories, these are unique and belong only to you. You are Kiana, a living person. You know Mei, you know me, you know Xing, but she doesn't know that Yulindel. This is something that belongs only to you, something Yulindel doesn't possess. You are you, idiot Kiana. I'm not an idiot. Yiyun is the big idiot. I'm the embodiment of wisdom. I'm the incarnation of Athena. The view returned to reality. Xing understood. I was wondering, I haven't seen you around these past few days. Are you going to be busy soon? Kiana shook her head. Nothing for the time being. My period said the situation has stabilized, so I can rest for a while. Where are you going tomorrow? Take me with you, Asmodeus said. I take you online tomorrow. Wanna come? It's so much fun. Kiana piqued her interest. Great. Let's go online tomorrow. Xing and Sanueki saw this, thought for a moment, and decided to join in. After all, with nothing to do, surfing the internet wouldn't be a bad idea. Yi Yun sighed. He was pulled over by Haida. That's right. Haida came today, bringing Wan Mei and Screw Guma with her to the train. At Haida's suggestion, the two each bought a lottery ticket, hoping they win. Yi Yun, let me introduce you to two people. This is Wan Mei, and this is Screw Gumu. We're from the same club. Wan Mei looked at Yi Yun curiously. Was this man the owner of this magical little shop? Screw Gumu bowed slightly. Hello, Mr. Yi Yun. My name is Screw Gumu. It's nice to meet you. I often heard Ms. Haida mention you. Yi Yun smiled back. Hello, Screw Gumu. Nice to meet you. Their conversation interrupted Wan Mei's thoughts. Hello, my name is Wan Mei. I heard from Haida that you can buy anything you want here? Yi Yun smiled. Yes, Ms. Wan Mei. In my shop, as long as you have stellar jade, you can buy anything you want. As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, Wan Mei asked. So do you sell star gods here? As soon as Wan Mei asked this, Haida and Screw Guma both looked at her in surprise. You want to buy star gods? Is that something you can buy? But this was very much in line with Wan Mei's character. It was something she would ask. Yi Yun gestured. Let's go over there and take a look. The screen over there shows product images and details. The four of them arrived at the small bar. Wendy and Feishi were chatting there. Yi Yun, come and have a drink with us, Wendy said drunkenly, holding up a bottle of Feihin Mitai. Yi Yun shook his head. You drink first, I have customers. Seeing this, Wendy and Feishi made room for Yi Yun and ran to a booth to the side to continue drinking. Yi Yun opened the touch screen and typed in the word Star God. Soon, several items came into view. Yi Yun looked at Wan Mei, Luosi Gumu, and Haida. Star gods, I have some for sale here too. Haida, upon hearing this, stared at Yi Yun with wide eyes. No! You really have star gods for sale. Haida reached out and pushed Yi Yun aside, plopped down on a high stool, and took a look. Item: Destiny Star God Godhead. Description: After use, you will instantly become the Destiny Star God of a certain sci-fi adventure world. Price: 1 gold coin. Item: Creation Star God Godhead. Description: After use, you will instantly become the Creation Star God of a certain sci-fi adventure world. Price: 1.5 gold coins. Haida felt that his horizons were broad enough. There was basically nothing in this universe that could shock him. I didn't expect to encounter this today. Wan Mei and Luosi Gumu also came over, and they were both stunned when they saw the product information. Yi Yun was also communicating with the system in his mind. Tongzi, what are these gold star coins? Notice. 100 million star coins equals 1 gold star coin. Yi Yun heard this. 100 million. At this rate, Yi Yun felt it was a matter of whether he would even see the creation of a gold star coin in his lifetime. Haida pointed to the price column on the screen and asked. Yi Yun, how do you get these gold star coins? Yi Yun said. 100 million star coins for 1 gold star coin. After hearing this, Haida's nascent desire to buy the star god godhead immediately dissipated. 100 million. Haha, who could afford that? Then Haida and the other two looked at the other items. Wan Mei bought a miniature world tree sapling. Once grown, this sapling could create a world of 1,000 cubic meters. Just in time to spend all the stellar jade Wan Mei brought with her. Screw Guma bought several probes similar to Idiot Number 1. Screw Guma planned to develop these probes. He believed they had great potential. Soon, the lottery draw arrived, and everyone gathered at the lottery shop. Amidst the crowd's expectant gazes, Yi Yun took out a ball and opened it. Yi Yun pulled out the slip of paper from the ball, read the number, and read it out. Number 99. Who is number 99? Everyone in the crowd looked at each other. Finally, Zhongli, sitting in the corner, silently raised his hand. When Yiyun saw it was Zhongli, he couldn't help but imagine Zhongli striking a summoning gesture and reciting those idiotic lines. He burst out laughing. I couldn't help it. I really couldn't help it. Just thinking about that scene was hilarious. Zhongli approached Yiyun, who took out the Emperor Armor Transformer, and handed it to him. Congratulations, Zhongli, you won the jackpot. Zhongli took the Emperor Armor Transformer and asked, How do I use this? Chapter 255. Yiyun beckoned, and Zhongli leaned over to him, whispering softly, First, you have to strike these poses, then you have to recite this line. Zhongli's face darkened instantly after hearing this. Those poses, and that line Yiyun had just mentioned. No, I absolutely can't use this thing. Hu Tao leaned over. Guessed, I just heard from Xing that this can summon armor. Try it. Zhongli looked at Hu Tao's expectant eyes, and felt a little reluctant to refuse. Let's try it again when we get back. Hu Tao pouted and tugged at Zhongli's clothes. No. No. I want to see it now. Asmodeus, standing beside him, echoed. Come on. Morix, try it. I want to see it too. Zhongli was completely paralyzed. Those moves, those lines. So. Luckily, Yiyun spoke up for Zhongli. Don't worry, we already got the stuff. You can go back and look at it later. Let's take a look at the next prize. Hu Tao and Asmodeus temporarily dismissed their thoughts after hearing Yiyun's words, and turned to look at the large TV. Next prize. Resurrection Card Deck. Instructions. A deck contains 6 resurrection cards, which can resurrect the following creatures. Price. 6 million star coins. Draw countdown. 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Everyone's excitement instantly shifted upon seeing the next prize. Resurrection cards. A set. 6 cards in a set. Ing looked eagerly at Shenzi. Son of God. Son of God smiled and fanned himself. I know. Son of God took out all the star coins he had saved up recently, a total of 200,000. Without hesitation, the Son of God bought 200 lottery tickets. Ing received the lottery tickets and treasured them. Jing Yuan, Jing Lu, Dan Heng, and Ren each bought 100 lottery tickets. Zhongli stared at the resurrection card on the screen, his mind drifting back to the time when Liyue was first built. Guizhong, Morix, if you can open this lock, I will agree to form an alliance with you. Wendy, a rare expression of seriousness, used all his star coins to buy 150 lottery tickets. Kiana also took out 100,000 star coins and bought 100 lottery tickets. She often had a dream in which she and her mother cuddled on the sofa, her mother whispering stories to lull her to sleep. Hu Tao sat quietly watching all this. Xiangling saw this and sat down next to Hu Tao. Hu Tao, aren't you going to buy rice? Your grandfather. Hu Tao smiled broadly. I won't buy it. Although I long to see Grandpa, my family is the head of the Wanshan Hall. Life and death are determined by fate, and the order of yin and yang. The dead enter the underworld, while the living remain in the light. Grandpa probably wouldn't want me to resurrect him, would he? March 7, overhearing Hu Tao's words, couldn't help but recall how Hu Tao had taken over the position of head at the age of 13, and the first funeral she presided over was her grandfather's. March 7 hugged Hu Tao tightly and burst into tears. Wow, Hu Tao, you're so pitiful. Hug you. Amber, sobbing, hugged Hu Tao. Hu Tao, I'm so sorry for you. How have you been through all these years? Sob. Hu Tao's mouth twitched. Before she could even cry, March and Amber had already started. Afterward, everyone stayed at Yiyun's restaurant. Tonight, Yiyun invited everyone to dine at his restaurant. It had been a long time since everyone had gathered for a meal like this at Yiyun's restaurant. Inevitably, the restaurant felt a bit deserted. Everyone naturally agreed. Thanks to the portal, they finished their meal and walked a few steps back. Kiana even made a special trip back to call Mei, her aunt, and Bronya over. Yiyun and Xiangling were in charge of cooking. Noel, Guaba, Himiko, Qin, Bronya from Beibei Village, Natasha, Kiching, Ganyu, and Ningguang helped wash and prepare the vegetables. Yiyun also called Ren to help butcher the fish. Yiyun bought over 200 pounds of bluefin tuna to make sashimi for later. Ren, with a kitchen knife, cut the fish with a deadpan expression. Deboning, cleaning, slicing, and so on, he did with great familiarity. Fernina, Xing, Amber, Eula, Hu Tao, Sierra, and Qi sat at the long dining table, each clutching a mobile phone, playing a game against each other. Fernina screamed the loudest among them, though she was also the most inexperienced, considering it was her first time. Jingyuan, Walter, and other members of the senior group went to the reception room of their base camp for tea and chat. Haida, Ruanmei, and Screwgum also stayed. Ruanmei was crouching beside Charmander, Xiaomi, Bubble Flower, and other Pokemon, observing them. Haida explained that these were creatures from other worlds. Screwgum joined the senior group and chatted with Jingyuan, Zhongli, and the others. As for Haida, Yi had offered her 500 star coins to tutor Clara, who was currently doing so in the second floor lab. Yi glanced at the crowd. The entire shop was bustling with activity, filled with laughter and joy. Yi smiled knowingly. He often cooked for everyone because he wanted this kind of atmosphere. Everyone sat together, enjoying the food and savoring the wine, chatting and laughing, gossiping, and sharing their experiences. This was the simplest yet happiest thing in life. Food, wine, and close friends. Yi picked up the spatula, lit the fire, and began stir-frying. 6 little ones were playing house in the sofa tea area. 5 of them were playing the roles of 5 sheep, and 1 was playing the role of Big Bad Wolf. This time, it was Bailu's turn to be Big Bad Wolf. Bailu bared her teeth and claws, roaring with a cute, ferocious dragon. "Aww! I am the invincible Big Bad Wolf King. Little sheep, where are you running?" "Aww!" Hook called out hurriedly. "Oh no! It's Big Bad Wolf. Everyone run!" The 6 little ones ran around the shop, chasing each other. More than 2 hours later, a large table of delicious food was served, just as usual. Each person had a plate, and the food was placed in large bowls on the long dining table. You could help yourself to whatever you wanted. Afterward, you found a seat and ate. Yi Yun and Xiangling had cooked a total of 30 dishes, which exhausted them both. 30 isn't a lot, considering there were 60 or 70 people. But it was a lot. Every dish was simply stir-fried in a large pot. Yi Yun called out, "You eaten this so many times, and you still don't understand? Just start eating. What are you waiting for? Come and eat." Jeezy smiled. "That won't work. You and Xiangling have worked so hard to prepare all these delicious dishes for us. I can't bear the thought of not waiting for you to join me." Yi Yun smiled. Alright, let's eat. Kelly, would you like some fried sori?" As he spoke, Yi Yun touched Kelly's head, who was standing at his feet, holding a plate and waiting for her meal. "Yes. Kelly wants some fish." Hearing this, Yi Yun helped Kelly pick up a piece of sori and placed it on her plate. Chapter 256. Bailu clattered to a booth with a plate full of food. Bailu tiptoed to place the plate on the table, then with a whoosh, jumped onto the sofa and slid inward. "Claire! Hook! Diana! Chi-Chi! Yao! Come over here! Hurry, I'm grabbing a spot!" Chi-Chi, expressionless, carried the plate to the booth and sat down. The 6 children sat in the booth, 3 huddled together on each side. Hook reached out, picked up a large chicken drumstick, and took a big bite. This drumstick is delicious." Claire took a bite of the pan-fried sori. "This fish is delicious too." Diana took a bite of the braised fish. "Where are we going tomorrow?" Bailu ate a mouthful of rice smothered in the braised pork sauce. "I don't have time tomorrow. I need to go back to Luofu. The general asked me to distribute some pills, like the Qingling pill we refined earlier." Yao Yao heard this. "Let's go help you. Strength lies in numbers." Bailu happily agreed. "Okay. Let's go distribute the Qingling pills together tomorrow." Yi Yun and Zhongli sat at the same table. Yi Yun suddenly remembered something. "Zhongli, did Jingyuan give you the Qingling pill?" Zhongli, hearing Yi Yun's question, remembered that he had asked Jingyuan for a Qingling pill before. He had been busy collecting stellar jade at Pinocchio and had forgotten about it. Not yet. Just then, Jingyuan sat down next to Yi Yun, carrying a tray of food. Yi Yun pouted. "Jingyuan, didn't you promise to give Zhongli a Qingling pill? Did you forget?" Jingyuan slapped his head. "Oh yes, I give it to you now." Jingyuan touched the storage ring on his hand, pulled out a Qingling pill, and handed it to Zhongli. "Here, Mr. Zhongli." Zhongli took it, and gave Jingyuan a grateful look. "Thank you," Jingyuan said nonchalantly. "You're welcome. By the way, Mr. Zhongli, why did you take this pill?" Zhongli didn't hide anything, and there was nothing to hide. "I have an old friend who, as you say, is insane and delirious." Jingyuan understood. So that's how it was. He had thought Zhongli needed it himself. Yi Yun asked, "When do you plan to treat Ruochuo?" Zhongli was slightly surprised that Yi Yun knew about Ruochuo, but he quickly felt relieved. Teyvat and Yi Yun's shop had been connected for a long time, so Yi Yun might have heard these things from someone in Teyvat. Forget about anything else. That drunkard Barbados might just blurt it out when he's drunk. We be there in a minute, Ian heard. Do you mind having another spectator? Zhongli nodded. Sure. Afterwards, everyone continued eating, drinking, and having fun. The fun lasted until after 9 p.m., when everyone dispersed. The 6 little ones had to go to Luofu the next day, so they went back to their rooms early to sleep. Xing, Sanyueki, and Luying fed the little mushroom pig and returned to their treehouse. Yiyun followed Zhongli to the Nanchaman area of Liyue. Over half an hour later, Yiyun and Zhongli arrived at Ruochuo's sealed area. As soon as they entered, they heard Ruochuo's chatter. Morix, come see me. 1,000 years of grudges. How can I repay them, Morix? You old man. You shameless bastard. You teamed up with so many immortals to besiege me. Let's fight you one-on-one. You're still a martial god? Bullying the weak with numbers. Shameful. Shameless. Morix. Come see me. Let's fight to the death. Zhongli and Yiyun stood at the entrance to the sealed land. Yiyun tried hard to stifle a laugh, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Zhongli's face darkened. Ruochuo's boast had caught their attention. He silently put away the Qingling pill in his hand. Well, I was supposed to treat you directly, but it seems you have to suffer some physical pain. Zhongli opened the seal, and Ruochuo, upon seeing Zhongli, charged at him. Zhongli stood with his hands behind his back. The heavens shake. A meteorite struck Ruochuo, knocking him to the ground. The immense force created a massive crater in the ground. Ruochuo shattered the meteorite on his body, and was about to strike back, but then Zhongli summoned another meteorite. Heaven shakes all things. Ruochuo climbed up again, and the meteorite fell again. In the sealed land, Zhongli kept muttering. Heaven shakes all things. Heaven shakes all things. Heaven shakes. Yiyun smacked his lips. As expected, dragons are petty. Ruochuo too, insisting on speaking foul language. Okay. Got a beating, didn't he? Trouble comes from the mouth. Over 2 hours later, Zhongli and Yiyun returned to the Hall of Rebirth with a bruised and battered face. Yes. The man was Ruochuo. Ruochuo took a full 100 rounds of Heaven Shakes All Things before Zhongli fed him the spirit purification pill. You're asking how Ruochuo, who was unconscious, could remember so accurately? Why not? Of course, Yiyun was counting. Zhongli struck, and Yiyun took note. The 3 of them sat in the courtyard of Wangsheng Hall, drinking tea and admiring the moonlight. At this moment, a door opened, and Hu Tao, riding her wind fire wheels, yawned as she entered, accompanied by Hua Hua. Ah, I'm so sleepy, I need to sleep. Hu Tao entered the courtyard and noticed Zhongli, Yiyun, and the others. Hey! Yiyun, it's rare. This is the first time I've seen you drinking tea in my Washing Hall courtyard. Who is this? Hu Tao said, looking at Ruochuo. Zhongli said slowly. Master, he's my old friend, Ruochuo. Hu Tao suddenly understood. Oh! I know. Ruochuo, the earth dragon who followed you on your campaigns, right? Zhongli nodded slightly. Yes, master, I want Ruochuo to live in Wangsheng Hall. Hu Tao looked Ruochuo over at her. Ruochuo smiled when she saw Hu Tao looking at her. Sure, the internet cafe is still short of a security guard. Old Lu and the others are just ordinary people, after all. They might not be able to handle some of the more troublesome guests. Ruochuo patted his chest. Don't worry, master. With me here, no one will dare cause trouble. Hu Tao was very pleased with Ruochuo's attitude. No problem. Once we're in Washeng Hall, we're family. Come on, I take you to the staff quarters. There are no available guest rooms right now, so you can stay in the dorms first. I have someone build you a small courtyard. Ruochuo laughed heartily. No need to bother, master. Is there any space? Hu Tao led Ruochuo to the back door of Washeng Hall, where Ying had parked her RV. How's it going? Ruochuo smiled. Enough. Get up. Ruochuo slammed his fist down on the ground, causing it to tremble, and reveal a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment constructed of rock. Hu Tao and Hua Hua applauded at the sight. Oh! Amazing. I thought about it, and being a security guard is probably a bit of a waste of my talent. How about you become a guest official, and help me with the funeral arrangements? Ruochuo agreed. All right, master, you have the final say. Chapter 257. Hu Tao chuckled. Guess Ruochuo, let's get to work. Hua Hua, go get some incense and paper money. Hu Tao led Ruochuo and Hua Hua straight to Wuwang Slope. The 3 of them arrived at Wuwang Slope. Ruochuo asked, Master, what do you want me to do? Hu Tao chuckled. Dig holes. And so, Hu Tao led Ruochuo around Wuwang Slope, digging holes. Hu Tao led the way, Ruochuo dug, and Hua scattered paper money and burned incense to atone for the disturbed deceased. Several souls, still asleep from their own wandering spirits, were awakened. Isn't this Master Hu? Master Hu, what are you doing? Why are you digging so many holes? Several souls came to Hu Tao's side. Master Hu, what are you doing so late at night? Hu Tao glanced at the souls. I'm digging a pit. I'm telling you, no more sleeping anywhere. You must go to the pit. You drift off into the air. Several souls agreed. At the same time, inside Shimi City, Nazida was holding a meeting in the Pure Good Palace. Among those attending the meeting were Elhazen, Tinari, Senor, Cubby, Ramon, Candace, and Tinari's master, the sage Nafis. Nafis was the only one of the sages who hadn't been involved in Azar's mess. Nafis was completely absorbed in academic research and didn't care about these matters at all. Nazida glanced at the group. Everyone is here. Now, let the meeting begin. Everyone may speak freely. Hearing this, Nafis stood up. Little king of auspicious grass, I heard you planted a sacred tree in Aru village. I like to request to lead a team to observe and record it. Neshida smiled and nodded. Yes, but let's wait until Shumi stabilizes. The former great sage Azar and the other 5 sages have been captured. Currently, you're the only one holding the sage position. Nafis pointed at Elhazen. Don't we still have Elhazen? I wholeheartedly support him as the great sage. Who's for? Who's against? Neshida said. Sage Nafis, I know you're anxious, but don't worry. There will be many new and unique plants for you to study. Nafis sat down. Then Candace stood up and bowed slightly. Little king of auspicious grass, I wonder what your plans are for the desert people. Neshida asked. Desert people? There won't be such a thing anymore. There will only be Shumi people. Whether in the desert or the rainforest, we're all part of one nation. Elhazen continued. I discussed this with Lord Little King of Auspicious Grass last night. All desert mercenaries who haven't committed serious offenses will have their crimes pardoned. All underage desert residents will be eligible to attend the Order's Academy. Over the next year, Lord Little King of Auspicious Grass will devote all his energy to cultivating the Tree of Life, transforming the desert into a forest. Also, a large amount of supplies will be sent to the desert to ensure the well-being of its inhabitants. Neshida nodded slightly. Candace, I know you and Ramon may be worried about abandoning me, but rest assured, I will never do that. Ramon nodded. Of course I trust you. After all, the sacred tree you planted in Aru village speaks for itself, doesn't it? Leave the desert mercenaries to me, I eliminate the most wicked among them. In Ramon's opinion, if Lord Little Auspicious Grass King had planted the sacred tree in Shimi City, the little girl would be better off than in the desert. After all, the people here worship the great Compassion Tree King. If such a miracle were to occur, 99% of the people in the rainforest would follow Lord Little Auspicious Grass King. But in the end, it was planted in Aru village. Neshida smiled and looked at Sino. Sino, take the disciplinary officer and help. Sino nodded. Tinari produced a form. Lord Little Auspicious Grass King, I counted all the patients with demonic scale disease in Shumi during this time. Here's the list. Please review it. Neshida took the list and saw over 5,000 patients. Okay, I checked it. Tell them not to worry. I cure them. Tinari bowed slightly and sat down. Then, silence fell. Neshida looked at the crowd. Does anyone have any questions? If not, let me tell you a few things. Everyone at the conference table perked up and listened attentively. Neshida cleared her throat. First, regarding the migration of Tevat. I have already held a meeting with several other gods and His Majesty Asmodeus, the Archon of the Sky. The entire population of Tevat will relocate to a new world. Nashida's words stunned everyone except Elhazen, who already knew about this. Nafis muttered to himself. So that's how it is. No wonder the little lucky grass king said he would provide many new and exotic plants for research in the future. So that's how it is. Neshida continued. At that time, His Majesty Asmodeus will descend upon Shumi and relocate his people and their land to the new world. So, during this time, everyone must prepare and appease the people. Do you understand? Everyone responded in agreement. Neshida nodded in satisfaction and continued. The second matter concerns the trial of Azar and the other 5 sages. I will take them to a special prison in the new world. Nafis heard this. Lord Little King of the Auspicious Grass. You cannot let those guys go like this. Death penalty. Absolutely death penalty. Neshida pressed her hand. Don't worry, Sage Nafis. That prison is very special. Azar and the other sages will receive their due punishment there. Nafis sat down upon hearing this, but he continued to mutter that the sentence was too lenient. Neshida continued. Next, the last thing. The flower god's birthday. Everyone remembered, yes, the flower god's birthday is almost here. Elhazen said. I suggest that we focus our efforts on this flower god's birthday, little auspicious grass king. Although the people of Shumi know the truth, they haven't met you. Through this flower god's birthday, we can establish your prestige. Sino and the others also agreed with the same suggestion. Neshida nodded. Well, everyone, cooperate with Elhazen these days. I will invite many special guests for this flower god's birthday. We must not overlook anything. Everyone agreed. Then, Neshida led a few people to discuss the details of the flower god's birthday. The meeting lasted until midnight. Afterwards, everyone walked to the square in front of the ordnance hall. Sino asked. Elhazen, do you know who those people are? Elhazen shook his head. I don't know the specifics, but they're definitely some big names. For example, the guys who helped us defeat Hazard last time. Kong, Xing, Sanueki, Luing, Yiyun, etc. Chapter 258. Hearing this, Candace remembered that she hadn't seen Xing and the others since the battle. So it was them. Elhazen glanced at everyone. Everyone go back and rest. See you later. Elhazen sorted out the meeting notes he had just taken and walked away. Seeing this, Candace, Senor, and the others also left. Luofu, Danding Division. Early this morning, many Immortal Ship members had gathered at Danding Division. They all shared a common trait, advanced age, with graying hair. The first batch of Qingling pills Bailu had previously refined contained 100,000. It was the combined efforts of the 6 little ones, coupled with their impressive equipment, that allowed them to refine so many Qingling pills in a single day. However, after refining this batch, the raw materials were running low. After discussing it, Jing Yuan and Fei Xiu Huayan decided to temporarily suspend refining and wait until the medicinal herbs cultivated by Danding Division matured before refining the next batch. Jing Yuan and the others would be heartbroken to spend star coins alone on raw materials. To avoid any problems, Jing Yuan, Huayan, and Fei Xiao personally took charge of the Danding Division. Not only that, Jing Yuan also deployed a large number of cloud cavalry to the Danding Division, ensuring virtually no mistakes. The medicine distribution area. The 6 children each sat at a table, behind them crates of Qingling pills. In addition to the 6 children, there were several other spiritual medicine stations. Rios, Jinglu, and Duduko guarded the 6 children, ensuring their safety. Everyone who received the Qingling pills was required to consume them immediately. After taking them, they clearly felt their bodies improve and their spirits energized. Jing Yuan stood on a star ship, quietly observing the surroundings. Yan Qing walked over and bowed. General, many people have gathered outside the Danding Division, demanding the Qingling pill be distributed to them as well. Jing Yuan's face remained calm upon hearing this. He had anticipated this event. The Qingling pill was lifeblood for the people of Xianzhou. Taking it could delay the onset of the demonic Yin body. Yan Qing, arrest the most troublemakers and lock them up for a few days. Then issue an official document stating that the Qingling pill is scarce and that the Alliance is working to refine it. All the people of Xianzhou will definitely receive the Qingling pill. Yan Qing took his orders and left. Yan Qing arrived outside the Danding Division and drew his sword. Yuan Qi, arrest those who are causing the most trouble. The most troublemakers immediately felt a chill on their backs and broke out in a cold sweat. One of them even attempted to resist. What right have you to arrest us? We're just defending our rights. We're all from the immortal boat, so why should they get the elixir while we can't? Everyone, don't you agree? This man had some sense and knew how to manipulate the emotions of those around him. Unfortunately, Jing Yuan had already prepared for this situation. The official document he had Yan Qing issue was designed to calm the public down. Yan Qing leaped forward, grasped the troublemaker's head with one hand, and pinned him to the ground. Yan Qing looked around. The general has issued an order. Everyone from the immortal boat will receive the elixir. The elixir is scarce, and the Alliance is working to refine it. Anyone who causes trouble again will be sent to the prison of hell. Cloud Riders, keep an eye on them. Anyone who dares to cause trouble again will be taken to the prison of hell. The surrounding Cloud Riders responded in unison. Yes. The people around him calmed down at this point. There was nothing to be gained by causing trouble, and they might even end up in the prison of hell. Didn't the general say that? Anyone from the immortal ship will definitely get the elixir. Forget it, forget it. Let's go back and wait. The crowds that had gathered to cause trouble dispersed, and the unrest was extinguished before it had even begun to stir. Liyue Harbor. Xing, Sanyueki, Luing, Qiana, Asmodeus, and others were surfing the internet in an internet cafe. To make it easier to play with friends, Asmodeus was using the 5-person private room on the first floor today. At Xing's suggestion, Asmodeus had discovered a new game, PUBG. Asmodeus and Qiana were playing in a duo. Qiana. I'm fully equipped. Let's go! Fight. Okay. I picked up 2 pineapples. You drive later, Asmodeus. Let's go after the car driving guy. I be the sweeper. The two of them left P City and got into a jeep, driving along the road with a high profile. Asmodeus smirked as he piloted the car, honking his horn frantically and arrogantly. Beep beep. Beep beep. Anyone here? Come out and fight. Qiana, seeing this, leaned forward and fired a large pineapple at the surroundings. As she fired, Qiana added voiceovers. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Little did they know, not far from them, a man with a bazooka was lying in ambush on their path. A few seconds later, boom! There was a loud bang, and Asmodeus and Qiana stared blankly at the screen before them, which had turned gray. Asmodeus was furious. No! Is there anyone in this game who uses a bazooka? Qiana was also unconvinced. Our luck is so bad. We finally have such good equipment, only to run into someone with a bazooka. Xing, standing nearby, took a sip of his iced cola and offered a suggestion. You guys should try it too. Just find a bazooka and drive around looking for cars on the road to blow them up. Qiana and Asmodeus felt like they had opened up a new world. Yeah. Wouldn't it be even more exciting to use a bazooka in car battles? One shot, and the entire car would be wiped out. The two of them decisively started another round. This time, they landed at a small steel mill. Just a small mill, and yet they managed to find 8 bazookas. Qiana drove up in a jeep, carrying 2 herself, and leaving the remaining 6 in the jeep. Let's go! Asmodeus. Let's go blow up cars. I go first, and then it's your turn. This time, they were in the airport area, and the two of them planned to block the bridge. Asmodeus continued to drive high profile, honking his horn as he weaved through M City Boulevard. The two teams in M City, who had been facing off against Lao Lu, suddenly erupted in a fierce fight, a complete deception by Asmodeus. As soon as the two reached the bridgehead, they saw a car barreling down the slope nearby. Qiana's eyes lit up, and she whipped out her bazooka and fired a single shot. Bang! The car exploded, dropping 4 boxes and 4 bodies. Woohoo! Fun! Bazookas are fun. Asmodeus, come on, it's your turn. Qiana had barely finished speaking when she felt the table shake. Looking over, she saw Xing slamming his fist down on the table. Xing, what's wrong with you? Xing gritted his teeth. Just now, someone hit me with a bazooka while I was driving. Damn! I want to use a bazooka too. Luing poked Xing. Xing, look here. Luing pointed to the column for the kills, and Xing was speechless. Qiana uses a bazooka to kill Luing. Xing almost gasped. Was this all her own fault? Just gave Qiana advice, and now she's the victim? Bloody hell. Chapter 259. Xing, Sanyueki, and Qiana spent entire days at the internet cafe. It's hard to notice the passage of time while surfing the internet. Especially when they're having a blast, it feels like only a short time has passed in the blink of an eye. Hu Tao, who had been busy all night, woke up in the evening. At this moment, Hu Tao was having dinner with Xing, Sanyueki, and the others on the 3rd floor of the internet cafe. Ing also returned to Liyue this afternoon on the Death Star. Paimon stood on a chair, devouring his food frantically. Ing took out her lottery ticket and asked, Sanwei, what were the winning numbers yesterday? Sanyueki said, Oh, that's right. If you hadn't mentioned the lottery, I would have forgotten. Why didn't you go to the store yesterday? Weren't you at Inazuma? Shensi and Ing were there. Why didn't you go with them? Ing spread her hands helplessly. Alas, I'm helpless too. Here's what happened. Ing explained the whole story of her being wanted. Xing finally understood. No wonder Ing didn't go to the store. It was because she was afraid of running into Ing and the Son of God. Ing, it's you who dares to do any business. Ing picked up a golden shrimp ball and tossed it into her mouth. Why can't I do it? As long as I can earn star coins, he. At that moment, a voice rang out. So you're here, Your Majesty Asmodeus. Hu Tao and the others looked towards the door and saw Nashida walking in. Hu Tao and the others were surprised. Nashida? Why are you in Liyue Harbor? Didn't you just finish the war there? Hu Tao looked puzzled. Lu Ying also said. Yes, yes. Neshida said. I'm here to invite you all to Shumi's most important festival of the year. After dinner, Kiana, Xian, and the others left Liyue Harbor. Kiana returned to St. Freya's Academy. The room was quiet. The sky was beautiful tonight, with a bright moon hanging in the sky. Moonlight shone through the window, adding a touch of light to the dark room. Kiana tapped her head. Sirin, you still don't want to talk to me? Sirin had been trying to talk to Kiana since she realized she had merged with her. Besides the first time she called out to Sirin, she hadn't responded in a long time. Kiana had always wanted to talk to Sirin. After all, they shared a body. Deep in Kiana's mind, Sirin looked melancholy at a Valkyrie in the distance, whose face she couldn't see clearly. She held a shield and a spear, and her back was covered with dual-wielding hair. This object had suddenly appeared in Kiana's mind not long ago. Whenever Sirin thought of communicating with Kiana, this Valkyrie would attack her. Silen couldn't help but grumble at Kiana's question. You said you wanted to communicate, but why not move this thing away? How can I communicate with you when it's here? Seeing Sirin still hadn't responded, Kiana simply put the matter aside, grabbed her keys, and went out to play. Kiana strolled through the academy, many people greeting her and casting admiring glances at her. Even powerful Emperor-level Honkai beasts, Kiana could easily defeat them one-on-one. With the words Athena Valkyrie plastered on her head, Kiana gained another title. Many people call Kiana Athena. Kiana doesn't like this name. She prefers to be called the destined strongest Valkyrie. Inside Yiyun's shop, Yiyun had returned from Luofu with the 6 little ones. They'd been sweating profusely today, so Yiyun told them to take a bath. Kelly, Bailu, go take a bath. You've been sweating so much, don't catch a cold. Hook put his hands on his hips. Dark Lord Hook doesn't catch a cold. GZ walked over and smacked Hook's forehead with a head bang. Hook, be good and take a bath. Hook groaned and covered his forehead. Hook will go right away. Under GZ's threat of a head bang, the 6 little ones had no choice but to run off to take a bath. Yiyun walked into the kitchen and saw Xiangling simmering soup. Xiangling twirled a spoon around in the pot. As Yiyun entered the kitchen, a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Xiangling's feet. Seeing this, Yiyun pulled Xiangling out. Be careful. The magic circle flashed, and a snake woman with golden hair, a red bow, and an apron appeared in the kitchen. The moment Yiyun saw the snake woman, he was a little confused. Isn't this the little evil god? The little evil god, the protagonist of a daily anime. He possesses immortality, can regenerate as long as a single cell remains, and has a special attack against angels. The self-proclaimed violent, scoundrel, and scoundrel little evil god has a passionate pursuit of food and an unparalleled talent for gourmet food. He enjoys playing marbles, playing gashapon, and bullying little angels. But in reality, little evil god is very kind at heart. The little evil god rubbed his butt. Ouch, it hurt so badly. The sudden appearance of the little evil god caught the attention of GZ and the others. GZ stepped forward and helped the little evil god to his feet. Are you okay? The little evil god stood up and brushed the dust off his butt. It's okay, it's okay. Anyway, where are we? Wasn't I cooking in the kitchen? Xiangling heard this and told the little evil god what had just happened. The little evil god scratched his head. Ah, so that's how it is. I must have accidentally created a teleportation magic circle with the spoon. Yiyun, hearing this, probably understood what had happened. In the original novel, the little evil god once traveled to the past while cooking while singing and stirring the spoon. Just now, Xiangling was also singing and stirring the spoon, probably replicating the little evil god's steps, and the little evil god was teleported here. Yiyun said, Sandwich, welcome to the other world. This is my shop, and I'm the owner, Yiyun. The little evil god, upon hearing this, wasn't focused on the other world itself, but on Yiyun's address to him. Oh, you actually speak our language. Have you been there? In the original novel, the little evil god's friends all called her Sandwich. Yiyun shook her head. No, I heard of it. GZ, standing nearby, caught the key message. Yiyun, Sandwich isn't from our world, right? Yiyun nodded. Yes, she's from a world where technology and fantasy coexist. She's a demon. Xiangling was startled. Demon? Sandwich, you're a demon. The little evil god saw Xiangling, was a little frightened, and a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. Hee hee. Hee hee. I'm the invincible, volatile little demon. Wow wow. Tremble. Be afraid, Human. The little evil god, his fangs bared, slowly approached Xiangling. Xiangling instinctively pulled out the Mietchen from her box, and with a single slash, sent sandwich sauce flying. Sandwich sauce slid slowly against the wall, its belly deflated, leaving a deep crack. Chapter 260. The little evil god sat against the wall, looking as if he were about to ascend to heaven. Ah! Help me! Xiangling came to her senses, and hurried to the little evil god's side, a look of fear on her face. Sandwich. Are you okay? A ghost emerged from the little evil god's mouth, and his eyes rolled back. Gah! Xiangling burst into tears, hugging the little evil god and shaking him. Sandwich. Don't die. Sandwich. Wake up! GZ was about to come over to comfort Xiangling, but Yiyun stopped her. Yiyun smiled. Don't worry, check first. The little evil god isn't dead. Hearing this, GZ looked at the little evil god. Click. The little evil god was seen secretly taking a photo of Xiangling's sobbing expression with a cell phone. GZ was speechless. Oh, here comes another jerk. Xiangling also heard the sound of photos being taken. She looked up and saw the little evil god staring at her with a grin on his face. Xiangling glanced at the phone in the little evil god's hand, the camera pointed directly at her. Xiangling immediately realized she'd been tricked again. Sandwich sauce. The little evil god was admiring the photo she'd just taken, completely unaware that Xiangling's fist would greet her next. Over 10 minutes later, the little evil god sat on the sofa, applying an ice pack to his face. The little evil god's face was bruised and swollen, having just been beaten up by Xiangling. Xiangling looked at the little evil god, puzzled. Sandwich sauce, your stomach was like that just now. Are you really okay? Yiyun smiled. Don't worry about her. She's immortal. As long as one cell remains alive, she can recover. Xiangling was stunned upon hearing this. Sandwich. Are you that powerful? The little evil god, looking at Xiangling with admiration, reached out and patted his arm. I'm the invincible, irascible little devil. Wahahaha. Yiyun gently poked the bump on the little evil god's head. The little evil god instantly felt a shiver, as if he had been electrocuted. Hiss. It hurts. Yiyun. What are you doing? Yiyun said. Although Sandwich is immortal, her fighting ability is quite average. Xiangling understood. At this moment, the little evil god's stomach rumbled at an inopportune moment. Xiangling noticed this. Sandwich, are you hungry? I give you something to eat. Xiangling stood up and walked to the kitchen, ready to make something for the little evil god. The little evil god followed her in. Xiangling, what are you going to make for me? Xiangling pointed to the pot of beef broth. I just made some beef soup. How about some white rice? The little evil god asked. Beef soup? Maybe some potatoes would make it even better. Xiangling thought it made sense. Then, the two of them discussed cooking in the kitchen. Soon, they finished cooking, and Kafka, Blade, and the others returned to the restaurant. Yiyun, the 6 little ones, the train crew, the Star Corps hunter, and the others sat around to eat. After a satisfying meal, the little evil god lay on the sofa, rubbing his belly, his face radiating enjoyment. Ah! So delicious. So satisfying. I haven't had beef in ages. Beef is so expensive. Xiangling was puzzled. Expensive? Beef isn't that expensive. Beef isn't that expensive in the worlds I know of. Like in Teyvat, where Kiana and the others are, and here, it's all quite good. Yiyun said. Sandwich sauce lives in an island nation, so supplies are scarce, so naturally, they're expensive. Xiangling heard this, and realized that was the case. I see, Sandwich sauce. Would you like to bring some beef back when you go back later? The little evil god's eyes lit up when he heard this. Is that right? I'm sure. Xiangling patted her chest. Sure, I pack it for you. The little evil god jumped up from the sofa when he heard this. Oh! Let me take a look. Xiangling walked into the bar, opened the refrigerator, pulled out a steak, and bagged it for the little evil god. The little evil god took it with excitement. With so much beef, he'd be able to eat for a long time. Most importantly, I can buy fewer groceries every day, and the money I save can be used for playing shotgun shots. The little evil god walked into the teleportation array, carrying a steak in one hand and a bubble-wrap portal in the other. Goodbye, everyone. The little evil god's figure disappeared into the magic circle. If it weren't for the dishes he'd just eaten on the table, it would have felt as if he hadn't even been there. The little evil god returned home, and as soon as he did, he felt a chill on his back. The little evil god turned around to see Lily Ling standing quietly behind him, a chainsaw in hand, speaking in a sullen tone. Sandwich sauce. You left without turning off the stove. The little evil god hurriedly explained. Wait! I can explain! What just happened was, the little evil god told Lily Ling everything about his visit to Yi Yun's shop. Lily Ling believed the little evil god's story. After all, the little evil god couldn't possibly have the money to buy so much beef. The quality was quite good. I let you go this time. If it happens again, you know what will happen. The little evil god swallowed hard and nodded quickly. I understand. Fontaine. Fernina brought the Lancelot Knights to the beach for some fun. Also with them was Clorinda. Lancelot approached and bowed slightly. My lord, there's a house nearby. I checked it, and it's safe. Fernina nodded with satisfaction. Well done, Lancelot. I go in and change. With that, Fernina hummed a little tune as she entered the house to change into her swimsuit. Lancelot stood guard at the door, preventing anyone from entering. Soon, Fernina emerged, fully dressed. Fernina couldn't wait to rush to the beach and jump in. The cool water brushed against Fernina's skin, leaving her feeling incredibly refreshed. Lancelot. Is my fruit cut? Lancelot glanced at the fruit Fernina had asked him to bring. My lord, immediately. Lancelot tossed the fruit in his bag, drew his sword, and sheathed it. Then, Lancelot picked up a plate with a swimming ring underneath and placed it in his hands. The fruit that had jumped onto it was sliced and fell onto the plate. Lancelot placed the plate next to Fernina, who picked up a piece with a fork. Delicious. Fernina looked at Clorinda nearby and swam over to her. Clorinda. Come down and play with us. Clorinda glanced at the water. The water's rising again. Last year, this was still a beach. Fernina's heart sank at this, and she remembered the prophecy. Thankfully, the relocation will begin soon. As Modia said, the first batch of immigrants will begin in another 2 weeks. Once I reach the new world, I won't have to worry about the prophecy anymore. Speaking of which, shouldn't I go find myself in the mirror and tell her not to worry about the prophecy? Chapter 261. In Liyue Harbor. A voice suddenly reached the young man's ears while he was surfing the internet. It seemed to be calling him. The young man removed his headphones and looked around. Everything was normal, nothing unusual. The voice grew louder, and the young man's sensation grew stronger. A trace of worry emanated from the young man's brow. Gradually, he heard 2 words. Fontaine! The young man closed his computer and prepared to go to Fontaine. 3 days later. In Shumi City. Kelly runs slower. Yi Yun was playing with the 6 little ones in Shumi City, chasing and playing in the streets. Today was the birthday of the flower god of Shumi. Yi Yun and the others had come at Nashida's invitation. The entire city of Shumi was filled with laughter and joy, as people celebrated this grand festival. Because of Azar's presence, the flower god's birthday had never been celebrated before. At most, it's just a few private individuals organizing it, without official support. This time was different. It had official backing, and the scale was unprecedented. Xing, Sanueki, Luing, Amber, Eula, and others were strolling the streets. They came to a small stall displaying numerous wreaths. Luing picked up a pink wreath, adoring it. Seeing this, Xing took out some mora and bought one for Luing. Boss, how much? 2,000 mora each. Xing counted out 2,000 mora and handed it to the boss, who was delighted. Luing looked at Xing. Thank you, Xing, Xing said. You're welcome. Didn't you treat me to an oat cake roll at Pinocchio? Luing put on the wreath. A gentle breeze blew by, and a ray of sunlight shone on her, amplifying her beauty. On March 7th, Amber and the others also bought a wreath and wore it on their heads. Xing was a little confused as to why March 7th, Luing and the others all loved flowers so much. In her opinion, mechas were still cooler. Thinking of this, Xing looked at Hu Tao. Hu Tao, have you borrowed Zhongli's Emperor Man Transformer? Hu Tao took out the Emperor Man Transformer. The guest gave it to me directly. He said he didn't need it, Xing rubbed her hands. Can you lend it to me for a bit? Hu Tao handed the Emperor Man Transformer to Xing. Xing took it and held it high. Oh wow! I can finally play with a mecha! Xing placed the transformer on her waist, assumed a transformation pose, and spun her right hand in a circle. Emperor! Combine! The transformation device instantly rang with an electronic chime. Emperor Armor! Combine! A shadowy form of armor appeared around Xing, then suddenly, like a piece of iron caught by a magnet, flew toward Xing and transformed into a physical armor. After the transformation was complete, Xing excitedly ran to the nearby pool to take in her appearance. Oh my god! This armor is so hot. How come I didn't win the lottery? I should have bought more lottery tickets, woo. Xing posed several times in the armor. She was so captivated by the Emperor armor that she didn't even want to give it back to Hu Tao. After touring the city for a while, the group arrived at the gates of Jingshan Palace. Neshida stood at the gate, glancing out from time to time to see if the float had arrived to pick her up. Jizi saw this and squatted down to help Neshida straighten her collar. Don't worry. Neshida smiled and nodded. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time, having only ever been in a dream she had conjured. This time, she was finally riding on that float in reality. Seeing this, Yiyun couldn't help but recall the song. The float jolted. Neshida opened her eyes. She said, Nashida's birthday is today. Yiyun still remembered the song clearly. It had been so beautiful at first, until the third time, when the scene turned somber, with Neshida being roughly dragged away by the great sage and imprisoned in the Jingshan Palace. Soon, a float covered in flowers approached. Kong, dressed in the attire of a flower attendant, bowed slightly. Little king of auspicious grass, it's time to depart. Alhazen had even conducted a special poll in Shumi regarding the selection of the flower attendant. Surprisingly, Kong was elected without a doubt. While everyone was a little surprised, they also felt it was reasonable. Kong played a significant role in Nashida's return, helping to resolve the dead zone, establishing Nashida's prestige, and leading the Desert Mercenary Coalition. These titles combined contributed to Kong's election. Neshida happily boarded the float, which slowly drove toward the Grand Bazaar. On both sides of the street, the citizens of Shumi erupted in enthusiastic cheers upon seeing Neshida. Little Lucky Grass King. I finally meet you. Little Lucky Grass King is so adorable. Azar is not human. Such a lovely Little Lucky Grass King is imprisoned. That's right, Little Lucky Grass King is the rightful ruler. Little Lucky Grass King. I'm your dog. Neshida smiled back and greeted the people around her. Neshida sat in the float, feeling incredibly good. It seemed everyone in Shumi welcomed her. She'd been worried she might be unwelcome. Yiyun, Xing, Jizi, Zhongli, Wendy, Asmodeus, and the others followed the float. The float arrived at the gate of the ordinary court. The moment it arrived, several loud noises erupted in the square. Then, a cloud of petals filled the sky, igniting the enthusiasm of the waiting crowd, who cheered relentlessly. Chi-Chi, carrying a small basket, squatted down and picked up the petals from the ground. Klee, seeing this, asked, Chi-Chi, what are you picking up these flowers for? Chi-Chi said slowly, the flowers are beautiful. Chi-Chi loves them. Klee heard this. Klee, let me help you. The float drove on, soon arriving at the Grand Bazaar. Neshida ascended the Grand Bazaar stage, watched by the crowd. Below the stage, Nilu slightly lifted her weight. Little king of the auspicious grass, please enjoy the dance I present to you. Nilu danced gracefully, her graceful movements drawing cheers from the crowd. Slowly, the surrounding Sumi people followed suit. In the crowd, several desert mercenaries moved their limbs awkwardly. Although awkward, they were all having fun. Wendy, unable to resist the lively atmosphere, took up her harp and flew to Nilu's side, playing a cheerful tune. Seeing this, Xing waved her hand. Let's go! Sisters, let's have fun! Xing, Hu Tao, March 7, Firefly, Amber, and Eula joined the dancing crowd. Hand in hand, they gathered around Neshida, celebrating her birthday. Neshida, too, was swept up in the atmosphere and happily began dancing. The float was shaking, and Neshida opened her eyes. Neshida, happy birthday. Chapter 262. Fernina burst out of the crowd, grabbed Neshida's hand, and spun around. Neshida and Finina danced merrily in the center, while the Lancelot Knights stood guard on a nearby rooftop, protecting Finina's safety. Zhongli and Walter sat in a cafe. Walter gazed out the window at the bustling scene, his lips curled up slightly. Under the table, Walter's feet unconsciously tapped to the beat of the music. Zhongli smiled at Walter's expression and jokingly said, Mr. Walter, you don't have to accompany me. Feel free to go dancing if you want. Walter came to his senses and smiled. Forget about dancing. I'm too old to dance anymore. The two raised their teacups, clinked them together, sipped them carefully, and then quietly watched the lively scene. In a restaurant in the Grand Bazaar, Yiyun and his companions were dining. This restaurant was reserved for Yiyun and his companions, and was specifically designed to entertain them. Even though the climax had passed, the people on the street were still happily singing and dancing. Asmodeus, sitting next to Narsida, sighed. Narsida, your long-cherished dream has finally come true. Narcida smiled faintly. Yes, it feels good. March 7th felt horrified when he thought of Narcida's previous 500 years of imprisonment. If he were locked up for 500 years, he'd probably go insane in such a small room. Narcida, how did you manage those 500 years? Narcida thought for a moment, then answered seriously. I always dreamed, and occasionally I possessed small animals, using their eyes to see the outside world. Nashida's words made Sanueki even more unhappy for her. Nashida looked at Asmodeus. Your Majesty Asmodeus, when exactly will we migrate? I'm already preparing the first batch of immigrants. Asmodeus looked at Zhongli. Morix, bring out the map. Zhongli waved his hand, and a map appeared in the center of the courtroom. This map was the topography of the planet they would be migrating to. Furniture examined the map carefully and noticed a problem. What's the name of our new territory? Asmodeus heard. We haven't chosen one yet. How about we choose one now? Let's finalize this matter, Zhongli said. How about calling it New Teyvat? Wendy shook her head. Old man, forget about that name. Just adding a new word in front of Teyvat is too random. Nashida, on the other hand, thought it was a good idea. I don't think there's anything wrong with this name. Even if we migrated, this world is still our birthplace. Naming it New Teyvat will allow future generations to remember our roots, that we hailed from a world called Teyvat. Fernina, upon hearing this, expressed her opinion. But won't we move all our land there? We can still survive on this land. If you ask me, why not call it Planet of Justice? Hee. That way, people on other planets will know we're righteous when they hear our name. Barnabas was stunned. Forget it. As for Ing, he ate freshly baked flour cakes, showing no interest in participating in the matter. Seeing this, the Son of God sighed and shook his head. My own Ing, now completely oblivious to anything other than matters related to Primogems. Poor little fox, I'm busy negotiating with that little Miko from Umijima, and dealing with Inazuma's miscellaneous government affairs. Sigh. The Son of God now only hopes to win the next lottery draw. Then, when Sister Jin is resurrected, he can resume his leisurely life. The Son of God greatly envied Xing and the others, who could play carefree every day, occasionally finding time to save the world and act like heroes. The five gods and Asmodeus discussed the name of the new planet. Xing, having eaten and drunk her fill, lay on the carpet, feeling a bit bored. March 7, and the others felt the same way. March, shall we go for a walk? March 7 heard this. Okay, let's go for a walk. Xing, March 7, Luing, and the others left the restaurant and strolled around the streets of Shimi City. Just strolling around, occasionally chatting. Xing still felt a bit bored. This day was getting a bit too dull, and the train wasn't going to the next planet for a while, so I had to find some fun. Fun, let's go! Joyful Theater. March, Firefly, how about we go find Huahua and play? March raised an eyebrow. Find her? Aren't you afraid of her teasing you? Xing said. I mean, let's go check out her Joyful Theater. We haven't been there yet. Ing was delighted. Sure. Let's go check out the prison-style theater. I haven't seen it yet. Amber and Eula hadn't been in the store for a while, so they didn't know Huahua had opened the Joyful Theater. What are you talking about? Are we going to see a show? Amber asked. Xing nodded. Almost. Let's go find Yiyun to open the door. Xing and the others returned from their long journey and found Yiyun in the restaurant. They asked him to open a portal back to the train. Xing, Amber, Hutao, and a beautiful young girl named Luing stepped through the portal and returned to the train. Back on the train, Sanueki had a question. One more question. How do we get there? Do you know where the Joyful Theater is? Xing patted his chest. It's easy. Just one phone call. Xing took out his phone and called Huahua. Soon, Huahua's voice came from the other end. Hello, little gray hair, what can I do for you? Xing said. We like to go to your Joyful Theater and have a look. Is that okay? Huahua agreed without hesitation. Of course. I have Aha pick you up. Aha's here, Lady Hanabi. Go pick up Xing and the others. Our first audience is coming, okay. Lady Hanabi, Aha's on my way. Little gray hair, Aha's already gone. See you later. Hanabi hung up. As Xing put away her phone, a portal appeared before them, and Aha jumped out. Dear audience, Aha is here to take you to the theater. Xing and the others entered the portal and arrived at the Joy Theater. Xing and the others felt their vision go black. When their vision returned, they found themselves on a beautiful plain. Beside the river on the plain, a theater stood nearby. Surrounding the theater were numerous shipping containers, with company logos. Employees from various companies were busy unloading the containers. Chapter 263. Aha pulled out a small loudspeaker. Welcome everyone to Happy Little Planet. Now, we're at Happy Little Planet's first attraction, the scenic observation deck. Here, you can take in the breathtaking scenery of the vast plains and experience the beauty of nature. Furthermore, we at Happy Little Planet have partnered with the company on a comprehensive development plan to create a tourist attraction around the Happy Grand Theater that blends seamlessly with nature. Ing was a little puzzled. Aha, what does Happy Little Planet mean? Aha replied. This planet has been officially named Happy Little Planet by the Invincible Fireworks Sama. Just a reminder, this name is registered with the company. Everyone realized it was the planet's name. Well, it's quite fireworks-esque. Xing glanced at Aha. Aha, we're going to visit the Happy Grand Theater, not see the scenery. Why did you bring us here? Aha said with a grin. This is the guide to the Happy Little Ball game that Master Hanabi has compiled. Let's go, Aha will take you to our next stop. Aha had barely finished speaking when an airship flew over from a distance. The airship was entirely made of wood, very retro, and it was powered by a pneumatic vortex engine. For small vortex engine sat at the bottom, and a large one sat on each side. The airship slowly stopped in front of the group. Aha took out a small flag used for tour guides, and waved it a few times. Come on, everyone, let's board. Next stop, the Joyful Theater. Xing and the others boarded the airship and headed for the theater. The airship wasn't very fast, and it took over half an hour to reach the entrance of the Joyful Theater. As Xing and the others disembarked from the airship, they spotted an old acquaintance. Xing walked over, hands on his hips. Hey, isn't that Gold Dust? Gold Dust turned to look at Xing, and smiled after recognizing the newcomer. Hey, friends, you're here too? I didn't expect you still remembered me. Xing nodded. Of course I do. I placed the bet. Ing quickly chimed in. I gamble. Hu Tao then stepped forward. I win. Hanabi suddenly appeared. I let the wheel of fate spin freely. I survive after experiencing death. The four of them chorused again. All for the Amber King. The four stood together, maintaining the same gesture, one hand covering their chest, their right hand raised at a 45-degree angle and pointing to the sky. Gold Dust wasn't offended by the jokes they were making. That's right, all for the Amber King. Aha added from the side. Everything for the Idiot King. I really don't understand why you would follow an idiot. Build walls, all you know is build walls. Once, I even tried to have fun with a rock. Now that I think about it, Aha was such a fool. Ha ha ha. Aha was so stupid. Gold Dust's mouth twitched when he heard Aha's comments about the Amber King. If anyone else dared to say that about the Amber King in front of me, I would definitely make them regret it. But, this guy in front of me is the renowned god of joy. Never mind. Xing looked at Gold Dust. Aha just said that the Joy Theater has partnered with the company. So it's you, isn't it? Gold Dust nodded slightly. Yes, it's a very good deal. Come on, friends, we show you the future plans for this land. Upon hearing this, Xing looked at Luing and the others. Luing said, let's go take a look. We don't have much to do anyway. Xiaojin led Xing and the others on a tour around the Joyful Theater, thoughtfully handing everyone a guidebook to help them understand his explanation. Here, I'm planning to build a KTV, using the company's best equipment. And over here, I'm planning to build a hotel. To complement the Joyful Theater and the surrounding natural scenery, it will be entirely wooden and shaped like a Ferris wheel. And over here. Xing and the others listened to Xiaojin's explanation, and after viewing the pictures in the guidebook, they couldn't help but become fascinated by the place. According to Xiaojin's plan, it's going to be a lot of fun once it's completed. San Yueki asked. Xiaojin, are the prices here high? Xiaojin smiled and pulled out a stack of black cards. Here, friends, take this. With this card, you have free access to my properties. Xiaojin's generous aura shone over Xing and the others, stimulating Xing so much that she couldn't open her eyes. What is this? What is this? Is this extravagance? Xing took the black card Su Jin handed over with both hands, overflowing with gratitude. Boss! You're the real boss! Seeing this, San Yueki felt a little embarrassed for Xing. It's just free shopping, isn't it? What's the big deal? He doesn't need this little money. Xiaojin spoke again. Besides, this card allows you to log into the company internet and purchase company products at the lowest prices. It's valid forever. At this, San Yueki froze. He took out his phone, entered the card number, and logged into the intranet. Really? Miss Mockingbird's autograph photo is only $999. I think it's $99,999. Ing shook her head when she heard Sanueki say that. TSK, 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 I'm too kind. I only took a few primo gems for the supplies I sold to Haiji Island. I'm losing money. Xing took out her phone and searched the group chat, trying to add Sha-Jin as a friend. She discovered Sha-Jin wasn't in the group. Sha-Jin, aren't you in the Love Together family group? Sha-Jin was puzzled. What group is that? Hu Tao said. That's Yujian's group. Everyone who buys from his store joins it. Sha-Jin heard that. Oh, so that's right. Can you add me in? Xing opened her QR code. Come on, scan the code and add me as a friend. I add you to the group. Sha-Jin added Xing as a friend, and Xing added her to the group chat. Gold Sand looked at the group, over 70 people in total. Gold Sand, my dear friends, I'm Gold Sand. Please take care of me. Sekiro, Gold Sand? Oh, the little peacock in Hanabi's mouth. Hanabi-sama, Silver Wolf. You're the best. You actually remembered what I said. So sweet. Executioner, according to the group rules, new members must show some respect. Image of fingers counting money. Gold Sand, red envelope Galaxy Skyfire. Hey, brother how? Such a huge red envelope. So terrifying. Ignite the star C. So terrifying. Wansheng Hall Master. So terrifying. Grumpy little devil. So terrifying. By the way, who is that? Zhao Shijia, sandwich sauce. Come over here. Grumpy little devil, yeah. I'm going to the fridge to get some groceries, hee. Wave Knight, you used the groceries money Lily Ling gave you to play shotgun again? You're really not afraid of getting beaten up? Grumpy little devil, no, we're playing Gashapon. There's groceries right here. I can just come over and get some, ha ha. Chapter 264. Zhao Shijia, 6, you're worthy of me, angry spicy chicken sandwich. Angry little devil, question. How much can you buy with 100,000 credits? The Three Realms Top Chef, sandwich, remember the beef I gave you the first time? You can buy 10 servings. Angry little devil, Masaka. Surprise, JPG. Returning to reality. Xing, March 7, and the others chatted in the group chat for a while before following Aha and fireworks into the joyful theater. The theater is divided into 3 areas: the stage, the prison area, and the plaza. Aha, waving a small flag, led Xing and the others into the theater and to the stage area. Dear visitors, we are now at our most recommended attraction at the Joyful Theater, the Joyful Stage. Next, we will arrange 2 preview performances for you to watch. Please remember to leave us your reviews after you finish. Xing and the others took their seats in the first row of the audience area. Sanbing came out pushing a small cart loaded with snacks. Sunflower seeds, drinks, mineral water, peanut beer, chicken drumsticks. Must have snacks for watching a show. You regret it if you don't buy some. Dear audience, would you like some snacks? It was a cheerful chant, but Sanbing's face betrayed deep disgust and anger. Huahua pulled out a mace. Little doll. Who are you trying to show me that stern face? This is how I taught you to greet guests. Smile. Sanbing snorted and spat at Huahua. Seeing this, Huahua was delighted instead of angry. Little puppet. You asked for this. Huahua snapped her fingers, and Sanbing suddenly felt his body slipping out of control, a warm smile spreading across his face. Dear audience, would you like some snacks? Little puppet is happy to serve you. In Sanbing's mind, his soul suddenly felt nauseous. How could he say such a thing? And be happy to serve you? This is the special thing about the Joy Theater. It can specifically discuss the souls of prisoners, forcing them to witness their own bodies perform things they find unacceptable. Xing pulled out her phone and smiled at Sanbing. Come on you, silly soldier, right? I remember that's the name, right? I need to buy something. Sanyuchi, standing nearby, tried to recall. Yes, it's silly soldier, you're not mistaken. Lu Ying hesitated. Why didn't she remember that name? It seemed to be Sanbing, wasn't it? But whatever, as long as Xing was happy, that was all that mattered. Sanbing's spirit body struggled to regain control of his body, but it was a futile effort. Sanbing's physical body, pushing the cart, hopped over to Xing's side, holding out a QR code, a bright smile on his face. Excuse me, what would you like to order? Xing checked the prices of the snacks. Ice cola 30 credits, melon seeds 50 credits per bag, peanuts 60 credits per bag. That wasn't expensive, Xing waved her hand. I take them all. How much? Please help me share it among everyone. Sanbing smiled and quoted a price. After Xing paid, Sanbing distributed the snacks and drinks on the cart to everyone. With a wave of her hand, Hanabi pushed the cart out of the audience area. Xing opened a bag of sunflower seeds, grabbed one, and devoured it. Hanabi, when does the show start? Hanabi pulled out a walkie-talkie and took a deep breath. Uh-huh. Aren't you ready yet? The audience can't wait. Come out right away. Don't worry, Hanabi-sama. As Aha finished speaking, the stage lights dimmed. Then, spotlights on both sides came on, focusing on the stage. Under the lights, Aha appeared on the stage, dressed in a formal suit. Hey. Dear audience. Dear guests, we're so glad you come to the Joyful Theater to enjoy our performance. Our entire theater staff extends a warm welcome to you all. Next, let's enjoy a tragic love story. The stage lights dimmed again, and melodious, romantic music began, accompanied by a narration. Long ago, there was a planet called Azure Star. This planet was long suffering from a ravage called Honkai. And on this planet, a boy named Little Golden Hair had a crush on a girl named Little Wolf. Little Wolf was unaware of Little Golden Hair's feelings, or rather, didn't reciprocate. Time passed, Little Wolf and Little Golden Hair grew up, and Little Wolf died in the battle against Honkai. Little Golden Hair was heartbroken and vowed to build a world with Little Wolf. A bag of rice has to support several floors. A bag of rice has to support 2 floors. A bag of rice has to support many floors. You got me. Who's going to give you a bag of rice? How spicy. Little Golden Hair orchestrated a series of schemes, ultimately striking a bargain with the god of Honkai. His own sacrifice secured the resurrection of Little Wolf in an alternate timeline. Thanks to the mercy of the invincible Master Hanabi, Little Golden Retriever was also resurrected and transported to Little Wolf's world. The story begins here. The lights came on again. The scene on the stage had changed. Otto and Hulei stood beside a fountain filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Otto looked at Hulei affectionately. Little Wolf. I finally see you again. Hulei turned his head, gazing at Otto with a puzzled expression, then smiled a fawn-like smile. Hello? Who are you? How do you know my name? I think I've seen you somewhere before, but I can't quite place it. Otto smiled faintly, his eyes twitching slightly. Perhaps we met somewhere before, but that's not important. Let me introduce myself. My name is Little Golden Retriever. Nice to meet you. Hulei extended his hand. Hello, Little Golden Retriever. My name is Little Wolf. Nice to meet you. At this moment, a shrill alarm rang out. Honkai reaction detected. All Valkyries prepare. Hurley heard this and smiled at Otto. Little Golden Retriever, I'm off to fight the Honkai. Goodbye. Hurley ran off the stage. Otto watched Hulei's retreating figure, his lips brimming with emotion. This time, I won't let you die again. The lights dimmed, then came back on, transforming the stage into a smoke-filled battlefield. On the battlefield, Hulei looked up at the densely packed starships in the sky, his eyes filled with despair. This time, it's a fairy ship-level Honkai. Hurley gritted his teeth. No! Little Wolf, you have to pull yourself together. The Bewley Werewolf clan needs you. Hurley's eyes held a hint of determination. Just then, a terrifyingly powerful attack suddenly exploded within the starship fleet. Otto appeared before Hulei, looking at him tenderly. Don't worry, I'm here. The lights dimmed again, and Aha's voice rang out. Dear viewers, thank you for watching. This concludes the first chapter of the beautiful love story between the Golden Retriever and the Wolf Cub. Chapter 265. The lights came back on, and Aha was leading Hulei and Otto in their final bows. Xing and the others in the audience applauded. Great! Great! It's so entertaining! Great! It looks strange for 2 grown men to perform this, but I still want to see what's going on. Encore! Otto and Hulei left the stage. Aha adjusted his collar and slowly took the microphone. The audience is cheering so loudly. It seems everyone is very satisfied with our Little Golden Retriever and Little Wolf's performance. I heard many in the audience calling for an encore, but an encore is definitely not an option. We at Joyful Theater never exploit our employees. Each employee will only perform once a day. Don't worry if you didn't enjoy it enough, we have another play for you. Next, let's enjoy the play A Loving Family. The lights dimmed again. The narration began again. In a small town, there lived a family of 5, Old Man Bo, Old Woman Bo, Doctor, Wife Bo, and Son Bo. Old man Bo enjoyed playing cards and drinking. Old woman Bo enjoyed perms and manicures. Wife Bo despised the poor and loved the rich, and son Bo had a negative IQ. Only doctor was an honest man, diligently working to earn a living and support his family. The narration ended, and the stage lights came on. The scene shifted to a small room, though the layout suggested a cramped atmosphere. Of the five, the head of the family, Doctor, sat at the dining table with a worried look on his face. Doctor sighed. Dad lost again gambling, and the creditors are here. Sister Bo, applying a facial mask, glanced at Doctor with disdain. What? Can you blame Dad? It's because you're useless and can't make money. If you were rich, Dad wouldn't borrow money and the creditors wouldn't come knocking. The doctor sighed. I'm already working hard to make money. The wife put on her face mask. TSK. Hard work? Why are you still sitting here? Look at the old man next door. He works 20 hours a day, that's called hard work, and you only work 18. How dare you say you work hard? Let's just leave it at that. I had enough of this hard life. I decided to marry the old rooster uncle. He has the money to support me, and I move out tomorrow. The doctor glanced at his wife, Bo, and sighed inwardly. The doctor stood up and returned to his room. Looking at his son, Bo, who was drooling and looking dazed, he sighed. Son, Dad will take good care of you from now on. Your mother is leaving. The son giggled foolishly. The wife packed her luggage and slammed the door. After coaxing his son, Bo, to sleep, the doctor went to the living room, opened a bottle of beer, and guzzled it. There was a knock on the door, and the doctor opened it. It was old boy and old girl. Old boy, upon entering, began rummaging around. Where's the money? Where did it go? The doctor held out an envelope. Here, Dad. This is my last bit of money. Old boy took it, glanced at it, and left the house contentedly. Old girl followed him. Old man, give me half. I need a manicure. The doctor downed his beer. This life was too hard. His wife was gone, his money was gone, his son had dementia, and his parents were spending money recklessly. The lights dimmed, and when they came back on, the scene changed from night to day. The doctor woke up from his bed and stared at the scene in disbelief. Wife Bo, old man Bo, and old woman Bo were all looking at him with beaming smiles. Wife Bo took the doctor's hand. Husband, I decided. I stay with you. If you're willing to sell one of your kidneys to Uncle Chicken, he'd give our family a large sum of money. Okay, old man Bo said with a smile. Son, with that money, our family can live a comfortable life. Old woman Bo echoed. Yes, yes, son. Thank you for your hard work for our prosperity. The doctor felt a warm feeling at the side of his family, who were so thoughtful of him. Okay. I promise. I sell my kidney now. We live a good life from now on. If we run out of money, I still have one. Old man Bo, old woman Bo, and wife Bo said in unison. Let's live a good life together. The play ended, and Aha reappeared on stage. Everyone. Today's performance concludes. Welcome back next time. We have even more shows for you to enjoy. See you next time. Aha finished speaking, and salutes rang out on both sides of the stage, sending streamers raining down from the sky. Xing and the others applauded. It was truly worthy of the Joy Theater. This play was truly different from anything else on the market. Only here could you find such entertaining performances. The play ended. Led by Hanabi, Xing and the others toured the prison area, where they saw the dejected Otto, Hu Lei, the Doctor's Five, and the skirmishers. After touring the prison area, Xing and the others were escorted back to the train by Aha. Upon their return, Xing smelled a fragrant aroma. Looking into the kitchen, the little evil god was cooking. Xing walked into the kitchen. Sandwich sauce, what are you cooking? The little evil god looked around, confirmed Lily Ling was nowhere to be seen, and then smiled sinisterly, whispering into Xing's ear. He. Lily Ling wanted beef broth, so I make it for her. I poison it, and when Lily Ling drinks it. He. Ha. Freedom. Freedom. Xing's mouth twitched. What should I say? I wish you success. Sandwich sauce patted Xing's shoulder. Good luck. I'm off. Sandwich sauce picked up the pot of beef broth and walked into the portal. A few minutes later, the little evil god flew out of the portal and landed next to Xing and the others. This startled Xing and the others, who were sitting on the carpet playing flying chess. The little evil god looked like she was about to die. A blurred wound on her stomach was bleeding. The little evil god stretched out his hand, weak and trembling. Help me, Xing. Ugh, help me. Before Xing could ask what was happening, the portal flickered, and Lily Ling emerged, holding a barbed iron rod. She offered Xing and the others a kind smile. Everyone's here. Sorry, the little evil god disturbed you all. I take her home for the next few days. Lily Ling hooked the barbed iron rod onto the little evil god's back and dragged him through the portal. March 7 was stunned. What's that saying? Lu Ying reminded him. You reap what you sow. March 7 snapped his fingers. Yes, that's the saying. Sandwich is forcing herself to endure hardship. She knows she wouldn't get a beating if she just behaved herself, but she insists on doing it. Ying said. That's a form of perseverance, isn't it? Sandwich has never given up. Chapter 266. Half an hour later. Sandwich sat sobbingly behind Lily Ling, who was happily playing chess with Xing and the others. After a round of flying chess ended, Lu Ying checked the time. Everyone, it's getting late. We still have to go to the Grand Bazaar to see Nilu's performance. Hearing this, Xing asked everyone to put away the flying chess. March 7 glanced at Lily Ling and the little evil god. Lily Ling, Sandwich, do you want to go to Shumi together? Lily Ling nodded in agreement. Okay. Then, everyone entered the portal. In the Grand Bazaar, Xing and the others returned to the restaurant, and Yi Yun and the others were also preparing to leave to watch Nilu's performance. According to previous records, the flower god's birthday is a day of revelry. Asmodeus, Zhongli, Finina, and the others had already decided on a name for the new planet. New Tevat, yes, they thought of hundreds of names, but ultimately chose Zhongli's initial suggestion. The main reason was that none of the subsequent names they suggested were good, each one more outrageous than the last. In the end, they simply stopped discussing and simply settled on New Tevat. Xing and the others arrived at the restaurant through the portal. Sanyueki was explaining things to Lily Ling. Lily Ling, this is Shumi, and that's Nashida, the ruler of this city, the goddess of wisdom, and the administrator. Today is her birthday, and we're here to celebrate. Lily Ling bowed slightly. Hello, Nashida. I'm Lily Ling, happy birthday. Nashida smiled back. Welcome. At this moment, the little evil god rubbed his chin with one hand, examining Nashida. You're the god of wisdom? So young? Is that true? I don't believe it. Lily Ling's face darkened as she looked at the little evil god. Sandwich, did I ever teach you to be polite? The little evil god snorted. Huh? Polite? I'm a little devil. Politeness? Okay. Lily Ling smiled at Nashida. Nashida, I need to take care of something first. I come play with you later. Lily Ling grabbed the little evil god by the scruff of the neck and walked out of the restaurant. A few seconds later, a scream rang out from the alley behind the restaurant. Ah! It hurts. Nashida felt a drop of sweat break out on her forehead at the little evil god's scream. Is Sandwich okay? Xing waved his hand. She's not dead, she's not dead. She's immortal. Nashida nodded stiffly. Yi Yun picked up Kelly. Come on, everyone. Let's go see Nilu's show. Yi Yun shouted, and everyone left the restaurant and headed for the Grand Bazaar. The little evil god had put a band-aid on his face. Lily Ling had been pulling at it, leaving it raw. When they reached the Grand Bazaar, the little evil god ripped it off in front of everyone. The little evil god's wound had completely healed, which stunned Finina. She could still vividly remember the little evil god's tragic condition just now. A huge wound on his face, bleeding like crazy. Just a band-aid, and it's healed? March 7, watching Finina's stunned expression, couldn't help but recall the first time he witnessed the little evil god's terrifying recovery abilities. That time was even worse than the first time. The little evil god had eaten all the meat prepared for the hot pot, and Lily Ling had sliced her tail into pieces with a boning knife. In just half an hour, she recovered. Everyone went to the back of the Grand Bazaar stage and met Nilu. Nashida was beside Nilu, chatting with her. Nilu was thrilled to be chatting with the little auspicious grass king. This was something she had never dared to imagine before. Soon, it was Nilu's turn to take the stage. Everyone watched Nilu's performance and applauded non-stop. True to her nature, Nilu's dancing was truly beautiful. It was already night, but Shumi City was still bustling with activity. This would have been impossible in the past. Late at night, Yi Yun and the others returned to Jingshan Palace with Nashida. Xiangling personally cooked a gigantic cake for Nashida. As the crowd sang, Nashida made a wish. Afterward, everyone presented their gifts. Nashida was so overwhelmed with presents that she didn't know which one to open first. Xing looked at Yi Yun and raised an eyebrow. Yi Yun, where's your gift? Yi Yun smiled and placed Klee on the ground. My gift is absolutely the best. Yi-yun smiled and called to a corner. Come out, Bile. As everyone spoke, Yi-yun's gaze turned to a corner of the Jingshan Palace. A woman who bore a striking resemblance to Nashida emerged from the corner. Asmodeus, Zhongli, Wendy, and Barnabas were shocked upon seeing the woman. Bile? Is it really you? Yes, Yi-yun's gift for Nashida was the resurrection of the Great Compassion Tree King. The Great Compassion Tree King chuckled softly at the shocked expressions of Zhongli and the others. Long time no see, everyone. Asmodeus rushed to the Great Ci Tree King. Buyer, is it really you? Great. With you helping me, I have a much easier time. The Great Ci Tree King smiled at Asmodeus before him. Your Majesty Asmodeus, I just been resurrected and you're asking me to work? Asmodeus nodded. Of course. You used to be my personal secretary. We're moving to Teyvat, and there's a lot of work to do. Hurry up and get back to work and help me. The Great Ci Tree King nodded and agreed. Yi-yun had already told him about what had happened recently. Nashida looked at the Great Ci Tree King before her, a tear falling from the corner of her eye. Is it really you, Great Ci Tree King? The Great Ci Tree King noticed Nashida, walked over to her, and squatted down. Nashida, I'm back. Thank you for your hard work. The Great Ci Tree King reached out, and gently wiped the tears from Nashida's face. Nashida lowered her head. I'm sorry, I'm not a qualified god. I haven't managed Shumi well. I foolishly stayed in the Pure Good Palace, allowing the Great Sage's lineage to harm Shumi. The Great Compassion Tree King embraced Nashida, and held her in his arms, slowly stroking her hair. No. Nashida is wonderful. Thanks to your efforts, the barriers between the desert and the rainforest have been bridged. Besides, didn't you defeat the Great Sage's lineage? Nashida, you're excellent. Hearing this, Nashida looked up at the Great Compassion Tree King. I will work harder. I want to become a god as outstanding as you. The Great Compassion Tree King smiled, and cupped Nashida's face in his hands. Okay, Nashida, you must work hard. During this time, I will teach you how to govern a country. Nashida nodded. I will study diligently. Ing, standing by, suddenly asked. Nashida, Great Compassion Tree King, are you two mother and daughter? You look alike. Chapter 267. The Great Compassion Tree King said. No, Nashida is my reincarnation. I am her, and she is me. Nashida is the purest branch I plucked from the world tree. We are of the same essence, so naturally, we look the same. Xing heard this. So does that mean if you pluck another branch, you can create another Nashida? Xing's words immediately left the Great Compassion Tree King and Nashida speechless. Two is enough. Why do you need so many? Yi-yun smiled and said. Okay, let's cut the cake. It hasn't been cut yet. Xiangling, standing by, heard this and took out a knife for Nashida. Nashida, holding the 2-meter-long knife in both hands, cut the cake, giving each person present a piece. After everyone finished eating the cake, they left the Jingshan Palace, leaving room for Nashida and the Great Compassion Tree King. They had much to talk about. After leaving Jingshan Palace, everyone wandered around Shumi City. Jia Xi and Jiang ran to the restaurant that had been set up specifically for Yi-yun and the others, and ordered a large case of beer, which he enjoyed with the barbecue. Yi-yun opened a portal in the restaurant, and took the 6 children back home to wash up and rest. Soon after, Xing, Sanyueki, and the others also returned to the train through the portal. Lily Ling said goodbye to the drunken little evil god, and returned to her apartment. As soon as the little evil god returned, he collapsed onto the floor, and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Lily Ling found a cup, and covered the little evil god with it, then went into the bathroom to wash up. As soon as Lily Ling turned on the tap to wash up, the little evil god sat up unsteadily and burped. Beer. I want more beer. The little evil god opened the refrigerator and looked around, but didn't see any beer, so she prepared to go buy some. Arriving at a convenience store, she bought a bottle of beer and began to wander around. While wandering, she came to the square where the Pekla group lived. Pekla, the archangel assigned to eliminate the little evil god, alas, the little evil god counterattacked and shattered the angel ring, the source of her power. The little evil god was a novice, but she had an absolute advantage against angels, specializing in angel attacks. Pekla had no ID, so she had to work illegally, earning barely enough to feed herself. The little evil god took a sip of beer and looked around before realizing she had arrived at Pekla's home. Pekla's home was a large cardboard box, one of the many in the square, filled with homeless people. The little evil god walked towards Pekla's home and lifted the cardboard. Pekla? Are you home? Come drink. Angel. The little evil god looked around and saw Pekla wasn't home. He's not here. Then I drink alone. The little evil god gulped down his beer, reaching his limit, and collapsed onto the cardboard. Pekla's home collapsed instantly. A little over 10 minutes later, Pekla, having used the money he earned from his illegal work to buy a bag of bread and a few bottles of water, returned to find the sky had collapsed. His home was completely gone, and the little evil god lay there, soundly asleep. Sandwich. Pekla sat on the ground. The evening breeze was chilly, and his heart was even chillier. Yiyun was over there. He was blow-drying Kelly's hair. Kelly sat on a small stool, and Yiyun used a hair dryer to play with Kelly's hair. Next to him, the other 5 children were waiting in line for their hair to be blow-dried. Yao Yao was watering the potted plants on the windowsill with a kettle. Bai Lu and Hook were playing Angry Birds on their phones, Bai Lu even dubbing the birds. Swoosh, fly, bang! Chi-Chi opened the refrigerator, pulled out a bottle of coconut milk, inserted a straw, and sat on the bed, sipping it. After her recovery, Chi-Chi regained her sense of taste. After experiencing the flavor of coconut milk, she became even more fond of it, and she always drank 3 bottles before bed. She couldn't sleep without 3 bottles. At first, Chi-Chi drank even more, up to half a box a day. Gradually, she managed to control her habit, working up to 5 bottles a day. 1 bottle in the morning, 1 at noon, and 3 before bed. After blow-drying the 6 little ones' hair and putting them to bed, Yiyun turned off the lights and left the 6 little ones' room. Yiyun returned to the shop. Xing was talking to Walter. Yiyun approached to listen. Uncle Yang, we went to the Joyful Theater today. Walter's interest piqued. Joyful Theater? You went to see a show? Didn't they say it wasn't open yet? Xing said. We went there to experience it. We just wandered around and saw 2 shows today. Uncle Yang, that guy you captured performed today too. Wow, his acting was absolutely amazing. Walter, upon hearing Xing's words, immediately considered going to the Joyful Theater tomorrow. But on second thought, he decided against it. According to Xing, the Joyful Theater should be opening soon, so it wouldn't be too late to go then. Jeezy then walked over and said, Miss Mockingbird has invited us to the family's harmonious music ceremony aboard the Albizi tomorrow. Everyone, get some rest. Sanueki was puzzled. Huh? Is the family still holding the Harmony Festival? Something's going on again on Sunday? Jeezy shook her head. No, this time it's hosted by Miss Mockingbird. As for Sunday, she seems to have disappeared recently, and her whereabouts are unknown. Sanueki said upon hearing this. That's fine then. I go get some rest. Good night, Jeezy. Everyone dispersed and returned to their rooms to sleep. The next day arrived. The train crew, along with Jadeite and Tapa, boarded the spaceship bound for the Albirex. The spaceship sped from the port and arrived at the Albirex over an hour later. As the family's most expensive amusement facility, the Albirex was naturally lavishly decorated. Xing looked at Tapa. Tapa, did the family invite you too? I remember the company and the family were sworn enemies, right? Tapa looked at Jadeite, who nodded slightly, before Topa spoke. They're sworn enemies, yes. We're here to demand an explanation. One of our executives died in Pinocchio, and we must enter Pinocchio to investigate. Xing nodded. I see. Soon, the spaceship docked, and Xing and the others disembarked. As soon as they disembarked, Xing spotted Robin, who had been waiting for them not far away. Xing waved and greeted them. Hi. Long time no see, Miss Robin. Robin smiled back. Long time no see, everyone, Xing asked. Robin, is there something you invited us to? Robin said. I do have something I want to discuss with you, but I also want to invite you to visit the Albizia. Emerald then said. Miss Robin, time is precious. Let's find a place to sit and chat. Robin smiled. Ms. Emerald, this time I'm not talking to you, but another family head. Chapter 268. Upon hearing this, Jadeite already guessed who it was. That old ODI, right? Robin chuckled. Ms. Jadeite truly lives up to her reputation as a company executive. Yes, it's Mr. ODI. He's waiting for you in the conference room. Upon hearing this, Jadeite led Tapa towards the conference room. Jeezy followed them. Yes, she was also attending this meeting. After the 3 of them left, Robin turned and looked at Xing, March 7, and the others. Everyone, please come this way. I show you around the Sunstone. Robin was strolling around with Xing and the others when he suddenly asked. Xing, I heard there's a magical little shop on your bus. Is that true? Xing looked at Robin. Who told you that? It's true. Xing was puzzled. How did Robin know about Yi Yun's shop? She remembered none of them had mentioned it. The previous time she met Robin, they only chatted casually. Mockingbird said. My brother told me. He got this information through a trade. I heard that I can buy anything I want in this shop, right? Xing nodded. That's true. As long as you have enough star coins, you can buy anything you want in Yi Yun's shop. Mockingbird continued. Star coins? How do you get this currency? Xing took out a 100 star coin. 1 stellar jade can be exchanged for 100 star coins. Do you have stellar jade? Mockingbird heard. Are you talking about the stellar jade you get from treasure chests? I remember there were a lot of treasure chests in Pinocchio. I had someone collect them. Thank you for telling me this, Xing. When Xing heard that the Robin was going to look for the treasure chest, she felt something was amiss. Most of Pinocchio's treasure chest had already been looted by her and the others. If the Robin found out. Hiss, Xing tugged at March 7's clothes and muttered softly. March, get ready to run. March 7 was puzzled. Huh? Run away? Why? Xing said. Have you forgotten who ransacked Pinocchio's treasure chest? March 7's eyes widened as she realized what was happening. Run away. Just as Xing was about to find an excuse to run away, the Robin cut her off with a single word. Everyone, I had some refreshments prepared. Let's go sit down. Xing tried to struggle. Robin, we're busy. The Robin smiled. Don't worry, I won't take up too much of your time. I'm just treating you to a snack. With that, the Robin took Xing's hand. I want to express my sincere gratitude for your help with Pinocchio. If it weren't for you, my brother might have gone astray. Xing, standing by, shook her head inwardly at the word astray. Astray? What a joke. What a joke. That's the great 7th day off. She was a big fan of Sundays anyway. Just imagine, you wouldn't have to work at all in the future, just honestly obey the law, and you could live a life of plenty. How wonderful. Xing couldn't find a reason to refuse Mockingbird's warm invitation. Okay, let's go. Mockingbird led everyone to a tea room, where he sat with Xing and the others and chatted. March 7 pulled out a photo. It was a picture of her and Mockingbird from her first visit to Pinocchio. Miss Robin, can you sign an autograph for me? The Robin took the photo March 7 handed her, signed it with her name, and wrote a blessing, wishing March 7 a safe journey and a happy life. March 7 took the photo back and looked at it, instantly moved. Wow! Robin, you even wrote a blessing. I love you so much. Fornina, visiting Pinocchio for the first time, was curious. March 7 looked so much like her fans. Robin, are you a celebrity? Without waiting for a reply, Firefly introduced herself. Miss Robin is a world-renowned singer in our area. Her voice is truly beautiful. Fornina's eyes flashed with a golden light. Oh, you're a celebrity too? What a coincidence. Me too. I'm the most famous star in Fontaine, and I'm also a singer. The Robin was surprised to hear that Fornina was also a singer. I didn't expect one of you to be my colleague. If you have time, we can chat more and discuss music. Fornina agreed immediately. Okay. Let's add each other's contact information. I catch up later. Robin took out his phone and added Fornina as his friend. Robin didn't put his phone away, showing the QR code to the others. Everyone, let's add each other as friends too. We can hang out together when we're free. Everyone scanned the QR code and added Robin on WeChat. Xing then asked, Robin, what meeting did Jeezy go to? Can you tell us? Robin was puzzled by Xing's question. Don't you know? Xing, March 7, and Firefly shook their heads in unison. We don't know? Jeezy didn't tell us, the Robin explained. They're discussing the distribution of Pinocchio's equity. This time, the train crew has been a great help to Pinocchio, and Mr. Watchmaker, the founder of Pinocchio, is also a member of the train crew. We will distribute some shares to everyone in the train crew. Xing and March 7 were stunned upon hearing this, staring blankly at the Robin. A few seconds later, they shouted. What? Their voices were so loud that they stung everyone in the room. Xing pointed at herself. Does that mean I'm now a Pinocchio shareholder? March 7 also pointed at herself. Does that mean I'm a wealthy woman now? The Robin thought for a moment and nodded. That's perfectly fine. As shareholders, you receive dividends from Pinocchio every year. The Robin then revealed even more explosive news. Also, this ship we're on, the Albizia, I plan to give it to Xing. Xing gasped and slapped himself. Shoo! It hurts, I'm not dreaming. I'm fucking rich. Xing and March 7 took over half an hour to process these two shocking pieces of news. Xing remembered that not long ago, he was just a poor wretch working odd jobs and picking up scraps on the Black Tower space station. In just a short time, he became a shareholder in Pinocchio, the most developed entertainment company in the universe, and even owned such a luxurious recreational spaceship. Xing felt a little dazed for a moment. The Robin stood up. Come on, Xing, I take you on another tour and familiarize you with the Albizia. Chapter 269. Robin led Xing and the others to the control room. This is the control room. Driving is divided into automatic and manual modes. For automatic mode, the route must be entered in advance. Xing walked to the side of the control panel, hands on her hips. Automatic mode? An artificial intelligence appeared on the control panel's display screen. Automatic mode is on. Please select a route. Xing looked at the routes. Currently, the only route entered was the one for Pinocchio. That made sense, considering the Hibiscus was a recreational ship. After playing in the control room for a while, the group, led by Robin, returned to the deck. At this point, GZ, Feiyu, Topa, and Old ODI had concluded their meeting. To GZ's surprise, the train crew received a 20% stake. She had originally estimated it would be around 10%. Topa, Feiyu, and GZ had already discussed the matter last night. The company had requested a 30% stake. To maintain control of Pinocchio, the family needed at least a 51% stake, though 60% was ideal for safety. Unexpectedly, the family actually gave 20% to the train crew. If the train crew and the company were colluding, their combined stake would reach 50%, enough to challenge the family in court. Himiko approached the Robin. Ms. Robin, I have something to discuss with you. The Robin, who was discussing music with Finina, heard this and led Himiko to a coffee break. Ms. Himiko, what do you want to discuss? Himiko expressed her doubts. Isn't the family's offer too much? Robin smiled. No, the 20% stake given to the train team was discussed within the family. To be honest, after this incident, the family has lost ground in its confrontation with the company. Many family businesses have been suppressed by the company. If the family wants to bring both sides to the same level, it must bring in a strong ally. And the train team is our choice. The train team is world-renowned, and each member is exceptionally capable. Jeezy smiled at this, and asked a crucial question. Aren't you afraid that our train team will ally with the company? Robin said calmly. Aren't the train team members all chivalrous? Using Xing's description of her life recently, they wander around, occasionally saving a few worlds. The family believes that those with chivalrous hearts won't take advantage of others' misfortunes. Jeezy smiled and stood up. Well, I asked all my questions. Thank you for your explanation, Miss Robin. Robin nodded slightly. After the opening ceremony, I'd like to take a tour of the train. Is that okay? I haven't seen the train yet, so I'd like to check out that amazing little shop on board. Himiko agreed. Of course. The train won't turn anyone away. Then, Himiko and Robin returned to the deck, and the opening ceremony soon began. Robin took the stage and gave a speech, announcing the company, the train team's investment in Pinocchio. She also announced the gift of the Faustinite to Xing. Topa was slightly surprised by the news and nudged Xing with his elbow. Xing, you made a fortune. This glowstone earns tens of millions of credits a day. Are you going to treat us to dinner later? Xing patted his chest proudly. No problem. I, the Galaxy Skyfire Man, will cover all of tonight's expenses. Hearing this, Ying silently pulled out her phone and called Xiangling, speaking to Xing in front of her. Hello. Xiangling, yes, it's me, Ying. Is the menu for tonight out? Not yet. That's perfect. Xing's treating us to dinner tonight, and she's covering all the ingredients. Yes, you're so smart. I order. 1 iced deer roasted. Yes. And that 1,000-year-old chicken we couldn't bear to buy last time. Yes, 1 stewed. That's all I have. Ask the others. After that, Ying hung up. Boss Xing is so generous. Thank you, Boss Xing, for treating us to a feast. Xing fell silent. If I remember correctly, Bronya's out of iced deer right now, meaning you have to buy them yourself at Yi Yun's shop with star coins. And the Millennium Spirit Chicken, a product of Yi Yun's shop, is said to prolong life and strengthen the body. It's not cheap at 3,000 star coins each. Seeing Xing's frustration, Sanyueki leaned over and looked at Xing with a beaming smile. Xing, I won't order the dishes. You can handle it. My request is 300 star coins per person. Is that okay? Hu Tao patted Sanyueki's shoulder righteously. Standing before you is the captain of the Hibiscus, a shareholder of Pinocchio, the fifth in command of the train crew, and the renowned Galaxy Skyfire. 300 star coins per person. Who are you looking down on? 500. It has to be 500 star coins per person to be classy. March 7th realized his mistake, and came to his senses. Yes, I'm short-sighted and lack perspective. Lord Hutao is right. That's fine. The main thing is that Topa waved his phone in front of Xing, displaying a large group chat message. The Three Realms' greatest chef. Everyone, Xing is treating us to dinner tonight. Tell me what you like to eat, and I buy the ingredients. Grumpy little devil, beef. I want beef. Washeng Hall's first guest, anything goes. Washeng Hall's second guest, wine is fine. Invincible Lord Asmodeus, can I take it to go? I don't want to leave my computer. Real name internet access. Have some tea eggs, the kind you make with the 1G of tea leaves for 500 star coins. Little Dragon Girl, I want braised pork. Little Son, Klee wants grilled fish. Little Zombie, Chi-Chi wants coconut milk. Little Fairy, thanks, Sister Xing, for treating us. Yao Yao is so kind. Big Tiger, Tiger wants chili fried pork. Little Cat, grilled fish. Xing lost her breath when she saw the message in the group chat. Xiangling, why are you sending orders in the group chat? Ouch. My star coins. The Robin walked over and saw Xing, looking gloomy. What's wrong with Xing? March 7 said. It's okay. Don't worry about her. She said she'd treat us. The Robin piqued his interest. Is that so? Do you mind if there's one more person? I just told Ms. Himiko I wanted to check out the train. Xing nodded in agreement. It had come to this. One more wouldn't make much difference. Afterwards, everyone played a little on the hibiscus before returning to the train. Jeezy walked over to Xing and patted him on the shoulder. Xing, just do it as you see fit. We were just joking. Xing had recovered by now. I know, but I really should treat you to a meal. After all, I'm the captain of the hibiscus now, and I made a fortune. Chapter 270. Jeezy smiled. Okay, as long as you know. Xing and the others returned to the train. As soon as they arrived, they saw Xiangling and the little evil god processing a glacial deer. Xiangling chuckled upon seeing Xing return. Xing, I just bought a glacial deer. Remember to reimburse me. Xing nodded. Okay, no problem. You go ahead and do it. I go buy some groceries. Sanwei, Luing, come with me. Sanyueki asked curiously. Where are you going? Xing said. Buying groceries. With that, Xing led Sanyueki and Luing into the cave. Xing approached the pigpen and looked at the three little mushroom pigs. A golden light flashed in his eyes. Raise the pigs for a few days, use them for a moment. It's time for you to show your worth. Frightened by Xing's greedy gaze, the three little mushroom pigs huddled in a corner, trembling. After a while, three people emerged, each holding a small mushroom pig. Xing tossed the piglets to the ground. Xiangling, I leave these three little ones in your care. Sanyueki and Luing each set down their piglets. Xing then waved his hand. Let's go to the next place. Xing led Sanyueki and Luing through the portal to Shimi. As they landed, Nashida, who was working, was about to greet the three when they ran out of Jingshan Palace. Xing led Sanyueki and Luing straight into the rainforest. Over an hour later, Xing returned to Jingshan Palace carrying a large mushroom pig, Sanyueki carrying a basket of wild vegetables, and Luing carrying a large basket of mushrooms. Nashida asked. What are you doing? Xing said. Nashida, come over for dinner later. It's my treat tonight. With that, Xing carried the giant mushroom pig into the portal. Over an hour later, Xing and the others sat at a long table, laden with meat dishes. Yes, tonight was all meat. The main fare consisted of 3 small mushroom pigs, a large mushroom pig, and a glacier deer. Xing waved his hand and declared grandly. Eat. Eat everything. Tonight's my treat, eat up. And gave Xing a thumbs up. 6. You're still good at saving money. Aside from the glacier deer, nothing else on the table cost star coins, and Xing couldn't help but applaud his own cleverness. Hee hee. Look at that. Such a large table, and such a rich selection. The ingredients were high quality, and the wild mushroom pig was so delicious. Robin sat next to Funina, feeling a little awkward. After all, this was someone else's home for dinner. Seeing this, Funina took Robin's bowl and scooped up a large bowl of venison for her. Robin, don't be polite. We're all about being casual here. Do whatever feels right. Sierra, her mouth dripping with grease, nodded. That's right, the key is to grab it. It tastes better when you're fighting for it. Paimon! Put down that pig's trotter. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. Himiko smiled. Miss Robin, don't be so reserved. Come, try my hand-brewed coffee. As soon as Himiko said this, everyone who had been eating enthusiastically stopped what they were doing and cast horrified glances at Himiko. Robin saw this, and felt something was amiss. Why were everyone reacting so strongly? It was just a cup of coffee, wasn't it? Robin smiled and prepared to take Himiko's coffee. Nearby, Finina was suddenly filled with anxiety. She had just made an appointment with Robin for a concert in a few days. This coffee might ruin Robin's throat. She remembered how, in her youth and naivete, she had taken a sip of Jeezy's coffee, just one sip, and her voice had been hoarse for 2 or 3 days. What to do? What to do? Finina suddenly made up her mind, and snatched the coffee from Jeezy's hand, about to drink it all. Unexpectedly, a hand reached out from behind her. It belonged to Lancelot, who grabbed the coffee and gulped it down. The coffee went down smoothly, and Lancelot, as if poisoned, turned purple, his hands clutching his throat. A few seconds later, white bubbles began to form from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Finina burst into tears. Lancelot! My Lancelot! Seeing this, Bailu quickly pulled out a pill and rushed over. Hurry! This is a gastric lavage pill. Give it to him. Finina fed the pill to Lancelot. Over 10 minutes later, Lancelot was finally out of danger. He was completely exhausted, sitting on the sofa, breathing heavily. Robin was now filled with dread. The thought of what would have happened if he had just drunk that cup of coffee sent a shiver through his body. Jeezy, seeing this, looked away awkwardly. Then everyone continued eating. Afterwards, Robin approached Yiyun. Mr. Yiyun, I heard you can buy anything I want here. Yiyun smiled and nodded. Yes, Noel. Noel, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, ran out. Mr. Yiyun, you called me? Yiyun said. Well, this is Miss Mockingbird. Take her to do some shopping. I have something to do here. I need to take Klee and the others to Mondstadt. They want to ride dragons and watch the stars. Noel bowed slightly. I understand, Mr. Yiyun. Don't worry, I do my best to accommodate them. Yiyun was naturally very confident in Noel's business abilities. Yiyun looked at Mockingbird. Excuse me, I'm busy. This is Noel. She's an excellent employee in my store. If you have anything you like to buy, please talk to her. Mockingbird smiled. Okay, you go ahead. Yiyun nodded and called into the bar. Klee, Bailu, have you washed your hands? We're about to leave. The 6 little ones had just finished munching on a pig's trotter, and their hands were covered in grease. At Yiyun's urging, the 6 little ones quickly washed their hands and ran to stand beside him. Yiyun led Rios, Duduko, and the 6 little ones into the portal, ready to find Teverin. Teverin took the 6 little ones to fly up to the sky and see the stars. Noel approached the Robin. Hello, Miss Robin. I take you shopping. Let me know what you need, and I help you find something that fits the bill, the Robin said. Thank you, Noel. Noel took the Robin to the bar and briefly explained how to use the touchscreen. Some customers didn't know how to use the touchscreen, so Noel made sure to let them know whenever she saw them. The Robin browsed through the items, flipping through them, and soon found one she liked. Item, soothing violin. Description, plays soothing music. Price, 50,000 star coins. The Robin handed 500 stellar jade to Noel. I heard from Xing that 1 stellar jade is worth 100 star coins. Here are 500 stellar jade. I want to buy this violin. Do you think it's enough, Noel? Chapter 271. Noel gestured. This is the exchange scale. Place your stellar jade here, and you can exchange it for star coins. Upon hearing this, the Robin placed all of its stellar jade onto the scale, exchanging it for 78,000 star coins. It took out 50,000 of them, and handed them to Noel, who took them, and slipped them into the coin slot. After swallowing the 50,000 star coins, a delicate violin wrapped in a bubble appeared before the Robin. The Robin placed its hand on the bubble, and it instantly burst, and the violin slowly fell into its hands. The Robin tested the violin, everything was perfectly tuned. So, the Robin placed the violin on his shoulder, and began to play. The previously noisy group on Earth Star fell silent the moment they heard the music. Xing and the others sat quietly, enjoying the violin performance by the Robin. Even the mischievous little fire monkey quieted down, lying on Zhang Zhang's body, listening to the music. When the song ended, the Robin opened her eyes and looked around, finding Xing and the others fast asleep. Some lay on the table, some on the sofa, and some even collapsed on the carpet. The robin walked over and shook March 7th, waking her up. March 7th drowsily opened his eyes, and looked at the robin. Robin, weren't you singing? What brought you here? The robin found March 7th's half-asleep state adorable and smiled. You all just fell asleep. Upon hearing this, Sanueki looked up and saw everyone asleep. Sanueki's eyes widened. Why are you all asleep? Sanueki remembered that it was the robin who had woken him up, and suddenly realized something. No way. We fell asleep listening to you playing the violin. Robin, you're amazing. You play the violin so well. Especially Ing, who even has the title of dizziness resistant, and yet she fell asleep too. Ing is actually resistant to dizziness. Robin smiled and pointed to the soothing violin in his hand. It's not my skill, it's this violin. I bought it at Yi Yun's shop. It has a calming effect. I think you fell asleep because you've been playing all day. Your bodies are tired, and your minds are calm. That's why you fell asleep. Sanueki heard this. I see. Let's wake everyone up first. March 7th awoke everyone, and upon waking, they were astonished to learn the truth. I hadn't expected to fall asleep to the music. This soothing violinist is quite impressive, and Robin's skills are quite impressive too. Xing looked towards the tavern. I check it out too, to see if there are any fun little things. Xing ran into the tavern and searched for props. Suddenly, a slew of prankster gadgets popped up on the screen. Something like a box that opened to reveal a spider, and they were cheap, all for just 1 star coin. Xing didn't hesitate, frantically shopping, stuffing each one into a storage ring. Robin played with everyone on the train for a while before saying goodbye and departing. Before leaving, she and Funina confirmed the performance time. It was the day after tomorrow. She had a show at the Golden Theater the day after tomorrow, and she had invited Funina to be her backing vocalist. At a concert, the organizer often invites a few singer friends to back up, giving her time to rest and change her makeup. While the organizers were off, at least someone was singing on stage, so the atmosphere wasn't dull. Misha pushed open the door and walked into the shop. Hi, everyone's still awake. Xing saw Misha and waved. Hi, Mikhail-senpai, we're just about to go back, Mikhail said. Look, Pam asked me to ask when you plan to leave for your next stop and whether you've chosen your destination. Xing scratched the back of his head. Not yet, let's get back to Pam tomorrow. Jeezy, Uncle Yang, and I will discuss it. Misha heard. Okay, no rush. Just make your plans when you have time. I won't bother you anymore. I still have to go and inspect the train. Ever since Misha returned to the train crew, the job of inspecting the train has shifted from Himiko to Misha. Originally, Himiko wanted Misha to be the navigator. After all, Misha was an experienced veteran. Misha declined. For now, he just wanted to be a train maintenance worker, and then travel through the galaxy with the trains again, visiting one world after another. He would be content. After Misha left, Xing, Sanueki, and the others said goodbye and went back to their rooms to rest. Topa, Feitsue, Xing, Sanueki, and Luing returned to the treehouse. Topa's room was at the back of the first floor. She had brought in a lot of furniture from the company and furnished it with a very cozy atmosphere. As soon as she landed, Zhuang scurried onto the hanging basket to rest. Topa sat down by the floor-to-ceiling window, opened her notebook, and checked today's stock market. Because the company had acquired a 30% stake in Pinocchio, all her holdings had surged. Topa, pleased with herself, stretched and gazed out the window. The forest was quiet under the night sky. In the tree next to the window lived a family of 5 chicks. 3 chicks stood in the center, sleeping peacefully under the protection of their parents. Topa closed her notebook, put on her pajamas, and went to the bathroom to wash up. March 7th sighed. The first thing she did upon returning to her room was to hang the photos she had taken today on the wall. March 7th's walls were now covered with photos she had taken in just 1 month. Except for the windows, the entire room was covered in photos. She was worried that she wouldn't have anywhere to hang new photos when they came. The next morning, Xing, Yiyun, Kafka, and the others were having breakfast at Yiyun's restaurant. Last night, Yiyun returned very late with the 6 little ones. The 6 little ones had given Tevlin a hard time, sending him flying for a full 4 or 5 hours. The 6 little ones, tired, finally let him go. Xing peeled a hard-boiled egg and shoved it whole. While eating, Xing glanced at the people at the table and suddenly felt something was amiss. Xing looked around again, his gaze landing at the end of the table. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Huang Quan! Xing's loud cry drew everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards the end of the table, where Huang Quan sat. Huang Quan looked at everyone and asked, "Have we met somewhere before?" March 7 heard this. "Well, she's lost her memory again. Xing, help her recall." Hearing this, Xing recounted to Huang Quan some of the experiences they had with her at Pinocchio. They included how they met and what they had done. Chapter 272. After listening to Xing's story, Huang Quan had a slight impression. "I think I remember a little bit. We knew each other." Xing took a sip of milk, moistening his throat. It was good to remember. It was worth all the time he had been talking about it. Xing put the milk down and asked, "Huang Quan, how did you get on the train?" Huang Quan said, "I followed my instincts. I felt like a voice was guiding me here." Xing raised an eyebrow. "I see. Now that we're here, let's have breakfast together. Have you eaten yet?" Huang Quan shook his head. "Not yet. Thank you." Lu Ying brought Huang Quan a set of bowls and chopsticks. Huang Quan thanked her and began to eat. After breakfast, Xing and the others prepared to go to Fontaine Court for some fun. Xing asked, "Huang Quan, we're going out to play. Do you want to go?" Huang Quan shook his head. "No thanks, I sit here for a bit." Xing didn't ask any more questions and followed March 7 and the others into the portal. Yi Yun and the 6 little ones went to play in Mondstadt. After they left, only Walter, Dan Heng, Ren, and Noel, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, remained in the restaurant. Xiangling and Guoba finished making breakfast and went back to Wanmintang to cook. Xiangling was on duty today. Ever since Xiangling obtained the new recipe, Wanmintang's reputation has completely surpassed that of the second floor, becoming the top restaurant in Liyue. Ningguang even granted Xiangling the land surrounding Wanmintang for expansion. Master Mao is overseeing this project, and it will basically be completed within the deadline. The people of Liyue are very efficient. Unlike in neighboring Mondstadt, if it weren't for the Knights of Favonius, many projects would take a long time to complete. The artisans in Mondstadt are all about making enough money today, and then closing up shop to go drinking. As for staying busy for a while? No way. Absolutely not. Kafka and Himiko have become close friends lately, and often go shopping together. As for Silver Wolf, he's gone to play with Asmodeus. Kiana, too, now frequents the Shuntang Internet Cafe whenever she has nothing to do, claiming she wants to reach the king rank and prove herself a gaming prodigy. Huang Quan sat quietly on the sofa, holding a cup of hot tea. After a while, the portal opened, and Fei Xiao emerged. Fei Xiao had just finished his morning exercise, and was thinking of grabbing breakfast at the restaurant. The breakfast here is quite rich. Fei Xiao looked towards the kitchen. "Noel, is there anything else to eat?" Noel turned around when she heard someone calling her. "General Fei Xiao, good morning. Haven't you had breakfast yet? I have some soy milk and a few steamed buns left. Let me heat them up for you." Noel washed her hands and put the remaining soy milk and buns in the microwave. Fei Xiao found a seat and wiped the sweat off his body. He looked around and noticed Huang Quan sitting in the booth. Isn't that the Void Envoy? She had also joined the car. Noel quickly brought the heated soy milk and buns to Fei Xiao. "General Fei Xiao, it's ready. Please enjoy." Fei Xiao took a bite of the bun, feeling very satisfied. "Thank you, Noel. You work so hard." Noel smiled. "You're welcome. It's my job. I go wash the dishes first." Noel returned to the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and continued washing the dishes. Fei Xiao took 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk and sat down across from Huang Quan. "Hi, long time no see." Huang Quan glanced at Fei Xiao. "Hello, do you know me?" Fei Xiao nodded. "Of course I do. We met at Pinocchio." Huang Quan remembered a little. "I think I did." Fei Xiao was puzzled by Huang Quan's words. "Does your memory seem to be a problem?" Huang Quan nodded. "Yeah, I often forget things." Fei Xiao heard this. "Is that a mental issue? But since you're destined for nothing, that's normal." Fei Xiao looked at Huang Quan, a flash of inspiration coming to his mind. "I have a pill here. Would you like to try it? It should work for you." Huang Quan looked at Fei Xiao. "Okay, I try it." Fei Xiao took out a Qingling pill and handed it to Huang Quan. Huang Quan took it and swallowed it, eyes tightly shut, as if savoring the memory. Fei Xiao asked with anticipation. "How's it? Was it effective?" After a long moment, Huang Quan opened his eyes. "It worked. I remembered a lot, and I feel much more relaxed. Thank you. As a token of my gratitude, I help you out whenever you need my help." Fei Xiao waved his hand nonchalantly upon hearing Huang Quan's words. "Don't be so polite. If you have time, I appreciate it if you could spar with me and help me practice my martial arts. Huang Quan agreed. I'd be fine with you. My promise to help you out remains unchanged. The elixir you gave me has been very helpful. Fei Xiao asked. Have you decided where to go next? Huang Quan thought for a moment. I'd probably return the same way I came. My old friend's last wish has been fulfilled. Fei Xiao invited him. Would you like to come and explore our immortal boat? You're alone anyway, so why not go and have some fun? Huang Quan pondered for a moment. Okay, I go with you. Fei Xiao was overjoyed to hear Huang Quan agree. Now he had a sparring partner. Neither Jing Yuan nor Old Yin would practice martial arts with him. Every time he brought up the idea, they refused with various excuses. Fei Xiao quickly devoured her steamed bun, drank some dry soy milk, and jumped up from the sofa. Come on, sister, I take you to the immortal boat for some fun. By the way, I heard you use the name of the Sea Patrol Ranger? Huang Quan nodded slightly. Yes, that was to help lure the Sea Patrol Ranger out and return the relic to them. Fei Xiao suggested. Would you like to join the immortal boat? Our benefits are great. A strong person like you gets your own room and land, and the work is easy. Although Huang Quan wasn't destined for the hunting profession, that didn't stop her from joining the immortal boat. Such a formidable warrior is willing to join. How could you refuse? When the time comes to fight the abundant beast, wouldn't it be nice to have Huang Quan charge in and deliver a single blow? Does it really have to be Yunqi charging in and engaging in a life-or-death struggle? Fontaine, inside the Optical Opera House. Fernina cleared the theater, and Lancelot weakly approached her. My lord, after our brother's investigation, it seems that a person, a spirit, resides within this machine. Fernina nodded. Well, thank you for your hard work. You may leave first, Lancelot, and rest well. Lancelot shook his head. It's all right, my lord. We stay here. We need to protect you. Fernina accepted Lancelot's suggestion. Fernina approached the Cardinal of Oracle and Judgment, examining the machine. She reached out and stroked its surface, saying, Man in the mirror, I know you're here. Come out. I want to talk to you. Chapter 273. As soon as Fernina's voice fell, the Cardinal of Decree emanated a pale blue light, enveloping Fernina and drawing her consciousness into a mysterious space. Fernina opened her eyes, and found herself in a theater. However, this theater was brightly lit, not as dim as the Opicoli Opera House. Fernina looked around and noticed someone standing not far away, who looked exactly like her except for the hair. Hi! The person in the mirror. Long time no see. Fernina waved and trotted over to Fucaros. Fucaros looked at Fernina tenderly, and reached out to smooth down her messy hair. Long time no see, Fernina. Fernina said happily, taking Fucaros's hands. I got good news for you. We don't have to worry about the prophecy anymore. We at Fontaine will be moving out of Tevat soon. Fucaros was stunned by what Fernina said. Moving out of Tevat? What do you mean? Fernina then told him what had happened recently. Fucaros's face was filled with disbelief and excitement. If Fernina's words had truly come true, he wouldn't have to go through with his plan. Fucaros glanced at the massive sword overhead. It wouldn't have to exist. Fernina then mentioned Asmodeus, adding to the convincing tone. If you don't believe me, I take you to see Asmodeus. She's in Liyue Harbor, and is currently a guest at the Hall of Rebirth. Fucaros nodded in agreement. Okay, I go with you. Fernina then thought of a question. By the way, it's been so long, and I still don't know your name. What's it? And why do we look so alike? Fucaros said. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Fucaros, the water demon. As for why we look so alike, it's because we're the same person. You are my human side, and I am your divine side. Back then, to resolve the prophecy Fucaros told Fernina his entire plan, including ultimately killing himself and returning power to Violet. Fernina immediately shouted at Lancelot to dismantle the broken sword. Fucaros was deeply moved and pulled Fernina aside. Okay, we dismantle it in a moment. Let's get out of here. Fucaros led Fernina out of the consciousness dimension. In reality, the Optical Opera House. Fernina's consciousness returned to her body. She looked around, but didn't see Fucaros. Fucaros? Fucaros, are you there? Fernina tried to call out. Fernina's voice echoed in her mind. Fernina, I'm in your body. I'm the divine aspect. I don't have a body, so I temporarily be in yours. Fernina felt relieved at Fucaros's voice, and patted her chest. Stay. Stay as long as you like. At that moment, Lancelot approached. My lord, I just received intelligence that Mr. Yun and his companions have arrived in Fontaine and are currently shopping in the Fontaine court. Vanina heard this. Oh ho ho! They finally arrived in Fontaine. Come on, Lancelot, let's go back and play with them. Lancelot obeyed and had someone prepare the carriage for the return trip to Fontaine. Bucarose's voice rang out again. Vanina, who is this? I never seen him before. He's quite powerful. Vanina put her hands on her hips, a look of pride on her face. He's Lancelot, my knight commander. He's so nice. I have him talk to you someday. Bucarose was slightly surprised. Okay. Vanina boarded the carriage back to Fontaine. She chatted with Bucarose the entire way. Inside Fontaine, Xing, Ing, Sanueki, and Luing were all caught by a girl's attention. Xing rubbed his chin, a look of curiosity on his face. Frog. This Catwoman. So cute. Sanueki asked expectantly, holding a star-studded camera. This Catwoman. Can I take a picture with you? Luing also examined the Catwoman with curiosity. Cat, very cute. Ing stared at the Catwoman's tail. Can I touch your tail? Yes, the Catwoman was Lynette. Lynette was speechless. She was just having a cup of coffee in the cafe when this group of people surrounded her and watched her. You can take a photo, but if you want to touch the tail, I call the police. March 7 heard this and pulled Lynette to take the photo. Xing and Luing also moved forward. Ing felt disappointed. Sigh, didn't she just want to touch the tail? Was calling the police necessary? Really? Ing shook her head and moved forward. The five of them took a photo. After the photo was taken, March 7 asked, Hello, what's your name? My name is March 7. Lynette took a sip of coffee calmly. Lynette, March 7 asked. Lynette, are you a local? Lynette nodded. I guess so. Are you from out of town? March 7 nodded. Yes. Can you recommend some famous attractions? This is our first time here, and we're not sure where to go. Lynette said. First, we should go to the Opicle Opera House. There are often performances there, and sometimes you can even see the water goddess Vanina perform. Second, you can try the Fontaine Petit Fours. They're all quite delicious. Third, southwest of Fontaine, there's a village called Hamo. It's home to the Marison, a tribe unique to Fontaine. You can go explore it. As for other places, there are underground streets. You can also explore them. March 7 thanked him. Thank you, Lynette. By the way, do you know how to get to the Momong Palace? Lynette pointed to the tallest building in Fontaine. That's it. You can go to the transportation hub. There's an elevator. March 7 and the others then said goodbye to Lynette and headed for the transportation hub. Before leaving, Ing cast a longing glance at Lynette's tail, flicking it back and forth. Wasn't that just a way to seduce her? Villette was working when Clarinda walked in. Villette, Lady Vanina needs your help. Villette put down the documents in her hand. What is it? Clarinda asked. Lady Funina's friend is visiting Fontaine and asked you to help greet her. She's on her way back. Villette nodded in understanding. Okay. Coincidentally, Villette's secretary, a certain Melissan, came bounding into Villette's office. Lady Vanina, there are a few people at the door who say they're looking for Lady Vanina. Chapter 274. As you say, Violet said. Please ask them to come to the reception room. Bring some refreshments. I'll be there in a moment. Melissan agreed, hopping out of Violet's office on her short legs. Violet quickly finished reviewing the documents he was reviewing, stood up, and walked towards the reception room with Clarinda. In the reception room of Momong Palace. On the 7th day of the 3rd month, Luing and the others, led by Melissan, arrived at a reception room. Melissan served them several cups of black tea and some snacks. Dear guests, please rest for a moment. Lord Violet will be here to receive you shortly, Ing asked, puzzled. Violet? We're here to see Vanina, Melissan explained. Lady Vanina went to the Opical Opera House today and is on her way back, so she might not be back soon. Lord Violet will entertain you all on behalf of Lady Vanina. Melissan had barely finished speaking when the reception room door opened, and Violet and Clarinda walked in. Seeing Clarinda, Xing quickly greeted her. Clorind, long time no see. Aren't you Vanina's guard? Why aren't you with her? Clorind was initially delighted to see Xing and the others. They had met at the Liua Lantern Festival before and knew each other. However, when she heard the second half of her sentence, Clarinda's mood suddenly soured. Lady Vanina's safety was now entirely the responsibility of the Knights of Lancelot, and she had been excluded from Lancelot's ranks. She had been on the security team, helping with some cases. Alas! Previously, Lady Finina's safety had always been her responsibility. There was no way out now. I couldn't defeat any of those knights. Clorinde had challenged those knights before. They not only possessed powerful swordsmanship, but also possessed a very strange ability. Every time they launched a thrust, her attacks were negated. This was the true strength of the Lancelot Knights. A thrust grants a second of invincibility. Lancelot had previously relied on this ability to defeat his servants without taking any damage. Shing March, I didn't expect it to be you. Neuvillette asked, noticing Clorinde and Shing and the others greeting each other familiarly. Who are these people? Clorinde, realizing the situation, explained. Let me introduce you. This is our chief judge of Fontaine, responsible for judging cases and assisting Lady Finina in government affairs. After that, Clorinde spoke again. Villette, these are the friends Lady Finina met in Liyue Harbor. Villette nodded slightly, carefully observing Shing and the others, then suddenly asked. You're not from Teyvat, are you? Shing nodded directly, acknowledging the situation. Indeed, you have good judgment. We are definitely not from Teyvat. Villette asked, confirming her suspicions. I have a question. How did you manage to get to Teyvat, bypassing the surveillance of the Heavenly Rule? March 7 said something that shocked Villette. Tianli? Who? Ing took a swig from her teacup. It's Asmodeus's former boss, the one who transformed himself into the false heaven to protect Teyvat. March 7th remembered. Oh! Yes, I heard Asmodeus say that. She's already dead. Why would she stop us? Besides, Asmodeus and I are good friends. We're all on the same side. Why would they stop us? A rare look of shock crossed Violet's face. Tianli dead? Shing added. Not completely dead, is he? Isn't the false sky still there? Maybe Yiyun has something that can revive him? Violet looked at Clorinde. Clorinde, please entertain these distinguished guests. I have some things to attend to. With that, Violet left the reception room. He needed to process the news he had just heard. His mortal enemy, the powerful figure who single-handedly suppressed the dragons of Teyvat, was dead. And, from what they had just said, he had died voluntarily to protect Teyvat. And that Asmodeus, if his inherited memories were correct, was the ruler of the sky, the one who controlled the spatial power of Teyvat. Villette decided to have a good chat with Finina when she returned. This group had come to see Finina, and Finina must know a lot of information that he didn't. In the living room. After Shing rested for over an hour, the living room door finally opened again, and Finina burst in excitedly. Ding ding! I'm back! Sorry for the wait, everyone. Shing and the others were delighted to see Finina return. Finina, you're finally back. I already had 6 pots of tea, Finina said. Oh, I went on an important trip. By the way, where's Yiyun? Isn't he with you? Luing said. Yiyun took a few children to the beach. Do you need him for something? Finina nodded. Yes, I have something urgent to ask him. Let's go find him, and I take you to the sea. Let me tell you, the scenery in our Fontaine Sea is absolutely beautiful. Finina led everyone out of Momong Palace, found a yacht, and set out to find Yiyun. After searching for over an hour, they found Yiyun on a beach near Hailu Harbor. Yiyun was playing in the shallows with 6 little ones. Kelly dove into the water, quickly grabbed a fish, and lifted it up. Yay, Kelly caught a fish, hee. Shing and the others approached and discovered a very strange phenomenon. Kelly and the others could actually breathe freely underwater. Shing ran to Yiyun's side and tugged on his sleeve. Yiyun, why can Klee and the others breathe underwater? Yiyun, lying on a beach chair, glanced at Shing and casually tossed out a few pearls. These are water-repellent beads. Wear them, and they allow you to breathe underwater. Go play with them. Shing took them with delight. This thing is great. It allows you to breathe underwater. Shing gave one to each person present, and they put it on. At this moment, Finina walked over to Yiyun, pulled out a stack of star coins, and clapped them together. Yiyun, I want to buy something. Can you create a physical body here? The kind that can accommodate a soul? Yiyun glanced at Finina, and noticed something was wrong with her body. There was another soul inside her. If he was right, that soul must be Fukuro's. Yes, it's for the other soul inside you, right? There are 3 types. The puppet type, priced at 30,000, can accommodate a soul. The realistic type, priced at 80,000, can not only accommodate a soul, but also stabilize it. The real person type, priced at 100,000, looks just like a normal person and can be customized. Chapter 275. Fukulos looked at it. Finina, didn't you say that star coins can buy anything from Mr. Yiyun? Why don't we save some money and just buy the puppet model? Vanina shook her head. No, the puppet is too ugly. You're as beautiful as me, you can't compromise. Let's get the most expensive one. I want a custom look. Vanina took out her small purse, counted out 100,000 star coins, and handed them to Yiyun. Yiyun, make me a custom look. Yiyun put away the 100,000 star coins, and was about to buy a physical body. Notice, after purchasing this product, you can choose an elemental spirit body for free, and significantly increase your body's natural affinity. Yiyun was surprised to hear this. There's such a good deal. Why hasn't there been such a benefit before? Notice, some products come with additional small benefits. Yiyun heard this. Vanina, I give you a little bonus for free. You can choose an elemental spirit, and I give you this talent to enhance your natural affinity. Vanina was delighted upon hearing this. Oh, there's a little bonus? That's great. By the way, what is an elemental spirit? Yiyun explained. An elemental spirit enhances its owner's affinity for a certain set of magical elements. For example, a water elemental spirit can enhance its affinity for water. Add to that the additional natural affinity, and you achieve twice the result with half the effort. Vanina understood immediately. Oh, I'm asking. Wait a minute. Vanina asked Fukuros in her mind. Fukuros, did you hear that? What element do you want? Fukuros said. I choose the water element. Oh, and it has to look exactly like me. No, it has to be slightly different. After confirming the attributes of the elemental spirit, Yiyun helped Vanina buy a body. Yiyun bought a body based on his memory of Fukuros. Fukuros looked exactly like Vanina, with one difference. Funina's right eye was blue, and the left was black. Fukuros's left eye was blue, and the right was black. And then, there's the hair. Fukuros had long hair, and Vanina had short hair. Vanina carefully examined the body lying on the beach for a moment, feeling very satisfied. I just look good. Fukuros, come in and try it out. Fukuros' spirit body left Funina's mind. In Yiyun's sight, a ball of light appeared in Funina's head. The ball of light flew over the body, and soon it stood up. Fukuros, back to earth. Fukuros opened his eyes and looked around. A beam of sunlight shone down, and Fukuros frowned slightly, shielding his eyes with his hand. Fukuros felt the sea breeze, a cool feeling spreading through his body. Fukuros looked at Vanina again, only to see her staring blankly at him. Vanina? Vanina came to her senses, and trotted over to Fukuros, circling around him and looking him over. Wow! So pretty! Fukuros, you're so beautiful! Vanina stood in front of Fukuros and measured their heights with her hand. Vanina noticed something was wrong. No! Fukuros is taller than me. You're taller than me. So much taller. Vanina measured her height with her thumb and index finger. Yiyun smiled. Vanina, you said you wanted to be a little different. Vanina heard this. It's okay. This is perfect. Fukuros and I are the same person, but she came into this world before me. She's the older sister, and I'm the younger one. It's normal for her to be taller than me. Vanina, let's go shopping for some clothes tonight. Let's go to Kianzia. They make really good clothes. Oh right, I'm going to perform in another world tomorrow. Let's go together, okay? Vanina held Fukuros's hands and acted coquettishly. Vanina looked at Vanina lovingly. Okay. I go with you tomorrow. For now, let's go swimming. I've forgotten how long it's been since I last swam in the ocean. Vanina heard this, and pulled Fukuros towards the sea. One in front, one behind, hand in hand, they dashed towards the azure waters on the sunny morning. Vanina and Fukuros frolicked and played in the water. Soon, Xing, Sanyueki, and the others joined in. Xing executed a surprise attack, diving underwater, and then leaping out of the water, landing in a wide-legged position beside Vanina and Fukuros. A massive splash of water drenched Vanina and Fukuros. Vanina, upon seeing this, immediately retaliated. Great! Xing, you dare to attack me! Fukuros, let's deal with her together! Fukuros agreed with a smile, and the two of them splashed Xing with water. Xing chuckled, plunged his hands into the water, and tossed them, sending up a large splash. Hee hee. Vanina, this is how you have to have a water fight. Vanina was losing ground, and Bailu noticed this. Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. Bailu joined the fray, and Klee, Hook, and the other little ones followed suit, aiding Vanina and Fukuros in dealing with Xing. Seeing the situation was dire, Xing dove into the water, and swam towards the bottom. Vanina pointed with her little hand. Let's go! Let's catch up. Funina took the lead, and the others followed. The 6 little ones joined in the fun, following Funina into the deep sea. Seeing this, Ian called Rios and Deduco into the water to follow, protecting the 6 little ones. The group chased them all the way, unknowingly reaching the deep sea. Xing swam through a crack in the rocks with a powerful effort, and the sight before her left her stunned. Funina, Fukuros, and the others who had followed her were puzzled. After they had passed through the crack, they too remained stunned, like Xing. Overhead. Sunlight penetrated the swaying water, beaming down, illuminating the seabed. The coral reefs beneath the surface were colorful, and unknown small fish swam among them, seeking food. Seaweed took root on the seabed, swaying gracefully in the current, like the movement of a dancer. Several stingrays swam slowly past the group. One small stingray paused, curiously glancing at the group before joining the others. The 6 small stingrays were captivated by the beauty before them. Bailu swam to a large turtle, placed her hands on its back, and let it lead her. Seeing this, Kelly, Hook, and Yao Yao followed Bailu's example, grabbing a large turtle and letting it carry them around. The 6 little ones found this experience incredibly fun. It was something they had never experienced before. Fukuros looked around, and the scenery felt incredibly familiar. Chapter 276. Fukuros looked around again, and saw a large scallop on the seafloor. Oh yes, isn't this where he had once pondered how to resolve the prophecy? Fukuros swam over to the large scallop and gently embraced it, his thoughts drifting back to when he had just taken on the throne of the water god. Back then, he had been utterly annoyed, constantly contemplating how to resolve the prophecy. It was here that he had found the solution. Funina, Xing, and the others also swam over. Xing examined the large scallop. Wow! This scallop is huge. There must be pearls inside. Let me feel it. As he spoke, Xing reached out his hand through the scallop's crack, probing here and there. Suddenly, Xing seemed to touch something, his expression filled with delight, and he pulled hard. The large scallop, in pain, closed its shell, trapping Xing's hand. Xing screamed and shook the scallop violently. Ouch! It hurts! Let go! The big scallop refused to let go, so Fukuros patted it gently and said, Let her go, big shell. As soon as Fukuros said this, the big scallop instantly calmed down, opened its shell, and let Xing withdraw its hand. Xing rolled up his sleeve, and saw a red mark on his arm. Even now, Xing still held a large pearl tightly in his hand. Xing spread his hand, and a palm-sized pearl appeared before everyone's eyes. March 7 took a look. Wow! This pearl is huge, Xing said. There's a lot more inside. I just felt a lot, but it's a little hard to reach and pull out. Upon hearing this, Sanyueki felt a bit regretful. A pearl this large would surely look beautiful in her home. Fukuros, noticing Sanyueki's regretful expression, patted the scallop's shell. Can you give me a few pearls? As if the scallop understood Fukuros's words, its 2 large shells opened, allowing Fukuros to easily extract the pearls. Fukuros reached out and plucked the pearls from the scallop. These pearls were the scallop's strength, so as long as they were careful, they would be fine. Fukuros handed a few pearls to Sanyueki, Luing, and Funina. Sanyueki accepted the pearls, her joy overflowing. Sanyueki happily held the large pearl in her hands. Thank you, Fukuros. Fukuros smiled. You're welcome. Let's go explore some other places. Fukuros, along with Funina and the others, followed the 6 little ones, swimming along with the giant turtle. Slowly, unnoticed, more and more fish gathered around Fukuros. When they reached an open sea, several large turtles broke away from the 6 smaller ones and headed towards the seabed. Fukuros and the others also stopped, only then realizing that many fish had followed them. These fish swam around Fukuros, as if guarding their king. Funina was curious. What's going on? Yiyun said. It's likely due to Fukuros's constitution. She has a strong affinity for nature, and these fish are probably attracted by her natural affinity. In the field, Fukuros slowly rose, protected by the school of fish. Several thumpers slapped their bellies around Fukuros, making thumping noises. Fukuros reached out and petted a thumper in front of him. The thumper enjoyed the touch, nuzzling its little head against Fukuros' palm. Fukuros glanced at Funina and the others, then waved his hand. The school of fish instantly split into a single group and swam towards Yihun and the others, lifting them up and swimming towards Fukuros. The school of fish carried them through the sea, slowly arriving in the waters near Fontaine Court. They disembarked at a beach near Fontaine Court and walked towards the court, chatting and laughing. Inside Fontaine Court, Navalette heard that Funina had returned and sent her secretary, Melissan, to fetch Funina. Navalette's secretary found Funina and Fukuros in the living room, enjoying a small cake. The secretary was stunned for a few seconds when she saw Fukuros. To Lady Fininas. Lady Finina, Lord Valette wants you to visit him. Funina was puzzled. Why did Valette want to see her? Was he asking her to attend to some official business? No, that thing gives her a headache. What did he want to see me about? Did he tell me? The secretary shook her head. I don't know. Lord Valette just said you should visit him. Funina thought for a moment and decided to go. Funina, Fukuros, and the secretary followed them toward Valette's office. Lancelot waved his hand, and 6 knights followed to protect Funina and Fukuros. Funina had already issued orders that the Knights of the Order of Lancelot should treat Fukuros as if they were themselves. Funina and Fukuros arrived at Violet's office. Funina kicked the door open. Violet, what do you want with me? I'm entertaining my friends. Violet was about to gesture for Funina to sit down when she saw Fukuros behind her. Violet was confused. What was going on? To Fininas? Was he seeing things? He was only 500 years old, so his eyesight shouldn't be blurry, right? Fukuros found Violet's expression amusing and chuckled softly. Humph. Violet, I still like this expression of yours. It's more interesting. Violet looked at Funina. What is going on? Funina informed Violet of Fukuros' situation. Violet, after reviewing the information he had just heard, looked up at Fukuros. So, it was you who invited me to Fontaine. Fukuros smiled and nodded. Yes. Long time no see, Violet. Violet nodded slightly, not dwelling on the question. So, for all these years, you've been hiding in the Cardinal of the Oracle, accumulating energy, waiting for the day you kill me, return the power to me, and let me resolve the prophecy? Fukuros nodded slightly. Yes. But at the moment, it seems I won't have to make any sacrifices. The relocation of Teyvat is imminent, so we don't have to worry about the prophecy anymore. Violet heard this. Why do you say that? Funina raised her hand. Let me explain. I went to a meeting with His Majesty Asmodeus a while ago. It was about relocation. All of Teyvat must move to Star, to March in their world. The renovations to the new settlements are complete, and the other nations are now gathering their personnel and supplies for the relocation. Violet asked. Why didn't you tell me such a big thing? Chapter 277. Seeing this, Funina whistled. Didn't I already have someone compile the list? I just forgot to tell you. Violet sighed softly. What stage is it at now? Hearing this, Funina asked Lancelot to call the staff member she had assigned to compile the list. After the relevant staff arrived, Violet began to hand over the work. He decided to handle such an important matter himself. He didn't trust his subordinates. Seeing Violet getting into work, Funina leaned close to Fukuros' ear. You're smart. You invited Violet over to help us. Fukuros smiled. Let's go. Let's not bother Violet anymore. Let's go play with Xing and the others. With that, Fukuros took Funina's hand and was about to leave Violet's office. At that moment, Violet's voice rang out. Where are you going? Violet glared at the two men with a look of resentment, the resentment of a laborer. Funina was fine. She didn't understand these things. Asking her to handle these documents wouldn't only be useless, but would hinder her. You, Fukuros, are different. The fact that you came up with this plan proves you're incredibly smart. Violet stood up and approached Fukuros. You rested for 500 years. Time to get back to work, right? You're the water god. Violet grabbed Fukuros and teleported to the desk, placing him on a chair. Fukuros was in a state of confusion. Violet then opened a document and placed it in front of him. Come on, get to work. A question mark appeared over Fukuros' head. Isn't this your job? Violet said calmly. No, this is your job. Logically, as the ruler of a country, you should approve all matters that come your way. Funina truly didn't understand this before, so I was doing it for her. Now that you're back, I naturally have to hand these responsibilities back to you. After all, my position is presiding judge, responsible only for judging cases. Funina was stunned upon hearing this. No. I just got back. And I'm already working? No. I haven't had enough fun yet. Violet glanced at Fukuros at the door and came over to her. Miss Fukuros, you can go play with your friends for a while. Miss Fukuros needs to attend to official business. With that, Violet pushed Fukuros out of the office and closed the door. Funina stared at the closed door in confusion. Huh? A few hours later, Fukuros sat at his desk with a look of despair, his head drooping on it, his hands spread limply across it. He was numb, truly numb. How could such a small place like Fontaine have so much going on? After hours of hard work, only a small portion of the pile of unprocessed documents had been reduced. Villett had all the official documents brought over. Villett had set up a new desk nearby. On his desk lay only the case files for tomorrow's trial. Villett even took out a piece of the black tea leaves that Fanina had given him, and brewed a cup of tea. Leisurely sipping black tea, he slowly and methodically reviewed the case. For the first time, Villett felt happy going to work. Thinking back to the past, the first thing she did every day was deal with paperwork. Now, she could brew a pot of black tea and slowly review cases. She had plenty of time. The people of Fontaine were very legally conscious. At most, they only handled about 10 cases a day. Fucaros sighed, picked up his pen, and continued reviewing the documents. It wasn't until 10 p.m. that Fucaros returned to Funina's room. The next morning, Fanina leaped out of bed with full energy. Ding ding! The great Fanina is awake! Funina's movement woke Fucaros, who drowsily opened his eyes. Fanina sat down next to him and gently shook his shoulder. Carlos, get up. I'm going to be a guest singer at Miss Mockingbird's today. Carlos sat up, still a little sleepy. He yawned and leaned against Fanina's shoulder. Fanina shook her shoulders, waking Carlos. Hey ha! Wake up! Wake up! Carlos rubbed his eyes and woke up. The two of them went into the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, they stood in front of the mirror, while Fanina selected her outfit for the performance. After much deliberation, she decided on a dress and grabbed her delicate little cane. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Fanina opened the door and saw Violet walk in. Yesterday, Carlos had told Violet that she was going to attend Fanina's concert and would take the day off. Upon hearing this, Violet also decided to go and see what the other world was like. Fanina saw Violet coming. Let's go! Everyone's gathered. Let's go! Pinacani, backstage at the Golden Theater. Robin was chatting with Xing, March 7, Firefly, and the others. Hu Tao sneaked a look in front and was startled by the huge crowd. Robin, you have so many fans. You have no idea. I just went to the front and saw so many people. March 7 said. Of course, Robin is the biggest star. At this moment, Fanina approached with Fucaros and Violet. Fanina waved happily at the sight of Robin. Robin. I'm here. Fanina trotted over to Robin and took his hand. Robin said with a smile. Fanina, you're finally here. You're fourth in line. The first three are all my songs. Fanina waved. You can arrange it. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Fucaros. It's me too. But it's my divine form. Fucaros smiled and waved hello to the Robin. The Robin smiled back. The Robin looked at everyone present. I'm so happy that you all came to my concert today. Not only is Fanina here, Barbara is my guest singer, and we have 6 adorable children who will also sing with me later. Yes, Amber heard about the concert and told Jean and the others about it. Jean thought about it and decided to bring Barbara along. Unexpectedly, after Barbara met the Robin immediately invited Barbara to be his backing vocalist. And there were the 6 little ones. Last night, they heard about the concert and were so excited they couldn't sleep. They kept clamoring to sing too. In desperation, Ian sought out the Robin and asked for its opinion. The Robin readily agreed. So Ian gave the 6 little ones a song, Let the Wind Tell You. Chapter 278. The 6 little ones stood in a row, holding hands and practicing their song. As they sang, they swayed slightly. This scene captivated the surrounding staff. The female makeup artists, in particular, were all ecstatic and exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, that little girl in the middle is so adorable. What's her name? Klee? Klee. Mommy loves you. Come on, Bailu, little dragon girl. I'm cheering you on. Chi-Chi. Come on. You must keep up the rhythm. Hook smiled more. Yes. That's it. Barbara was also practicing her song intensely, with Jean by her side, offering encouragement. When Kia, Dialek, Lisa, and the others heard that Barbara was going to perform, they all ran over to cheer her on. Soon, Mockingbird took the performers to the dressing room to get their makeup and clothes changed. Navalote stood there, momentarily unsure of where to go. There were no empty seats outside. He couldn't possibly sit in the aisle, could he? Walter noticed Navalote and approached. Sir, I saw you came here with Fanina, correct? Navalote turned around when someone spoke to him. Yes, Fanina and I came together. Walter nodded slightly. Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Walter, the unknown passenger on the Star Express, Navalote said. My name is Navalote. Nice to meet you, sir, Walter said. Mr. Navalote, please come with us. We're going to the designated viewing area. Navalote heard this. Obedience is worse than respect. Thank you. Walter led Navalote and Yiyan out of the backstage area and into their exclusive viewing area. This area was a private room, approximately 100 square meters in size. Zhongli, Jingyuan, Jinglu, Natasha, Shilyua, and others had been here for a long time. They were all there to support the 6 little ones. People like Jingyuan, Jinglu, Ren, and Donhan were there to see Bailu perform. Natasha and Shilyua were there to see Hook. Hook's father had also been brought over. Hook sat on the sofa, eagerly awaiting his daughter's performance. Qin and the others soon arrived. Kia kept marveling at the luxury of Pinocchio. Mond is nothing compared to this Pinocchio. Diluc glanced at Kia. You've been blabbering all the way here. Can you be quiet for a moment? When did the cavalry captain become such a chatty old lady? Diluc had to admit that this Pinocchio was far more advanced than Mond. Yiyan smiled and said to Kia. Of course, Pinocchio is a renowned place in this universe. Lisa looked at Jean. It looks like we'd be very busy after moving here. I think the ladies' afternoon tea will have to be cancelled. Jean had just come all the way from the port and was also astounded by Pinocchio's prosperity. It wasn't just her. Even the wealthy Ningguang was astonished. If there was one word to describe this place, it would be extravagant and lavish, with gold everywhere. The Son of God pulled Ing over, but Ing didn't seem to care. She sat in her seat, devouring donuts. From the moment Ing sat down, the waiter had already brought 3 plates of donuts. Next, Kurumi and the others arrived. Kiana was incredibly excited today. It was her first time seeing such a large-scale concert. A full 500,000 people were there. Just imagine how terrifying it must have been, a roaring tsunami. Kiana pulled Mei onto the sofa, eager to see the show. As Yiyan watched the performance, an idea suddenly struck him. Could he form a Teva girl group? He could bring in Fernina, Barbara, Ayaka, and Nell. He could then let them develop in this universe. Not only would it bring them fame, but it would also allow the Teyvat nations that were about to relocate here to quickly earn a large amount of credits for development. The more Yiyan thought about it, the more he felt a sense of urgency. He planned to discuss the idea with everyone when he got back and get their opinions. Over half an hour later, all the lights suddenly went out, including the lights in the private room where Yiyan and the others were. Kiana sat on the sofa, clutching a bucket of popcorn, dodging her feet excitedly. Yeah. It's about to start. It's about to start. Noon's about to start. After a silence of more than 10 seconds, a vibrant music began to play. Mend your pace, sway to the beat. Hands up, embrace who you want to be. The stage suddenly lit up, and powerful spotlights shone on Robin. From the edge of the stage, flames erupted, and in an instant, the entire venue was ablaze. The cheers from the audience rose in waves. Inside the private room, March 7, Xing, Kiana, and Hu Tao were bouncing and dancing to the music. Oh! Go Robin! Robin was truly a world-renowned singer. Her voice was so beautiful that even Ing put down her donuts and listened quietly. Backstage, Fernina, Barbara, and the others watched in amazement. They expected the performance to be incredibly popular, but they hadn't imagined it would be this intense. 500,000 people cheering for Robin simultaneously. The scene was truly breathtaking. To be honest, they'd probably never seen so many people in their lives. Barbara quietly encouraged herself. Barbara, go! You can do it! Vukalos was also comforting Fernina, chatting with her and helping her calm down. Fernina, keep going. This is your first step onto the interstellar stage. From now on, you must strive to become a star like Robin. Fernina clenched her fists and stomped her feet on the ground. Go! 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 I want to be a star in the universe. On the stage, Robin sang naturally, occasionally dancing to the music and keeping time. Yiyan suddenly noticed a bright spot. In the third row of seats closest to the stage, he saw Sunday. Although Sunday was wearing a mask and sunglasses, Yiyan recognized him immediately. Sunday was holding a colorful cheering light and enthusiastically waving and cheering for Robin. Yiyan couldn't help but smile. Has Sunday completely let loose after retiring from his high position? Yiyan nudged Walter, who was sitting next to him, with his arm. Look over there, who's that? Walter said, looking in the direction Yiyan pointed. He was also a little surprised when he saw clearly. It's him. I didn't expect him to show up again. Yiyan smiled. He'd definitely come to my sister's concert. But that didn't matter. Just listen to the music and watch the performance. Soon, the first song ended, and the robin began its second, relieving a heart of sorrow. Chapter 279. A robin sat on a swing surrounded by garlands, swaying gently. The beautiful song emanating from the robin's beak delighted the audience. They swayed to the music, waving cheering lights in their hands, creating a beautiful scene. Inside the private room, Kiana gazed at the robin on the stage with admiration. The robin sings beautifully. I wish I could sing as beautifully as her. Mei smiled. Kiana sings beautifully too. I love her anyway. Jing Yuan also sighed. In my vast immortal ship, we never seen a singer as outstanding as Miss Robin. Hua Yin stroked his beard. Miss Robin's singing is imbued with the power of resonance, allowing us to immerse ourselves in the music and fully appreciate the songs. Naturally, it's not something that ordinary singers can compare to. Zhongli said. We have a renowned artist in Liyue, and I really enjoy listening to her opera. If this stage wasn't too unsuitable for her style, I would have invited her over. The concert went very smoothly. With Robin's opening 3 songs, the atmosphere reached a climax. Robin took the microphone and waved to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I recently met a friend who is also a very accomplished musician. Today, I invited her to perform beautiful music for you. Let us welcome Finina. With a wave of his hand, a platform slowly rose, and Finina appeared on the stage. Finina took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Finina looked at the audience, hands raised high. Everyone, good evening. As she finished her words, a cascade of colorful bubbles materialized from the air beneath Finina's feet, filling the entire venue. These bubbles swayed under the lights, and the audience curiously reached out to poke them. The bubbles popped, and small drops of water fell on them, bringing a refreshing coolness. Finina and the robin exchanged a glance. The robin left the stage, leaving it to Finina. Finina picked up the microphone and adjusted her voice. The audience cast curious glances at Finina. They had never seen Finina before, and many were wondering where she came from. Finina took a deep breath, and a melodious accompaniment began, swirling throughout the venue. Ah, if I could return to the water. Would the world be as beautiful as before? Please forgive our mistakes, mother. Life follows the gurgling water, bringing the city back to life. Finina sang in Teyvat, and thanks to the synesthesia beacon, the audience naturally understood the lyrics. Finina sang her famous song, Light Ripples. Listening to Finina's voice, the audience felt as if they had been transported back to a fantastical ancient world. There, they saw a city built on the water, a vast court, a group of law-abiding people, and a white-haired girl sitting alone on a throne. Finina continued to sing. Love, bury this sweet dream deep beneath the flowers of farewell. Like you and me, we are on the decline, happy and sad. Watching the splendor of the world. Finina's performance reached its climax, and the audience was captivated by her beautiful voice. The audience cheered for Finina, and the players cheered. Inside the private room, Neuvillette was delighted to see the scene. Finina shone brightly on the stage, showcasing her talent to the fullest, singing her own composition within the Golden Theater. Xing and March 7 were stunned. Oh my god, Finina sings so beautifully? How come I didn't see it before? Xing was bewildered. March 7 also spread his hands. I didn't expect that either. Finina is amazing. Zhongli said at this moment. Finina is incredibly well known in Teyvat, and the reason is because she's such a great performer, Neuvillette said. Yes, at Fontaine Court, Finina even sets aside a day every week for a fan meeting, and the lineup is already a year away. Xinghe Sanueki was amazed to hear this. The lineup stretches a year into the future. Amazing. Backstage, behind the curtains, Fukuros stared at Finina on the stage without blinking. Fukuros's eyes slightly furrowed, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Finina, thank you for your hard work over this long time. From now on, please live happily as a human being, just as I dreamed, and embrace the life that belongs to you. At this moment, Finina on the stage was exactly the life Fukuros had imagined for himself. Robin sat in the dressing room, several makeup artists retouching her. Robin quietly watched Finina on the stage, feeling very happy for her. For so many years, Finina had been his closest friend, even though they had only been together for less than a week. But the Robin had already come to regard Finina as his confidant, and when they were together, they always had endless topics to talk about. Sometimes, fate is like that. With just a word or a glance, two people can sense each other's feelings and become close friends who can share anything. The Robin murmured softly. Keep going, Finina. On the stage, Finina's performance was drawing to a close. At the last line of the song, the Nina raised her palms upward, bit her knees slightly, and saluted the audience. The music abruptly stopped, and the audience erupted in thunderous cheers. The Nina's performance had captivated them, allowing them to experience a brief but deeply joyful moment. It was so worth coming today. Not only did I get to hear Miss Mockingbird perform live, but I even got to enjoy this surprise. Yes, yes. No wonder I'm Miss Mockingbird's good friend. Her voice is so beautiful. Does anyone know where to download this song? I want to use it as my wake-up ringtone. Same here. 1 plus 1. 2 plus 2. 1 plus 6 6 6 6. Fanina stood straight and bowed slightly. Thank you all for listening, and thank you for your applause. I'm so happy to be on this stage today. First, I want to thank my good friend, Mockingbird. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be on stage today. Next, I want to thank everyone for cheering me on and showing their support. Thank you all. Next, let's enjoy Let the Wind Tell You, performed by 6 little cuties and 3 famous singers, XXXX. Stage, waiting area. Fukaros pushed the 6 little ones onto the stage. Children, it's your turn. The 6 children excitedly ran onto the stage, followed by the 3 singers, who were helping with the backing vocals. Chapter 280. The 6 little ones took the stage, holding hands and standing in the center. 3 backup singers stood on either side. The audience was captivated by the 6 little ones' appearances. Oh my god! Where did these little cuties come from? Isn't that Lady Dragon? Why is Lady Dragon performing on stage? Someone, change these cheering signs immediately. I want to support Lady Dragon. Lady Dragon is forever divine. Wow! There's even a little cat girl. Oh my god! I'm dying of their cuteness. What are the names of these little cuties? Does anyone know? Why are there so many surprises today? On the stage, at the signal of a backup singer, the 6 little ones began to introduce themselves one by one. Kelly took a step forward, smiling brightly as she grasped the microphone, which was as thick as her arm. Hello everyone. My name is Klee, the Knight of Favonius from Mondstadt. I'm going to sing a song for you big brothers and sisters. Klee's introduction was followed by a burst of mom cheers from the audience. Klee. So your dear daughter's name is Klee. Klee's fan club has been established. What fan club? Klee's mom's club. Your entire mom's club? Then our entire dad's club. Klee hopped back to her spot with a smile. Next came Hook. Hook held the microphone in one hand and placed his other hand on his waist. Wow! I'm Lord Dark Hook. Hook's introduction also drew roars of cheers. Next came Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi hadn't reacted until Yao Yao nudged her, and then she finally realized what was happening. The audience didn't find this offensive. Instead, they found his naive personality endearing. Chi-Chi spoke slowly, holding the microphone. I'm Chi-Chi, a zombie. Oh, what was I going to say next? Chi-Chi can't remember. A powerful voice suddenly rang out from the audience. Chi-Chi, my dear daughter, don't worry. It's okay if you forgot. Just take your time. That's right, my Chi-Chi is so adorable. What do you mean yours? It's obviously mice. Chi-Chi finished her introduction, and Yao Yao walked out with graceful steps. Good evening, everyone. I'm Yao Yao. Yao is polite. After saying this, Yao Yao bowed slightly. A few more motherly voices rang out from the audience. Oh my god! Yao Yao is so elegant. Compared to her, I look like a jerk. Yao Yao, my dear daughter, is the most polite. Keep it up. Yao Yao, my dear daughter. Next, it was Diana's turn. My name is Diana, not Diana. Remember that? Diana said with a fierce growl. This scene not only didn't frighten the audience, but instead struck them as adorable and endearing, even slightly fierce. Finally, it was Bai Lu. Bai Lu stepped forward, raising her hand. I'm from the Luofu immortal ship. I'm sure many people know me, right? The audience erupted in laughter. Lady Dragon. Look here. I'm your dog. Lady Dragon. Go for it. Bring honor to our immortal ship. Then came the 3 backing singers. These 3 were recruited by the Robin, considering that the song Let the Wind Tell You included male vocals. These 3 singers were also quite famous in the universe. After receiving the Robin's invitation, they rushed to Pinocchio without delay. Are you kidding? This was Miss Mockingbird's concert. There were a full 500,000 people in attendance alone, not to mention the live stream, which had already surpassed 1 trillion people. In the live stream, gifts flew everywhere. After the self-introductions, the accompaniment began. The 6 little ones held hands and swayed as they had rehearsed. Clark took the microphone. When a sudden downpour appears in your sky, that's me blowing up the clouds for you. Clark finished her song, then pulled out a small dodo bomb and threw it at a pre-planned location, causing a small mushroom cloud to rise. The audience went wild. Oh my god! I'm dying! Clark! You're so adorable! Oh my god! How can there be such a sunny smile in the world? Oh my god! The sun is shining! Hook sang next. When your hair flutters and a breeze blows, that's me missing you from afar. Hook's song faded, and a gentle breeze blew through the equipment on the stage, sweeping across the stands and reverberating throughout the arena. Next, Bailu's lyrics began. Are you busy? Or are you just slacking off? Can you touch me? Wow! What a big one! Hey, can I touch it? After I touch it, let Klee blast it. As soon as Bailu sang these words, the audience was flooded with requests for touches. Lady Dragon. I'm Luofu's #1 slacker. Come! I let you touch me. What? Let Klee blast me. No! Absolutely not. How can 1 stroke be enough? 10 strokes. I can take it. Lady Dragon. Slurp. Slurp. Come and touch me. Next came Yao Yao. You look unhappy. I don't know what happened, but think about it after you eaten. Next, it was the chorus. All the worries go away, all the worries go away. All the overtime go away, all the overtime go away. Slime go away, slime go away. The 6 little ones sang, while waving their 2 little sticks in unison. Then came the 3 guest singers. As expected of Robin, they were incredibly talented. Then came the rap part. To the audience's surprise, Chi-Chi was actually rapping. Chi-Chi sang in her slow voice. Are you busy? Or are you just slacking off? Let me see that one, it's huge. Can I touch it? I can borrow it to fry it after I touch it. I can't finish the song. Chi-Chi's stilted singing left her mothers both amused and annoyed. Chi-Chi, my dear girl, are you so adorable? Chi-Chi, my dear girl, don't be afraid. We won't sing until we finish. The 6 little ones, and their 3 guest singers performed passionately on the stage. The 6 little ones' childish voices soothed the audience's restless hearts. Backstage, Barbara grew increasingly nervous as the performance drew to a close. Jean patted Barbara's shoulder. Barbara, relax, don't be nervous. Barbara smiled and nodded. Thank you, sister. Jean and Barbara had reconciled during this time. Barbara no longer addressed Jean by her title, but simply as sister. Soon, the 6 little ones left the stage to the audience's farewell. Vanina, Fukarose, and Mockingbird had been waiting for a long time. Mockingbird gathered the 6 little ones around him. Children, you did a great job. Vanina and Fukarose also offered their praise. Klee noticed Jean and Barbara jogging over. Captain Jean. Sister Barbara. Klee is so happy. Jean caressed Klee's little head lovingly. Klee is awesome. Klee, overjoyed at the compliment, looked at Barbara. Sister Barbara. It be your turn soon. Klee's rooting for you. Chapter 281. Barbara nodded. Okay. Soon, it was Barbara's turn to take the stage. Barbara walked onto the stage and, looking at the huge audience, panicked for a moment. At that moment, a voice rang out. Don't worry, Barbara. I help you. Barbara looked to her side and saw Wendy standing next to her, holding a harp and smiling at her. Lord Barbados. Wendy nodded slightly. Let's begin the performance. We can't keep the audience waiting. With Wendy by her side, Barbara's confidence was greatly boosted. Hello everyone, my name is Barbara. Next, I perform the Wind of Freedom. Inside the private room. Yi Yun looked at Wendy on the stage and teased. TSK, is this Wendy finally getting some serious work done? Zhongli said immediately. Although Barbados may not be a good person on a daily basis, he's very dedicated to his work. Otherwise, the people of Mon wouldn't have such a devout faith in him. Dialect was deeply moved by these words. Indeed, although his own drunken wind god may not be a good person on a daily basis, he is truly dedicated to his work. With Wendy's help, Barbara performed smoothly. Barbara immediately ran to Jean, hugging her and shaking uncontrollably. She had been so nervous just now. If Master Barbados hadn't been there, she probably would have been too nervous to sing. Jean gently stroked Barbara's hair. All right, Barbara, the performance is over. Don't be nervous. Besides, you did a great job, Wendy said from the side. Indeed, Barbara, you sang beautifully. Keep it up. Barbara cast a grateful look at Wendy. Thank you, Lord Barbados. If you hadn't helped me just now, I'm afraid. Wendy shook her head. Have faith in yourself, Barbara. You sing beautifully. It's just that you haven't experienced such a grand occasion. I believe that next time you face a stage like this, you'll be able to control yourself and be at ease. Barbara smiled and nodded. Kelly then ran over. Captain Chin, Kelly wants to go play with Brother Yiyun. Chin nodded and agreed. Okay, I take you there. Chin, along with the 6 little ones, along with Finina, Fukaros, and Wendy, cheered on the Robin and headed towards the treasure chest where Yiyun and the others were. A moment later, they arrived at the private room. As they pushed open the door and walked in, they heard Xing's teasing. Wow! Isn't this our big star, Finina, and 6 other little stars? Come on, sign for me. Xing took out a small notebook and handed it to Finina. I don't want more, just sign one for me first. I sell it later to earn some credit, hee. Finina was speechless. Signing a whole book. That would be so tiring. March 7 took out a small notebook and pushed Xing aside. Finina, I'm not that greedy. Just sign half a book for me. Finina was petrified at March 7's words. She had thought he only let her sign a few. You're not much better. Half a book. However, today, Finina was in a good mood. She took out a pen and signed one for each of March 7 and Xing. After signing, both of them felt their hands go numb. For the rest of the day, everyone chatted while enjoying the performance by the Robin on stage. During the climax, Xing, Sanueki, Ying, and the others stood up and danced. Xing even wore sunglasses, looking incredibly cool. Over an hour later, the concert ended. Yiyun, Zhongli, Jingyuan, Xing, Jizi, Navalette, and the Robin arrived at the harbor. In front of them was the Albizi. After presenting the Albizi to Xing, Xing docked it at the harbor. Xing took out the key and opened the door to the cabin. Let's go! Everyone! Tonight, we're all celebrating here and having a party together. Xing went to the control room and pressed the main switch, and the entire Albizi lit up 4 times. Xing set the following course, circling the sky at the golden hour. The Albizia slowly ascended, and everyone on board began to have fun. Finina, under Robin's guidance, registered a Weibo account. On Weibo, Finina could interact with her fans. After Finina registered, Robin sent a message from his Weibo account, tagging her. Robin, thank you at Finina for being my guest singer today, my good friend. Thank you. Attached. A backstage photo of Finina and Robin, JPG. Funina's account began to rapidly gain followers after Robin's tag. In just 10 minutes, Funina's followers reached 1 million. Tens of thousands of comments appeared under her account. Topa leaned over to take a look. Most of the comments were pleading with Finina to release the audio source so they could download the song she had just performed. Finina, your fans are urging you to release a song. Finina was puzzled. Huh? Release a song? Do you mean a concert? Topa explained. No, I just want you to record it and post it online. Do you want me to help? I can contact a recording studio for you. Robin persuaded. Finina, I think you can agree to Director Topa's request. The company's technology is very advanced and will allow you to record flawless music. Robin had originally considered having Finina record the song at his place. But on second thought, he decided to let Finina go to Topa's place. There were quite a few family members involved there. To put it bluntly, for the family, Finina was just a way to promote Tongxia. Robin didn't want Finina to get involved in the family's affairs. With Topa's help, Funina's song would receive just as much publicity as his own. The company's influence in the universe is far greater than that of a family. Finina accepted Mockingbird's suggestion and reached a partnership with Topa. Topa produced a contract and signed it with both Finina and Topa. Done, Finina. Now we're partners, Finina. I assemble a professional team to serve you. In return, I take a 5% commission on your entertainment revenue. Finina agreed immediately. Okay, it's a happy decision. Topa nodded and explained his plans. Finina, your starting point is different from other stars. You debuted on the Mockingbird stage. You already have over 1 million fans, so you can skip the initial stage of releasing free songs to attract followers. However, since you're a new artist, your first song shouldn't be too expensive. How about this? For good luck, just download your first song for 666 credits. Chapter 282. Finina heard this. 666 credit points? Seeing Funina's puzzled expression, Topa said, let me put it this way. For example, the average employee in our company only makes about 100,000 credit points a month. Finina heard this. Oh, I see. Okay, let's arrange it this way. Then Topa instructed Finina to post the news on her Weibo account. Vanina, thanks at Robin's song for the invitation. My friends, my song will be out soon. I start recording tomorrow. Wendy saw this and thought for a moment. Topa, do me a favor. Can you sign a contract like the one we just gave Barbara? I want Barbara to come here and develop her career. Topa agreed immediately. Okay, have her come over to sign the contract. Wendy's joy was palpable, and she called Barbara over. Barbara also signed a contract with Topa. After signing, Barbara returned to Jean, Kia, and the others. Lord Barbados, why did I just go over and sign? Wendy asked. Sign that, and Topa will help you build a team and release songs to earn money. We be moving here soon, and we need a large amount of credits to build a new Mondstadt. And the songs you release will earn us a lot of credits. Go for it, Barbara. Barbara's enthusiasm immediately flared when she heard she could help her sister and contribute to Mondstadt's development. I do my best. I talk to Miss Topa now. Lisa held Barbara in her arms. Don't worry, Barbara, we talk about it tomorrow. Tonight's the celebration party, and everyone's having fun. Barbara glanced around. She saw everyone already playing. The 6 little ones, along with the little fire monkey, Xiaomi, Boo Boo Hua, and Zhang Zhang, gathered together to play Eagle Catches Chicken. Zhao Zhang used his chubby body to block the little fire monkey, preventing it from catching Klee and the others behind him. Xing, Sanyueki, Ying, Luing, Hutao, Amber, and the others gathered around a long table playing 3 Kingdoms Kill. Yiyun had introduced them to the game. Wahua and Aha also came over to join in the fun. Xing and the others had decided that the first 3 players to knock down a card would be punished by having a note stuck on their face. By then Aha, Xing, and Amber all had a note stuck on their faces. Navalette and Zhongli were chatting by the window. Mr. Zhongli, is the Sky Ruler really in your Liyue? Zhongli nodded slightly. Yes, in our Wangxingtang internet cafe. Villet asked pointedly. Aren't you afraid she destroyed Liyue just like she destroyed Camria? Zhongli shook his head. I'm not worried. You don't know the truth of that time. That time, it wasn't Asmodeus who led us to destroy Camria, it was her who led us to clean up Camria's mess. Back then, after Zhongli explained the truth about the Camria War, Villet understood. So that's how it was. In that case, Asmodeus wasn't the murderer, on the contrary, she was the savior of Teyvat. The Asmodeus described by Zhongli was completely different from the one he remembered. For a moment, he was unsure which side to trust. Seeing Violet's indecisive expression, Zhongli said, hearing is believing, seeing is believing. You can go to Liyue Harbor in person and meet Asmodeus. However, if a fight breaks out, it can't happen in Liyue Harbor, otherwise I will intervene. Violet nodded slightly. Yes, I understand. Violet planned to go find Asmodeus after returning. Yiyun and Jizi sat at a bar, drinking. Yiyun asked. Jizi, where are our next stops? Have you decided? Jizi shook her head. Not yet. The train will stay in Pinocchio for another week. I plan to talk to Xing, Xiao Sanwei, and the others tomorrow about this. What? Are you also eager to travel to the next world? Jizi said, smiling. Yiyun nodded. Well, going to the new world will allow me to make new friends. The more friends, the better. The more people, the busier my little shop will be. Jizi heard this. I'll let you know as soon as we make a decision tomorrow. Yiyun nodded. Thank you very much. You drink first. I go to the kitchen and see if there's anything I can help with. Yiyun went into the kitchen. The kitchen on the hibiscus was enormous, with 20 cooking stoves alone. Xiangling, Huaba, Mei, and the little evil god were busy preparing dinner. The little evil god was chopping vegetables quickly with a kitchen knife. Xiangling called out. Sandwich sauce. Have you finished chopping the chicken? I need it now. The little evil god quickly responded. Get it. I get it to you right away. Mei called out immediately. Sandwich, is my pork ready? I'm ready to cook it. Sandwich glanced at the large basket of washed pork next to her. Mei, go get it yourself. I'm chopping the chicken. The 2 people, the snake, and the bear were bustling about in the kitchen. Seeing this, Yiyun rolled up his sleeves, picked up the pork, and placed it next to Mei. Mei saw this. Yiyun, you're here. Come help. We're overwhelmed. Yiyun smiled and nodded, then turned on the stove nearby and began helping with the cooking. With Yiyun's presence, the pressure on the group suddenly eased. One dish after another was created by the 3 of them, and Guoba carried it outside for everyone to enjoy. Vanina brought Robin to the food station and gave him a plate. Come on. Robin, let's get some food. Robin glanced at the iron tray in her hand. If she remembered correctly, This kind of tray was usually only found in the school cafeteria. This was her first time eating from one of these trays. Xing took the tray and filled herself with braised beef, then returned to her seat to eat while continuing to play Three Kingdoms Kill. Robin saw this and found the experience quite novel. On a long table lay many large bowls, filled with a variety of dishes. Whatever you wanted, you could use a spoon, which was a bit large. Fanina helped Robin get the food and returned to her seat. Fanina picked up a handful of hot and sour potato shreds with her chopsticks. I can tell Xiangling made this right away. Robin also tasted the hot and sour potato shreds. The sour and refreshing flavor was delicious, and the shredded potatoes were perfectly crispy. Oh! How did you know? Fanina spread her hands. Paiming told me this. Xiangling's cooking tends to be spicy, Yi Yun's tends to be sweet, and Mei's tends to be light. You can categorize them accordingly. Chapter 283. The Robin was amused by this. Paimon? Which one is it? Fanina pointed at Paimon, who was standing on the table, holding a bowl of food larger than himself and showing off. That's her. That's Paimon. She's a real foodie, and she's the most enthusiastic when it comes to eating. The Robin looked at Paimon, a little curious. How could such a tiny creature eat so much, in the kitchen? The little evil god breathed a sigh of relief after chopping the last bowl of food. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he came over to Xiangling and took a look. Xiangling, how long will you be here? Xiangling said. I be here a little while. Sandwich, go eat first. You don't have to wait for me. The little evil god nodded, wiggling his tail as he walked into the living room, picking up a tray and preparing to serve his food. Braised beef. Braised beef. Delicious braised beef. The little evil god headed straight for the braised beef. When he got closer, he was petrified. The braised beef is gone. The little evil god felt uncomfortable. If only he had known, he would have been the bigger one in the back. The little evil god could only grab some food and find a seat. The little evil god ate a mouthful of food, chewing as he watched the 6 little ones playing with their toys. The 6 little ones had already finished their meal, and were playing with the little cars Yi Yun had given them. These little cars were only half the size of their palms, very small. They had springs that could be pulled back to travel a great distance. The 6 little ones squatted in a row, competing to see whose car could travel the farthest. The little evil god looked at the little cars, and suddenly became interested. This was fun. The little evil god came over to Klee. Klee, can you show me your little car? Upon hearing this, Klee handed her little car to the little evil god. Sure, Sandwich Sauce sister. Sandwich Sauce took the car, looked at it, and suddenly swallowed it in one gulp, then spat it out. I'm done. I'm giving it back to you, Klee. Klee looked at the wet little car and burst into tears. Wow! Wow! The little car is dirty. I don't want it anymore. The little evil god, upon hearing this, took a tissue and wiped the saliva off the car. If you don't want it anymore, then it's mine. The little evil god looked at Bai Lu, Hook, and the others. Come, Sandwich Sauce sister will play with you. With that, the little evil god twisted the spring hard, pinning the little car to the ground to prevent it from running away. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as a voice filled with anger echoed. Sandwich Sauce. The little evil god turned his head, and met Lily Ling's murderous gaze. The little evil god thought to himself, oh no! He swallowed hard and hurriedly explained. That's Klee's. I took it because she didn't want it. 10 minutes later. Everyone gathered on the deck. The little evil god was hanging from a pillar. A gash had been opened on his back, and blood was seeping continuously. Lily Ling picked up a random book. Sandwich, do you admit your mistake? Everyone expected the little evil god to admit his mistake, but no. I'm not wrong. I took it because Klee didn't want it. What wrong did I do? Xing, March 7, Hu Tao, and the others all gave a thumbs up. 6. It's you again, Sandwich. You feel sick if you don't get a beating every day. Lily Ling sighed. Sandwich, you still haven't realized your mistake. Then, prepare to accept the punishment. Lily Ling found a pile of wood and placed it under the pole, then ignited it. Sandwich. Dead, the group played on the hibiscus until midnight before leaving. Fanina, Fukuros, and Navalit returned to Fontaine. Upon returning, Navalit said goodbye to Fanina and Fukuros. Lady Fanina, Lady Fukuros, good night. I have things to attend to, so I be leaving first. With that, Navalit left Mamong Palace and headed straight for Liyue. Fanina was puzzled. Fukuros, where is Navalit going in such a hurry? Fukuros pondered for a moment, remembering what Natalie and Zhongli had been talking about. Oh no! Let's catch up. He's going to see His Majesty Asmodeus. Upon hearing this, Vanina immediately summoned the Knights of Lancelot and set off with Fukaros towards Liyue Harbor. Liyue, Kinhing Mountain. Natalie appeared here, and moments later, a portal opened, and Asmodeus flew out. Asmodeus looked at Natalie coldly. Oh! The second-generation Water Dragon King? Nvilit said nothing, launching his attack. A fierce battle between the two was imminent. On a hill not far from them, Zhongli, Wendy, and Ruochuo sat at a stone table, watching the battle between Asmodeus and Natalie. Wendy observed the battle in amazement. TSK, worthy of His Majesty Asmodeus. Natalie is in such a pity, constantly being beaten. Ruochuo sighed. He too had sensed that Natalie, like himself, was an elemental dragon king. Wendy looked at Zhongli. Old man, are we really not going to help? Zhongli shook his head. No, we just need to make sure the aftermath of their fighting doesn't affect the civilians. Wendy raised an eyebrow at this, and sat down to continue drinking. The two quickly concluded their battle, and Violet lay on the ground, powerless. Asmodeus looked toward a distant hill. Fukaros, Vanina, come here. It's over. Asmodeus finished speaking. Fukaros and Vanina arrived with the Knights of Lancelot. Asmodeus met Fukaros. Vanina has already told you everything, hasn't she? Fukaros nodded. As you know, Your Majesty Asmodeus. Rest assured, I will fully cooperate with the relocation. Asmodeus nodded with satisfaction, looked at Violet, and after a few words, he left. We have a grudge. If you want revenge, you can come to me anytime. But you can't interfere with the relocation plan, or I won't mind killing you. Personal grudges shouldn't be escalated to the entire what. After Asmodeus left, Vanina ran to Violet's side and helped him up. Violet, are you okay? Violet shook his head slightly. No problem, just a few days of rest will be enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Violet spat out a mouthful of blood, startling Vanina. You say you're okay. Lancelot. Get on the stretcher. Take him back for treatment. Lancelot obeyed, and had two knights fetch a stretcher and place Violet on it. Lancelot looked at Violet and teased. TSK, how pitiful. I did you a great favor this time, summoning several of my men to carry you back. So, do you agree with my application to recruit apprentice knights? Navalette nodded. As a favor, I approve it. However, the number cannot exceed 100. Your training plan consumes too many resources, Lancelot said. Of course. To train elite troops, you absolutely need vast resources. Chapter 284. The next day arrived. Fukaros, escorted by several Lancelot knights, was admiring the flowers in the gardens of Momong Palace. Vanina and the other girls had gotten up early in the morning and gone to Tapa to record a song. She couldn't wait to upload it online. After a night of public outcry, Vanina's Weibo account had already reached 10 million followers. Vanina shot to fame, barely a moderately well-known singer in the Star Rail universe. Fukaros turned to look at a knight. How is Violet? The knight bowed slightly and replied. My lord, Violet has recovered and is able to get out of bed. Fukaros heard this. Where is he? I go see him. Fukaros thought that if Violet was well enough, he would get her to work. The office was piled high with documents, giving Fukaros a headache. Especially with the recent immigration issues, it was incredibly cumbersome. Fukaros entered Violet's room. Violet sat by the window, holding a newspaper. A bottle of mineral water from the train sat on the small table next to her. Fukaros pushed the door open and entered. Violet, how are you? Looks like you're recovering well. Fukaros saw Violet sitting by the window, reading the newspaper, and was delighted. Now, he could capture Violet and help her. Violet looked at Fukaros, and her thoughts were written all over her face. Fukaros looked at him with a beaming smile. It was obvious that she wanted him to help her with government affairs. Violet said slowly. It's still not working. I can only get out of bed and take 2 steps at most. Asmodeus, you know, is very powerful. Fukaros felt a little unhappy when he heard this. He had said he would take Violet to work, and everyone else had said so. It wouldn't be a good idea to ask him to go again. Fukaros pursed his lips. Okay. Then you rest first. I go get busy. With that, Fukaros turned and was about to leave. Violet suddenly spoke. If you're relieved, I handle the immigration list. Fukaros heard this. Really? It's settled. The list must be submitted tomorrow. Violet nodded slightly. Don't worry, there will be no delay. After receiving Violet's reply, Fukaros happily went to work. The immigration matter had already spread throughout Fontaine yesterday. The old nobles were stirring up trouble again, trying every possible means to get their own people onto the list. They were engaging in propaganda campaigns, writing letters of recommendation, and using every possible means. To put it bluntly, they were trying to get their own names repeatedly in Fukuro's sight. After Fukuro's left, Violet called her secretary. "Thank you for the trouble. Please ask the factory executive servant to come over for me." Fukuro's was kind-hearted. Even though he knew these people were stirring up trouble, he wouldn't intervene as long as they didn't break the law. Not only did Asmodeus want the immigration plan to go awry, but Violet did too. This matter concerned the entirety of Teyvat. There absolutely couldn't be any trouble. Violet planned to strike a deal with the servants, having them suppress the old noble's arrogance. Meanwhile, inside Mellow Petersburg, several scions of noble families had arrived at Mellow Petersburg yesterday through family connections and obtained positions. These positions were neither large nor small, and they all commanded a number of prison guards. Several scions of the families gathered. "Are you all ready?" "Don't worry, I already informed the prisoners there. They ride tonight, and we suppress it and earn merit. Go and double-check, make sure nothing is missed. Also, tell the prisoners to keep their mouths shut and not let anything leak out." "That's no problem, they just want more money. Give them the money. We need merit to get on the list. Do you understand?" "Got it. Got it." Mercen Caesar nodded with satisfaction to his companions. Everyone disperse. The riot begins at 8 p.m. sharp. Mercen Caesar was a member of the old aristocratic Caesar family, which had existed since the beginning of Fontaineland. This time, he was sent by his family to Mellow Petersburg to perform a feat. The family planned to stage a riot in Mellow Petersburg, then have several family members lead the prison guards to suppress it. They would stage a self-directed spectacle to gain merit. If they suppressed the prisoners, the names of Melson and several other family members would appear in the battle report before the water god. With this merit, these family members would likely be included in the list. Melson separated from his companions, and had just returned to his room, when a black aura suddenly rushed towards him, and penetrated his body. Melson clutched his chest, and collapsed to the ground, as if struck by a seizure. After a moment, Melson stood up, a dark light flashing in his eyes, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Rioting? I like that. Asmodeus, you destroyed my abyssal cult, and I destroy your entire nation." Mercen walked out of the house, glanced around, and after confirming that no one was around, he entered a secret passage. At Valet's side, he had already finished his conversation with the servant. The servant had accepted Valet's commission, having long since lost patience with those servants of the old nobles. If it hadn't been for the lack of a reason, she would have taken action long ago. Valet continued. "Then, the next step is the reward. What do you want?" The servant looked at Valet. "I have a favor to ask. Many of the children under my command are from Fontaine, and I want them to return to Fontaine." Valet immediately agreed. "Yes, they are already natives of Fontaine, so returning is only natural. I have them assigned jobs and the like." The servant heard this, and waved to Linny and Lynette behind him. "Linny, Lynette, you two will return to Fontaine in the future. This is your home." Linny and Lynette shook their heads in refusal. "Father, we want to follow you," the servant said calmly. "Linny, Lynette, be obedient." Linny and Lynette, after hearing this, still wanted to follow the servant. The servant saw this. "Linny, Lynette, you are still young and don't need to participate in the brutal struggle. It was the queen who needed you before, but now the queen has disbanded the factory. Linny, Lynette, take good care of your brothers and sisters. They are still young. Do you still want them to live in dire straits?" As much as Linny and Lynette were reluctant, they had no choice but to agree. "We understand, father." Chapter 285. Then, the servant took Linny and Lynette out of Momong Palace. The servant told Linny and Lynette to go back and look after their younger siblings, then disappeared alone into the crowd on the street. Navalet bid the servant farewell and began compiling a list. Navalet had an excellent memory, remembering the leaders in every field. Grabbing a pen, Navalet returned to work despite being ill. Inside Yun's shop, Kiana, Silver Wolf, and Asmodeus were crouched on the sofa in the coffee break area, playing a controller game. The portal flickered, and Teresa rushed out. Teresa looked around and found Kiana, who was playing the game intently. "Kiana, didn't I tell you? You have a meeting today. Come back with me." Kiana pouted upon hearing this. "No, Auntie. I don't want to go to the meeting. I always doze off during meetings." Teresa pleaded earnestly. "Kiana, this meeting is very important. It concerns the future of Skyward Sword. As the first Valkyrie, you must be present. Kiana clung to Teresa's arm and shook it slightly. Auntie, I don't want to go. I want to play games. Teresa sighed. How about this? You come with me to the meeting this time, and I give you a few days off afterward. How's that? Kiana's eyes lit up when she heard about the vacation. Really? I can take a vacation. Teresa nodded. Yes, sure. Let's go to the meeting. It's about to start. Teresa pulled Kiana into the portal and returned to St. Freya's Academy. Seeing this, Silver Wolf picked up the controller. Asmodeus, let's continue. In the observation car, Jeezy, Walter, Xing, Sanueki, and Donhan gathered to discuss their next destination. At Black Swan's suggestion, they decided to head to Omphalos. Because Black Swan said it was a world that even Achieveri had never visited, a world that only Yiding could illuminate. Xing looked at Elio, who was fighting with Pam nearby. Xing walked over, separated the cat and the rabbit, and lifted Elio by the scruff of the neck. Elio, let me ask you something. Don't you know the script? What will we encounter in Omphalos? Elio shook his head. I can't tell you that. You have to experience it yourself. Xing took Elio's hand and shook it, and Elio's body swayed with Xing's hand. Stop, stop, stop! You're shaking my brains out. Xing chuckled. Tell me we're not. Tell me we're not. Elio's cat-like eyes swirled. No. Pam, watching Elio's humiliation, gloated over his misfortune, clutching her stomach and laughing. Ever since Elio got on the train, he'd come to fight her every day. There were wins and losses between the two, sometimes Elio won, sometimes Pam. Xing, truly unable to get any answers, pouted and put Elio down. You're being stubborn. Jeezy smiled. Then it's settled. We go to Omphalos in a week. Ing then came over. Count me in. I go with you guys. Luing, Hutao, and the others saw this and decided to join in. Hutao said, I haven't had much to do lately, so I'd be one of the others. I don't know what the new world will look like. March 7 looked at Hutao. Hutao, aren't you guys and Teyvat about to start moving? Do you have time? Hutao said with a dignified air. Of course I do. I already arranged for the first group of people from the Hall of Rebirth to come over. Just come over when the time comes. March 7 heard this. Oh, I see. I heard from Fernina that she's just started. Speaking of the devil, Fernina, Barbara, and Topa returned to the train after recording. Fernina hopped on board. Ding ding. Everyone, I'm back. Xing saw Fernina and came over. Fernina, weren't you recording the song? So soon? Fernina nodded. It's finished recording. It can't be released anymore. Hurry, go download one to show your support. Fernina urged Xing and the others to take out their phones to download their songs. March 7th opened the app and found Funina's song. Oh my god! Fernina, your song has over 3 million downloads. Is that really that impressive? Xing agreed. Fernina, you become a rich woman. Just those 3 million downloads must have earned you tens of millions of credits, right? Topa said. More than that. Each download is 666 credits, so 3 million is nearly 2 billion. Fernina looked at Xing. Xing, you still dare to call me a rich woman? You're a shareholder of Pinocchio. And the owner of the Albizia. You're the rich woman. Xing put her hands on her hips and chuckled. It's just a small amount. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Topa chuckled. Small amount? That's still small? The Phoenix? The ship's transaction price has already reached 50 billion credits, not to mention the Pinocchio shares. Luing looked at Barbara. Barbara, your song is really popular too. It's already over 2 million downloads. Barbara smiled, very pleased with the result. There were only a few people in Mondstadt. 2 million credits was enough for her. The price per song she released was lower than Funina's, 500 credits. Barbara planned to transfer the entire amount to her sister, so she could develop Mondstadt. Fernina put her hands on her hips. Xing, March, come over to my place tonight. I treat you to a small cake to celebrate my song's success. Xing and March agreed. Okay, we go there when we have time. Fernina then skipped into the portal. Just as she returned to her room, she heard a loud explosion. Bang! Then, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The footsteps grew closer, and the door to Fernina's room opened. Fucaros arrived with several Lancelot knights. Fernina! Go find His Majesty Asmodeus. Something's wrong. Fernina was a little confused. What happened? Before Fucaros could return, an enormous whale appeared outside the window, soaring over Fontaine. Around the whale, Violet, the servant, and the young master were engaged in combat. Not only that, numerous abyssal portals appeared around Fontaine, and a large number of monsters surged towards it. Fernina! No time for explanations. Use the portal to find His Majesty Asmodeus. Fernina agreed, and asked Lancelot to stay. Lancelot. You stay and help Fucaros. I go find someone. Lancelot nodded in agreement, and stood beside Fucaros, awaiting his orders. Chapter 286. Fernina entered the portal, and ran for reinforcements. Inside Fontaine, smoke filled the air. The sky was overcast, gray, and drizzling. Naviette and the two servants led the star-eating whale high into the sky to prevent it from harming the city's residents. The entire city of Fontaine had become a battlefield, with various clockwork mechanisms and members of the guard battling monsters. Clawland led a team of guards to guard the gates of Momong Palace. Clawland's expression was stern. She stepped forward and slashed with a few swords, instantly killing several hillbillies. Clawland waved her hand. Hold the line. We must not let them harm the water god. Those who could be here were the elite of the guard. Yes. The Rose Society's Fontaine base. Navia, Miles, Silver, and the armed members of the Rose Society gathered around the base. After swinging her great sword to slash away several hilichurls, Navia noticed a little girl being chased by hilichurls not far away. Miles. Silver. Help. Miles and Silver nodded in understanding. The three of them rushed out of the defensive line and charged towards the little girl. Navia saved the little girl just before a hilichurl attacked her. Hurry! Navia raised her sword, slashing the hilichurl away. Silver quickly picked up the little girl. Miss! Let's go! After rescuing the little girl, the three returned to the defensive line. Linny and Linnet led the Fatui soldiers to secure the area near their base. The monsters' attacks were the most intense here. Linny stood on a streetlight, constantly drawing his bow and arrows, each arrow killing a monster. Linnet weaved through the swarm of monsters, slaying one each time she appeared. Linny drew her bow, firing 3 arrows at a brutal axe Hilichuk. 3 fire elemental arrows pierced the Hilichuk's heart, killing it. Linny waved her hand. Everyone, hold on. We must not let them breach our defenses. Near the north gate, Leosley and Sigmund arrived with the surviving guards from Mellow Petersburg. Just recently, a valve extending from Mellow Petersburg had been opened, releasing the waters of the primordial sea. A riot had also broken out within the prison. After much difficulty suppressing it, dozens of portals suddenly opened, releasing countless abyssal monsters. Leosley was forced to retreat with the prisoners and guards. Just as they reached the Optical Opera House, a massive, star-devouring whale emerged from the sea, heading towards Fontaine. Seeing this, Leosley hurried to support them, bringing the guards with him. A small number of the prisoners followed, but the majority transformed into birds and beasts and fled. Leosley struck out with a few punches, killing several of the hilichurls who were there. Leosley glanced at the horrific battlefield, where guards and broken clockwork mechanisms lay scattered. Hurry! Rescue the wounded. At the gates of the Momong Palace. Clorin gasped after slaying a thug hilichurl with a single sword strike. There were simply too many monsters. Clorin looked around. More and more monsters were pouring in. At that moment, several jets of water suddenly appeared from nowhere, killing a large number of monsters. Clorin looked towards the gates of the Momong Palace. Fucaros emerged with the Knights of Lancelot. Fucaros raised his hands high, clearly having summoned the jets of water. Fucaros glanced coldly around and gave Lancelot an order. Lancelot, go help Violet. The remaining knights, in groups of 8, will go to the city to rescue the people. Lancelot bowed slightly. Yes. My lord, the Knights of Lancelot march. Lancelot leaped high and headed towards the star-eating whale. The remaining knights, except for the 8 who remained to protect the Momong Palace, divided into 3 teams and headed in 3 directions. At the Momong Palace gate, 8 Lancelot knights joined the battle. In a matter of moments, hundreds of monsters were slain by their swords. To Clorinda, she saw only after images, swiftly moving through the monster army. The surrounding monsters fell in droves, like wheat being cut. For the first time, Clorinda Hill had a direct sense of the power of the Knights of Lancelot. Above, Violet and his servant were locked in a fierce battle with the star-eating whale. Suddenly, Lancelot joined the fray, injuring the whale with a sudden attack. The whale flapped its wings and dodged. Violet and his servant appeared behind Lancelot. Lancelot raised his rapier. I lead the attack. You cover. With that, Lancelot instantly lunged at the whale. The 3 engaged the whale, But with Lancelot's presence, the whale fell slightly behind, sustaining several wounds. Inside Yun's shop, Xing, Sanyueki, Luing, and the others were sitting in a booth playing Three Kingdoms Kill. Sanyueki's face was covered in paper, obscuring his features, making it difficult to discern. Then Ina rushed in, turning and heading for the portal to Liyue Harbor. Seeing this, Xing asked curiously, "Then Ina, what's wrong with you? Why are you so rushed?" Then Ina saw Xing and hurriedly said, "Xing, go help. Something's happened to Fontaine." Xing, Sanyueki, Luing, and the others all looked serious upon hearing this. Judging by Fanina's expression, they knew something serious was happening to Fontaine. "Xing, can you guys go and help? I go find His Majesty Asmodeus." Xing waved her hand. "Sisters, let's go!" At that moment, Asmodeus' voice rang out. "Then Ina, what happened?" Then Ina saw Asmodeus as if she had found a savior. "Your Majesty Asmodeus, Fontaine is under siege by monsters, and there's a giant whale." Asmodeus heard this. "Let's go!" Asmodeus grabbed Ina and rushed through the portal, followed by Xing and the others. Seeing this, Yun glanced at Walter standing nearby. "Let's go take a look." Walter nodded in agreement. After telling the 6 children to stay in the shop and not leave, Yun followed Walter into the portal. They passed through the portal and arrived at Fanina's room. Fanina anxiously glanced out the window. "Look! That giant whale!" Asmodeus glanced at the star-eating whale. "Interesting. It actually got in." Asmodeus took a step forward, his entire figure flashing into the sky. Asmodeus looked at the battlefield below, his gaze quickly locked on Merson. "Oh, that old immortal fellow, he's actually emerged from the abyss again." Asmodeus waved his hand and counted until the portal opened. After a while, a large number of Qianyan troops walked out of the portal under the leadership of Xiao, Luyun, Li Shui, Xueyue, Ping Lao, Ningguang, Keqing, Ganyu, and Yelan. Chapter 287. As soon as Asmodeus returned, he informed Zhongli to prepare to lead his men through the portal to support Fontaine. The Thousand Rocks army landed and swiftly slaughtered the surrounding monsters. Having practiced the Vajra body tempering technique, the Thousand Rocks army possessed immensely powerful physiques, rendering ordinary monsters powerless to penetrate their defenses. With the addition of the Thousand Rocks army, half of the monsters in Fontaine Court were instantly annihilated. Xiao and several other immortals exerted their full power, slaying the monsters in droves. Merson wasn't surprised to see Asmodeus. The two had met once before, in Liyue Harbor, when Asmodeus had driven him from the body of the traveler Kong. This time, he didn't need to hide. The offerings on the scene were sufficient. A scepter materialized in Merson's hand, and he waved it gently. The dead Fontaine people and monsters all transformed into a puff of black smoke, condensing on the scepter. Then, the sky shattered like a mirror, and countless bloodhounds swarmed in. Meyerson mocked Asmodeus. "Ha ha ha! Asmodeus! This time, I will triumph. That time in Canria, you ruined our plan. This time. Don't even think about it." Asmodeus snorted disdainfully. "Ha ha, you lose again this time, and even more miserably. Xing, Luing, that big hole is yours." Xing and Luing smiled confidently, indicating their understanding. Skyfire. Unsheath. Flying fire, rushed to the flames. Live against death. Xing and Luing rushed towards the shattered hole in the sky. Luing launched a flying kick, blasting away all the bloodhounds that had just emerged from the hole with a blazing flame. The Skyfire judgment in Xing's hand furiously accumulated energy. When it reached critical mass, Xing shouted, "Firefly! Get out of the way!" Firefly quickly dodged, and Xing slashed with his sword. A flash of fire lit up the sky, followed by a violent explosion. The gray sky, previously drizzling, turned a brilliant crimson under the firelight, vaporizing the rain before it could even fall. The flame slowly faded, and Merson looked toward the hole in the sky. The area outside the hole had been completely cleared, hundreds of thousands of bloodhounds reduced to ash by the single strike. After Xing swung his sword, he saw that there were still bloodhounds on the other side, and he immediately began to gather energy, preparing for another attack. Seeing this, Merson fought. Merson opened dozens of abyssal portals again, and countless monsters swarmed out. "Everyone, attack the sky. Bring those 2 little girls down." Merson himself faced Asmodeus. On the side of the devouring whale, Zhongli, the Great Kindness Tree King, Nashida, Wendy, Ing, and Barnabas appeared above the devouring whale. The Great Kindness Tree King slowly extended his hand. "Everyone, by order of His Majesty Asmodeus, we must slay this abomination." Zhongli and the others attacked, the 6 gods descending. They attacked the devouring whale with all their might. The heavens shake. Poem of the wind god. Freeze. Eternity. No thoughts sever. This is the hall of wisdom. This is the hall of life. The devouring whale lasted less than a minute before being sunk. Before dying, the devouring whale let out a roar that resounded through the sky, signaling its demise. Just as Navalette was about to express her gratitude, Zhongli spoke. We go support Xing and Luing first and hold the passage. Leave the battlefield below to the 1,000 rocks. Navalette nodded and flew with Zhongli and the others toward Xing. Navalette, Zhongli, the great compassion tree king, and the others guarded Xing. Seeing this, Fukaros and Funina rushed over with Lancelot. Hu Tao stepped on the wind-fire wheel, wielding her fire spear continuously, repeatedly slaying the approaching flying monsters. On the ground, Ningguang waved her hand. 1,000 rocks. Full force. No monsters left alive. Kill! At Ningguang's command, the 1,000 rocks charged towards the monsters. Xiao, Luyun, and other immortals also joined the fray. Xiao transformed into a gust of wind and kicked out, piercing a hilltop king. Then, with a jade kite in his hand, a gust of wind transformed into a tornado, strangling the surrounding monsters. Clorinda, Linny, Linnet, Leosley, and the others joined the battle with their men. Clorind and the others gathered their strength, venting their pent-up anger. Clorind was caught off guard when a Hilichuk king attacked from behind. The next second, several icy arrows flew, killing the Hilichuk king. Clorind looked in the direction of the icy arrows, and saw a girl with goat horns holding a longbow. Clorind approached Ganyu. Thank you. Ganyu smiled faintly. You're welcome. Be careful. With that, Ganyu drew her bow and arrow again. March 7 stood on a rooftop, guarded by Bubuhua. Any monster that tried to approach would be sucked into a mummified corpse by Bubuhua's vines. The Hoi Bao in March 7's hand has a very fast shooting speed. The Hoi Bao has an automatic aiming function. March 7 sees so many monsters, so he shoots randomly. No need to aim, just draw the bow, shoot, and draw again, her hand so fast it left only a trail of shadows. Across the ground battlefield, the monsters were instantly crushed, even the usually invincible Hilichuk king surviving only a few seconds. In Liyue, Fontaine's elite warriors would immediately surround and slay high-level monsters, like the Hilichuk king upon discovering them. As for Merson, his battle with Asmodeus was also a close one. Asmodeus toyed with Merson, like a cat playing with a mouse, holding back several times when she could have killed him with a single strike. Merson naturally saw this. Asmodeus, can you respect me a little? Use all your might. Kill me! Asmodeus shook his head. No! Why should I respect you, an old monster from the abyss? Merson said angrily. Don't you know that every minute you delay means more casualties for the humans down below? Asmodeus glanced at the battlefields, both in the sky and on the ground. Above, there were Ing, Luing, Hu Tao, Yagami Ganavlet, and Lancelot. The army of bloodhounds simply couldn't penetrate their defenses. As for the ground, the 1,000 Rocks tactics were utterly brutal. Asmodeus witnessed with his own eyes a 1,000 Rocks squad leader, stripped shirtless, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a Rock Hill King. The Rock Hill King was beaten to death with a pair of fists. How could the 1,000 Rocks, with their full defenses, suffer any damage? You're kidding. Besides, with the Immortals and Ruochuo guarding them, how could they suffer any damage? You're kidding. You're overestimating these monsters. Melson also witnessed this scene, and was momentarily stunned. No! Is this the 1,000 Rocks army? Are these mortals? This fighting power is a bit unfair. That shirtless earth dragon. Can you please respect the Apostle of the Abyss? Can you please dodge? Are you completely insensitive to the Apostle of the Abyss's attacks? Chapter 288. Merson was completely paralyzed. You, Earth Dragon, are going too far. Over a dozen Abyss Apostles are attacking. You didn't even feel a thing. And where did those knights come from? They're all being blasted. Damn it. Most importantly, can you please stop targeting the Abyss Apostles? I only trained so few Abyss Apostles. Can you please be gentler? The Knights of the Order of Lancelot specifically target Abyss Apostles. With a single strike, an Abyss Apostle will be slain in just a few rounds. Merson's heart sank. Evil Knight. Come help me. As Merson finished his words, a figure appeared on the horizon. It was none other than Master Young Master's master, the master of the star-swallowing whale, the Evil Knight. The Evil Knight looked at the bewildered Merson. Lord of the Abyss. I never thought you'd be forced into such a predicament. The Lord of the Abyss snorted coldly. If I hadn't unlocked my true form, how could this Asmodeus be a match for me? Quick! Help! These guys are bullying your pet. The evil knight said nothing more. With a casual wave of his hand, a great sword radiating black light appeared in his hand. The evil knight slashed at Asmodeus. Suddenly, several flying swords flew in from the distance. Yi-Yun stepped on one of them and arrived at Asmodeus' side. One for each. Asmodeus agreed with a smile, pointing at the evil knight. Help me hold that guy back. I'm going to beat up this old man from the abyss. Asmodeus charged the Lord of the Abyss, and the two engaged in another battle. Yi-Yun looked at the evil knight, who instantly leaped towards Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun raised a brow, pinched his sword fingers, and with a slight movement, counted the flying swords charging towards the evil rider. The evil rider had no choice but to abandon his attack on Yi-Yun and opt for defense. Yi-Yun instantly distanced himself, twisted his neck, and stretched his arms. It's been ages since I last fought. Why am I suddenly a little excited? Come on. Take my move. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. In an instant, countless flying swords appeared around Yi-Yun, each shrouded in a terrifying aura. With a single thought, Yi-Yun launched his swords, attacking the evil rider. The evil rider swung his great sword relentlessly, striking back at the incoming swords. Unfortunately, the sheer number of swords was too great, and wounds continued to form on his body. The evil rider endured the pain and continued to swing his sword, knowing that if the attack ceased, he would be instantly slain. After more than 10 minutes, Yi-Yun yawned, as if bored. Almost done. Today's activity quota has been met. Try this move, Flying Fairy. Yi-Yun's figure transformed into a sharp sword, piercing through the evil knight's body, leaving a gaping hole in his chest. The evil knight tried to escape, but Yi-Yun waved his hand, engulfing and strangling him, shredding even a single cell in his body. After dispatching the evil knight, Yi-Yun looked to Asmodeus. Asmodeus, finding his wolf fangs and tiger teeth from nowhere, punched the Abyss Lord left and right, truly crushing him. Asmodeus unleashed a barrage of punches, flattening the Abyss Lord's possessed body. The Abyss Lord emerged from the body in a puff of black smoke. Asmodeus casually grasped his hand, and a dark red chain flew out, entangling the Abyss Lord. Asmodeus pulled out his phone, turned on selfie mode, and gave a yes sign. Yeah. After taking the photo, Asmodeus looked at it, pleased. When he returned, Asmodeus planned to display this photo and plaster it all over Teyvat. This black smoke was merely an incarnation of the Lord of the Abyss. Even if Asmodeus couldn't completely eliminate the Lord of the Abyss, he still have to wreak havoc on him. When the Lord of the Abyss appeared in Teyvat, he see this photo. Asmodeus found the mere thought of that scene amusing. After taking the photo, Asmodeus snapped his fingers, and dark red chains instantly strangled the Lord of the Abyss. On Xing's side, she remained guarding the hole in the sky. Although the Lord of the Abyss was gone, the hole still existed. Xing pouted impatiently at the bloodhounds that had gathered around her again. These mad dogs are surrounding us again. We can't kill them all. At this moment, Walter appeared beside Xing. Xing, you go and rest. I take care of this. Hearing this, Xing quickly sheathed his great sword. Then I trouble you. Uncle Yang, I go down and rest for a while. Zhongli came to Walter's side. Do you need any help? Walter shook his head slightly. No, it won't be long. Star of Eden. Walter rubbed his hands against the black hole, blocking the entire entrance with a single black hole. Done! Let's go, we go down. The battlefield on the ground. The monsters that had once filled the mountains were now few and far between. The Thousand Rocks army quickly dispatched them. Leslie glanced at Feng Yan, the Thousand Rocks army's instructor, who was standing beside him. Instructor Feng Yan, thank you for Liu's assistance. Feng Yan waved his hand nonchalantly. You're welcome. The Seven Kingdoms should be united and support each other. Liasli nodded slightly. That's not right. We should still express our gratitude. Feng Yan heard this. If you really want to thank me, treat me to a drink when you're done. I haven't even tasted your Fontaine wine yet. Liasli smiled generously and agreed. Okay. Then everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Sigwin was leading the medical team to treat the wounded. The Qianyan army's security forces were also clearing the rubble, rescuing the trapped Fontaine citizens. The dark clouds had now dispersed, and the setting sun shone down on the earth, illuminating it with a golden glow. Xing, March 7th, Luing, and the others sat on the walls of Fontaine Court, each holding a sunset fruit, chatting and admiring the beautiful sunset. Across the sky, frightened seagulls returned to their home turf after the war. After returning to the surface, Nina breathed a sigh of relief, a happy smile spreading across her face as she watched the Knights of Lancelot line up neatly before her, each member intact. Neuvillette invited everyone to rest at the Mahong Palace, one of the few well-preserved buildings in all of Fontaine. Yiyun took the 6 children and let them play inside the palace. The battle was over, and they had won. Fucaros glanced at Finina, who was helping the Knights of Lancelot clean the armor, and felt relieved. Luckily, Finina had run quickly and summoned reinforcements in time, otherwise Fontaine would have suffered even greater losses. Fucaros was also grateful to have met everyone present. Without their help, Fontaine would have perished today. Fucaros looked at everyone. Everyone, thank you for your help to Fontaine. Please stay tonight. I'd like to treat you all to dinner. Yiyun shook his head. Fucaros, there's no rush to entertain guests. Just get the Fontaine in order first. I have a suggestion. Why don't you move in earlier? The Fontaine court is in ruins. It would be better to rebuild it from scratch and save yourself the hassle. Chapter 289. Fucaros heard this and thought Yiyun's words made sense. Fontaines had been reduced to ruins after this battle. It would be better to go to the New World and build a city first. Asmodeus said. You and Fontaine suffered heavy casualties this time. Just move everyone there. The basics are already in place there. Fucaros nodded in agreement. Okay, let's get ready, and try to move there as soon as possible, Walter said. Miss Fucaros, you can take the train. I introduce you to the director of the Interstellar Peace Company. You can work with her. She has a lot of equipment for infrastructure. Fucaros thanked him. Thank you. I go check it out tomorrow. On the city wall. Xing sat on the edge of the wall, overlooking the sea, chewing a sunset fruit. Xing supported herself on the wall with one hand, leaning back slightly, looking around. Look over there. There are so many wild boars, Xing said, pointing to a group of them at the foot of the city wall. Xing's eyes lit up when he heard the word wild boar. He nudged Sanueki with his elbow and raised an eyebrow. Sanwe, there are no more pigs in our pig pen. Sanueki raised an eyebrow, and the two of them exchanged signals and jumped down from the city wall. Hu Tao was puzzled. Luing, why are Xing and Sanueki jumping down? Luing said. They're going to catch wild boars. There's a pig pen in Xing's cave where they used to keep 3 little mushroom pigs. They were gone the last time Xing hosted a dinner. Let's go help. With that, Luing also jumped down. Seeing this, Hu Tao slowly descended on his windfire wheels. After landing, Xing sprinted towards the wild boar herd, rushed in, and without a word, snatched up a little wild boar and ran away. The skill of his movements was unmistakable, a true repeat offender. Hu Tao tried to catch a large one, but Sanueki stopped him. Don't catch the big one. It's hard to get away. Just catch the small ones. Hearing this, Hu Tao picked up the 2 little pigs and ran after Xing. The mother wild boar, grazing, looked incredulous. Babies are being snatched. The mother wild boar cried out in agony, and the surrounding wild boars, reacting, quickly ran after Xing and the others. Seeing the wild boars chasing him, Xing wasn't afraid, instead, she was thrilled. Hey, hey, hey! Chase me. Stupid wild boar. Lurch, lurch. Paimon had gained a little weight from eating so much recently, which slowed his flying speed considerably. He was frantically lamenting at the tail end of the group. Xing! Sanwe! Ing! Wait for me! Don't leave me! I don't want to be chased away by wild boars. Hu Tao, riding her wind and fire wheels, grabbed Paimon and snatched him up with a squeak, then fled with him. At the window of the reception room in Imomeng Palace, Walter and GZ saw Xing and the others being chased by wild boars. They blushed, especially Xing, with that sly grin on his face. Well, Xing's having another attack. Everyone stayed at Imomeng Palace for a while before leaving. Zhongli had Li Shui and Xie Yue stay with a portion of the Thousand Winds army to help, while the rest returned to Li Yue through the portal opened by Asmodeus. Inside the cave, Xing carried a cage containing 10 piglets. Xing swaggered into the cave. Notably, the Albizi had also been tucked in, now parked on the lawn behind the amusement park. Xing placed the 10 piglets in the pigpen, and tore up a few cabbages from the nearby field and tossed them in. Clapping his hands, Xing headed towards the treehouse. The next day arrived. Fucaros, Fanina, and Neuvillette arrived at Yiyun's shop early in the morning. Yiyun, Xiangling, and the little evil god were making breakfast. Good morning, Yiyun, Xiangling, and the sandwich sauce, Fanina said cheerfully. Yiyun looked up. Good morning, Fanina. You're here so early? Tapa might not be up yet. Fanina sighed. I stayed up all night, busy clearing the rubble and rescuing people. Yiyun asked curiously. How many of you are left in Fontaine? Navalette thought for a moment and replied. The count just before I came here shows there are still 73,326 people. Xiangling was stunned upon hearing this. Huh? That's all there is left? Fukuros sighed. During this battle, the monsters invaded the city, so the losses were naturally heavy. Yian pointed to a booth nearby. Sit down for a while. Toppa won't be up soon. Noelle, pour 3 cups of tea. Noelle ran into the small bar, poured 3 cups of hot tea, and placed them in front of Funina and the other 2. About half an hour later, Xing, Kafka, Toppa, Feitsue, Luing, and Sanyueki emerged from the cave. Xing waved, patted his lips, and yawned. So sleepy. Sanyueki and Luing did the same, they both yawned continuously. Yiyan glanced at the dark circles under their eyes. You guys stayed up all night again last night? Xing nodded. Yeah, we played games all night. Xing and the other 2 went into the kitchen, opened the cupboard, took out their bowls, and sat down at the dining table. Toppa followed in, and Yiyan stopped him. Toppa, Funina wants to discuss business with you. Toppa glanced at Funina, then nodded and walked over with his bowl. Approaching Funina, Toppa raised his head. Funina, good morning. I heard from Yiyun that you wanted to do business with me. Funina greeted him and said, yes, Mr. Walter asked me yesterday to introduce me to a company executive, and I immediately thought it was you. We want to buy some infrastructure equipment. Infrastructure? Is that the right word? Funina asked Fukuros a little unsurely. Fukuros nodded. Yes, infrastructure equipment. Toppa nodded. Is that so? Sure. Xing told me about your situation last night. Since we're friends, I can give you a discount. Come on, choose something and see if there's anything you like to buy. Toppa took out a tablet and handed it to Fukuros. Fukuros took it and examined it carefully. As he looked, Fukuros frowned. Since he was here to buy something, Fukuros naturally knew that the currency here was credits. The equipment Toppa showed him was very good, but it seemed he didn't have that many credits. Fernina sipped her tea and chatted with Toppa. Fernina and Violet would handle the equipment purchases, he was just here to keep her company. Toppa smiled as Fukuros put down the tablet. Have you made your selection, Miss Fukuros? Fukuros said with a wry smile. These are all very good equipment, but we don't have that many credits. Fernina, standing nearby, heard this. He pulled out his phone and slammed it on the table. Isn't it just credits? I have plenty. Use mine. Chapter 290. Violet looked at Funina. Miss Funina, these devices are very expensive. I'm afraid your pocket money isn't enough. Funina was shocked. What? You're saying you don't have money? Violet, you look down on me, don't you? Violet, you're wrong. I'm very rich. If you don't believe me, look at my balance. Funina opened her phone and displayed her balance. Violet's jaw dropped. A long string of numbers appeared in the balance area. 200,000,000,000. A full 2 billion credits. Funina was amazed by Violet's surprised expression. Huh? I told you to look down on me. So? I'm shocked, aren't you? I'm Funina. Super rich. Fukuros was also surprised. Funina, where did you get all that money? Funina said matter-of-factly. The money I make from releasing songs. 666 credits per song, and yesterday, there were over 3 million downloads. After deducting the 5 credits I gave to Toppa, I still have 2 billion left. Fukuros and Navalette cast doubtful glances at Toppa. Toppa nodded. Yes, yesterday, Fernina did earn 2 billion credits just from releasing songs. Don't think it's a lot. This place is different from Teyvat. Here, countless creatures live. This is a boundless universe. Fernina's earnings are nothing. You know Miss Mockingbird? Her new song this year saved a heart from sorrow and brought the family 10 trillion credits. Fernina's earnings are just a small fortune. Fukuros and Navalette exchanged a glance. They still hadn't gathered enough intelligence on this world. In comparison, the nations of Liyue, Mondstadt, Shumi, and Inazuma were far ahead in this regard. Thinking of this, Navalette recalled asking Funina why she hadn't told him about such a major immigration matter. Funina's response had been, I forgot. Navalette rubbed his brow, not angry. Afterwards, Fukuros and Navalette used Funina's money to purchase a vast array of equipment. Automatic brick-making machines. Automatic steel-making machines. Construction robots. All sorts of materials, cash crops, transportation, and more. The entire purchase cost a full 1.5 billion. Toppa collected the credits and said, done. The goods will be delivered directly to your new Teyvat. Fukaros and Navalette expressed their gratitude, bid farewell to Yiyun and the others, and returned to Fontaine. The three of them sat on the sofa in Funina's room. In her hands, Funina was still holding the breakfast she had just brought back from Yiyun and the others, 8 treasure porridge, barbecued pork buns, and red bean paste buns. Funina took a bite of the red bean paste bun, the sweet bean paste melting in her mouth, and a look of deep enjoyment crossed her face. Villette looked at Funina. Miss Funina, thank you for your generous contribution to Fontaine. Funina was lost in the sweetness of the red bean paste bun when she heard Villette calling her back to her senses. Ah? Villette, are you calling me? Funina's phone rang at an inopportune moment. Company treasure account received 2 billion credit points. Funina picked up her phone and looked. Oh! It's Tapa. Another 2 billion so soon? Funina and Tapa had agreed that when 2 billion credits were reached, the credits would be transferred to Funina. At the sound of the notification, Violet bit back what she was about to say. Yes, this is a truly wealthy woman. No problem. I go to work first. Funina glanced at Violet, perplexed. Funina picked up a red bean paste bun and handed it to Fukaros. Fukaros. Try it. This is delicious. So sweet. For the next 3 days. Except for the first day, when Xing and the others lay in the car, the next 2 days were spent in New Teyvat. Violet had already arrived in New Teyvat with a group of Fontaine scientists and craftsmen, and had begun building a city within the previously designated territory. The territory chosen by Fontaine had a similar topography to Fontaine, the archipelago southeast of the continent. On the largest island in the center, Navalette led his craftsmen and scientists to build a city. After discussion, the new city was still built according to the Fontaine model, with certain improvements made to the original. This included expanding the area. The central island was enormous, covering a full 60,000 square kilometers. Yiyun had taken a look at it. The island's area was similar in shape to the largest island in his previous life's country, except that it had an additional 22,000 square kilometers. Xing, Luing, and Sanyueki, each wearing a white hard hat, strolled around the construction site. If they saw anyone slacking off, they would lecture them and urge them to get back to work. Over the past 2 days, their reputations had spread among the craftsmen and scientists. Almost everyone knew that Xing, Sanyueki, and Luing were the overseers hired by Navalette. To be precise, Navalette didn't hire them. Rather, these three had too much free time and came over to play. Navalette, wearing a white hard hat, asked the secretary beside him. How's the progress of the residential area construction? The secretary, Milishin, reported. The Melu district is nearly halfway done, and the Singer district has already begun. Once these 2 areas are completed, they will be able to accommodate all the current Fontaine residents, including Milishin. Navalette looked at the secretary. How about I create a new residential area for you, just like Hamo Village? The secretary shook her head. No need. Navalette, we just live in New Fontaine. Navalette thought for a moment and decided to add a project, a dedicated residential area for Milishin. At that moment, a spaceship slowly descended from the sky. Kiana, along with Teresa, May, Bronya, and Rita, disembarked from the spaceship. Kiana had successfully secured her vacation, and this time she was visiting Xing. As for Teresa and the others, having heard that Fontaine was building a new city, they had rushed over to see it. They wanted to see how the equipment Tapa was selling was, as they needed it to rebuild their home. As soon as Rita disembarked, heart suddenly filled her eyes. She saw a Melusine standing right in front of her. Violet had just arrived, noticing Rita's expression and smiling slightly. It seemed this woman also liked Melusines. Violet introduced them. This lady is Villian, a Melusine, a species unique to Fontaine. The Melusine are close to humans and possess a sense of smell not possessed by ordinary people. Although Villian is not tall, she is considered tall in Melusine. Melusines can only grow this tall. Rita was instantly captivated by this. Never grow taller. Close to humans. Hiss. Is this heaven? Chapter 291. Seeing Rita's expression, Teresa quickly pulled her back, fearing she'd pounce on her and start kissing Villian. Teresa was all too familiar with Rita's personality. After all, she'd been a victim herself before. Kiana looked here and there, searching for Xing and the others. After searching for a long time without seeing them, she turned to Violet and asked, Violet, are Xing and the others playing here? Violet heard this. Yes, they're overseeing the construction site in the Singer district. Are you looking for them? I have someone take you there? Kiana was surprised. Okay. Have someone take me there. Come on, May, let's go play. Villet looked at Villian. Villian, thank you for taking these two ladies to the Singer district to find Miss Xing and the others. Villian smiled and agreed. Okay. Villian skipped away with Kiana and May. Rita's fondness for Villian grew even stronger as she skipped along. Oh my! So adorable. Rita suddenly bowed to Violet. Please let me take care of Melusine. Violet was a little confused. What did she mean? Teresa quickly intervened, covering Rita's mouth and pulling her behind her. Well, don't worry about what she said. Please show us around first. We want to see all the equipment you bought. Violet nodded and called another Melusine to show Teresa and the others around. Kiana followed Villian to the construction site in the Singer's area. Scientists from the Academy of Sciences operated machinery and equipment, producing various building materials. To expedite the process, Navite had all the construction equipment brought to the site, processing bricks, steel, and other materials directly on site. After processing, they were taken directly to the construction site. Kiana found Xing, Sanyueki, and Luing under a shed. Kiana ran over. Xing! I'm here to play with you. Kiana trotted into the shed. Xing was pleasantly surprised to see Kiana. Oh! Kiana! Are you on vacation? Kiana put her hands on her hips and hummed. Humph. I have 7 days off, haha. What are you guys doing here? Take me with you. Xing picked up her water glass and drank it all in one gulp. We're bored too, so we came here to have some fun. Do you have any suggestions? Kiana shook her head. No. How about we go back to the train? Let's see what today's dungeon is. Xing heard this. Okay, let's go back to the train. The group stood up and returned to the spaceship. The spaceship warped and arrived at Pinocchio. Xing walked into Yun's shop and looked at today's dungeon. Today's dungeon, Super Mario. Description: players use parkour to overcome numerous obstacles and reach the end. Reward: 1,000 star coins. Number of participants: 100. Xing glanced at today's dungeon and immediately lost interest. This one, I don't like parkour-style dungeons. March 7 and the others weren't particularly interested either. Afterward, the group settled into the sofa break area to relax and watch a movie on the TV. Xing lay bored on the trash can sofa, her feet dangling on the armrest. Suddenly, Xing caught sight of Yiyun out of the corner of her eye. Yiyun. Yeah. Let's go ask Yiyun if there's anything fun to do. Xing jumped up and ran to Yiyun. Yiyun. We don't know where to go. Do you have any good suggestions? Yiyun smiled. What a coincidence. I'm about to invite a new guest from another world. You can go over there later. Xing was surprised. Oh. That's great. Invite them. Yiyun had just received a suggestion from the system in his room. Notice. The host hasn't invited new guests from another world in a while. Please invite them as soon as possible to increase store sales. Yiyun spread his hands. To do that, I need an invitation letter from another world. Notice, they're available in the store for only 1,000,000 star coins. Yiyun heard this, and wondered why he hadn't told her earlier. Yiyun bought an invitation letter from another world, and was about to come to the store to invite one when Xing ran over. Yiyun said to Xing. Come on, make room. I opened the portal. Xing quickly stepped aside to make room. On March 7th, Kiana and the others also came over to join in the fun. Yiyun tore up the invitation for guests from another world, and the invitation transformed into light, condensing into a portal in front of Yiyun. A moment later, a slime leaped out. The slime looked at Yiyun, then at Xing and the others. Hello, I'm a kind slime, not an evil one. Yiyun, after hearing this and considering the origami slime's appearance, recognized the slime. Rimuru, welcome to my shop. My name is Yiyun. That's right, the slime was Rimuru, the one who possessed the Great Sage system. Rimuru looked at Yiyun. Oh, you're the boss, hello? March 7 and Kiana leaned over to Rimuru, rubbing their chins and observing him curiously. Wow, a talking slime. How amazing. March, touch it, it's so bouncy. Kiana poked Rimuru's body with her index finger, feeling it was quite amusing. Rimuru looked at March 7 and Kiana and smiled. Hello, I'm Rimuru. Nice to meet you. March 7 and Kiana introduced themselves. Kiana asked curiously. Rimuru, what's your world like? Rimuru pondered for a moment, then extended two short arms to his sides. I don't know either. I only know there are dragons and heroes. Yiyun heard Rimuru say this, and also learned about the timeline of Rimuru's world. Rimuru's timeline should be the timeline after he had just absorbed the storm dragon Veldora Tempest. Kiana asked directly. Rimuru, can we go to your world to play? Rimuru shook his head. It's best not to go. My world is a bit dangerous. I'm in a cave with many monsters. Kiana patted her chest upon hearing this. Monsters? It's okay. We're very powerful. Yiyan interrupted. Kiana, if you want to go play, wait a minute. Let Rimuru see if there's anything you want to buy first. Kiana obediently stepped aside and made way. Rimuru then remembered that just before he arrived here, a voice had appeared in his mind, inviting him to a magical little shop where he could buy anything he wanted. Oh! Yes, I'm here to buy something. How do I choose the products? Chapter 292. Yiyan brought Rimuru to the small bar. Rimuru leaped onto the bar with a whoosh and stretched out a short hand to scroll through the display screen. Rimuru looked for a long time before finally finding what he wanted. Item, taste system. Description, an item from a sci-fi world. Upon use, it grants taste to creatures without the sense of taste. Price, 10,000 star coins. Rimuru pointed at the taste system. Yiyan, I want to buy this. How do I pay? Yiyan thought for a moment and decided to ask the system if there was anything in Rimuru's world that could be exchanged for star coins. Notice, high concentration magic crystal Oregon. 1 unit of magic crystal ore is worth 100 star coins. Yiyan, after hearing the system's explanation, said to Rimuru, Rimuru, do you have magic crystal ore? Those colorful ore? A symbol appeared above Rimuru's head, and he thought for a moment. Yes. Rimuru's body squirmed, and he spat out a magic crystal ore. Is this it? Yiyan placed the magic crystal ore on the exchange scale. The next second, the magic crystal ore disappeared, replaced by 100 star coins on the other side of the stone scale. Yes, this is it. How many do you have? Rimuru asked the great sage within him and learned the exact amount. I still have 10,000 magic crystals of the same size. Yiyan was stunned. Could Rimuru have so much? But come to think of it, Rimuru had been devouring things since he traveled through time. That cave, where Veldora was sealed, was extremely dense with magical energy, which meant it was filled with treasures. Herbs, ores, and so on. Rimuru had no idea what the magic crystal ore was used for, so he decided to exchange it all for star coins. At least, star coins could be used to buy things at Yiyan's place. Rimuru frantically spat out magic crystal ore. The colorful magic crystal ore covered the entire shop. Xing picked up a piece of magic crystal ore and weighed it. Rimuru, could you give me one of these to play with? It's quite nice. Rimuru waved his short hand. Everyone take one, you're welcome. Xing and the others thanked him, and each picked a piece of magic crystal ore. Clara squatted on the ground, scanning the magic crystal ore with a testing instrument given to her by her tutor, Haida. Type, unknown ore. Hardness, 30. Energy conductivity, 99%. Clara's face lit up with surprise at the test results. The energy conductivity of this magic crystal ore is actually 99%. Yiyan asked, observing this. Is this amazing? Clara nodded. Well, Mr. Haida said that the material used in our company's most advanced warships currently has an energy conductivity of only 98%. That means, for the same amount of energy, our material will lose 98% during transmission, while this one will only lose 1%. However, our material is much harder. Clara looked at Rimuru. Rimuru, can I buy a few pieces of magic crystal ore? I want to show them to my teacher. Rimuru heard this, and picked up a few pieces of magic crystal ore, and stuffed them into Clara's arms. No need to buy. I have plenty of this stuff. I give you a few pieces. Clara smiled happily at this. Thank you. Rimuru scratched the back of his head. You're welcome. Okay, I go buy some magic crystal ore. If you want any, take them. Clara, carrying the magic crystal ore, entered the portal, intending to head to the Black Tower space station. With the help of Xing and the others, Rimuru exchanged the magic crystal ore for over 900,000 star coins. After spending 10,000 on the Tay system, Rimuru eagerly took a sip of the beer Yi had offered him. As the beer went down, Rimuru's body visibly turned red. Rimuru put down the beer bottle and burped. Burp? Woo! I finally have a sense of taste again! Rimuru cried as he drank. After so long, he could finally taste again. Before, he had no sense of taste, and nothing he ate felt like it. Seeing this, Yiyan asked Noel to bring a few plates of snacks. Come, try some snacks. Rimuru's eyes lit up at the sight of the exquisite snacks. Wow! I'm so polite! Rimuru was eating, and Xing and the others didn't mention going to Rimuru's place for the time being. Soon, Walter returned to the train, accompanied by another person, Sunday. Xing saw Sunday running over. Uncle Yang, why is he back with you? Walter said, hearing this. Mr. Sunday wants to travel with us for a while. I brought him back to ask your opinion. March, please go get Donheng and Jeezy. March 7 heard this, and ran to the front car to call them. Soon, Jeezy and Donheng arrived at Yi Yun's shop. Jeezy held Pam in one hand and Elio in the other. Even while Jeezy was holding them, the two men continued to lash out at each other. You idiot! If Jeezy hadn't held me back, I would have given you a taste of my head, but... Elio retorted sarcastically. Come on, fat rabbit. I'm going to give you a taste of my flying kick. Jeezy had just put the cat and rabbit down when they started chasing them again. Elio leaped high. Final flying kick. Pam gathered her strength. Opening headbutt. The cat and rabbit started fighting again. Jeezy sighed and once again lifted Elio and Pam, one in each hand. Behave yourself. If you don't behave, I put you in the dark room. Hearing Jeezy's threat, the two men snorted coldly and turned their heads away. Jeezy instructed Kafka, who was watching the fun. Kafka, keep an eye on them for me. I'm going to a meeting. Kafka smiled and agreed. Okay, hurry up. We have to go shopping soon. Jeezy agreed. Then, the train crew took Sunday to the sofa tea area. Kiana, Yiyun, and the others watched from the side. Walter said, Mr. Sunday would like to travel with us for a while. Do you agree? Jeezy smiled. The train never refuses friends who want to travel with us. Denheng also had no objection. I listen to you. March 7 and Xing thought about it and agreed. As usual, the train never refuses friends who want to travel with it. Sunday was delighted to see everyone agree. Thank you very much for accepting me and letting me travel with the train. Xing looked at Sunday and suddenly thought of something. Xing put his hands on his hips. So, I'm not the youngest anymore. Jeezy was stunned for a second, then chuckled. In that case, I'm definitely not. Walter looked at Sunday. If we count by the time you joined, Sunday, you're indeed the youngest. Sunday smiled slightly. Okay, I be the youngest on the train for a while. Jeezy said to Donheng. Donheng, take our new youngest to choose a room. Hearing this, Donheng took Sunday to the back car to choose a room. Chapter 293. Denheng brought Sunday to the new carriage. This carriage was originally occupied by Shing, Sanyuchi, Topa, and the others. Since Xing obtained the cave heaven, they moved in, leaving this carriage vacant. The tree house was occupied by women, so it would be inconvenient for Sunday, a man alone. Denheng turned to Sunday and said, Sunday, take a look at which room you like to stay in. These are all empty. Sunday randomly chose a room. For him now, just having a place to rest was enough. After choosing his room, Sunday looked at Denheng. Mr. Denheng, could you please show me around the next train? Denheng nodded in agreement. No problem. Don't be so polite. We're all traveling together. Just call me Denheng. Sunday smiled slightly. Okay, Denheng, thank you for your help. Denheng took Sunday to visit Yiyun's shop. After learning that Yiyun could buy anything he wanted, he thought of the Robin. Denheng saw what Sunday was thinking and said, Don't worry, Miss Robin has been here before and bought something. It's a soothing violin. Sunday smiled. Okay, let's explore other areas. Denheng led Sunday into the cave and into the fields. Sunday was a little surprised when he entered the cave. He had never imagined such a magical thing could exist in the world. Such a small compass could contain such a vast space. Denheng squatted in front of a sweet flower. The plants in this field have different origins. Some come from Teyvat, where Mr. Zhongli and his friends live. Some come from the Azure Planet, where Kiana and her friends live. And some even come from Yiyun's shop. Sunday squatted down and reached out to lift a leaf of the sweet flower. It's amazing. Such a small field actually has so many amazing plants. Sunday looked around and noticed the pigpen. What's that? Denheng explained. That's Xing's. She and March and the others caught a lot of piglets in Teyvat and said they raise them and eat them. Sunday smiled, finding the car's companions quite amusing. Afterward, Denheng took Sunday to study the fields. Sunday was also very interested in the plants. Inside Yiyun's shop. After Rimuru had finished his meal, Kiana came over again. Rimuru, can we go to your world? Rimuru thought for a moment. Tomorrow, I'm in a cave right now. Nothing much to do. I try to find an exit. Kiana nodded in agreement. Yiyun reminded him. Rimuru, don't forget to close the portal and take it with you. Rimuru nodded in agreement, then waved his short hand goodbye and jumped into the portal and departed. Seeing this, Kiana and the others could only play in the shop for a while, and return to Rimuru's place tomorrow. Sumeru City, Aru Village. Nashida and the Great Compassion Tree King arrived. Aru Village has now become extremely beautiful, filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. A variety of small animals roam the village, foraging for food. The villagers of Aru Village and the desert mercenaries cherished this hard-earned land and had stipulated that these small animals must not be harmed to protect the environment. Candace and Ramon had been waiting for a long time. Candace greets the two grass gods. Ramon greets the two grass gods. The Great Kind Tree King walked over to them and helped them to their feet. Thank you for your hard work during this time, helping Nashida manage the desert. Candace and Ramon shook their heads. This is what we should do. My two grass gods, what brings you to Aru Village? Feel free to call us if you need us. The Great Kind Tree King smiled. It's all right. I'm here to help Nashida fulfill her promise. After saying this, the Great Kind Tree King looked toward the towering Tree of Life in the center of the village. The Tree of Life is revered as the new sacred tree by all the people of Shumi. It was planted by the little auspicious grass king himself. All the people of Shumi who come to Aru Village come to worship at the Tree of Life, expressing their gratitude for the gift of the little auspicious grass king. The Great Kind Tree King took Nashida's hand and led them to the Tree of Life. The people of Shumi who were worshipping there noticed the two and exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god! It's two great grass gods. Lord Great Kindness Tree King. Lord Little Auspicious Grass King. I never thought we'd meet them here today. Under the gazes of the people of Shumi, the Great Kindness Tree King, holding Nashida's hand, slowly ascended. The two exchanged glances, then simultaneously reached out toward the Tree of Life, pouring their divine power upon it. The instant the divine power touched the Tree of Life, it seemed to come alive, its leaves swaying and growing. The surrounding plants also began to grow wildly, and the surrounding grass spread madly in all directions. Originally, the desert mercenaries, traveling through the desert, saw a flash of light, and the desert beneath their feet transformed into grass. The desert mercenaries looked around and saw the towering Tree of Life. The desert mercenaries were moved to tears by the sight of the vibrant land around them. Look at the sacred tree. The desert mercenaries wept with joy and bowed toward the Tree of Life. This scene unfolded throughout the desert. Except for the Red King's tomb, the entire desert had transformed into a forest. Ramon looked up at the two grass gods performing miracles above him, a tear falling from his eye. We finally have gods willing to favor us. Ramon and his fellow desert mercenaries knelt on one knee, their right hands covering their hearts, and bowed their heads in reverence. At this moment, Ramon and the other desert mercenaries officially pledged their loyalty to the two grass gods. From now on, anyone wishing to harm the two grass gods must first step over their dead bodies. Ramon's mind reeled back to the words the Great Kind Tree King had just spoken to him. I'm here to help Nashida fulfill her promise. A high-ranking deity actually cared so much about a promise made to a group of mortals. The two grass gods are truly kind, wholeheartedly caring about humanity. Before, Ramon had never believed the phrase demon god's lover. The order had previously oppressed the desert dwellers, forcing them to live in the barren desert. But after witnessing the actions of the two grass gods, he finally believed it. Demon god's lover. Ramon made up his mind to apply to join the Sumeru Forest Patrol tomorrow. The Sumeru Forest Patrol was Nashida's newly formed armed force, and the 30-man regiment had been disbanded. Such a dramatic change naturally caught Apep's attention. The aura of the grass god. Hasn't she fallen? Chapter 294. Rimuru's sight shifts to Rimuru's world. After returning from the portal, Rimuru wandered aimlessly through the cave, searching for an exit. Rimuru casually unleashed a water blade, slaying a spider monster. Then, as usual, Rimuru enveloped its corpse and absorbed it. Rimuru possesses a skill called Predator, which allows him to acquire the target's skills by devouring it. As soon as Rimuru swallowed it, his body suddenly stiffened, motionless like a statue. A few seconds later, Rimuru suddenly rolled on the ground, his body turning green. Ah! It tastes terrible. Rimuru rolled several times, then stood up and leaned against a rock for a long time before recovering. This spider ground tastes terrible, so sour. Rimuru felt as if he had taken a bite of a rotten lemon. The taste lingered in his mind. Notice, devour a venomous spider to gain the skill Spider Silk. Rimuru leaned against a rock for a moment, then continued on his way. Along the way, he encountered monsters like armored lizards and venomous snakes. Rimuru stood beside a monster's corpse, contemplating life for a full half hour before finally deciding to devour it. In his previous life, he had played character development adventure games. Surely there were many powerful monsters in this world. If he wasn't powerful enough, he would share the fate of the monsters he had slain, becoming food for others. Rimuru skipped along, finally reaching the cave entrance. Just as he was about to run, the door was pushed open from the outside, and 3 humans dressed as adventurers walked in. Rimuru had been thinking of chatting with the 2 men and 1 woman. But when he realized he was a monster, he abandoned the idea. Using his invisibility skill, Rimuru avoided the 3 men's sight. Once they entered the cave, he bounded out. Outside the cave, looking out at the vibrant forest, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, Rimuru took a deep breath, his whole body filled with excitement. I'm finally out! Rimuru rushed into the forest, running wildly through it, looking here and there along the way. Occasionally, when he came across a fruit tree, he would pick one and chew it in his hand, savoring the flavor. While wandering, Rimuru was suddenly blocked by a group of goblins. Rimuru had expected a fierce battle, but as soon as he moved, they were on their knees. After being brought back to the village by the goblins, Rimuru learned from the village chief that he had been casting a spell to control his aura. These goblins surrendered only because they sensed his powerful aura. In the following moments, Rimuru helped heal the injured goblins and learned of the upcoming attack by the Garu tribe. Rimuru decided to lend a hand and help these goblins through this difficult time. The sun set, and the forest grew dim under the setting sun, shrouding the entire forest in a hazy haze. Rimuru set the trap and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead with a short hand. Okay, I'm going to go eat. You guys stay in camp and don't run around. Got it? The goblin village chief nodded shakily in agreement. Rimuru jumped through the portal. Rimuru arrived on the train just as Yi Yun and the others were preparing to eat. Xing, Luing, and Kiana had spent the day playing 3 Kingdoms Kill. Xing opened the rice cooker and was serving rice, while Luing and the others were helping the 6 little ones tie their aprons. Teresa, Bronya, and Rita had also returned. After a day of observation, they had also ordered some equipment from Tapa to take back to expedite post-war reconstruction. Rita didn't want to leave yet. Seeing so many lovely Melisande at Fontaine, she couldn't wait to join them. Rita pulled up a stool and sat next to Hook, watching over him while he ate, occasionally helping him pick up some food. Rimuru looked around. Hello. Good evening, everyone. Rimuru's voice caught everyone's attention. Wow! A talking slime. Klee excitedly said, standing on her chair and pointing at Rimuru. Bailu quickly stood on tiptoe to take a look. Really? It's a talking slime. Yi Yun smiled. Good evening, Rimuru. Have you eaten yet? Want to join us? Rimuru hopped onto an empty seat with a grin. Hee hee. I was waiting for you to say that. Xing asked curiously. Rimuru, what's going on over there? Have you gotten out of the cave yet? Rimuru took the cutlery offered by Zhou Ri. Yes, I made friends with a group of goblins. I have to go back and help them protect the village. A group of stray Garu have set their sights on their territory and want to take it over. Kiana's eyes lit up when she heard Rimuru say he'd gotten out of the cave. Out of the cave? Can we go over and play? Hearing this, Rimuru scratched his head with his short hand. There's going to be a fight over there soon. Why don't you wait until I deal with it first? I'm worried you might get hurt. Kiana patted her chest. It's okay, it's okay. We're very capable, and we're just here to help you. Rimuru agreed. Okay, then, let's go together after dinner. Then everyone happily ate. Sunday sat at the table, chatting with Donhing and Walter. The 3 of them seemed to have much in common. Sunday looked at the happy group and felt a warm feeling in his heart. He had made the right decision to travel with the train crew. The 6 little ones didn't have big appetites, so they quickly finished their meal and ran over to Rimuru to play with him. Klee and the others were curious about Rimuru. He was a slime, yet he could talk. Klee tilted her head, her big eyes filled with curiosity. Mr. Rimuru, how did you learn to talk? This is the first time Klee has seen a talking slime. Rimuru pondered for a moment. A dragon taught me. Klee suddenly realized. So that's how it was. It was dragon. Klee ran to Yi Yun and pulled his hand away. Brother Yi Yun. Klee wants to go play with Teverin the Wind Dragon tomorrow. Yi Yun pinched Klee's cheek. Okay, Brother Yi Yun will take you there tomorrow. Klee planned to find a few slimes to bring to Teverin and have him teach them to talk. After dinner, Xing, Kiana, and the others hurriedly followed Rimuru to his other world. Rimuru, Xing, and the others emerged from the portal. The goblin village chief breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Rimuru return. He had been worried that Rimuru wouldn't come back to help them. They alone cannot defend against the attack of the Yalong tribe. Chapter 295. The Goblin Village Chief came before Rimuru. Rimuru-sama, you're back? Rimuru nodded. Yes, these are my friends. They help us defeat the Garu tribe later. The Goblin Village Chief looked at Xing and the others and thanked them. Thank you, gentlemen, for your willingness to help our small village. Soon, wolf howls echoed from the forest, and a pack of Garu appeared on a nearby hillside. Rimuru looked at Xing, Kiana, and the others. You don't have to fight. Leave it to me. You can attack when I can't hold on any longer. Rimuru didn't want Xing and the others to get hurt. They weren't involved in this fight to begin with. Xing and the others agreed, and Ning even pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds and began to devour them. The Garu leader leaped onto a boulder and howled at the moon. Xing, seeing the pack of Garu, felt strangely cool. Rimuru, save a few of the wolf pups for us later. Kiana asked, puzzled. Xing, why did you ask Rimuru to save the pups? Xing chuckled. Don't you think it's cool to have a wolf as a mount? Kiana's mind flashed back to herself, slaying Hokai beasts on the battlefield while riding a Garu. Cool. Kiana gave a thumbs up. Rimuru nodded. Okay, don't worry, I know what to do. Soon, the Garu leader led the charge, leading his entire tribe down. Rimuru had set a trap, and the Garu leader fell into it without a doubt. The Garu leader's limbs were entangled in spider silk, dangling in the air. Rimuru silently unleashed a water blade, decapitating the Garu leader. The remaining Garu were only slightly startled before continuing their attack, seeking revenge for their leader. Rimuru unleashed several more water blades, slashing the foremost. Rimuru urged them to surrender. Your leader has been defeated. Surrender? A few Garu were still eager for revenge. Seeing this, Rimuru thought of his aura, unleashing it without reservation. The Garu leader's son sensed Rimuru's powerful aura, and knew he was no match for him. The Garu leader's son howled, and the surrounding Garu stopped and knelt before him. Rimuru sighed deeply, and let the Garu enter the goblin village. With Rimuru's presence, the Garu dared not act rashly. The Garu leader's son came before Rimuru and bowed his head. Rimuru nodded with satisfaction. From now on, you be my subordinate. Do you have a name? The Garu leader's son shook his head. Rimuru thought for a moment. Then you be called Rongda from now on. As soon as Rimuru finished speaking, Rongda suddenly radiated light, howled to the heavens, and a sharp horn sprouted from his head. Rimuru saw this and asked the great sage, only to learn that Rongda had evolved, from Garo to King Rongda. As a result, all of his Garo subordinates also evolved into Rongda wolves. Rimuru was immediately delighted. This was his little brother. The more powerful he was, the better. Afterwards, Rimuru ordered the goblins and the Rongda tribe to clean up the battlefield together. Rimuru then led Xing and the others to the vicinity of the wolf cub. Xing, take a look and see which one you want to take. Xing rubbed his hands, admiring the horned wolf cubs before him. They were already handsome, and now they evolved once more, now sporting horns and blue fur. Range saw this and came over to ask. Master, what are you doing? Rimuru said. These are my friends. They want to take a few wolf cubs to raise. Would you be willing? Range looked at Xing, Kiana, and the others. He didn't sense any magic energy from them. But since they were his friends, he couldn't refuse. Seeing Range's reluctance, he said, It seems you think we're not strong enough. How about this? Take my punch. If you can, we turn around and leave without a word. But if you can't, you have to let each of us take one wolf cub. Ranya agreed. He knew he was a sure winner. A normal person's punch, no matter how powerful, wouldn't hurt him. The average person's limit was there, and the gap between them and him was difficult to bridge. Come on! Xing chuckled at Ranya, flexed his arms, and then delivered a powerful punch. Before Ranya could react, he was sent flying backwards, breaking through a dozen trees before landing on the ground. Rimuru saw this and rushed over, wrapping Ranya up and healing him with healing herbs. When Ranya recovered, his face was filled with disbelief. He was knocked out by a single punch? And one that instantly rendered him incapable of fighting? He had just evolved. The surge of power within him was no mere decoration. No. That little gray-haired creature must be hiding its true strength. Humans are truly treacherous. Ranya still refused to admit defeat. No. I wasn't prepared. Let's try again. Rimuru, knowing Xing's strength, persuaded him. Ranya, why don't you just forget it? Just let them take the cub. Ranya looked at Rimuru. My lord, I will prevail. Xing gave Ranya a thumbs up. Not bad, Ranya, you have courage. Come on. Let's try a different strategy this time. You attack. I defend. Same old rules. Ranya, upon hearing this, exerted all his strength, transforming into a bolt of lightning and charging towards Xing. Xing took a horse stance, hands outstretched, a slight smile on his face. Just as the lightning was about to strike Xing's chest, Xing suddenly withdrew his grip, his hands grasping Ranya's head. Ranya felt as if his head were pinned down by a huge rock, unable to move. Xing chuckled, lifted Lanya up, and threw her backward. Lanya traced a graceful arc in the air before being planted upside down in the soil. A few minutes later, Lanya crouched in the corner, a look of frustration on his face. Hadn't he evolved? Why couldn't he even defeat a human without any magic essence? Xing, Kiana, and the others were selecting their own wolf cubs. Kiana pointed at a quieter one. May, look at that one. It's quiet. It suits you perfectly. May smiled. Okay, I do as you say. May walked over and picked up the quietest one. Xing picked the most mischievous one. In her opinion, the most mischievous ones were the most energetic, the strongest of the litter. Sanyueki, Luing, Ing, and the others also each selected one. Paimon looked at the wolf cub Ing had chosen, flew over, and petted its head. From now on, you will be the third child in our family. Remember, you must give me the delicious food first. Chapter 296. After selecting the wolf cubs, Xing and the others said goodbye to Rimuru and returned to the train. Rimuru glanced at Lanya, who was still crouching in the corner, feeling depressed. A bead of sweat broke out on his forehead. Alas! Lanya is still too young, unaware of the dangers of society. Rimuru skipped off to the goblin village chief and asked him to arrange accommodations for the Lanya wolf tribe. Looking at the village, which was no better than a homeless camp, Rimuru thought for a moment and decided to go to Yiyun's shop tomorrow to see if he had any of those things that could generate houses with a single click. Xing and the others returned to Yiyun's shop, carrying their respective wolf cubs. The handsome little wolf cub immediately caught the attention of the 6 little ones. The 6 little ones quickly gathered around him. Wow! It's a puppy! Such a cute little puppy, Sister Xing. Where did you bring this puppy from? Klee wants to pet it, is that okay? Xing placed his own wolf cub on the ground. Of course, come on, touch it all you want. Klee stroked the wolf cub's head, it felt wonderful. Klee was envious. Klee wants a puppy too. Luing squatted down beside Klee. Klee, this isn't a puppy, this is a wolf cub. Klee wanted it even more. Wolf cub. Klee wants it so badly. Yiyun heard Klee's words. What? Klee wants wolf cubs? Go ahead, Yiyun called out to Rios. Rios, take Klee and the others with you, and have them each bring back a wolf cub. Seeing this, Rios stood up and walked to the portal, summoning the 6 cubs to enter the portal leading to Rimuru's world. The 6 cubs landed and found Rimuru. Rimuru? Klee's here to see you. Rimuru turned and saw the 6 little ones running toward him. Klee! Bailu? It's you? What are you doing here? Klee said. Rimuru. Klee wants the wolf cubs. Rimuru guessed Klee and the others had seen the wolf cub Xing, and the others had brought back, and that's why they came. Ranja heard this. Another wolf cub wanted one? Ranja turned around, his voice rising with a fierce aura. Who wants a wolf cub? The wolf tribe only follows the strong. Defeat me. Only then can you take the wolf cub. Ranja took a step forward, a kingly demeanor. Seeing this, Rios shielded the 6 little ones behind him. Rimuru, seeing this, quickly warned. Be gentle. Just a sparring match. Stop when you're done. Rios glanced back at Rimuru, who nodded slightly. Ranja thought Rimuru was talking to him. Put it down, master. I be careful. Ranya roared, charging at Rios. Ranya charged. Ranya transformed into thunder. Ranya was about to hit his target. Ranya collapsed. A wall of fire sent Ranya flying. Rios launched a follow-up attack. Ranya fainted. Ranya had arrived at the corner of autism. Ranya was questioning her life. Rimuru and the goblin village chief's son stared at the autistic Ranya. Is Ranya alright, Rimuru-sama? Is she alright? After the 6 little ones selected their cubs, Rios led them back to the train. Inside Yiyun's shop, the 6 little ones were playing with their cubs. To prevent the cubs from harming the other 6, Yiyun purchased 6 master servant contracts from the system mall, and had the 6 little ones contract the 6 cubs. Bound by the power of the contract, these wolf cubs will remain loyal to the 6 little ones, and will never harm them. After the 6 little ones played for a while, Yiyun called out. Kelly, Bailu, Hook, it's time for bed. The 6 little ones obediently followed Yiyun back to their rooms, holding the little cubs, to rest and sleep. Yiyun looked around the 6 little ones' rooms, and decided it was time to give them a new one. The cubs were still small enough to be safe now, and there was enough space. However, once the cubs grew up, this small room would be too crowded. Yiyun planned to go to the cave to build a small house for the 6 little ones tomorrow. In the Black Tower space station, Clara walked out of the portal and into the Black Tower's laboratory. Clara looked around but didn't see the Black Tower, not even the puppets. Clara walked out of the laboratory and ran into Esther. "Clara? Why are you here at the station?" Clara is now considered a student at Black Tower, and she and Estelle are considered a senior and junior sister. It's Sister Estelle. Clara wanted to see Teacher Black Tower. Clara found some new material and wanted her to take a look. Estelle heard this. Ms. Black Tower seems to be busy adjusting the simulated universe. It might take a while. Estelle checked the time. "Come on, Clara. I show you around the station. You haven't been around before, have you?" Clara nodded. "Okay. Thank you, Sister Estelle." Estelle took Clara on a tour of the Black Tower station. Along the way, many staff members were curious about Clara's identity and how she could be personally greeted by Station Chief Estelle. While strolling, the two arrived at the platform, where they met Wan Mei shortly after arriving. Clara and Esther stepped forward. "Ms. Wan Mei, good evening." "Sister Wan Mei, good evening." Wan Mei, who was admiring the beauty of the starry sea, turned around, a piece of cake in her hand. "Oh, it's you?" Clara asked curiously. "Sister Wan Mei, have you cultivated a world tree seedling?" Wan Mei nodded slightly. "At least the transplant seems to have been successful." Clara nodded and took out the magic crystal ore she had obtained from Rimuru, wanting to show it to Wan Mei. Since Sister Wan Mei and Mr. Haida were both members of the Genius Club, it was okay for her to take a look. "Sister Wan Mei, this is the magic crystal ore Clara got from Mr. Rimuru." Clara tested it with the instrument Mr. Haida gave her, and its energy conductivity shows 99%. "Clara would like you to test it again for me, as I'm worried my results might be wrong." Wan Mei, upon hearing this, realized that although she was more interested in biological technology, she did have some knowledge of these mineral materials. "Let's go to the Black Tower laboratory. I do a manual test for you." For others, using technological equipment might be more accurate than manual testing. But for Wan Mei and the geniuses at the Black Tower, it was different. The results they obtained through their own hands were actually more accurate than those obtained through machines. After all, machines are inanimate, while humans are alive. The three of them entered the Black Tower laboratory. Wan Mei controlled the equipment to test the specific data of the magic crystal ore. Hardness, energy conductivity, plasticity, and so on. Finally, Wan Mei obtained the results. Hardness is 30.198542. Energy conductivity is 99.845126%. Plasticity is excellent, free of hazardous substances, and not industrially synthesized. It's a natural mineral. The difference between professional and unprofessional is just that great. In science, even a decimal point can cause a qualitative change. Wan Mei picked up the magic crystal ore. "Clara, who is that Rimuru you just mentioned? Does he still have this kind of ore?" Chapter 297. Clara, upon hearing this, told Wan Mei about Rimuru. "A talking slime?" After hearing Clara's description of Rimuru, Wan Mei instantly lost interest in the magic crystal mine, and instead developed a strong interest in Rimuru himself. "Clara, is that Rimuru still on the train?" Clara scratched the back of her head, thinking. Clara doesn't know. Mr. Rimuru seems to have gone back. He said he wanted to find the exit of some cave, and take Sister Xing, Sister Luing, and the others out to play. Wan Mei thought for a moment. "Clara, let's go check on the train." Wan Mei wanted to wait for Rimuru to arrive. As a biotechnology enthusiast, she couldn't let such a novel experimental subject slip away. Wan Mei said goodbye to Estelle with Clara and entered the portal back on the train. The next day arrived. Rimuru came running out of the portal early in the morning. Last night, he reorganized the Goblin tribe and the Lanya Wolf clan and announced several rules he had established. At the same time, Rimuru learned from Lanya and the village chief about the naming process and gave names to the goblins. Rimuru jumped out of the portal and found Yiyun's shop quiet. He glanced at the clock on the wall and realized he had arrived too early. It was only 3 a.m. Rimuru was about to return when the door opened and a woman he didn't recognize walked in. It was Wan Mei. Wan Mei had been sitting in Clara's private lab since her arrival last night, and had also answered several of Clara's questions. After inquiring about Rimuru's portal, Ruanmei placed a surveillance camera next to it. As soon as she saw Rimuru approaching, Ruanmei hurried back to the shop. Rimuru looked at Ruanmei in confusion. Ma'am, who are you? Ruanmei didn't answer Rimuru's question. Instead, she picked him up and curiously poked him. Rimuru was a little confused. Hello, I'm Rimuru. Are you also a friend of Yiyun and the others? Rimuru figured that since this woman was in Yiyun's shop, she must know them. Ruanmei spun Rimuru around. What a talking slime. Well, my name is Ruanmei, and I know Yiyun and the others. Rimuru, right? Are you willing to be my experiment? Rimuru's head lit up with a huge question mark at Ruanmei's words. Experimental question? Rimuru suddenly panicked and jumped to the ground. The noise they made woke Yiyun, who stumbled out of the room in a daze. Rimuru? Ruanmei. Why are you two here so early? Aren't you going to sleep? Rimuru saw Yiyun, jumped onto his shoulder, and leaned in close to Yiyun's ear. Who is this woman? Yiyun, is she an experiment enthusiast? She just wanted me to be her experiment subject. Yiyun smiled at Rimuru's words. Let me introduce you. This is Ms. Ruanmei, a member of our World Genius Club. A question mark appeared above Rimuru's head. Genius Club? Yiyun explained. The Genius Club was founded by the star god Boshizan. Only geniuses invited by him can join. You could say the members of this club are the smartest people in our universe. Rimuru naturally knew about the star god. He heard about him from the others yesterday. I hadn't expected this experimental maniac to be such a formidable figure. Ruanmei realized she frightened Rimuru. Sorry, I'm a huge fan of biotechnology, and seeing a talking slime for the first time was a bit exciting. Rimuru waved his short hand. It's okay, it's okay. Yiyun looked at Ruanmei. Ruanmei, if you want to research new creatures, you can work with Rimuru. He has a lot of strange and bizarre magical beasts. Ruanmei looked at Rimuru. Rimuru, can you help me collect some magical beasts? I can pay you. Rimuru thought for a moment. I'm sure you can, but I'll let you know about the money. Ruanmei nodded slightly. Thank you. Let's at each other. If you capture any new species of magical beasts, please let me know. Rimuru scratched his head awkwardly. I don't have a phone. Yiyun smiled at this, walked into the small bar, opened the locker, and pulled out a phone. The locker held hundreds of new, unopened phones. Yiyun considered that the shop would often see customers who had never seen electronics before. So, he prepared a large number of phones to give away to these customers. Rimuru happily accepted the phone, thanked Ruanmei, and added Yiyun as friends. Yiyun added Rimuru to the group chat. A new message soon appeared in the group chat. Invincible Silver Wolf, new here? Send me a red envelope to see what you're capable of. Rimuru, red envelope Invincible Silver Wolf, perfect. And continue diving. Galaxy Skyfire, that's all? You're so weak, Rimuru, that's all the credits I have on this phone. Yiyun at Galaxy Skyfire, you're still awake? Staying up all night again? Galaxy Skyfire, I'm asleep. Isn't that the special red envelope notification sound? Get up, get yours, and then go back to sleep sleeping peacefully, JPG Yiyun, 6. Rimuru, 6. After Rimuru, Ruanmei, and Yiyun chatted for a while in the shop, Rimuru took Ruanmei to his side of the world to collect samples. Yiyun looked around the empty, unusually quiet shop and thought, let's start making breakfast. We're already up, so I might as well make some soup today. Rimuru brought Ruanmei to his side of the world. After landing, Ruanmei took out her equipment and began collecting samples of the surrounding plants, creatures, soil, and air. Rimuru called over a storm-fawn wolf and a goblin, and Ruanmei took blood and hair samples from each of them. Rimuru watched Ruanmei working diligently, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. Ms. Ruanmei, excuse me, can you do me a favor? Ruanmei heard this. Rimuru, what's going on? Rimuru asked. You're a member of the Genius Club, so you must have access to a lot of advanced equipment, right? I'm looking to build a village. Could you help me find some? Ruanmei agreed immediately. No problem. I help you with that when I get back. Rimuru smiled happily and hopped onto the console in front of Ruanmei, curiously examining the display. As someone who had traveled from a technological world, Rimuru could still make some sense. Like this. Isn't this a picture of DNA? The collection process was quick, and the robots Ruanmei deployed quickly captured many living monsters. Ruanmei planned to take these monsters back for further study. They were all novel experimental specimens.